Scattered Feathers. Written by Wolfsbane 54. Chapter 1. Quackity had woken up, ready to start his day off peacefully. He had woken up at just before sunrise and had meander about his usual routine of getting ready. He purposely didn't have any mirrors in his house so to save himself the trouble of looking and seeing his scars and most importantly his wings. He always hated his wings and in the past had kept them hidden and bind to his back. For a while no one had known he had wings. So his were in poor shape especially when compared with Filzah's large black wings. Quackity would be lucky if he could get a good glide with the state of his wings, he'd be lucky if he got off the ground. Not that he ever tried to get off the ground before. He's never even preened. He took a deep breath, something that he learned helped him settle unwanted thoughts, as he finished putting on his cloak, making sure that his wings were hidden and flat against his back, ready for the day. He didn't have much planned, merely going out for supplies and such. He had moved and built himself a nice cottage-style house out in a meadow surrounded by woods. He had been trying to relax after the failed execution of a certain pig hybrid and the total destruction of El Manberg. He needed to get away. However, as soon as he opened his door, he froze, seeing a familiar figure riding on horseback toward his home. Upon seeing the familiar horse decked out in diamond armor, visions of blue, red, and white danced in his vision. And the laughter. Without much thought, and purely on self-preservation, Quackity practically slammed the front door shut, and pressed himself against it, as he tried not to panic, because surely that was not Technoblade coming toward his house. It couldn't be. The pig hybrid was supposed to be retired and holed up in the Arctic with Phil. What was he doing all the way out here? Not willing to stick around and lose another life, Quackity quickly pushed a few chests nearby in front of the door and made his way tautly back of the house. By the time he climbed out the window, there were heavy knocks on the door. Quackity. Open up. Technoblade called out. And that was the duck hybrid's cue to run, making a beeline for the trees. If he could make to the trees he could possibly lose the pig hybrid in the woods. The one thing Quackity was grateful for was that he had built his house on a hill. It gave him much needed momentum as he ran. Quackity. Don't run, Quackity. Techno's voice sounded behind him. Shit. Quackity wheezed and ran faster, his wings beating the behind him to give him some extra momentum. He could hear Techno perusing him. The pig hybrid's steps sounding more calm and steady compared to his own frantic ones, as he weaved through the trees in an attempt to try and lose his pursuer. Quackity, stop. Techno called out, not even out of breath. A quick look behind his shoulders graced him with the knowledge that Technoblade had decided to chase him on foot instead of horseback, which meant Quackity had a chance of getting away. He wasn't so sure considering it sounded like Techno's footsteps seemed to be getting closer. Quackity wheezed, trying to force more air into his lungs, because he was not stopping. He was not. He wasn't ready for battle. He couldn't fight the blade right now. Not when all his weapons were back in the house. Branches pulled and swiped at his face as he ran, too focused on running and getting away, to even feel the assault that thin little twigs on the trees were doing to him. He spotted a river coming up too big to really jump over, but if he could use his wings, maybe he would make it, and hopefully treading rushing water would slow down Techno. Quackity, stop right there. Techno demanded, upon seeing his wings starting to beat faster, some feather coming loose with how fast they were beating at air. Fuck you. Quackity cursed, although the words barely made it past his lips as he pushed for more speed, as he prepared to make the jump. Quackity. Techno said, in a warning tone. Too close. Quackity jumped, his wings flapping, trying to help carry him across the rushing water. He landed not as firm-footed as he would have liked. In fact, he didn't land on his feet at all, more like stumbled and fell in the muddy bank. Ugh, ow. He groaned. His wings curling as the muscle began cramping. He took a chance to look back and watched as Techno came jogging up, only to stop and seem to glare at the river that now separated him from Quackity, and then his gaze moved to Quackity. And a shiver of fear ran down his spine, when those blood-red eyes met his. He was already taking unconscious steps back, his body already half-twisting, getting ready to run again. "You stay right there, Quackity," Techno ordered, as his hand reached for his belt, where his sword sat. "Go to hell." Quackity snapped, and was running again. His tired wings still beating, trying to help give him momentum. Like he was going to just patiently wait for the pig hybrid to just come and take the rest of his lives. Yeah, no, fuck that. There was a definite whooshing sound followed by several things break that told Quackity everything he needed to know. Techno had just ender-pearled and possibly splashed himself with potions, meaning when he finally caught Quackity, the duck hybrid wasn't going to have a prime's chance of surviving. He only had one option left. He'd have to fly. He didn't even bother checking to see how close Techno was, that would just slow him down. Instead he grabbed hold of the nearest branch within reach and with the help of his tired wings pulled himself up just in time to pull his foot out of grabbing reach as an ender pearl smashed where he once stood, with Technoblade appearing in its place already grabbing for him. Quackity climbed higher, only taking quick peeks down below long enough to see Techno watching, his eyes calculating as mumble about how he wasn't climbing the tree, or something like that. During his frantic climb to the top of the chosen tree, Quackity spotted Techno pulling something else out from his pouch and was not going to wait to see what the pig hybrid had planned on getting Quackity out of the tree. Breathless, sweaty, and achy, Quackity spared only a couple of seconds, letting his wing flap, trying to let them catch the wind now that he was up high. The only hope he had of outrunning Techno, who was ender-pearling, was flying. But his wings weren't in the best of shape, but they were also his only hope. He could fly. He just had to get higher. A glide would work at this point. Quackity. The warning tone was back in Techno's voice down below. "Don't do it, Quackity," he warned, his red eyes tracking Quackity every move. Quackity gritted his teeth, ignoring the deep ache setting his wings, and jumped, letting his wings catch his full weight, the muscles in them screaming as he glided to the next tree. He just needed to get higher. He repeated the action and began to start getting into a rhythm as he jumped and glided from tree to tree. Down below he could hear Techno following, still too close for his comfort. "I'm shooting him down, chat. That's a idea, nerds," he could hear the faint mumbling down below, and it only spurred him to move even faster. Techno was talking to the voices. Nothing ever turned out great for the person Techno hunted when he started answering the voices. Screw gliding. Quackity was not sticking around to hear the famous battle cry. He had to take to the sky. The sound of glass being thrown and breaking was his final warning, and Quackity took one final leap from the tree he just landed on, and with one big downward flap from his wings, felt a bit of relief when his wings pushed himself upward, higher than the tree he was aiming. His wings were screaming, but at least he was somewhat flying. He wasn't sure how long he'd stay in the air, but it had to be long enough to lose Techno. Already Quackity wasn't hearing his following footsteps, but that could be the roaring in his ears, and was the air usually this thin? He was having trouble getting air into his lungs. A sharp pain pierced his side with more sound of breaking glassing, pulling a surprised shout from him as another hit in him in the side, and suddenly he was having trouble finding the energy to continue to wing his now frantically achy and tired wings. And it dawned on him as he fell that Techno had him with weakness potions. He crash-landed, hitting several branches on his way down, before he finally ate dirt. His body twitched at the sound of steady heavy footsteps, revealing Technoblade not even winded, walking straight for him. He wanted to run. The bird brain in him wanted him to run. And he really tried to pick himself up to continue running, grasping at his side where pieces of glass stuck in him, but the weakness potions were doing their job. He couldn't even fully pick himself up, and hated that when Techno finally stood in front of him it was with him still on his hands and knees, his wings twitching and from the strain that they had forced on them this day. "You just had to run, and make this difficult, didn't you?" Techno said, Sound exasperated. Like this was all Quackity's fault. Quackity made himself straighten his back so that he was not using his hand for support, sitting back on his ankles, so he could look his enemy in the eyes. Things were starting to get blurry and black dots were starting to take his vision. "I'm gonna kill you, you fucking pig," he promised, still trying to catch his breath. If Techno was going to take another one of his lives, Quackity was going to make damn certain that he'd use his last life taking every single one of Techno's. How dare the bastard come to his door and hunt him down for no good reason? Yeah, sure. Keep telling yourself that. "Look, I don't have time for this, so sorry, but not really," he said, palming another weakness potion and smashing on the ground near Quackity, and that was all it took to force Quackity to succumb to the ache and tiredness that had overcome him during his run from the blade. The last thing in his vision being Techno's boots. Chapter 2. Quackity groaned, as he blearily blinked his eyes open, or at least try to. He really didn't want to wake up, but the cold temperature on his face was too chilly to ignore. And he so wanted to go back to sleep. The steady rocking motion that seemed to be happening was just so comforting. And he seemed to be wrapped in a soft cocoon of warmth, but it was just too cold. Why was it so cold? His wings twitched in an effort to wrap around him, but seemed to be trapped in the cocoon surrounding his body, with a wall keeping him steady against the swaying rocking motion. No, he's not waking up, Chad. What are you talking about? Someone mumbled. It was a little hard to hear clearly, when sleep was still trying to pull him back under. Why was he so sleepy again? Who was talking? He felt like he should be really worried about who was talking. Quackity groaned again and almost succeeded in getting his eyes to listen. He was able to make out the color red where the rest of his body should be. And was that a horse? Okay, never mind. He's waking up. The steady rocking motion stopped, and Quackity furrowed his brows in confusion. If he could just open his eyes, and get his vision to clear. No, Chad, I did not run out of weakness potion, I brought plenty. Weakness potions? What? Quackity mumbled. No. Don't wake up. His wall said, and began moving a bit, which was not okay. Cold, Quackity mumbled, trying to turn to hide his face from the cold. His face brushing against, was that fur? Okay, here, drink this. Quackity grumbled and blinked his eyes again, they felt like lead to get open. But he got them open enough to see an edge of a bottle being shoved to his mouth, pouring gray-colored liquid in his mouth. And he was still too out of it to resist or care to question why. Or if he should be worried. By the time the thoughts even entered his head, he had already swallowed what was offered and drifting back to sleep. The next time he woke, he was much more awake, and alert enough to know immediately that he was not in his home. And it took only a few more seconds for the events that led him to waking up not in his house. Technoblade. He hissed out, jumping to his feet, his wings mantled on his back, out of instinct, ignoring the soreness that was running through his whole body. He was in Technoblade's house. Why? Forget the why, Quackity needed to leave. He immediately took note that his side where he hid with weakness potion bottles no longer hurt, so that meant he had been given a health potion somewhere during transportation, which was confusing, but he wasn't going to question it. The second thing he noticed was that his shoes were missing, which wasn't important. There had to be a village close, if he remembered correctly. Maybe a couple of miles, or something. No big deal, he could make that walk. He could steal a villager's shoes, when he got there. Most importantly, he needed a weapon, and Techno most definitely had weapons. His eyes bounced around, taking in his surrounding, before locking onto a couple of chests lined against the wall near the stairs. He quickly and as quietly as he could went to those chests. He wasn't sure where Techno was and wasn't going to just wait for the guy to return. However, as soon as he lifted the lid to one of the chests, he found it empty. What? He mumbled, opening the other chests. They were all empty. Oh, good, you're awake. Techno's voice sounded behind him. Quackity turned around, his wings snapping closed and pressed against his back. Techno was standing the doorway that looked to lead to a kitchen. Quackity bared his teeth, preparing himself to fight. Why the hell am I here? What the fuck is going on? He demanded. Because it just didn't make sense for him to be here in Technoblade's home. I need your help. Techno answered, with a huff, but otherwise did not look too upset with Quackity's attempt to look threatening. And why would I help you? I hate you. And last time I checked, the feeling seemed to be mutual. Quackity snarled. Because it's not for me. It's for philosophy. Techno answered, taking a step into the room. Quackity went to take a step back, but stopped short when the back of his leg hit one of the chests behind him. And why would I help Phil? By law, he's a traitor to his country. He retorted, his eyes bouncing around the room. There had to be something. The front door was off to the side, he could make a run for it. He just had to be faster than Techno. Who said I was giving you choice? Techno countered, and took two more, deliberately menacing steps into the room. Quackity's body tensed and he moved, angling himself more to face the door, getting ready to run. Don't even think about Quackity. You won't make it. Techno warned with a menacing smile. Quackity's wings twitched nervously. Techno had him right where he wanted him. It was either comply or die. And with how confident Techno seemed, Quackity was willing to bet Techno had set it up so that if he did end up getting murdered, Quackity would respawn right in the house where he could take the duck hybrid out completely. Quackity would just have to bide his time if he was going to give Technoblade the slip. Fine. He conceded, crossing his arms, and tried relaxing his posture. Besides, he was curious as to why Techno would kidnap his enemy for Phil. Why would Phil need Quackity? Good. Techno said, seeming pleased. Now go up the stairs. He directed. Why? Quackity asked, not going to just blindly follow orders. To see philosophy. Techno answered, already moving, grabbing Quackity by the arm and pushing him to the stairs. Hey! Let go of me! Let go! Quackity shouted, trying to yank his arm away from Techno, who was unnecessarily squeezing his arm. Lot of good it did him. He just ended up pushed on ahead of the pig hybrid and shoved up the stairs and toward a room with the door half open. Quit your squawking and get in there. Techno said, rolling his eyes, giving Quackity one more shove to get him in the room, letting go of the duck hybrid's arm, letting him find his footing again. Quackity steady himself with a few short flaps of his wings before letting them close and pressed flat against his back. He looked back to give Techno and glare and moved so that the pig hybrid would stay in his line of sight. And then turned his attention to Phil, who was sleeping on his stomach. Quackity paused for a split second. Techno kidnapped him to present him to Phil, who was asleep? He looked back to Techno, who seemed to be watching him intensely. What exactly do you want me to do? He's asleep. He growled out, annoyed. Techno scoffed, like Quackity was missing something obvious. He's not just asleep. He's running a fever. We had an incident a few days ago, he said, pulling back the blankets that were covering the crow hybrid. Quackity looked at Phil again, and now that he was actually looking, he did notice the red tint to his skin and how Phil was asleep, but one of those uncomfortable sleeps. He had bandages on his arms and one of his wings. Quackity's wings twitch at the sight. One of Phil's wings open and laying at an awkward angle. Feathers out of order and a few missing, but even still, it was obvious someone had tried to take care of the wings. His wing. Quackity muttered, the ache in his own wing seeming to spike in sympathy. As far as I can tell, it's dislocated, but I don't know anything about wing anatomy, so I got the next best thing, you. Techno said, still watching Quackity with intense red eyes, like he was daring the duck hybrid to make a wrong move. "Me?" Quackity repeated with a shout. "Why me? What about Tommy? He's got wings. Can't find Tommy. And besides, Phil won't complain as much if I have to kill you." Techno huffed, a smirk seeming to make its way on his face. "Now fix the wing. You can't just kidnap me and order me around and think I'll just listen." Quackity growled out, balling his fists up. "Really, 'cause that's exactly what you did to me. And ordered me into a cage where you proceeded to try and execute me. So, you can either help Phil. Or, we can skip to the part where I listen to the voices." Techno said in a low tone, red eyes seeming to take on a glow. "And believe me, Quackity, they still call for your blood." Quackity didn't want to hold the gaze Techno was giving him but refused to break eyes contact. He refused to have himself look scared and like the pig hybrid was successfully intimidating him. Making sure he kept his wings pressed tight to his back, despite the screaming ache in them. He wasn't going to give Techno the satisfaction. "You going to stand there the whole time?" he asked, through gritted teeth, and had to remind himself, he have to wait for the perfect time to make a run for it. And to do that he had to somehow get Techno to drop his guard. So he guessed he was going to have to fix Phil's wing. "No. I thought I'd go a nice stroll, and leave my one ally at the mercy of my enemy," Techno said, flatly, in a sarcastic tone, keeping himself positioned in front of the door, blocking it. Quackity narrowed his eyes. "Fine. And what happens if I said it wrong?" he asked. Although he's sure he already knew that answer. "I think we both know that answer, Quackity. Now stop stalling." Techno huffed. Quackity took a step near Phil and jumped back when there was a rumbling like growl that echoed through the room, from where Technoblade stood. Quackity immediately jumped back from the unconscious man, choking on something in his throat as his wings flapped from being startled, before he snapped them close again, and refocused his eyes back on Techno. Techno cleared his throat, cutting off the rumbling growl. "Sorry. Continue," he said, with a slight smirk on his face. Quackity rolled his eyes and again placed himself beside Phil, and as gently as he could, felt around the joints. Wincing when Phil twitched and groaned in pain, when he touched the place where the wing was popped from the joint. He had to be careful when popping it back in place. Avian bones were a lot more hollow than say someone like Techno. He lifted one of his own wings, pay attention of the way his own wing was sitting on his own back before closing his wing and felt around a bit more. Once his thought he found the right spot, he gave it one good yank, and Phil screamed, and reached for Techno, who had moved closer, kneeling beside the bed and taking the outreached hand. "I'm here." Techno comforted with a soft and concerning look on his face, and before long after slowly calming down to where Phil began making weird-sounding chirps, the crow hybrid collapsed back on his pillow, once again oblivious to the world. Techno stayed beside Phil a moment longer, and then his eyes snapped to Quackity. "Well?" he demanded, the softness all gone when he gazed locked onto the duck hybrid. "Well, what?" Quackity snapped, his feather-wanting ruffle, with such a predatory gaze focused on him. "The wing." Quackity carefully and gently felt around the joint area, feeling to make sure that everything felt all right. "It's set, I think," he answered, making sure to keep his eyes on Techno. "Good. Finish up." Techno nodded, and pulling out a health potion. "Come on, Phil. This will help speed things along," he said, coaxing the crow hybrid to drink. Quackity scoffed at the show of affection. "Right. Well, if that's all you wanted. I would like my shoes back, and everything else I had on me, so I can be on my way," he said, quickly splinting the wing in place and began to edge his way around the room. It was all be unconscious movements, like the bird brain in him was telling him if he moved slow enough he would go unnoticed. "No," Techno said, seeming satisfied with the amount of potion Phil was able to swallow in his state, and stood back up to his full height. "No." Quackity repeated, with a snarl. "You're staying and helping me take care of his wings." Techno said. "Why me?" Quackity snapped. "I don't know anything about wings." "You do." "You're staying," Techno declared. "Now how are we going to do this? You going to stay put and sleep on the couch? Or do I have to get the chains out?" With each word spoken, the pig hybrid stalked closer, blood-red eyes pinning in his place. Something within Quackity refusing to let him move. Quackity swallowing something that seemed to get stuck in his throat. And then it suddenly made sense why Techno had taken and hidden his shoes. He was making sure that even while letting Quackity walking around free in the house, the duck hybrid wouldn't be able to make a run for it. Had hidden away anything useful, so Quackity had no way of fighting back. Taking a deep but subtle breath to calm himself, he answered. "I'll stay." "Good." Techno smiled, showing his teeth. Looking very pleased with himself. Chapter 3. Quackity laid on the couch watching the embers dies out. Techno hadn't gone to bed until really late, and Quackity was just waiting just to be sure his enemy was asleep before trying to make a run for it. Techno was a fool if he thought no shoes was going to stop him from trekking it to the nearest village. But then not most people would be desperate enough to go walking barefoot in the snow. It had been going on 2 hours since Techno had went to bed, surely that was enough time for him to be deep asleep. Very slowly Quackity got off the couch, and leaned so he could look up the stairs, just to make sure Techno wasn't just sitting up there waiting for him to make a move. He had to admit he was a little surprised. Techno had actually not tried to physically trap and was willing to give him freedom to roam. Well, that was the pig's first mistake. There was no way in hell Quackity was going to just willingly stay put, just because Techno demanded it. The anarchist was losing his touch in retirement, and Quackity was going to take full advantage of it. Phil's wings were set and splinted. Quackity had done his part, no matter how unwilling it was. He was leaving now and returning to his own home. Actually, he was going to go and make a new place, and this time not try to keep in contact with people, cause fuck it, if he leaves breadcrumbs for Techno to find him and hunt him down again. Quackity opened the front door of the house only wide enough for him to slip out, and made sure to close it again. The frigid wind nipping at him now that he was outside, it was so cold that he could see his breath. Techno really had to build a foundation in the coldest place on earth, didn't he? He shivered, his wings coming to wrap around him in an effort to keep warm. Lot of good it did him. His wings weren't big like Phil's, whose wings were so big, the tips almost dragged the ground. The feathers on his wings puffed up the more the wind pushed against him, as he tried to remember which way the nearest village was. Ignoring how cold his feet were, as he walked to the edge of the porch. He didn't want to touch actual snow yet, until he could decide the direction he wanted to go. Caw. The sharp sound had sounded so near and unexpected, that Quackity yelped and bolted slightly, turning to look behind him as he jumped from the porch, in an effort to not let anything sneak up on him. Only it appeared he jumped in the snow for nothing, as there wasn't anyone there. What the hell? He cursed, rubbing at his face. Prime, he was so stressed, he wouldn't be surprised if his feathers fell out from it. Caw-caw. Now that he had calmed slightly, Quackity was able to pinpoint where the sound was coming from. Sitting on one of the window ledges sat a very large crow, with blue eyes. Now that he was looking, there were several crows sitting on the top of the house and other edges of the building. A few even glided to the spot he had been standing in on the porch. The other crows looked normal and seemed to range in different sizes, and they were all looking at Quackity. Okay, this is not freaky at all, he mumbled, taking very cautiously slow steps back. Caw. Caw. The big crow said, flapping its wings a bit as it hopped from its spot on the window ledge and took position on a nearby lamppost. Shhh. Shut up. You stupid bird. He shushed, still taking slow steps back. Why were all these crows here? This was so weird. The big crow with the weird blues eyes, that was making all the noise seemed to puff its feathers out more, and could crows glare? 'Cause Quackity was feeling glared at? The crow tilted its head slightly, and let out the quietest sound yet, a single chirp. The swarm of crows that littered the top of the house erupted in screeches and shriek-sounding crowing that had sure alerted and woke Techno if the light flicking on in one of the windows was anything to go by. Quackity. Techno's voice roared. Quackity bolted, running in a random direction and just praying that he would run across a village before Techno could catch up. He could hear the flutter of wings and flinched when small talons from the horde of crows pulled at his clothes, hair, and wings. Diving in front of his face, obscuring his field of sight, making it hard for him to see where he was going. He brought an arm up to protect his face, trying to wave them away as he ran, not wanting to get an eye poked out. It was like the pesky creatures were trying to slow him down. Quackity, get back here. Techno shouted. Although his voice was mostly drowned out by all the noise the crows were making. Quackity could hear the pig hybrid's boots, and how each step sounded closer than the last, through the crunching of the snow. Damn it! He cursed, swatting at a crow that had grabbed and pulled at his ear. Seriously? He shouted. He wasn't making much progress, there were just so many crows, he couldn't even start to guess where they all came from. They were actually slowing him down. They were purposely doing it. And Quackity would like to know what exactly he did that warranted a whole murder of crows to sail him out to Techno. He had just swatted another crow from his face when he was tackled to the cold snow-covered ground, sending he and Techno rolling down a small hill, which dislodged Techno's grip on him. Quackity panted, ignoring how his whole body shivered and how it felt like his feet were on fire, because they were so cold. He stumbled as he got to his feet and pounced on Techno, wrapping his hands around his neck, before his enemy could get up and strike. Techno growled, gripping Quackity's wrists. He noticed Techno didn't have his red cape on, or the piglin battle mask, but was still in the same clothes from before. The bastard had known, was waiting. And that knowledge just pissed Quackity off more. Quackity, don't. Techno grunted out in warning. I told you I'd kill you. Quackity spat, squeezing even harder. This was it. This is where he'd kill Technoblade. Victory was going to be within his reach. A mass of crows dived in his face, and seemed to merge into something solid, pushing him back slightly, letting out horrible screeches as they momentarily blinded him. Quackity automatically brought his arms up to protect his face, more out of instinct, and that was his mistake. Techno used the advantage he was given and quickly in one flip, reversed their position. No! Quackity cried out, as he struggled, using all of his body to try and wiggle out, kicking his legs. His wings beating against the ground, trying to hit Techno with them. Swinging his fist, only for Techno to grab both, trapping them in one hand. He barely noticed that the crows seemed to have departed, seeming to settle down enough to just watch, now that Techno had him pinned. Putting his whole weight on Quackity's torso, and placing a heavy hand on his chest, pressing what little air left in his lungs out. Quackity, stop struggling. It's over. Techno stated. No. It's never over. I'll kill you. I'll have your head mounted. Quackity snarled out, breathless, not stopping. He couldn't stop. Images of withers and the colors of red, white, and blue filled his vision again. Jschlatt dead. El Manberg exploding. He could still hear the TNT. Could still hear the manic laughter from Techno, as he destroyed everything. The hand on his chest moved, and grabbed his shoulder while the other released on of his hands, as he was quickly flipped onto his stomach. Any thought of crawling away stopped when Techno placed a knee in the middle of his back, right between his wings. Calm down. Techno said. Fuck you. Quackity snarled, wings still beating at the ground as he continued to struggle, practically clawing at the ground. He had something caught in his throat again, as the thought that Techno might kill him for running passed through his mind. A hand grabbed the back of his neck, pressing his face into the ground while the other touched one of his left wing. Techno was going to rip his wings off. No. No, please don't. He choked out. He immediately snapped his wings close, making them go painfully flat against his back. Smaller targets. He might not like his wings, but he knew it would hurt to have them removed. SHHH. Hey, it's okay. Techno shushed, the hand gripping the back of his neck, moving as if searching for something, and he must have found it, because Quackity suddenly couldn't stop his body from relaxing. His struggles coming to a halt. After a minute Techno let go of his neck and got off him. This was Quackity's chance to jump to his feet and run, but he didn't want to anymore. Or something in his brain didn't want to anymore. Huh. Well, I didn't expect that to work. Techno said, sound intrigued. What did you? Quackity asked and tried to move his neck so he could glance up. But it was like his bones had melted away. Techno huffed as he picked Quackity up in a fireman's hold and began to walk back to the house. Just something I seen Phil do to Tommy. Can't believe it actually worked. He tried to show me on himself once but it didn't work on him. Guess because he's too old. So it's must work on the young. Techno said. I hate you. Quackity mumbled. So you've said. Techno chuckled, as he walked them back into the house. Quackity tried not to let it bother him that it had taken so little time for Techno to make it back to his house, than what it felt like. He was so cold, but it seemed like the cold temperature did bother Techno. Okay, so you should be able to move in a few more minutes. Techno informed as he dropped Quackity on the floor in front of the fireplace. Ow! Quackity snapped. Got to get you warmed up. And. No. I'm not putting him with Hubert and Fool. That's just punishment to them, come on Chad. Get it together. Techno mumbled, apparently ditching whatever else he was going to say to Quackity, as he paced and talked to the voices. Fool and Hubert? Quackity questioned. Techno stopped his pacing and turned his attention back to Quackity. Huh? Oh yeah, my jack-o'-lantern pets. He answered before going back to pacing and talking to the voices. Quackity tried to make his body move. It was never a good thing when Techno listened to the voices. He had to get away. Well, I mean that is a good point. Fool is a good shot. And we would be alerted if something else happened. Techno nodded to whatever was being suggested. Okay. We'll do that. Nothing bad can happen down there, he said, seeming decided. A muscle in Quackity's arm twitched, just as Techno grabbed him and threw him over his shoulder again. Okay, this is what's going to happen, Quackity. You're bunking with Hubert and Fool tonight, he said in a very chipper tone, and that scared Quackity. And he hated it that whatever Techno did made it so his body stay limp. Techno moved a rug out of the way, by kicking at it, revealing a trapdoor, and proceed to climb down the ladder. Quackity could twitch a few fingers by the time they reached the bottom. Once they reached the bottom, Techno walked across the room away from the ladder before he sat Quackity up against the wall, and if he could, Quackity was sure he would have tensed and might have tried to climb back up the ladder they had come down. Quackity, meet Hubert and Fool. Techno introduced, sounding pleased. Quackity stared as the two jack-o'-lantern mobs turned laser focus on he and Technoblade. One was a skeleton and the other was Piglin, both with jack-o'-lantern heads, and they were both loose. Free roaming the room. The panic he was feeling didn't make itself known though. He couldn't move his body still, just twitched, but Techno must have known that Quackity was terrified, seeing that the pig hybrid was going to leave him down here. Techno left Quackity only for a moment to come back with a length of chains and a lit torch that he placed on the wall near Quackity and attached one end of the chain through something in the floor and very tightly wrapped the other end on the duck hybrid's right ankle. Techno, please, I'll stay. He pleaded. Oh, I know, you will. Hubert and Fool are just going to help make sure you don't get lonely. Techno said, looking very pleased with himself, as he turned and walked back over to the ladder, passing the two mobs like they weren't dangerous. They shouldn't get too near the torch's light. Sweet dreams, Quackity. Techno said, as he disappeared up the ladder, the light coming from above cut off as soon as Techno closed the trapdoor, leaving Quackity alone with the monsters. The only light he had now was the one above his head and the glow coming from the two mob jack-o'-lantern heads. He choked on something in his throat again, when the piglin one got a little too close for comfort, even though it didn't step into the light. Quackity kept himself pressed against the wall he had been sat against, once he had control of his body again. He had himself curled trying to make himself look small and invisible, so not to draw the two monsters' attention. Not daring to move and rattle the chain he was tethered to. The monsters still had their weapons for Prime's sake. Surely, there was no way Techno expected him to sleep down here with these two mobs free roaming and armed. If he wasn't so terrified of literally losing a life right now, he'd be trying to find a way out of the chains. Prime, he was going to kill Techno the next time he was presented the chance. Somehow, Techno was going to pay for this, Quackity silently vowed as his eyes tracked the movements of the monster as they seemed to mindlessly roam the rest of the room. He was going to make it through the night. He wasn't going to die and let Techno win. Technoblade. Did we just kill Quackity? So what? He started it. Hubert told him not to run. Dad's chat was so helpful. Chats unite. He was warned. Blood. Kind of feel bad for him. No. Techno messaged his head, as the voices continued to chatter. Just when they were settling down for the night, Quackity had to try to make a run for it. Of course Techno had expected as much, which was why he had talked to Brian, the crow that seemed to have at least a bit of power within the flock, and had the crows watching the house. However, now he had feather in his house from the few crows that had slipped their way in, when he went after Quackity. Honestly, who runs in the snow barefoot? Quackity was lucky he was alerted. There was supposed to be a blizzard starting up later in the night. Plus, Hubert's blade was blunted and Fool only had 2 arrows, and as long as Quackity didn't make a sound and stayed in the light, the 2 jack-o'-lantern mobs wouldn't bother him, mostly. Okay. He said, going to the room Phil was in. A way of announcing himself in case Phil had miraculously woken up. Sadly, that didn't seem to be the case. Phil was still out, but seemed to looking slightly better now that his wing had been set and drinking a bit of health potion. However, the few crows that had gotten in, had made themselves comfortable. A few settling themselves on top of the blankets, there were little lumps under the blankets pinpointing where the ones were that had buried themselves underneath. One of the smaller ones, was perched on top of Phil's head. And there were a few that had grabbed Phil's striped bucket hat and were fighting who got to nest in it. "You are not staying in here," he announced, laying down the law. Because he was not going to continuously worry about if the crows were snooping through his stuff. The crows in the room all turned to look at him, all of them voicing their disdain of being told they couldn't stay near the crow hybrid. The noise causing Phil to groan in his sleep. Let them stay. Chat sleep over. They didn't like that. So loud. Poor Dadza. I'll let them stay. No, chat. Techno said, try to shoo the crows out. Although all that seemed to do was annoy the crows as they were forced to move and go to a new spot. Okay, this isn't working. He sighed, going to the window. Hey, Brian, get it here. He called. He waited for a big crow with blue eyes fly into the room. It gazed at him with otherworldly blue eyes. I think you might have some runaways of your own. No visitors in the sick room. Get them out, he said, pointing to where the small group of crows were now quiet and were trying to hide themselves in the blankets. Brian let out a loud screech like caw and like a bullet made his way to the bed and under the blankets, where there were some hissing sounds, and a lot of movements under the blankets before several crows flew from the blankets and out the window with Brian close behind them still hissing and cawing at the others. Good work, Brian, he said, when the big crow came back to the window's ledge. We like Brian. No, Chat sleepover is ruined. I'll keep you updated on his condition. We should be set for the rest of the night. If there are some that want to stay close, you should be able to get in the barn with Steve and the hounds, he said, waiting for the otherworldly crow to leave the window again so he could close it. Time for bed. Dad's still hurt though. Techno soft. I wanted a sleepover. You think Quackity's still alive down there? Yes. Maybe. Sleep time. No, stay awake. Alright, alright. Quiet down. Techno huffed as he checked Phil over one more time, rechecking Quackity's work with the splint, before going to his own room. I'll check on Phil and let some of the crows in tomorrow, but only if you let me sleep, he said, and was relieved when it seemed to please the voices a bit. He also made a mental note not to forget about Quackity in the lower basement. But you never know. Maybe Chat would remind him. We will. Not. We can't be mean. We'll think about it. Chapter 4. When Techno finally came back for him, Quackity was blinded as the morning light flooded in from above, only being blocked out as Techno climbed down. Sliding 2 big bowls of rotten flesh across the room off Tot, he sighed, before speaking. Morning, Quackity. Sleep well? Techno asked, with a knowing smirk on his face, as he made his way over, and started messing with the end of the chain attached to the floor. The 2 jack-o'-lantern monsters, having gone into 2 separate tunnels in the far side of the wall, that Quackity hadn't seen, until they had vanished, apparently gone until night returned. Fuck you. Quackity spat, still huddled in the same spot he had been placed for the entire night. He hadn't gotten any sleep, being too paranoid with the 2 monsters Techno had free roaming the room. His only safe spot being the torchlight. That didn't ease his nerves though, not when the Techno had let the monster keep their weapons too. I got breakfast waiting and then you're going to go and change Phil's splint, maybe even clean it. Techno said, already walking for the ladder, holding the end of the chain attached to Quackity's ankle in his hand like some type of leash. I'm not preening his wings. Quackity argued, hurrying to his feet. He was almost offended by the suggestion. As much as he didn't like the idea of Techno dragging him around, he did not want to stay down here any longer. Techno just snorted and was already climbing up the ladder, with Quackity close behind. He was thankful the chain was long enough, so he could walk just fine. He could also use it if he could catch Techno off guard. I'm not asking you to preen his wings, even I know that's something for Flock. I want you to wipe them down. At least get some of the dry blood, dirt, and mud off them. Techno explained as they walked into the kitchen, and dropped the chain in favor of sitting at the table, where a bowl of porridge sat. That gave Quackity paused. Techno looked at him, arching an eyebrow in question. You going to sit down or what? The key to your ankle is beside your bowl. Techno said, pointing his spoon to the other bowl of porridge across the table. Quackity scowled at Techno as he sat down and practically snatched the key off the table and released his ankle, suppressing a yawn that wanted to escape. No way was he going OT show. Techno last night had bothered him. You know, I'm actually surprised you even know what preening is. Your wings look horrible. Techno said, as he continued to eat. My wings are fine. Quackity snapped, making sure his wings were pressed firmly against his back. It wasn't anybody's business if he preened or not. He was perfectly fine. Quackity stabbed the spoon into the bowl, keeping his eyes on Techno, who just snorted at him and continued eating. It irked Quackity that the Techno was acting like he hadn't just left him in a hole laced with monsters that could have killed him. They soon settled into eating in silence after that. Quackity nibbled at the porridge, feeling just too tired to really eat, or much of anything really. Last night was starting to catch up to him now that he wasn't on edge anymore. Techno seemed to give Quackity a few extra minutes to finish, before standing up. "Okay, time to go see philosophy," Techno announced, gesturing for Quackity to leave the room first so he could follow behind. And Quackity was honestly surprised that the pig hybrid just didn't push him up the stairs, with how slow he was moving. Quackity entered the room, with Techno blocking the door again. Quackity could feel those red eyes staring a hole in his back. Phil was still asleep on his stomach with a bunch of blankets covering him. Quackity guessed the crow hybrid looked a whole lot better than yesterday, not that he cared or anything. The sooner Phil woke up, the sooner Techno would let Quackity leave. It seemed Techno had already prepped a basin of soap and water, with a few rags and a brush, sitting next to a fresh splint and bandages. Quackity really didn't want to groom, wash, however you wanted to phrase it, Phil's wings. But Techno wasn't going to let him out of this room until Quackity complied either. So he guessed he was wing grooming today. He getting to work too tired to even put up a bit of resistance to show how much he hated the situation he was in. Even holding his wings so tight against his back was exhausting, though he kept them there out of willpower alone. He pulled the blankets down to get to Phil's wings, and yelped when several crows flew from the blanket cawing. He hadn't even noticed the lumps under the blankets, until the birds moved. A particularly large crow was perched on the bed frame. Quackity would remember those unnatural blue eyes anywhere. "Oh, I forgot to warn you about the crows. I promised I'd let them visit Phil today." Techno chuckled. Quackity was too tired to try and process what Techno just said, or be upset about not being given a warning. He just wanted to complete the chore Techno had forced on him and finally get some sleep. So all he did was shoot the anarchist a glare, as he got to work. Phil was looking much better and didn't look to be running a fever anymore. Apparently Techno had came in earlier and removed the bandages that had been on the crow hybrid's arm and such. So the health potion from yesterday had definitely done its job. Quackity unsplinted the damaged wing, ignoring Techno and the beady eyes of the birds in the room the whole time. He had just finished wiping down the black feathers of the injured wing and was just about to go over it with the brush, when Techno decided to break the silence in the room. "Wait a minute, I forgot the wing oil he likes brushed in them. Helps the brush to go over the feathers without pulling," Techno said, leaving the room. Quackity turned to look out the window and let himself slouch and looked over at the big crow in the room. "If I made a run for it, you'd just rat me out, wouldn't you?" he said, feeling a little silly talking to bird. The large crow tilted its head and cawed, ruffling its feathers slightly. "Figured as much." Quackity huffed with a yawn and rubbed at his eyes, that were starting to burn from not being able to go to sleep during the night. Quackity let himself sit on the edge of the bed, still looking out the window. He just wanted to go to sleep right now. He'd run now, if he knew Techno wouldn't be able to catch him again. Quackity didn't notice that every time he blinked, his eyes opened a little less, that is until he felt finger card through his feathers on one of his wings. The surprise touch startled him that he choked on something in his throat, as he hissed and jumping to his feet, turning around to hide his wings from the surprising and unwanted touch. The crows in the room chirping and cawing at his sudden movements, Quackity paid them no mind though, as his tire eyes focused on the only person in the room and close enough to even do such a thing. Phil. Phil was looking at him with glassy looking eyes, a hands outstretched from where he had touched Quackity's feathers. "What happened to your wings, mate?" Phil slurred, making a sad sounding chirping sounds, That pulled at Quackity's instincts, though he didn't know what, as his hand dropping back onto the mattress and going back to sleep. Quackity's face heated up. Maybe it was because he was tired or something, but his temper seemed to spike quicker than ever before. He hated it when someone touched his wings, it made them itch worse than they already did. And Phil just thought he was going to get away with it by going back to sleep. "You damn old bastard!" he shouted, and roughly shook the unconscious crow hybrid by the shoulder. This seemed to spur the crows in the room to start flying around, a few attacking his face and hand with their talons. He just ignored it though, because Phil had woken up. He could leave. Phil had to wake back up. "Wake up!" he demanded. "Quackity, what hell do you think you're doing?" Techno growled, rushing into the room, oil bottle in hand, dropping said bottle on the bed, as he pulled Quackity away from a defenseless Phil. "No. He woke up. The old man is faking it," Quackity insisted. "Fighting Techno's hold. I said, quiet," Techno demanded with a deep growl that shook Quackity's very bones, making something in his bird brain to freeze up. The noisy crows in the room, also becoming silent. "Out!" Techno ordered, to the birds, who surprisingly without a peep flew from the room. Quackity wanted to leave too, but couldn't with Techno keeping hold of him. There was beat of silence now that the crows were gone. And Quackity was breathing heavily from the burst of energy he just spent. Energy he didn't have, due to sleep deprivation. "I realize you're tired, Quackity. But I will not tolerate you hurting or taking your anger out on philosophy," Techno said, that growl still in his voice. For once Quackity didn't dare retort back. No matter how bad he wanted to. He just wanted Techno to let him go and out of his space. He wanted to go to sleep. He didn't want to be here. "Am I understood?" Techno demanded, his grip tightening where they gripped Quackity. Quackity nodded, too busy choking on something in his throat, while his bird brain wanted to beg for forgiveness. Being here was messing with him and he wanted out. "Good, now finish up. Don't make me throw you back in the basement with Hubert and Fool again," Techno threatened, letting go of the duck hybrid. Quackity quickly moved away from Techno, looking anywhere except those blood-red eyes that promised pain and death, and quickly, as fast as his shaking hands would let him, began to brush and resplint Phil's wings with fresh bandages. The whole time Techno's growl rumbling through the whole room, the pig hybrid watching his every move like predator watching its prey. And Quackity was under no illusion, one more false move and he was going to lose a life. He could forget all his future plans. It wasn't until he'd finished and Techno let him go back to the first floor and sit on the couch, was Quackity able to shake his instincts. He hated his instincts. He hated his wings. He hated people looking and touching them. He hated everything that was happening. And being here was just making him feel worse. "Get some sleep, Quackity," Techno grunted, sitting in a chair, with a book in his hand. "We'll check on Phil again in a little bit. I've been reading and it says we might have to roll him on his side and stretch his wings out a bit, to keep them from going stiff," Techno said, nose buried in his book. "If you know this, why do you need me? Didn't you grow up with Phil or something?" Quackity grunted. "Phil raised Tommy and Wilbur. I was basically already grown when me and Phil met," Techno answered. "Plus I may be well read, but only someone with wings will know what actually needs to be done to properly maintenance them." Quackity let his head fall back on the couch and groaned. He was kidnapped to play nursemaid. Phil needed to hurry up and wake up already, he was already sick of this place. "Are you going to put me back in the basement again?" he asked with a yawn. "Are you going to run again?" Techno asked, not looking up from his book. Quackity let his eyes roll to the back of his, he was too worn out to run. "No," he answered. And prime did he mean it. He couldn't run again. Not today or night. He want to sleep. And he didn't think he could last without shoes in the snow, not after last night. Then no. Techno grunted, turning a page in his book, looking like he just won. And maybe did win this one. But Quackity was going to get him back. Quackity sighed out loud as he closed his eyes and tried to rest. He wasn't expecting a peaceful rest in the presence of his enemy, but some rest was better than no rest at all. Chapter 5. 2 more days passed, with the same routine. Quackity slept on the couch, with the ever-present eyes of Techno or the weird crows watching him, making sure he didn't run again. Then came breakfast with Techno announcing what he expected Quackity to do for Phil. It was all rinse and repeat really. Which wasn't so bad. At least Techno wasn't trying to act like they were friends. That was one thing Quackity respected about Techno, the man was blunt about his intentions. None of that manipulative bullshit others would usually pull. On the bright side, he guessed Phil was getting better. The man hadn't woken up yet, which sucked. Thankfully, Techno hadn't put him back in the basement again, with Hubert and Fool, the two monsters that were apparently a few of Techno's pets. Today was no different, it seemed. Quackity had completed his morning routine, and playing nursemaid for the moment, and was currently having a staring contest with the big crow with otherworldly blue eyes, Brian. He still found the murder of crows weird, but this one was just creepy, and far bigger than the other crows that seemed normal. Techno had said they were Phil's and Brian had been a gift or something, from someone. Techno refused to elaborate who the gifter had been, and Quackity took that statement as the crows were Phil's pets, or something. Now the reason Quackity was currently having a staring contest and with a crow, was because Techno refused to let him go outside. Apparently he didn't want Quackity to get any ideas or something. Of course. What Techno assumed he could do. Quackity didn't know. He honestly didn't have the willpower to really put up a fight anymore. Even if he wanted to, it was pointless at this point. He'd never tell anyone, but Quackity hadn't been feeling like himself lately. Actually, he hadn't been feeling like himself for years. Starting with the day his wings had sprouted, to the time he entered El Manberg, to Jschlatt taking office. Things just seemed to go from bad to worse no matter which way he turned, and now being captured and held prisoner by his greatest enemy, for nothing more than to play nurse, because he had fucking wings. It was laughable. His life so far, up to this point, was laughable. Which was why Quackity had tried to move away, and distance himself. Maybe find peace. Or maybe permanent retirement like Techno. If Techno could be trusted on that fact anyway. You know, you don't act like a true avian. Techno said out of the blue, as he polished his axe. Quackity broke eye contact with the big crow. The bird cawing as it flew away and up the stairs. Right now, to Quackity's knowledge, it was the only bird in the house right now. What? He asked. You don't act like an avian hybrid should act. Techno repeated with a shrug of his shoulders. And what the hell is that supposed to mean? Quackity could feel his feather lift a bit. He was fine with how quiet the room was. He liked the quiet truce he and Techno had made. But it seemed Techno just had to break that truce and try and have a conversation, by insulting his actions as an avian. Well, Phil and Tommy make bird sounds, especially when their instincts get trigger, or in stressful situation. You do not. Techno stated. You also don't nest. It's obvious you don't preen or upkeep your wings. It's weird. He said, starting to polish the axe again, not making eye contact with Quackity the entire time. Maybe I just have better control than them. Quackity scoffed, rolling his eyes. It's normal. It most certainly is not normal. A new voice said, from the stairway, causing Quackity and Techno to jump to their feet. Standing on the bottom step was Phil, one wing sitting relaxed on his back and the other held open a bit from the splint and bandages, already wearing his green and white striped bucket hat, with the big crow perched on his shoulder. "Phil. You're up," Techno said, sounding relieved. "Yeah. Sorry it took a bit. It kind of got turned into a spur-of-the-moment date with her. Phil chuckled, a big smile on his face. "Give a guy a warning next time. I was getting ready to hold a funeral for ya," Techno said with a short chuckle. "What can I say, we don't get many moments like this." Phil shrugged. His big black wings, the non-injured one anyway, seemed to shuffle a bit, when his blue eyes focused on Quackity, who had a stony look on his face, because now that Phil was awake he could leave now, right? He was free to go, right? "Thanks for helping, Quackity." Techno was never good when it came to wings care, he said, with a more softer smile. Techno sent a small glare toward the crow hybrid, letting a small snort out as he crossed his arms after a minute of eye contact with Phil. "Maybe, because I don't have them." "Dude, your wing was popped out, I didn't want to break it even more, trying to set it," Techno defended, although there wasn't any heat in his tone. It was said more offhandedly, but nonetheless kept eye contact with Phil, who gave the pig hybrid a small smile. "Look, I don't care, whatever. Just give me my stuff and I'll be on my way." He shrugged, just ready to leave. "Must you?" Phil asked, with a tilt of his head, that small polite smile still on his face. "Yeah. That was the deal," he reminded, pointing at Techno. "I don't remember making a deal with you." Techno had an evil smirk on his face. Quackity did not like that look. "Bastard. You said you'd let me go," he shouted, his wings wanting to mantle up, but he kept them closed. "Well, mate," Phil said, stepping off the last step on the stairs. "Techno is horrible when it come to wing care, no matter how often I tried to teach him. And it will be kind of hard to care for them with this one, injured like it is." Techno nodding along, like there was any chance in hell of convincing Quackity to stay longer. "I say, bullshit. Drink a health potion or something," he spat, taking a more offensive stance. Phil shook his head. "A health potion might heal it, however the side effect with bones is that the bone would be brittle for a while after and possibly break easier than letting it heal on its own." "Not my problem anymore," Quackity countered. He noticed that Techno had moved. Had placed himself in front of the door, the axe in his hand, ready to stop an escape attempt. Phil hummed and tapped his chin. "How about this? You help me with my wings, and I help you with your wings," he suggested. "You touch my wings, and I'll cut your hand off." Quackity snarled, backing up and angling his body in a way that hid his wings from Phil's sight. "Besides, my wings are fine. I just need to leave now," he insisted. "You're not going anywhere until Phil doesn't need you anymore," Techno said. "Come on, mate. It won't be so bad. You just got to help me reach the hard-to-reach places. Besides, I think you could use some help, whether you think you so or not. Didn't anyone teach it's not good to go against your instincts, and to neglect yourself? That's a lot of unneeded stress," Phil said, in a soft tone. "This is right here, is a lot of unneeded stress," Quackity countered, balling his fists. There was no way he'd be able to take on these two without a weapon. Phil looked to Techno, as if having a silent conversation with him. "Put the axe away, Techno," he finally said. Techno groaned, but listened to Phil, resting the weapon against the nearest wall. "There. Now how about we sit down and talk? Or we could go in the nest room," he suggested, turning his gaze back to Quackity. Quackity didn't like the look in Phil's eyes. A look that was too soft to be focused on him, and he didn't like it. It made something in the bird brain want to go all weird. He was not going to cave to the will of these two willingly. Besides, what the hell was a nest room? Nest room? What the hell is a nest room? Quackity demanded. The only thing popping in his mind is a room, filled with twigs in a mock version of a bird's nest, and there was no way he was going in a room like that. Phil just shook his head. You see, this is what I'm talking about. You should know what a nest room is. You should have a nest room or your own. You're still young and should like the idea of a nest. Phil responded with hint of worry in his tone. Quackity wasn't buying it. He was fine. So what if he wasn't acting like an avian in Phil's eyes? Quackity was allowed to act however he wanted. A nest sounds awful and I don't care. You are up. I can go. Quackity snapped. Phil looked to Techno again, but not as long as before. Okay, I get it, he said. Let's sit down here, then. It'd do me good to get out of the room, anyway. I'm sure I've been in bed long enough. Phil joked, coming to sit on the couch, and patting the space next to him. Not long enough. Techno huffed, leaving and going into the kitchen. You're still hurt? Just in the wing, mate. Phil said, sounding offended. If anything, Quackity felt offended that the door was left unguarded, like he couldn't take advantage of Phil's injury if he wanted to. But then that was also a good way to just give Techno a reason to kill him without mercy. So, he wasn't going to attack Phil. Besides, it wasn't like Phil was helpless. Oh no. Quackity had seen the man fight. Had seen him mercilessly slaughter in battle. But that didn't mean Quackity was afraid of Phil. No, there was a difference of being afraid of an enemy, compared to respecting your enemy. Come on, mate. Sit down, let's talk. Techno will grab us both a herbal tea. Phil said again, when Quackity remained standing. I'll stand. Quackity gritted out. He was starting to prefer Techno over Phil. It was easier to hate Techno. Speaking said, Pig Hybrid came back in the room with 2 cups of tea, apparently having had hear Phil's request for tea. Here. Techno said, shoving a cup into Quackity's hands. Phil accepted his cup as well, and before returning his attention to Quackity. So, what have you been up to since, well, you know, the fall of El Manberg and all? He asked cheerily, taking a sip of his tea. None of you business. Quackity scoffed, rolling his eyes at the attempt of conversation. He was holed up in the middle of nowhere when I found him. Techno said, jumping into the conversation. No one asked you. Quackity snapped, gripping the cup in his hands tightly. And as for my services, they are no longer needed with you walking and alert. Now give my stuff. Quackity shouted, the last part aiming it at Techno. He's a bit cranky. Techno commented, turning his head to look at Phil. I am not cranky. Quackity hissed out. Yeah. I bet if his wings had a good preening, he'd feel a lot better. Phil nodded. What do you say, Quackity? Both turned to look at him. At the mention of preening, Quackity became a bit more aware of the itch in his wings, but pushed it to the back of his mind. He was never going to preen his wings. He wasn't going to preen anyone's wings, and nobody was going to make him. He glared at the crow hybrid, who looked like he was having a pleasant conversation with a friend, instead of an unwilling prisoner, that they were supposed to release. Not a chance in hell. He spat. Well, I know I can't wait for you to change the bandages. Phil said, apparently not fazed with the answer given. I got an itch that is just killing me. He said, stretching his one working wing, looking at Quackity with a knowing look in his eyes. Quackity scoffed and looked away, in favor of the cup of tea in his hand, and took a large swallow, trying very hard to keep his mind off the itch in his own wings. He wanted to rub them against a wall or something to reach it. He could ignore it though. He was done talking to Phil. The man was trying to mess with him for some reason, and Quackity did not appreciate it. So, he instead decided to ignore Phil and Techno both, decidedly just going to finish his tea. Phil and Techno seemed to realize this and began to talk to each other. They were mostly talking about the progress that had been done while Phil was out, with Techno complaining about the few blizzards that had happened, and the new pets he had acquired. It was all boring stuff, and nothing he could use against them later. Except maybe kill Techno's pets, but not right now. Quackity yawned as he looked out the window, watching how the snow seemed to glisten and sparkle, and was just so pretty. He yawned again, going for another sip of tea, and looked down at the cup when there was none, which was a bit disappointing. It had been good tea. He wobbled in a bit in his place. Much too slowly for his liking did he realize what was happening. "You drugged me," he mumbled out, as he let himself practically slide to the floor. "Maybe just a little, mate. Don't worry, we're going to be spending plenty of time together to work through whatever is wrong with you," Phil said, somewhere off to the side. "Go, die," he mumbled, as his eyes began to close. Phil and Techno. They watched as the drug in the tea took effect, knocking Quackity out, who was now laid out on the floor. This I really good, tech," Phil complimented, as he finished his cup. "Fresh," Techno said, still staring at his enemy on the floor. "You know, I knew you would need something to keep you sane while you healed in the nest when you woke up. I'm just surprised you chose Quackity to be that something," Techno said, turning to look back at Phil, who looked very pleased with himself. "You and me both. But I just can't ignore the state of his wings, mate. Wings are a gift. Something isn't right here," he stated, blues flicking to the duck hybrid on the floor to Techno. "Thanks for helping, by the way. I was almost afraid you were going to just let him go," he chuckled. "I was at first. After all, I just needed him to make sure your wing placement was set and stayed that way until you woke up. And then I seen that look in your eyes and well, here we are." Techno shrugged. "And by the way, you have never complained about me preening your wings before. I'm a bit offended," he added with a slight smirk on his face. Phil shoved at him, letting out a cackling chuckle. "You preen wings better than Tommy, Techno. It's almost a shame you're not an avian." "Ah, who needs wings?" Techno smiled, standing up and walking to stand over Quackity. "So, you really want to be saddled with this as your entertainment? I can still go out and find Tommy. I bet he'd love all that attention you're about to waste on this," Techno said, nudging the sleeping duck hybrid on the floor. "Yeah, I'm sure, mate. You know, I think that you were meant to bring him to me. I think there's more to be had from him," Phil said, standing stretching, wincing a bit when his splinted wing twitched to follow the same movement as his other wing. If you say so," Techno huffed as he lifted Quackity off the floor. "Now into the nest. It's driving the voices and my instinct mad, you know. And you're asking a lot from my own instinct to let this guy stay this close in our den," he said, in a demanding tone. Phil laughed, as Techno led the way up. "You'll get over it. Just like you did when you first started sharing the nest with Wilbur, Tommy, and me, all those years ago," Phil said, opening the door that led to the room that held their nest. The room was nothing but blankets, mattress, and pillows all on the floor. A very comfortable looking room. Techno laid Quackity in the middle, while Phil settled in, careful not to do anything that could aggravate his injured wing. "Welp, you're going to have your hands full, that's for sure," Techno said, sitting more towards the edge of the nest, where he was in front of the door. "Yeah, well, I like a challenge." Phil smiled, stacking up pillows in a way so he was comfortable laying on his stomach. "You got to remember, I have year upon years of experience. He's just a cranky baby bird compared to me," Phil said, eyes lingering on Quackity's wings that looked like a mixture of browns and grays, but he knew that once cleaned and preened, those wings were going to be white like the snow outside. "I'm starting to wonder if you remember this guy trying to kill us." Techno huffed. You. He's tried to kill you. Honestly, I think you two would get along if you tried. You did that one time before, remember? Phil reminded. Not a good example, Phil. It was to stop a rising government. Techno huffed. Still, he can't be all bad. Just got to find. Phil hummed, getting comfortable. Yeah. Techno said, getting back up. I'm gonna go set some things up. Just in case. He said, leaving the room. Gonna let Tommy and Wilbur know what going on too. If I can even find them. Those two idiots seem to disappear when you need them. Ask Brian to do it. It's a lot easier. Phil called after, smiling contentedly, hearing Techno groan about lying crows. He looked back to Quackity, eyes traveling up and down the young avian. I think you're going to be great friends by the end of this. He said to the sleeping duck hybrid, as he settled down himself, stretching out on his stomach. He could with a quick nap himself, even though he hadn't long woke up. Phil knew his own tiredness was due to his body still healing. It had all been worth it to see Kristen again, even if it was an accident. Phil hummed happily to himself, remembering the time he spent with her for the last few days, until she had to send him back. He was glad she did too. Now he had a possibly new flagling to teach. He couldn't wait to see those white wings take to the sky. Chapter 6. There was so much pain when he sprouted his wings. The whole process took the entire night, filled with him trying not to scream as his back was split open. It was a horrible experience that left him weak, in pain, and sick, yet Quackity wasn't able to just stay home. He had a job to do and no time to worry about the sudden appearance of the wings now on his back, so he tied his wings close to his back, ignoring how much it hurt to do so. Just so no one would know he grew them. After all, he had a country to straighten out. He and Jschlatt were partners now, and he wasn't going to let a pair of wings get in his way. You look like shit. Jschlatt comment, later that same day. They were on a lunch break, looking over forms and going over plans, for once the election was over. Didn't get any sleep. Quackity huffed out, being careful not to let his back lean against the chair he was sitting in. It was so painful. It had been a chore to make through the day with the extra weight on his back. That was nothing if not torture, because of the pain that came with it. Yeah, taking over a country isn't easy, but once I'm in office we can get rid of Wilbur and that stupid little hybrid that's following him around squawking all the time. Brat gives me a headache. Jschlatt commented. It's going to nice not seeing feathers all over the place. Quackity could feel his new wings flinch at the comment. He probably would have agreed right away, if he hadn't sprouted wings during the night. Yeah. Tommy is annoying. He nodded, signing a form. Jschlatt chuckled, as he got up to stretch his legs. We're going to do some great things together, me and you. He said, giving Quackity a few fond pats on the back, before leaving to get more coffee. Cream and sugar? He asked as he walked away. Quackity bit back a whimper and something else that wanted to escape his throat, thankful that Jschlatt had his back turned. You know me so well. He answered after a few seconds as his bound new wings spasm and sent stabbing sharp pains to his shoulder blades, all the way to his spine. No one could know. He wasn't a hybrid. He was a human. He wasn't a stupid bird. Hey. Jschlatt's voice called somewhere behind him. You okay? Huh. Quackity blinked his eyes. His vision was getting blurry. You awake, mate? Quackity snapped his eyes open at the sound of Jschlatt's voice taking on a different tone, meeting sharp blue eyes looking down at him. What the fuck? Quackity shouted, immediately awake and throwing a punch, as he rolled to his feet. Phil was quick to lean away, from the incoming blow to the face. Whoa there. Don't want Techno getting the wrong idea. He can be a bit protective. The crow hybrid smiled. Pointing to the pig hybrid, who was leaning against the door asleep on it, effectively blocking the exit. I thought we'd talk before I go and wake him up for the day. Quackity found himself grabbing the nearest item for a weapon, which was a pillow. You crooked old bastard! Quackity shouted, wielding the pillow as a weapon. I'm gonna kill. I'm gonna pluck your feathers out and make arrows to use for target practice on your rotting corpse. Phil laughed, as he guarded his face with his arm, his good wing curling around to help in a curtain of black feathers. Easy, mate. Little early for rough housing. He cautioned. Quackity huffed. He attacked, halting with the pillow held at the ready in the air over his shoulder. He momentarily realized that his wings were mantled up, and closed them. He wished he could hurt Phil, but he knew Techno would wake and stop him before he even did anything that he could be proud of. Phil unguarded his face, that stupid smile still on his face. Feeling better? He asked. Quackity snarled. Fuck it. He snapped, and pounced, hands reaching for Phil's throat. He had a few couple of seconds, before Techno could do anything. He was aiming to mostly just tackle Phil to the ground and on the hurt wing, that would cause pain and maybe a few hits in there. What he wasn't expecting was for the crow hybrid to be able to somehow maneuver out of the way and grab at the back of his neck, and slamming him into the soft floor of the nest. Expertly, hitting the spot on the back of his neck, and the effect was quicker than when Techno had did it. His body went boneless. Now that is not acceptable behavior in the nest. Phil scolded, although Quackity could still hear the smile still on the crow's face. I told you, he'd choose violence first. Techno yawned over by the door, apparently awake now. Nothing a parental hand can't handle. He's still young. Phil commented, settling himself right next to Quackity and started petting his hair, much to Quackity's dislike. I don't need anything from you. And quit touching me. Quackity shouted. He would have slapped the hand away, if he had the ability to even move at the moment. Whatever you say, Phil. I got to go. You know how to get in touch, if you need anything. Techno said, the two ignoring Quackity, and after a bit of rummaging around the room left Phil and Quackity alone. So, now that we got the aggression out of the way this morning. A few rules. Phil said, still sounding cheerful, despite the angry duck hybrid twitching and trying to get his body to move. No fighting in the nest. No leaving the house. We will start leaving the house when I no longer need bandages. But this just means this is the perfect time to care for our wings. They are very vital to us and are a gift to have. There aren't that many avian hybrids out there, and that is mostly due to the fact that a damaged wing is a traumatic experience, and if not taken care of could have severe effects on an avian's health and mental health. Phil rambled, his hands straying to Quackity's wings. As soon as he felt a light touch on his feathers, Quackity pulled them away and somehow found the will to move his body against whatever Phil did to him. Don't fucking touch them. He hissed out. His wings trapped under him in an uncomfortable way, but now he could see Phil, and was getting control of his body again. Phil had a sad look in his eyes, and Quackity really didn't care why. He just wanted to leave. Okay, I won't touch your wings. But I am going to need you to help me with mine. This means the preening too. Phil said. I'm not preening your stupid wings. Quackity shouted, now able to sit himself up. His own wings twitching at the word. He opened his mouth to say more but was cut off. Phil made a sharp sound, that had the words Quackity want to say to freeze in his throat. Something in his brain freezing and not wanting that sound to be directed at him again. Preening is for flock members only, so I understand your hesitation, but preening is a step that cannot be skipped. So, yes, I will need your help to preen until I can move my wings again. Not right now, of course. They're fine for now. But I suggest that you, yourself should preen soon. Trust me, you'll feel 100 times better afterwards. It would also save you some trouble. No one is touching my wings. Quackity repeated, adding more venom to his tone. Phil sighed out. Okay, mate. We'll do it your way, he said. The bandages should be by the door. Techno went ahead and brought them in while you were asleep. Phil shrugged, turning so that his injured wing faced Quackity. It's a little itchy near the joint, so if you could scratch around that, it'd be most appreciated, he added. Quackity stomped his way to the doorway and paused, looking down the hallway to the stairs. Techno wasn't in the house. Quackity. Phil called, voice very calm. Something in Quackity's mind screamed danger. I feel I must warn you. I get very broody when I stay in the nest. You run. I will come after you. Not Techno. Me. Quackity swallowed something that seemed to keep getting lodged in his throat and picked up the bandages and turned to return to Phil, who wasn't even look his way. Something in Quackity was telling him that he did not want Phil to chase him down. Phil didn't say anything as Quackity came back over and began his routine that he was used to. Phil just hummed as his wing got bandaged. When he scratched the wing joint, he grimaced as Phil's big black wings seemed to flutter a bit. Ah, yes. That's the spot. Phil sighed. You go any itches you want me to take care of? He asked. Quackity scoffed. Which seemed to be answer enough. Although everywhere his wings itched seemed to intensify whenever it was brought up. It was like Phil was pulling attention to it on purpose. Quackity wouldn't put it past him, that's for sure. Who knew what the crazy old man was up to? Okay, okay. Phil conceded, getting to his feet. How about breakfast? Knowing Techno, he hasn't let you eat anything that you couldn't use a spoon for. He chuckled, leaving Quackity in the nest. Something in Quackity wanted to stay in the nest, but it was a feeling that he immediately squashed. A nest was for birds and he wasn't a bird. He wasn't going to stay in a nest like a bird. He was a human. He was a person. He stomped on every pillow as he walked out of the nest after Phil, who was already in the kitchen, feeling the place with the smell food that wasn't oatmeal, that made his stomach grumble. I'm making eggs, and steak. Phil announced. Go ahead and grab the silverware and plates. He smiled. You're going to let me use a knife and fork? Quackity asked, remember the 3 days of oatmeal for breakfast and mashed potatoes for dinner with Techno? I doubt you'll do anything. Phil said, flipping an egg. Besides, how confident are you going up against a man and a frying pan, Quackity? He asked, moving over to the pan holding the steaks. Quackity bit his tongue. He didn't feel too confident. If he was confident, he would have fought Techno harder that night. If he was confident, he wouldn't have run. If he was confident, he would have got even, and killed Phil despite the threat of Techno staying guard. He would fight harder to leave, right now. He couldn't believe how far he'd fallen. He couldn't even make a run for it from Phil, who was grounded and hurt. He barely noticed when Phil slipped a plate of food over his way. He didn't want this. If he could get rid of his wings, he would. He'd get rid of them first chance he got if it ever came. They were ugly, useless, and made him a freak. Made him weak. Phil was doing fine. It wasn't the first time he'd hurt a wing. Technoblade had been right about him needing someone in the nest. Techno wouldn't be able to stay in the nest, with his own instinct driving him to protect Phil, while he was down. Phil was glad Techno couldn't find Tommy and had instead brought Quackity. The duck hybrid was an enemy to Techno, and yeah, he had used Phil in the past when he was on house arrest just to get to Techno, but that was the past. Right now, Phil didn't see an enemy, he saw a fledgling on a downward spiral. The wings didn't lie. You could always tell by the wings if you knew what to look for. Things were starting to become peaceful now, and Phil couldn't stand to by and let Quackity give up. Sure, the duck hybrid was unhappy about the situation, but that would change. Something was bothering Quackity, and despite what has happened in the past, Quackity was still a child. Barely an adult really. The same went for most of the people he knew. But then, Phil was old. He had been around before this land even existed. And he had wandered far and wide, and fought in many battles long enough to know the signs of a child soldier with no purpose in life anymore. Techno had once been such a child, and Phil had helped him. All things considered, he figured helping Quackity shouldn't be as hard as a blood-driven teenager. It took months for Techno to stop seeing red. He noticed Quackity lost in thought, staring at the table and no plates or silverware set. The duck hybrid's wings were shaking on his back. Meaning he was stressed. Stress was not good. Quackity, he called, as he began plating everything himself. No response. Not even when he placed the plate of food in front of him. It was only when he touched the boy's shoulder did Quackity snapped out of it, flinching out reach of Phil. What? He snapped. Food's ready. Phil answered with a smile, hoping to ease away whatever was bothering Quackity. Quackity frowned down at the food. I can assure there's nothing funny in anything this time. Just didn't want to stress you out last night. Wasn't in the mood for fighting. You know how it is, mate. Yeah, 'cause drugging someone is way better than knocking them out by a blow to the head. Quackity scoffed, just stabbing at his plate. Gripping the knife and fork that Phil had laid out for him. Yeah, well, we're retired. Trying to be nonviolent and all. Phil said, trying to not focus on the fact that Quackity, while stabbing at the food, was not eating it. Like I give a crap. Quackity huffed. Phil hummed, nodding. Of course. He looked out the window by the sink to see snow starting to fall again, and Techno out by the barn. And a few crows that were flying around out there too. Beyond the barn was the forest. He couldn't wait to take Quackity flying. So what age did get your wings? 3. 4. He asked, conversationally. Trying to get a little background. After all, it wasn't until recent that word even got around that Quackity had wings. Having some background on what age he got them as a child would help open the door as to why he hid them from his friends for so long. None of your business. Now just leave me alone. Quackity shouted. Phil held his hand up. He knew when not to push. Although he was a little curious as to why telling someone what age they got their wings was a sore subject. Avians got their wings at a very young age. Now the only way it would be a sore subject is if Quackity parents weren't around, but he thought he remembered Quackity having a good relationship with his parents, saying nothing but good things about them and all, so that couldn't be it. He noticed Quackity's wings shuffling around, even with how tightly he was keeping them to his back. You know, if you loosened up a bit you wouldn't have to hold your wings so tight. You're going to give yourself muscle cramps. He said, wanting to go and massage the wing muscles on the duck hybrid's back, but thought better of it. Quackity didn't want to touch, especially from him or Techno. Phil smiled as a thought hit him. He looked over at the group of the crows that have made their way into the house and was attempting to steal scraps of food. The crows, noticing his look, all froze to look right back at him. He smiled at the small flock and chirped a command to them. They all looked to one another before flying off and up the stairs, cawing and arguing with each other. When he looked back at Quackity, it took one look at the duck hybrid to see the boy didn't understand the chirp Phil had just given to the crows. Which was sad. But at this moment it was a good thing. Meant Quackity would be surprised when they went back to the nest. Now where were we? He smiled, going OT by some time for the crows to figure something out. Crows. Dad's want this. I am not doing it. What are we doing again? Not it. We need a pretty bow. What are we, a present now? Yes. Present for the fledgling. Oh shiny. No. Yes. The crows all chattered at each other as they fluttered about the nest room, A few going to other rooms and nudging open chests trying to find a ribbon, some getting distracted with shiny objects. Dadza said so. That's not what he said. Who's tying the bow? We don't have thumbs. We got beaks and claws. Maybe Techno will? So who's it? Question. Do we have to preen for this? It's not a fashion show. Brian flew in. Dadza and the new fledgling will come up soon. He announced. We're still picking. No. Not it? Quackity doesn't seem that bad. Then you're it? You're it? Put the gold back. But shiny. Brian took a deep breath. Sometimes he wished their flock wasn't so big. But Filza always had a large flock. Made communication a bit difficult with so many opinions being voiced. It was going to be a miracle if they finished Phil's request before they came back to the nest. The flock was going to be chaos until the new fledgling settled in. There were already a few talking about the day the fledgling would take to the sky. Although there were a few that still didn't trust the fledgling. And Brian was tempted to agree. Filza came first after all. They were mainly there for the crow father, so while Phil may have a fondness for the aggressive fledgling, it was the flock's job to watch the crow father's back. And it was Brian's job to watch over the flock. If the fledgling turned on Phil, the flock would intervene on behalf of Lady Death and the crow father. But for now they had a new fledgling to make feel welcome and help nurture. Anything to help the crow father out while he healed. Chapter 7. Quackity didn't know what was up with Phil and why the man was hovering. But right at this moment the crow hybrid seemed to be trying to herd him back up the stairs and to that stupid room where that stupid nest was. All the while, Quackity was trying to do everything he could, without outright attacking, to not go back to that stupid room. He wasn't an animal and wasn't going to live like one, just because it eased something in Phil's mind. Look Phil, let's just stay down here. The couch is comfy and there's more stuff to do down here. He tried to reason, as he was forced to move upward on the stairs. Phil just smiled and just blocked the path downward with his arms, and his one good wing flared out. Come on mate, the nest is more open, soft, and comfy. Enough space to let us relax our wings, without knocking things with them. It's all that we need right now. Phil countered. Quackity didn't realize how close they were to the doorway of the nest room, until he tripped on a pillow and fell into it. The landing pulled a surprised grunt from him, but he didn't get too hurt by the plushness that the nest was made of. But apparently his fall did disrupt the flock of crows that were in the nest. Quackity covered his head with his arms, his wings instinctively curling around him to help protect him from claws in case the birds decided to attack. All the while Phil was laughing from the doorway. Chat. You goofballs. Phil chuckled. Quackity lifted his head and closed his wings flat to his back, to see the nest empty except for one crow that seemed to be standing proudly, surrounded by junk, as it wore a sloppy made pink bow around its neck with a few yellow flowers tucked in the bow. It also had a few white feathers tucked in its own feathers, making it look like a whole different bird if you were looking at it from a distance. Huh. Quackity grunted out, lifting himself up on his arms as the crow looked at him and began walking towards him with its beak up in the air, like it was showing off or something, but that was just crazy. Quackity crawled himself into a back paddle like crab walk away from the bird. Birds weren't supposed to act like that. He only stopped when he bumped into Phil's legs. The crow hybrid still chuckling in the doorway at the edge of the nest. I think she likes you mate. Phil smiled, watching the crow strut about in a circle when it was a foot away from Quackity. Cawing and flapping its wings, some of the white feathers it had falling out as it did so. What? Quackity slid himself away so he wasn't between Phil and the crazy crow in the nest. So he'd have eyes on both. Phil even had that big freaky crow, Brian, sitting on his shoulder. Chad picked one of them, who would stick with you in the nest, until you adjusted. Phil smiled, still finding humor as the crow was trying to stick the white feathers back where they had fallen. the flowers falling from the sloppy bough on its neck, as it made its way to follow Quackity. "Get it away from me!" he shouted, swatting the bird away as it tried to jump onto his knee. The crow screeched, when as it was hit by his hand. The crazy bird gliding its way up to and diving onto Phil's shoulder, burying itself between the Brian and Phil's neck, warbling and chirping, like it was heartbroken. Quackity only had a moment before Phil's big freaky crow hissed, sounding like a demon as it jumped from Phil and was in Quackity's face, its talons out aiming for the eyes. "Ah! Call it off! Call it off!" he begged. "I don't know, mate. You hit one of the young ones. Brian is very protective over the younger ones," Phil said. Quackity, catching glimpses of the man holding the bird with bow up and examining its wings feathers, as he tried to hold off the angry bird attacking him. "You just started flying, haven't you?" he cooed at the crow in his hands. "Phil!" Quackity yelled. "He's just disciplining you, mate, like any adult bird would with its brood. Try saying sorry," Phil said, still cooing at the crazy crow in his hands. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry," Quackity shouted over Brian's screeches and hissed. It took a few seconds after the birds went to land at Phil's feet, still hissing with all its feather ruffled, before Quackity put his arms down. Phil sat himself down, placing the small crow on his knee as he fixed the bow and plucked out the extra white feathers that had to have come from some chickens. "I'm surprised you guys managed to even find a bow, Chat," he said, setting the crow on the nest once done. "Now, how about you two try again?" he suggested, turning his gaze onto Quackity. Quackity broke eyes contact with an angry Brian, and snapped them to Phil. "What did you say? This little crow has decided to be your companion in the nest," Phil announced. The crazy crow, wearing the now neater bow, started walking its way back to Quackity, still with a haughty step in its walk. Although it looked like it was upset and a bit more cautious approaching this time. "I don't want it," Quackity said, more aware of his tone, with a big angry crow looking at him. Brian was still making hissing-like noises at him. "Phil!" Techno called from downstairs. "What's happening?" I heard screaming. Quackity flinched, hearing the anarchist's boots stomp up the stairs. Techno stopped at the doorway, analyzing the scene before him. What's happening?" Chat decided to give Quackity a nest companion, someone he could talk to. Phil answered, seeming proud. "You mean like an emotional support animal?" Techno asked. "I don't need an emotional support animal," Quackity shouted, slowly moving away from the still approaching crow. "Why's it wearing a ribbon?" Techno laughed. "They wanted to wear a ribbon, mate." Phil shrugged, before addressing Quackity. "Chat must think you do, if they've already picked one to stay with you. Who knows, maybe you'll be great friends." He smiled. Quackity grimaced as the crow with the ribbon stopped in front of him and made a tiny noise. "Ha, ha. I doubt he'll make friends like Tommy did." Techno laughed, leaving. Phil, still smiling, just shook his head. "Even if you don't make friends, I still think it's a good idea," Phil said. "Now," he said, shuffling so his wings face Quackity. "I got another itch, by the joint again." Quackity huffed in annoyance, now aware of his own itches again on his wings again. This was going to get old very quickly. Chapter 8. The days went by slowly to Quackity. Techno never really stayed in the house, but Phil was a constant headache, on top of the stupid crow that wouldn't leave him alone. It was just as bad as Phil, if not worse. It kept wearing the stupid ribbon and was constantly trying to perch on him. It followed him everywhere, stole his food. Even tried to mess with his feathers and cuddle. Phil had said something about the crow being called Meerkat Ranger or something. It was ridiculous to say the least. Quackity was losing his mind. He wanted no part of any of this, and it seemed the longer he was there, his wings were getting super itchy, and were starting to ache. Instincts that he had tried to ignore and bury were starting to make themselves known. He was starting to feel crabby and sleepy too, and wanting to stay in the nest. It was horrible. They were trying to brainwash him, that had to be it. He had to get out of this house. He had to leave. He just had to wait for the perfect moment. Phil's wing was needing less bandages, and he was starting to be able to move it more often. Meaning that Quackity was going to be able to leave soon. Phil couldn't keep him trapped here if he no longer needed him. So, when Phil was able to flex the wing without much pain, Quackity couldn't help but feel hope that his stay was going to end soon. Although Phil's behavior was saying otherwise. So, when Quackity woke up one day, just before the sun had risen, to find himself alone in the nest room, except for the pesky crow, he was surprised. Usually Phil was hovering nearby. He looked around the room, while waving the crow away. The creature was pulling at his hair for some reason. Techno wasn't even in the room. "They left me alone," he mumbled. The little crow flew to the window in the room and pecked at the glass, pulling his attention to it. Looking out, Quackity caught sight of Phil, standing on the porch seeming to gaze at the forest, as large flock of crows weaved between the branches, like they were dancing or something. "So, much for not leaving the nest when the bandages come off," Quackity huffed. He spotted Techno disappearing into the barn, after saying something to Phil, who didn't seem to be listening. "They left him alone," his mind whispered. Quackity smiled as an idea hit him. "Well, if he can go outside, then I can go outside," he said. The little crow cawed and flew around his face as soon as he said those words. He merely shooed it away and went for the door. Still the crow seemed to try and stop him, cawing and screeching at him. He finally had enough and grabbed the bird, catching it by its legs. "Look here. I don't know what's with all you crows, but if you're not with me, you're against me. And it's not like I need something like you following me around. Now buzz off," he growled, tossing the little crow back into the net room and closing the door in screeching bird's face. "Time for me to vacate the nest," Quackity cheered. He stopped only to search the chest he could see, not finding anything too useful. Which he suspected Techno cleared out anything that could be used as a weapon. The only thing he could find that could be of any use were a pair of old leather boots that were a bit too big, but not too bad, rope, and an old wooden pickaxe, that looked worse for wear, but it would have to do. He also grabbed a blanket to help ward off the cold, since he couldn't find a jacket anywhere. Now the hard part. Sneaking off the property, he mumbled, going down the stairs and to one of the windows at the back of the house. He made sure to peek up just to make sure no crow was watching the spot before climbing out, and making a run for it. He ignored the subtle dizziness in his head, more focused on freedom, more than anything else. He only had a few moments before Phil noticed, and would come after. He had to put enough distance between himself and them. He just had to remember the way across the snowy tundra. Phil wouldn't usually be out of the nest this early, but he didn't want to waste any time. They needed to start preparing for Quackity's molt. "Come on mate, I'm just asking you to get some extra oil for his wings. They look like he's never preened before. And we both know that when this mold hits it's going to hit hard due to the drastic change in weather," Phil said. He knew he was pushing it, being on the porch, when Techno's instinct would want him inside. His own instincts wanted to be the nest, with Quackity, but first he needed Techno to go to the village for more oil. Even without feeling them, Phil knew that Quackity's wings were going to be dry and the oil glands clogged. Phil would be surprised if they weren't with how they looked. "I could care less about his wings, Phil. I mean, come on, we got to keep him locked up just to keep him here. What makes you think he's going to allow you to help with his molt?" Techno grunted, lifting a piece of board that would be turned into a shelf in the barn. "He's not going to be able to resist with this molt, mate. You remember how out of it I was when I first moved here. This mold is not going to be nice to him. He's going to need help, whether he wants it or not. Wings don't lie, Techno. Phil said, and smiled when he seen Techno pause only slightly in his movements. Fine. I'll go get the oil. Techno finally relented. Thanks mate. He'll appreciate this. Phil said. Ha, you're right. He wants to run Phil. Possibly after he kills us. That guy isn't going to be happy to play nestmate, like Tommy and Wilbur were. Techno laughed. But as long as it gets you back in the nest then I'll do it. Anything for you philosophy. Techno said, before going into the barn. Phil chuckled and shook his head. Techno and Quackity had a grudge against one another. It would take time for that to heal. Nothing a little home bonding couldn't fix, when Quackity's mold hit him. Which from the looks of it was going to start any day now. Phil wanted to be prepared. There was no way for Quackity to fight his instincts during a mold. Phil was humming a random tune as he returned to the nest. Opening the door only to get a face full of crow. The crow that had decided to stay with Quackity, was frantically cawing, only pausing a moment to fly back into the room to fly back out and down the stairs. It didn't take Phil long to see that the nest was empty and it made his instincts scream. He hissed, the feathers on his wings rising, as he swept out of the hallway and out the door to the barn, barely noticing the crow with the bow flying away ahead of all of them. He slammed the barn doors open to a startled Techno, who was brushing his stallion Carl. My fledgling's gone. He hissed out. Techno rolled his eyes. He's not your fledgling, Phil. Also, I'm not really surprised. He said, placing the brush down, and turned to face Phil, only to freeze. Oh crap, eyes are fully dilated. Okay. Let's go get Quackity. Techno said. Unless you want Tommy. Techno tried, pausing only to gauge Phil's reaction. Fledgling. Phil hissed, his wings mantling. Right. Techno huffed. You stay home and I'll saddle Carl up too. Techno looked back to the barn door, to see Phil pull at the bandages on his wings and take to the sky in a flurry of black feathers. His large murder of crows joining him. Okay then, we'll just catch up. He finished, as he turned back to his horse. I should have searched harder for Tommy. At least we know his wing is better. He mumbled to himself. Quackity. Quackity hated the snow. It was cold and the blanket he stole wasn't helping and he had to really pick his feet up to even move forward. He had to admit though that he was proud of the distance he had made. He hadn't found a village yet, but as long as he didn't hear Techno or Phil giving chase, he was fine. He held the blanket tight around his shoulders as a shiver ran through him. Once he got Tati village he was going to grab a few healing potions, for the headache he woke up with and the ache in his wings. He must have slept on them funny. A screeching bird-like sound had him moving faster. They sent the crows after him first. Shit. He cursed, picking up the pace. He yelped when something hit him in the back. He turned ready for a fight, but instead, came face to face with an angry-looking little crow wearing a bow, ranger. It screeched and cawed, getting up in his face, despite him trying to wave it away with his hands. It pecked and pulled with its talons, diving away from his hands like an air acrobat or something. Stop it! He growled out, backing away from the crow. His footing unsteady thanks Tati Snow. It just kept coming. What is wrong with you? Leave me alone. He snapped, turning from the crow and running. Just leave me alone. As the bird chased after. He could hear its angry screeching, the bird persistent in its pursuit. Quackity even stopped to throw whatever he could get his hand on whenever he felt it was getting too close. Snow. Rocks. Sticks. Dirt. Anything. The crow kept coming. It was slowing him down. Leave me alone or I'll kill you, you stupid bird. He shouted, looking over his shoulder at the little black bird. It just screeched at him. Quackity panted and just prayed to Prime that Techno and Phil weren't close by. It was in the middle of the prayer that the snow gave way under his foot and he fell face first in a hidden cave in the ground. His wings snapped open to try and catch him, the sudden weight on them pulling muscles he hardly ever tried to use, since he first grew them. However, they didn't seem to be much help, they gave out on him, and he plummeted the rest of the way down, hitting stone as he went. He remembered the breath leaving him when the falling stopped, and the loose snow that fell with him piling on top. But he didn't know how long he lay there trying to get his breath back, with sharp stones pressing into his back and wings. The snow feeling like it weighed a ton sitting on top of him. Caw, caw. The little black crow called from above sitting on a little ledge made of rocks, looked down at him, with a side eye. I blame you for this. He snarled out. The crow ruffled its feathers and turned so its back faced Quackity. Stupid crow. Quackity groaned, trying to sit up, only to be pushed back down as more snow fell from above. As he tried to dig himself out of the snow, he heard the crow making noise like it was laughing at him. Quackity sneered up at the bird. Buzz off! He shouted, pulling his upper body up, shoving at the snow on him. The little crow looked down at him again and let out a very loud screech, that echoed in the stone walls around Quackity, causing rocks to fall and half bury Quackity even more in the ravine. Hey! Quackity shouted, arms coming up to shield his head. As the crow let another screech, more rocks falling as the sound bounced along the rocky walls. Cut it out! He shouted. The little crow quieted and silently watched as Quackity tried to free himself. Quackity ignored it for the moment, trying to free himself, but pinned on his back with a large rock trapping his chest and arm. I am going to pluck you and roast you over a fire. He groaned as he tried to push the rocks away. He had to stop every now and again to take steady breaths as waves his headache turned to dizziness. He glanced at the crow that seemed to hop from rock to rock, like it was analyzing how stuck Quackity was. The little crow flapped its wings, chirping a bit, like it was pleased with itself, before flying from the ravine, leaving Quackity alone. Yeah, you better run. You stupid crow. Quackity growled out, letting himself fall back, resting a bit before going to try and get himself out. Once he got himself free, he was going to have to figure the best way to climb out too. He blamed everything on the crow for this one. Chapter 9. Hey, Quackity! Jschlatt called, making Quackity jump from the wall he was slamming his back on, in the file room. His wings were so itchy and they hurt all the time, but he figured that was because of him binding them so tight to his back, so no one could see them poking from his clothes. But the pain made it easier to ignore the itching. Yes. Yes, what do you need? He said, clearing his throat, and turning just in time to see Jschlatt entered the room. For starters, you could explain why you seem to have a problem with the walls lately. Jschlatt asked, holding a stack of papers in one hand. Just an itch in a hard-to-reach spot. Quackity answered quickly. I got it though. You've also been following me around. It's starting to look stalkerish. Jschlatt said, with narrowed his eyes. You're not hiding something from me. Are you, Quackity? That's not a good look on you, you know. He said, in a warning tone. I am not. We're partners. Quackity said, hoping to ease some of the unneeded suspicion. He hadn't meant to follow Jschlatt around, there was just something in him that wanted the man close, and he couldn't fight it. He grew worried when the man wasn't in sight. Then be truthful, Quackity. What are you hiding from me? Jschlatt demanded. Are you planning on stabbing me in the back, Quackity? No. Quackity shook his head. Well, we're supposed to be partners and partners tell each other stuff that could cause problems. Jschlatt said. Quackity nodded. Would it be so bad telling one person about his wings? Someone that could help him keep his secret and reach the hard-to-reach places? Maybe even help him with how crazy his mind has been since the wings appeared. He needed someone, and for some reason something in his brain wanted Jschlatt, and he did know why. Okay, I'll tell you. Just promise not to freak out. He breathed out. I have wings. Quackity took deep breaths, trying to breathe through the dizzy spell that didn't want to leave him be, which was hard with a big rock on his chest. He was able to get his arm free, but no matter how hard he pushed and tried to sit up, the stupid rock wouldn't budge. It was getting colder the longer he stayed down, half buried in the pile of rocks and snow. He could guess with how long he'd been down and trapped in the hole in the ground. The light of the sun had moved from one side of the sky to the other, and he was starting to panic slightly. He thought for sure that stupid little crow would come back with Phil and Techno close behind after snitching on his location. But not even the crow had come back. He had long reached the fallen wooden pickaxe, but with each awkward swing he could see the wood of the pickaxe breaking, while the rock barely had a crack in it. He screamed in frustration with something else lodged in his throat that wanted to escape, as he pushed with all his might and fought to keep it up when he thought he felt the rock on top of him wiggle, only to end up having to lay down. He screamed echoing around him that had a few more rocks falling. Not as bad as earlier, but it sure wasn't helping his effort to get out from the pile on top of him. A flutter of wings pulled his attention up to see the crow with the bow. It was back. You came back, he said, picking himself up on his elbow as much as he could, ignoring the wave that swam in his head when he did so. The crow warbled with a tilt of its head. Where's Phil? He asked. The crow tilted its head the other way. Quackity looked past the bird and up to the sky, what he could see of it, and waited for the sound of Phil and Techno, but heard nothing. Where is he, huh? You ratted me out, didn't you? He accused. The crow chirped and shook its head, like it was answering his question. What gives, you stupid bird? He snarled. The crow hissed, and jumped from its perch like it was about to leave again. Something in Quackity screamed not to be alone. He couldn't get himself out, and if the crow wasn't going to bring Phil to him, then that meant no one was going to come and help dig high out. No, wait. Don't go. I'm sorry, he said quickly. The crow paused, flapping its wings more slowly as it hovered in one spot looking at him. Quackity took a deep breath. He felt a little silly talking to a bird. But Phil's crows were weird and seemed to understand speech, so why the hell not? Can you get me out of here? He asked. The crow seemed to sway side to side in the air, in a mock version of a head shake. Then why didn't you bring someone back with you? He shouted. Why did you make it worse? He accused. The crow landed back on a ledge and chirped, as it nudged a couple of rocks that were big like its body from it and onto Quackity. Hey! He shouted, when one hit his head. The little crow didn't seem to be listening as it picked up a twig in its beak and dropped it on Quackity, before using its talons to kick dirt on top of him. Cut it out. He sputtered, shielding his face. The crow made a screeching sound, but didn't stop. Shit. Okay. I'm sorry for throwing things at you. He shouted over the noise the crow was making. Please. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been mean to you. The dirt falling on him suddenly stopped, and Quackity chanced to look at the crow. It looked like it was looking at him in a judgmental way. After a moment, Quackity let his head dropped, this time just glad the crow wasn't trying to actively bury him itself. I just need to calm down. I'm panicking and now talking to animals, he said, talking to himself so he could try and distract himself from the rocks digging into his spine and wings. Although he couldn't ignore the full body shaking that was making his teeth start to chatter. The crow flew down to rest on the rock that was keeping him trapped and began chirping in rapid succession, that after a few minutes of it, Quackity was starting to feel like he was being told off. Ranger began marching a few paces on the rock as it did so, a wings would flare out at certain loud moments, like a person would do when talking with their hands. After a few moments it quieted and looked at Quackity as if waiting for something. Quackity shook his head. He was starting to really feel all those aches in his wings, while the rest of his body started to burn with how cold he was covered in snow. "Look, Meerkat Ranger, I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry, okay. I shouldn't take my anger out on you. You were just trying to help earlier," he pleaded. Was he really pleading with a crow? The cold and dizziness must be getting to him. "But I don't know how you're going to help me out of this. Can you actually help?" he asked, hoping that maybe the answer wouldn't include going to get Phil or Techno. "I mean, we can work together, right? You help free me and I go back into hiding," he bargained. "You can even come with me," he offered. He never seen a bird look like it was rolling its eyes, but he would swear that the little crow rolled its eyes before taking to the sky again and disappearing from sight. Quackity huffed out a little annoyed. Here he had pleaded to a bird and it still left him. Gritting his teeth, Quackity began trying to wiggle free, moving every muscle in his body to try and do something. If he stayed trapped when night hit, he wouldn't last long. He'd freeze to death for sure. The more he moved, the more the rocks moved, and seemed to try and pile up on top of him more. After a while he had to stop. He didn't understand why it was feeling so dizzy, although he figured being too cold could be why he was getting more tired. But he wasn't going to give up. He gripped the wooden pickaxe, and tried to use it to leverage the big rock that was mainly keeping him trapped. If he could get it to move even just a little bit, he could squirm his way out. He didn't have time to wait for that little crow to decide to come back. This was his survival, and Quackity wasn't about to just roll over. He could do this. Phil. Logically, Phil knew he was letting his instincts guide him. Logically, he knew that his wing was not ready for long distance or extreme flying. But he couldn't let Quackity stay out there in the cold with a basically forced mold so close at hand. That was when his body would be very weak, giving energy to new feathers. And with the state of Quackity's wings were originally, this mold wasn't going to be nice. He just couldn't understand why an avian would let their wings get so bad. Couldn't understand why Quackity would run when he had to know his mold was close. Quackity could die with this mold if he wasn't in a warm and safe place. It went against his own instincts to let someone so young practically give up on life. To purposely do this to himself. Techno was on the ground, searching while he and the crows searched the skies. They had been searching for 3 hours already and no sign. Techno had picked up some tracks, but snowfall had covered them up. The crows, as chaotic as they were actually trying to stay on task. To stay focused, and knowing how often they could be distracted, Phil was grateful for them. "Dadza, Dadza." The little crow that wore the bow flew right up to him. Phil held his hands out, letting the little crow to land in his hands. "Where's my fledgling?" he asked, trying very hard not to hiss at the little crow. "Ravine. Turn around. Trap. Cold. Fledgling hurt," it crowed, jumping from his hand and doing a U-turn. Phil quickly followed. The little crow diving down closer to the ground. Technoblade, from the ground, most have noticed Phil and the crows changing course and did the same. Both meeting where the snow seemed to open up like a mouth. "You think he's in there?" Techno asked, hopping down from Carl, gear in hand. Phil looked down as Ranger flew on ahead into the ravine below. He spotted movement below, the shifting of rocks below, and murmured curses. "He's down there," he stated. "Give me the rope and a pickaxe," he said, now taking his eyes off his fledgling trapped below. "Yeah, that's not going to happen," Techno said, already tying off some rope to a nearby tree and around himself. Phil hissed, and glared at Techno. "My fledgling," he hissed out. "That's your instincts talking. And mine are not going to allow you to go down there with an enemy ready to launch an attack the first chance he gets. Now we can fight about this, or you can let me go down there and get Quackity for you." Techno huffed. Logically, Phil knew Techno was correct, and from the looks of the space below, Phil wouldn't be able to fit past the rock at the top without chipping away at them so his wings wouldn't get caught by a sharp rock. And he didn't want to do that. That would just send more debris raining down on Quackity. Besides, he could watch over both Techno and Quackity from above and guide them up. Techno took it as a win when Phil moved over and didn't try to stop him, and began his drop down. It didn't take too long, but with the signs of dirty white feathers stuck in a few of the rocks suggested, Quackity hadn't had a soft landing, although Techno doubt that would slow him down. Quackity had a knack for surviving. But then he wouldn't be a good enemy if he died easily. Plus Phil would be a terror to live with for a few days. "You still alive, Quackity?" he called, when the ground was close by. There was no answer but a lot of frantic-like movements, that indicated that he was heard. From above he was aware of Phil watching with sharp blue eyes. Apparent unable to follow his fledglings. "Quackity." Quackity panted as against his control his fear of what was to come filled him. He had a drum in his head and his wings felt so stiff, he wanted to rip them off. He surprised he could even hear them. They were coming. The little crow had led them to him and he was only partially unstuck. Using the wooden pickaxe as a tool for leverage had caused it to break, just as Quackity was able to sit himself up, and dust what snow he could off him. He really wanted to lay back down but didn't want to feel the rock digging into his back and wings again. Ranger was hopping around acting very happy and pleased with itself. Techno's voice had him scrambling for a plan. He wasn't going back. He'd die first. So when Techno came into view dropping from above, Quackity threw his broken wooden pickaxe, with a battle cry, and watched with dismay when the pig hybrid blocked it, with his own diamond pickaxe with a threatening smile. "Do you really think you're in a position to try and put up a fight, Quackity?" Techno asked, with a dark chuckle. "Fuck you, Blade." Quackity snarled, waving away the little crow that was trying perch close to him. "Phil's not happy you left the nest, you know," Techno said, almost conversationally, the pickaxe he held glinting as he stalked closer. "And why should I care whether Phil is happy or not? His wing is obviously better, I can leave." That was the deal. He shouted. There was a sharp chirp from above, that had Quackity unconsciously looking up, something stuck in his throat at the sound. It didn't sound happy. It sounded demanding, and something in Quackity didn't want to anger who made the sound. In fact, something in him wanted to run to it. He immediately ignored that instinct. Techno had looked up too but seemed less startled by it. "Don't rush us, Phil. I told you, he's a stubborn bastard." Techno grunted. "And you?" he said, returning his attention to Quackity. "Have no choice. I'm not going to watch that man try and fit himself down here just to set back the healing of his wing. Besides, you're the one that provoke his instincts. Like I give fuck." Quackity snarled. "I'm not going back there. You don't think I know what you two are doing? It's called brainwashing. Stockholm Syndrome. I didn't think you'd stoop so low." Quackity snarled, throwing a handful of rocks at Techno, to make sure he knew he wasn't welcome to come any closer. Techno narrowed his eyes. "I'm not against sleep deprivation either, but you already got a taste of that," he said, coming closer anyway and placed the tip of his diamond pickaxe on the big rock that kept Quackity trapped. "Phil sees something. And he is trying to help, in ways you don't seem to understand. Or want for that matter. So instead of being gentle about it," Techno said, the whites of his eyes turning black making the redness of them look like they were glowing. "Let's see if you understand me. You're going to come back. You're going to stay in that nest like a good little fledgling, and you're going to listen to a being that is far older than this very land. And if I catch you trying to bring harm to my pack. Techno growled out lowly, leaning his body weight on the rock, trapping Quackity's lower torso, adding more pressure. Making sure Quackity looked him in the eyes. And Quackity wanted to look away, but he couldn't. He felt frozen. If he looked away, he was going to die. He couldn't do anything but stare and listen. His wings held tightly to his back, this time from the fear that ran through his veins. The forbidden bird part of his brain demanding he try and come off harmless to appease the predator in front of him. While the logical part of his brain shouted that was just stupid. Techno continued, seeming pleased with Quackity's undivided attention. Let's just say, Quackity, I'll take your blood. You can be sacrificed to my blade. And appease the call of the voices, Techno said in a dark tone, standing back up and raised his pickaxe, blood-red eyes still locked on Quackity's. Quackity began struggling, the adrenaline and the needed to run spiking through his body, even though he couldn't escape. Something in his brain wanted him to call out for the sound that came from Phil earlier. But his throat was clogged and he couldn't make a sound. Blood for the blood god, he said, bring the pickaxe down in one swing. Quackity let out a short frightened yelp as he let himself fall back onto his back, hands covering his face, and waited for that pickaxe to strike him. The scar on his face, spiking with phantom pains from when Techno had stayed true to his word, sending a stone pickaxe into Quackity's face, taking one life. So they chant. Ha, ha, ha. Techno said, chuckling toward the end. The sound causing flashes of fireworks and a swinging pickaxe in Quackity's vision. It took another moment for Quackity to feel the pressure had disappeared from his lower torso, and a cautious peek from behind his hands let him see that the giant rock that had trapped him before was split in two. Techno hadn't swung to kill him. Techno hadn't killed him yet. No matter how hard he wanted to move now. The bird part of his brain kept shouting no. Submit, making his logical brain go all fuzzy, with fear and something else. He was frozen, and he couldn't feel his legs. His bones had turned to jelly and he couldn't get his body to move. He was exhausted. He was achy and numb at the same time, and he was scared. He realized with horror. His vision seeming to shrink and turn fuzzy except Technoblade. And sound was starting to turn muffled. Techno, whose eyes were back to normal, was removing the rest of the smaller rocks and snow from Quackity. Like he hadn't just tried to scare the life from Quackity. You got any broken bones? Techno asked, all business, like a switch had been flipped. And not the blood god he was called. Quackity couldn't respond. His brain wouldn't let him. Still stuck with limited vision and all too aware with just how fucked up he was. I'll take that as a no. We'll let Phil fuss over you. Techno said with a grunt as he pulled Quackity up by an arm. Seeming to be caught off guard when Quackity's legs remained boneless and not take his weight. Whoa. Come on now, did you actually break something? Techno asked, a hint of worry seemed to lace his voice. But Quackity still couldn't respond, the bird part of his brain still in control and refused to let him do anything, other than play dead, submit. Techno gripped his face, and looked Quackity in the eyes again. Oh, I see. Techno smiled a little. Finally listening to those instincts, who knew it took fear to get you complaint. He tsked, tossing Quackity on his shoulder and began to use the rope to climb back up. Quackity stayed limp and complained the whole climb up. He tried fighting against his instincts. The ones that demanded he'd stay still, because he wasn't about to be carried away again. He was a fighter. But his vision stayed fuzzy and limited, his hearing stayed muffled, his exhaustion seemed to bury itself deep into every bone in his body, trying to drag him deeper into the instinct that were now in control. He barely noticed when they were out of the ravine, and that he had been passed to Phil. Phil, who was making cooing noises that for some reason made the instinct that already had hold, take over even more. And Quackity felt a whine leave him, relieved for some reason that Phil had him. Phil, who was holding him like he was a child, and saying words his muffled ears couldn't hear, but made his instincts very happy. Those instincts had him so deep that he didn't notice himself going to sleep. Chapter 10. Techno. Phil had cuddled and cooed over a unresponding Quackity, the whole way back to the house, while riding Carl. Holding the guy like he was a little kid, which with how old Phil was, Quackity was a kid. Heck, even Techno looked like a kid in Phil's eyes. The little crow assigned to Quackity flew up ahead, and seemed to disappear into the murder of crows that always followed Phil around. Phil was constantly hissing at Techno whenever he got too close. Which fair? Techno understood, Phil's brooding instinct could be brutally strong, when it seemed one of his fledglings were hurt. Although Techno was a bit upset that Phil's instincts weren't a bit more selective as to who was a good fledgling, or at least his own fledglings. But he couldn't complain either, considering this was mostly on par for what he had seen over the years, with himself, Wilbur, and Tommy. But there was no controlling a person when it came to instincts. Techno was just waiting for Phil to come off his instincts. And he didn't have to wait long after once they actually made it back to the house. "I can't believe you, Techno. I mean, really? Fear." Phil practically hissed, holding Quackity in his lap once they were back in the nest room. That is not a healthy attempt to get him to listen to those instincts. Oh. Dad's mad. E. Madza. We in trouble. E. Kick Quackity out of the nest. The voices whispered. Techno promptly ignored them. "What did you want me to do, Phil? He wasn't going to listen to you and not to me. So it was either knock him out and risk you attacking me, or scare him into submission." Techno huffed, standing outside the door of the nest room. Phil wouldn't let him in the room, after he brought Quackity up from the ravine, with eyes blown wide and lost to his instincts. Of course, once Phil had Quackity safe in the nest, the crow hybrid's instincts had calmed, and now he was chewing Techno out for the state Quackity was in. Besides, it was the voice's idea. He finished, not meeting Phil's eyes. "That's no excuse, Techno. You can't blame stuff on the voices. You're not 16 and immature anymore." Phil scolded. "He's going to fight. It's expected with the history you and him have." "Fine. I'm sorry." Techno huffed, not liking with being reminded how much little control he had when he was younger. Phil let out a sigh before carefully standing and placing Quackity's head on a pillow, before going out in the hall with Techno, who wasn't pouting about not being allowed inside. "I accept it, but you got to apologize to him too. And you got to put money in the blood jar." "Not the blood jar." "Blood. What are we, kids again?" "Ah, to be a kid again. Our enemy. The blood jar. Rebel. This is Dad's stupid. 50 cents enough, you think? Price might have went up now that we're grown." The voices wailed, making the blood jar sound like a curse word. "Aw, come on, Phil," Techno said. He had thought Phil had tossed those jars as soon as he, Tommy, and Wilbur had went out to explore the world. Apparently not if the man brought the jars with him when he moved in. "I can't believe you still have those jars." "I'm a grown man." Philosophy. "You're the one that brought up the voices. If you didn't want the jar to come back, you shouldn't have tried to place blame on the voices." Phil reasoned, lightly knocking his good wing into Techno with a smile on his face. "Beside, no matter how old you boys get, you all still gonna be my fledglings." "But Phil," Techno started. "Did you see red?" Phil asked, interrupting him, with an arching an eyebrow giving Techno a knowing look. Techno shrugged. "No," he answered, still not meeting Phil's eyes. "Money in the blood jar, please. We're trying to be nonviolent here, remember?" Phil reminded. Techno made a so-so motion with his hand at that statement, and decided not to say anything in retort, when Phil gave him a look. He'd just put the money in the jar to make Phil happy and be done with it. "How's the wing?" he asked, changing the subject. "I didn't think you were supposed to going flying on it yet." "Sore. Definitely going to need a rub down and some ice. That flight is going to set me back a bit." Phil shrugged, the wing in question sitting in a relaxed position, except in a lower position on his back. "His though?" Phil said, looking back in the nest room where Quackity laid lost to the world. "His wings need work. They're smaller than what they should be at his age." Phil said, sounding hurt at the meaning of his own words. How could he hide them for so long, Techno? And why? He should have them out and proud, he said, already moving to go back into the nest. Techno went to follow but stopped, when Phil turned around with a warning look. "Right, Band," he grunted, instead of answering Phil's questions instead, besides he didn't have an answer to them anyway. He didn't like being told he couldn't step into their den. He certainly didn't like that Quackity was allowed in it. It went against his instincts to allow an enemy to stay in the den. Especially alone with Phil. "Sorry mate, but his mold is close and you are the one that scared him in the first place," Phil said, with an apologetic smile. "He started it?" Techno grunted, crossing his arms. He felt like a child being punished for some reason. He didn't like it? Phil hummed at the retort, looking fondly at Techno, as he settled himself next to Quackity. "He's gonna be out for a while. His body's preparing for the mold so he might get a bit sick," Phil cautioned. Techno still didn't trust Phil in there alone with Quackity. Sick because of the mold or not, Quackity was a stubborn bastard, and would take full advantage of any opportunity. Growling irritated, but not wanting to go against Phil. Techno nodded, deciding he would trust Phil's instinct over his own. Besides, Phil could take care of himself if Quackity tried anything. No one got the drop on the Angel of Death after all. "I guess I'll go to the village and try to find you that oil you want," he said, deciding maybe he just needed some air, to cool off his instincts a bit and distract the voices. Techno jealous. "No one mess with Filtsa. Jealous blade. Quackity's temporary. Are we being too harsh, you think?" "Nah. Idk. I don't think so. Maybe. I'm not jealous, Chat." Techno grumbled. Stopping only to grab some emeralds and coins to trade. He'd be quick about it, just in case Quackity woke up, and Phil needed any backup. Quackity. They were in an underground room, somewhere where no one could find them. Quackity was standing in the middle of the room shirtless, and holding tightly to a bar that Jschlatt had placed, so Quackity would have something to hold onto and steady himself. They were going to pull the feathers out of his wings and bind them back up, since his wings had continued to itch and ache and it was starting to drive him crazy. His feathers had been shedding, so bad that they were slipping out of the bindings. Jschlatt had convinced him that it would be better to take things into their own hands, and here they were. He winced as ropes tightened around his wings, keeping them from closing. Jschlatt pulling the ropes so the wings were spread out wide for the process. "Quackity, stop making those noises, you're starting to sound like a dumb bird. You're also starting to give me a headache," Jschlatt said, tying the ropes off. Quackity hadn't realized he was making small little chirping sounds, until it was pointed out. "Sorry. I'm just nervous. I'm losing it, Jschlatt. It's the wings. Turning you more animal than person," Jschlatt responded. "It's just so hard. I don't think I control it, Jschlatt," Quackity said, taking in deep breaths, trying to prepare himself mentally. "I already told you we can't have you acting like a bird and leaving feathers everywhere. It makes us look like hypocrites after using the brat's traits against him," Jschlatt said, going to the bag they brought with them and pulling out a hairbrush and pushing it into one of his pockets to be used later. Another small bird-like chirp escaped Quackity, and his wings twitched at the itches that were in places he could reach and pulled at the ropes that kept them forced open. He brought a hand up to help him hold any more unwanted bird sounds from leaving his lips. Jschlatt was right. He wasn't an animal and he didn't want to be. These wings were nothing but a curse. He braced himself as Jschlatt gripped one of his wings. This was it. There was no warning, for when the man grabbed a handful of feathers and pulled, drops of blood dripping to the floor. Although, Quackity barely noticed the wetness of the blood, too busy trying to hold back the bird's cries that wanted to come out of his mouth instead, his whole body jerking forward and away from the pain. His wings trying to close, tugging at the ropes holding them. His vision blurred, he hadn't realized pulling the feathers would hurt so bad. It was too late to stop now though. This was for the best. Jschlatt only paused for a moment just to drop the feather he had pulled. In which Quackity bit his fist, breathing heavily as he forced the cries of pain down. Looking down, he tried to distract himself from the pain by watching the first handful of feathers hit the floor. Jschlatt began gripping another handful of feathers and Quackity couldn't stop the harsh sob that escaped him, the feathers being pulled this time seeming to refuse to come out and requiring Jschlatt to yank on them even harder. Jschlatt, no. Stop. Stop, 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 stop. He cried, his lungs feeling empty, body and wings pulling, hands gripping the bar in a death grip. Quackity, we talked about this. We're not stopping. This is for the best. Jschlatt reminded. And he was right, Quackity had agreed to this, there would be no stopping. This was necessary to keep his wings hidden. To stopping the feathers from falling out by getting rid of them. There would be no stopping. More fingers touched his wings. Quackity cried out and violently pulled and jerked away, legs kicking out, wings pressed tight to his back, eyes snapping open. His stupid bird instincts screaming, get away. Run. Hurts, pain. Logically, he knew it was because of the dream that he had the sudden feeling of extreme pain to his back or wings, at least he hoped so anyway. His body was still shaking and he couldn't stop it. Couldn't ignore the itch and ache in his wings. All the quick movement had his head swimming, that even sitting down was making his vision seem to go in and out, and breathing a little difficult with how fast his heart was going. Trying very hard to get air back into his lungs, he was quick to shut those instincts down too. He hated how they made him feel and refused to entertain them. His eyes snapping to the person that had touched his wings. Phil, who was crouched in front of him, a hand stretched out over the spot he had been laying only a few seconds ago. Hey, mate. Phil said, very softly, like he was talking to a scared animal. How are you feeling? Get away from me. Quackity snarled out, finally getting his breath back. Wings pulled tight to his back, the itching of his wings felt like ants were crawling all over them, worse than ever. Phil just smiled. I see you've calmed down. That's good, I thought you were going to be out longer after that fall in the ravine. Didn't break anything, did you? He asked. Quackity used the wall for balance as he climbed to his feet. Phil mirroring his movements, getting to his own feet, black wings spread out slightly as if blocking the path to the door. What are you playing at, Phil? He asked, eyes searching behind the man to see if Techno was lurking in the doorway, but Phil kept his big black wings spread, even the one that was slouching more than the other. I'm not playing at anything, mate. Just worried. Your eyes are looking a little dilated there. How are your wings feeling? Quackity hissed, pressing his back into the wall as hard as he could, to get the pain to override the itching. You leave me wings alone. I don't want anyone touching them. You shouldn't do that to your wings, mate. Let them relax. Like this. Phil said, apparently ignoring the words that were said to him. Quackity watched irritated, as Phil lowered his wings, letting them sit relax on his back and even the bad wing. And for some reason Quackity felt a ping of jealousy that Phil's black feathers looked so neat, clean, and glossy. Like they hardly ever itched. However, he refused to acknowledge the feeling. He could care less about his own wings. They could rot off for all he cared. Phil. I got that wing oil you wanted. Techno called from downstairs, and a moment later finally making an appearance, just outside the room. The new bottle of said oil in hand. Oh, back with us again, het. How's the wings, Quackity? Techno asked with an impenitent smile. Asshole. Quackity snarled, and immediately did another look around the room. He spotted a basin filled with supplies tucked away in the far corner. Several bottles labeled wing oil, washcloths, and brushes, and apparently the little Crow Ranger, still wearing their bow, who was quietly watching for some reason. Keep away from me, he snapped, focusing back to Phil and Techno. Phil had crept forward a bit when he had eyed the supplies in the corner. Mate, you're gonna want help with this, Phil said, making a soothing cooing sound, that had Quackity wanting to answer and for Phil to come closer. The bastard. Stop that, he snapped, shoving those instincts down again. Although it was getting hard to keep his wings held still against his back as the itching just got worse, the damn things shuffling a bit despite all the control he was focusing on keeping them closed and still. He was starting to hate Phil trying to trigger those stupid instincts constantly. Stop what? Phil asked innocently, making another one of those chirping sounds, and taking another step forward. Quackity moved, sliding himself along the wall, to try and get himself where he didn't feel pinned and trapped. Phil still mirrored his movements. Phil. Techno said, from the doorway, in an inquiring tone. Quackity watched him take a few steps into the room, but not into the nest, red eyes meeting Quackity's for a split second, before Quackity forced himself to watch Phil. The current threat in the room, who had taken another step closer to him. We're fine, Techno, Phil assured, still mirroring Quackity as he maneuvered himself around the room. Come on, Quackity. You got a mold coming, you can't go running off with a mold about to set in, Phil said, still making those birds sound that just pulled at something in his brain, at his instincts, and making it very hard to stay clear-headed. Stop making those sounds. And quit talking about my wings, he insisted, getting angry that no matter how he moved Phil was expertly mimicking the movement. They're fine. I don't mold, he snapped. Techno and Phil let out a chuckle, although Phil sounded worried for some reason. Mate, every avian molds, at least twice a year, Phil said. I know you don't want me touching them, and I won't unless you ask. But I thought it wouldn't hurt to supply you the necessities needed, he said, gesturing to the basin with the supplies. Ranger giving a little chirp, when Quackity flicked his gaze back to the corner, before quickly flicking them back to Phil. The man had moved forward again. Liar. I don't mold. I have never molded, Quackity insisted, with a hiss, his wings mantling as everything just seemed to be ganging up on him, including his own body. It was enough to make him want to break down. But not here. Not in front of his enemies. Phil looked over at Techno, who looked confused. Quackity. Phil started with a worried tone. You know what a mold is, right? Surely, you were taught. And preening, he insisted. Why were they acting like he was speaking another language? They were trying to screw with him, that was it. Fuck off. I don't do any of that bird stuff. And I won't either. Pigs will have to fly before that ever happens, you freaks, he snapped, balling his fists up, preparing just in case Phil came any closer. Well, Quackity, get ready. That has already happened, Techno said, letting out a short chuckle, finding the whole thing humorous. What the hell are you talking about? Quit trying to mess with me. I'm not in the mood, he said. Quackity felt like he being left out of some joke or something. You don't know, Phil muttered. Making eye contact with Techno again, the two having one of those silent conversations, until they both seemed to decide on something. With a nod from Phil, Techno stepped into the nest. Quackity immediately felt his whole body tense up, ready to bolt. "It's okay," Phil said, holding a halting hand up to Techno, and instead of moving toward Quackity, moved to stand near Techno. "He's coming to just hand me the wing oil," he reassured, hand held out for the bottle. Quackity, watching the hand over intently, like Techno was passing over TNT instead of a bottle of wing oil. He was trying to figure out what they were doing. What were they planning? Bastards were planning something. "Preening is something for flock," Phil said, changing his tone to sound more conversational. "What?" Quackity asked. He didn't know what was going on, and he just wanted to go somewhere that wasn't here. If he knew the stupid wings were going to cause him so much trouble, he'd have cut them off as soon as they sprouted. The stupid things were always achy and itchy, and he wanted to slam them against the wall to make it stop. And he wanted to kill Phil and Techno. He was doing just fine before they butted into his life. "Preening," Phil repeated, almost cheerfully, "is usually for flock. But at times there are exceptions. Avians molt twice a year, and if moved to an area with a drastic change in temperatures, a forced molt could happen," Phil said, as he opened the bottle very slowly and pouring the stuff in his free hand. Snapping the lid closed on the bottle, Phil handed it back to Techno and began rubbing the oil over both his hands as he continued to speak. Curling his good wing inward, and finally breaking eye contact with Quackity, started carting his fingers through the black feathers slowly. Quackity's wings started flapping slightly, at the sight, until he remembered himself closed them tight again. Although that just made him even more aware of the invisible ants on his wings. Phil only looked at him once at the slight movements, before looking back at his wings again, still talking about preening. "Now when you preen, you are removing the feathers that are damaged and or ready to fall out. By doing this and massaging the wing muscle at the oil glands, or in this case bottle oil, we are able to get rid of the aches that come with molting, and by removing the loose feathers we get rid of the itching. We straighten the crooked feathers and make sure things are nice and neat, to prevent pinching and pulling," Phil said, one of his hands coming away with a black feather. "Ah, see, this one is a broken feather." Phil smiled, twirling the feather around as he held it up, showing off the glossy black feather. "Must have happened when I took flight earlier." Quackity felt his throat tightening up, something getting stuck there. His wings were really itchy and achy, and what Phil was doing to his own wings looked like it felt nice. Phil glanced at him before handing the feather to Techno and continuing the process. Each pass with his fingers, Phil's feathers seemed to become shinier. This feels so good," Phil cooed happily to himself, his hand coming up with another feather. Quackity stared as Phil once again twirled the feather, letting the light reflect off the well-kept feather. A switch flipping in his brain that he barely even noticed that he was no longer trying to move away and was staring. "Want to hold it?" Phil asked, after making more cooing noises that were starting to sound so comforting, and holding the feather out to Quackity, with a knowing smile on his face, still twirling the black feather, watching as Quackity's eyes locked onto the spinning feather. Quackity didn't know why he accepted the feather, but something in him wanted the glossy thing and wanted to see if it was as soft as it looked. It was like something in his brain switched, from just watching Phil flapping a bit, when his fingers curled around the black feather. Phil was making a cooing noises, and Quackity found himself liking the sound. "Phil," Techno's voice whispered. "SHH. Mate, hold that thought." Phil shushed. Not that Quackity was paying attention anymore. "There's nothing like preening. Make the wings feel nice. Soft. Relaxed," Phil said, softly cooing the whole time. Quackity lost track of where Phil was. Not noticing that the crow hybrid had maneuvered behind him until there was a soft touch to his wings and foreign sensation that broke whatever spell that Phil had put him under. "Get away from me." He snapped, wings closed, They had opened slightly while he had been distracted. He dropped the black feather and jumping away from Phil, turning to see the man hold a dirty feather in his hand, looking pleased with himself. He had barely felt Phil pull the feather out, and Quackity was suddenly very aware of how there was a small spot on his right wing that was no longer being pinched by a troublesome feather he had long forgotten was bothering him for as long as he could remember. And that small itch of relief suddenly made him aware of how uncomfortable his wings really were. "Ah, I have had my eyes on this feather since I laid eyes on your wings." Phil smiled, twirling the feather like he had done his own. Quackity felt like a bucket of cold water had been dumped on him, as his brain woke up from its lulling as he realized what Phil had been aiming for. "Stay away from me," he rasped out, that something in his throat refusing to leave. He balled his hands into fists and digging his nails in his palms. Phil nodded, still smiling. "Sure thing, mate," he said, walking backward a bit, before turning to Techno. "Come on, Tech. Call me when you're ready, Quackity. I'll be close by," Phil said, making one last cooing noise before leaving the room completely. Techno staying only long enough to meet Quackity's eyes. Baring his teeth, Quackity let out a hiss, at the pig hybrid. Techno answered with a rumbling growl, before continuing to follow Phil out of the room. Once alone in the nest, Quackity let himself sink to his knees, his wings slouching from his back and spread out along the floor of the nest, the appendages shaking with the phantom touch of the new sensation that Phil had introduced to them, like the evil man he was. He looked at his wings where they laid out beside him. His ugly, dirty, cursed wings. And he couldn't turn his focus away from that one spot on his right wing that no longer pinched and itched, sending his senses and instinct in a frenzy, with a headache. Caw. Quackity looked at the crow as it finally decided it was time to leave the basin with the wing supplies and flitted its way in front of him. "What do you want, you little spy?" he demanded. The little crow, Ranger, tilted its head. "Just leave me alone," he shooed, curling in on himself, his wings coming to try and curl around him, very poorly. Letting his body fall sideways as he tried to force himself to forget that small sensation on his right wing. Ranger made a small sound as it hopped its way under Quackity's chin as close as it could get and seemed to settle there. "Why didn't he just rip them out? That would have been nicer," he mumbled. Ranger chirped. It rubbed the side of its head against Quackity's throat. "You nothing but a traitor too, stupid little bird." Quackity scoffed, but made no move to move the crow, too busy try to get his mind off what just happened. Chapter 11. Phil. Phil was waiting for Techno at the bottom of the stairs, already holding the blood jar with a smile on his face. Techno grunted and frowned at the sight, and Phil couldn't stop the laugh that escaped him. None of his boys liked the jars, especially Techno. "Come on. The usual toll, please," he prompted, shaking the empty jar at Techno, who huffed out almost annoyed, but drop a few coins in the jar. "Thanks, mate," he said, "please. Going to go place the jar on the fireplace." "So, that went well," Techno commented, after a second of looking at the jar, then going to the kitchen. "Better than what I expected. I give him a whole day and maybe half a night." Phil sighed, think about Quackity's whole behavior up back in the nest. He didn't even respond back, tech. Well, he's not going to chirp back like Tommy. Tommy's flock. He is not. Techno answered from the kitchen, coming back with an ice pack. "Mate, he doesn't make any of the sounds," Phil said, sitting on the couch with Techno and stretching out his injured wing with a slight wince. Letting the wing lay in Techno's lap. Techno hummed in response, placing the ice pack on the wing. "It goes against behavior," Phil continued. "You got him to let you work a feather out. That progress, isn't it?" Techno asked. Phil rubbed at his eyes but nodded. "I guess so," he said. Phil couldn't get the image of Quackity out of his head. Quackity wasn't the type of person to be scared. He had battled against Techno on several occasions. It was only when word got around about his wings did Quackity seem to change, and then disappear. Phil was starting to wonder if someone had done something to Quackity as a child to make him act such a way. It couldn't be just a side effect of participating in battles at a young age. It was taking a lot of learned self-control to not give into instincts and go up there shower Quackity with some much-needed attention that obviously his parents hadn't done. Maybe somehow undo the damage that had been done. Even the damage done from the battles and feuds that had occurred in such a short amount of time. Phil, you keep brooding like that, you're going to start looking your age, old man. Techno said, starting to rub the top wing muscle, pulling a nice hum from Phil. Can't help it, mate. This is something that I just can't look away from. Phil said, as they both settled into a comfortable silence. There was a light tapping at the door interrupting the calm that had settled in the room. Techno grunted as he got up and opened the door, revealing a small flock of crows that flew into the room and over to Phil. Phil! Techno practically shouted in alarm, trying to shut the door, to prevent the rest from trying to get into the house without hurting the birds. Phil couldn't stop the mirthful smile on his face if he wanted to. The crows were always up to mischief or something chaotic. They were all talking at once, trying to get his attention. A few knocking into each other, trying to be front and center. One at a time, chat. I can't tell what you're saying. He chuckled, unable to hold it in when one of the crows fell from the arm of the couch as it seemed to jump around in excitement, barely catching itself with its wings. Phil, get them out. Techno begged. Why, they're not hurting anything. Phil defended, watching as a few flew up the stairs and in the kitchen. They like to plunder and steal my stuff. They're not crows. They're damn pirates. Techno said, following the ones that went into the kitchen where there were sounds banging around, signaling that the small number that went in there were searching for food. Put down the bread. Techno ordered over the sounds of chaos. Okay, chat. Calm down. Now. One at a time. What do you got for me? He asked. Sometimes they would bring him items. Other times they would bring him information. Found Wilbur. I forgot what we were looking for. Tommy. Tommy's still missing. We were looking for Tommy. Found gold. Traveling. Both. Lost one fledgling. One fledgling found. We did good. Wilbur lives in cave. Dirty. Crime boy, located. They all chattered, taking turns and knocking each other out of the way of his attention. A few of the ones more concerned for his wings were busying themselves in trying to help preen the appendages and worrying over the one that had been hurt. Phil. They're turning the voices against me. Techno called from the kitchen. Phil couldn't control the laughter. Especially when Techno came fast walking from the kitchen with particularly playful crow carrying a knife in its talons in an effort of challenge. En garde, blood god. Put 'em up. They're just playing tech. Phil defended lightly, still enjoying the chaos the crows were bringing. Techno grunted, pulling the door open. Brian. He called. And turned to look at Phil as he waited for the crow to come. You know, for someone so old, you let these little thieves get away with murder. Techno huffed. Since when did you have a problem with murder? Phil chuckled. It wasn't too often he got to see Techno flustered in the most funny of ways. Funny, Phil. Very funny. Techno said, finally catching sight of the crow flying at him with the knife at him, giving it a flat look. Bruh. Really? He scoffed, plucking the would-be weapon from its talons. The crow doing a quick U-turn with the knife gone and tucking itself near Phil on the couch, making pitiful noises. But mostly complaining how Techno took its weapon, which wasn't fair. Techno rolled his eyes as he held his arm up as Brain flew into the room, taking the offered perch. Brian was the oldest of all of Phil's murder. A gift from his wife, along with his wings. Brian was also in charge of looking out for the murder, making sure the younger ones stay out of trouble, and that there was no fighting amongst the flock. Brian looked expectantly to Techno and Phil, waiting patiently to find out why he was being called upon. "Hey, Brian," Phil greeted. "Control them and get them out of my stuff. We don't need this chaos with the touchy duck upstairs," Techno said, done with the chaos. Brian looked around the room and analyzing the chaos the crows were causing in the home. Which in Phil's opinion was mostly benign, compared to what the little buggers could cause and have in the past. But this was Techno's house, so Phil wasn't going to step on Techno's toes about the flock not being allowed in, mostly anyway. So when Brian looked to Phil, he nodded in agreement with Techno. Brian ruffled his feathers up and seemed to take a deep breath before letting out a very loud screech, and launching himself at the couch where a majority of the crows were gathered, chasing them away and out to door, without much trouble. Then to the kitchen where the rest were, following the last of them out the door. Which Techno closed immediately. Phil watched as Techno huffed, looking to the floor at the feather littered on it, then back to Phil, who was amused about the whole situation. "They got the voices saying E non-stop," Techno confessed. "It'll be okay, they'll probably stop soon." Phil chuckled, lifting his wing off the couch, beckoning for Techno to come sit back down. "Yeah. After an hour or two." Techno sighed, resuming to holding the ice pack on the sore muscle in the wings in his lap. Crows. There were a few crows upstairs that had not answered Brian's call and had purposely stayed quiet just to stay upstairs. They had stayed in the nest room where Ranger and the new fledgling were. They were curious and wanted to make his stay more comfortable, but they needed information. It was just a few of them in the room, not too many. Infiltration success. Get Meerkat Ranger. Look at the new fledgling. SHH, quiet. Ranger. They all chirped as softly as they could. Ranger's head popping up where it was tucked in a wing. Quiet. Not well. Mold close. Ranger hissed out, going to the group. Looking back to Quackity, who was lost to his instincts again. But not in a good way. Gifts. Comfort stuff. Fledgling will like. What does he like? Come help. Yes. They all chattered, hopping around. They could gather a bunch of soft stuff to help enforce the comfort of the nest. And shiny stuff that always made Phil and Tommy smile. Ranger listened with a tilted head. Looking to Quackity, taking note of how uncomfortable he looked, curled in on himself, wings tense, eye dilated, and lost to the world around him, then back to the flock. A few things comfort would benefit the nest at this point. Okay. I'm in charge. Ranger chirped out, jumping ahead of the group, beating the rest out in the hallway. Find comfort stuff. No fair. I wanted to be the leader. Surprise, surprise, love surprises. Gifts, yay. Do we even know what he likes? We'll figure it out. Should we tell someone? Nah. No. Don't ruin the fun. The crows bolted down the stairs and circling the room, mostly looking to see if there was anything that needed to be taken to the nest, and then out the door that got opened by a cackling philosophy, as Techno complained about them being sneaky crows, and how nothing else had better not went missing again, whatever that meant. Didn't matter anyway, Techno was always entertaining. And Phil didn't scold them, which just ensured them they were doing the right thing. Chapter 12. Everything. Everything on him felt like a live wire. He could feel it all. Even the phantom pains in his scars felt like they were all reopened, and he was just waiting for them to bleed. Quackity didn't attempt to leave the nest room. Something about what Phil had did seem to trigger something in him that wouldn't let him forget that nice small, tiny bit of relief on his right wing, something he tried to focus on considering the rest of his body seemed to work against him. He blamed Phil for how bad he felt at this moment, whatever he did. Quackity just didn't feel good and he kept slipping into his instincts, and the only reason he knew that was because Ranger was gone and he didn't remember the little crow leaving at any point. Not to mention he was having trouble breathing with something lodged in his throat. No matter how many times he tried to clear it, the lump wouldn't go away. His body temperature was going crazy too. One minute he'd be too hot and the next it would be too cold. Phil hadn't come back to stay in the nest either, which was weird, considering the man had seemed intent on keeping Quackity close at all times. When Phil had came in to check on him, it was at random times, but he never came too close like other times before. Never touching him either, not after what he had done to his right wing. Quackity hated that deep down he wanted Phil to do something other than come in the room, sit at the edge of the nest and talk softly to him. Quackity wished he knew what the man was up to and what he did, to make his body act like this. He didn't want to move and the only way he had to tell time was the window in the room. Watching as the sun moved from one position to the next. At one point he closed his eyes and when he reopened, the moon was in the sky. When he became aware of the sun in the sky again, it was with smell of cooked potatoes, that was being placed near his head. He looked at it with a groan, as he followed the hand attached to the bowl up to meet Blue Eyes. "Hey, mate. How are you feeling?" Phil asked, making a soft cooing noise. Quackity gritted his teeth in what he hoped formed the beginnings of a snarl. He really didn't want to move and he didn't feel like talking. He also didn't like those noises that Phil kept making, pulling at something in his brain, that seemed to urge Quackity into relaxing around the man. Phil made more cooing noises, before speaking again. "I know. This type of mold can make an avian sick to the stomach. I brought some lightly seasoned potatoes." Phil smiled, speaking very softly, like he knew that sound was grating on Quackity's ears and gave him a headache. Quackity lifted himself, ignoring the full body ache and swatted at the bowl in front of him, before letting himself fall back on the pillow he had been resting on. Things seemed to have gotten worse during the night. Phil had caught the bowl of cooked potatoes before a mess could be made, with a chuckle, much to Quackity's dismay. "I know. But bland foods are better in this case," Phil said, like Quackity had spoken to him. Quackity rubbed his face into the soft floor of the nest as the coo that followed, made his brain want to give in to Phil. It was ludicrous. He just wanted it to stop. He wanted everything to stop and people to just leave him alone like in the past. Mate, it's okay." Phil comforted, making more bird-like sounds as he talked. Quackity didn't see Phil reaching a hand to him and with a slightly delayed reaction, jerked his body away from Phil's hand when it touched his back. Making himself sit up and close against the wall once again so Phil couldn't reach his wings. Refusing to let his wings relax no matter how much strain it seemed to put on them, rationalizing that the pain coursing them stopped the itching of the wings, and made extra sure to press them tight to the wall, grunting as the pain spiked. Phil looked at him with a sad glint in his eyes, making sad-sounding bird sounds. "Mate, don't do that to your wings," he said, his own wings shuffling behind him. "Here, eat something. You'll feel a little better with something in your stomach." "I don't want it," Quackity hissed out, daring Phil to keep pushing. Phil just let out a sad-sounding warble, placing the bowl down and standing up. That warble had Quackity feeling like he should apologize for rejecting the food, but he didn't. Besides, they could have drugged it again. "A little longer then," Phil mumbled, looking down at Quackity, the blue in his eyes nothing but a thin outline as his eyes dilated. The sudden change in Phil's eyes made something shiver run down Quackity's spine, and he wasn't sure why. He didn't feel threatened. But he did feel that any movement made and Phil would refuse to leave him alone, and Quackity wanted Phil gone. There was just something about how Phil was acting that made Quackity uneasy, mainly with how easy it seemed for the man to call on those instincts Quackity worked so hard to ignoring and pushing away. Maybe it was the fact that Phil was succeeding, in triggering those instincts. What then, going to send the blade in and take care of me? I'm not going to fall for your brainwashing methods, you old geezer. Quackity gritted out. He just wanted everything to stop. He wanted Phil to break. To stop the niceties. Phil's tilted his head, like he was confused. What make you think that, mate? He asked. Quackity scoffed, the man was good. But Quackity had worked with Jschlatt and no one could beat Jschlatt. I know what the game is, bird brain. I won't break. He snarled. Phil's wings shuffled again, some feathers rising before flattening back down. A look flashed across his face and was gone just as fast before Quackity could decipher what it was. The crow hybrid's face splitting into a soft smile instead. I'll keep that in mind, he said. By the way, how are your wings, still itching? Phil asked, with a knowing smile as he turned and left the room, with a small bird-like sound. Quackity's wings stiffened up at the mention of the itch in his wings, the invisible ants seeming to make themselves known with a vengeance. However, he kept himself tense and forcing his body to be ready to move, despite the intense itching and deep ache in his whole body, just in case Techno was next through the door. No one came back into the room. Letting out a frustrated snarl, Quackity kicked the bowl of potatoes, sending them flying across the room. Bastards had a good poker face like Jschlatt did. Quackity would trust Jschlatt over Phil and Techno. With Jschlatt he was on even ground. With Phil and Techno, it was like going on an acid trip with no backup plans. The moment he let his body relax slightly, the haziness come back and he wanted to go back to sleep. He stretched out a wing and watched as feathers fell out. Great. Shedding again. Gross. He mumbled. Letting himself lay on the nearest pillow to stop the dizziness in his head. It was tiring staying alert. His right wing. That little spot that Phil had messed with, had long since now lost that strange sensation and he hated how he really wished for that feeling to come back. He didn't understand why though. Upset, Quackity began to roughly comb his fingers through his feathers, not making a sound as his hand came away with pulled feathers. Pain and drops of blood following their departure. This was familiar, this is what was needed whenever his feathers began to fall. Only this time he didn't have Jschlatt there to help. He hated his wings. He went to pull out more feathers, only to have Ranger fly in out of nowhere and began to peck at his hand. Quackity jerked his hand away from the angry bird, as a few other came in not long after, dropping coins and various pieces of cloth in the nest. What gives, you little spy? He hissed out, ready to go back to sleep, as soon as he got rid of his feathers. He reached for his wings again, only for Ranger to screech and peck at his hand again. Quackity really didn't have the energy to want to fight with a bird, after he just got done with Phil, so he surrendered and hugged his arms around his chest. He lazily watched as the handful of crows hopped around the nest, moving the fabrics they brought around, and stuffing the coins between random pillows and blankets, while chattering to one another. Quackity decided to ignore them, in favor of closing his eyes and try to sleep off the itches and the aches. Ranger apparently had other plans, screeching in his ear, before landing in the nest and hopping around, picking up the feathers with its beak and dropping them all in a little pile while giving him a dirty look. Don't judge me, you stupid crow. Quackity huffed out. It has to be done. He mumbled out, closing his eyes. Sleep sounded good right about now. He didn't get to see the crows all look at each other before seeming to decide on something and all fly out of the nest. Ranger staying behind only to finish screeching and chirping at Quackity, still upset about the pull feathers, before following the rest. Quackity at this point was already half gone, having given into his body's want for rest. And deep down those instincts he hated so much, wanted his flock with him. Wanted Jschlatt. Jschlatt had kept him human. Had kept him normal, until things went bad. He didn't want to think about those memories. Phil. Sometime later Phil decided to check back in on Quackity, finding the young avian asleep. It was a painful to watch. To see someone spiral against their instincts. Phil was finding it hard to leave Quackity alone for long, and the longer he did the more aggressive he became to Techno for even looking toward the stairs. Thankfully, Techno understood, and was being very patient with Phil. "Mate, you awake?" he asked, letting out a soft coo, even though he already knew the answer. Quackity, who was laying on his side, hazily opening unfocused eyes. "Jschlatt," he called back, sounding uncertain. Phil stepped into the nest quietly, eyes analyzing every detail he could. Even in sleep Quackity had his wings tied to his back, not as tight as when he was awake, but enough that Phil was starting to wonder why. What could drive someone to grow up being so aggressive about their wings? He also looked flushed, and making a strangled noise that almost sounded like a warbled. One that called for help. And Phil so wanted to give Quackity that help. Enemies or not, no deserved to hate a part of themselves. "Jschlatt." Quackity mumbled out again, hazy unfocused eyes seeming to flick over to Phil. Another sad warble-like sound escaping him. Like he wasn't used to making the sound. Calling for flock. Slowly, getting closer, Phil caught sight of the pile of feathers around Quackity to the blood stains on the wings and floor of the nest. His molt was happening and it was likely Quackity wasn't going to be too lucid during most of it. This was Phil's chance to get those wings the care they needed. He just as carefully sat himself beside Quackity and lightly placed his hand on the nearest dirty wing. "It's okay, mate. It's the molt," Phil said, trying to soothe, by making more soft cooing noises that he liked to use to comfort his boys. He began to slowly and gently card his fingers through the feather, carefully watching to see if Quackity started to become lucid again. "Time to pull them out," Quackity grumbled, his wings shaking, the wings furling even tighter to his back at his own words. Phil shook his head as he pieced together what Quackity meant by that. Surely he hadn't been pulling his feathers out, to avoid a molt. That was dangerous and cruel. It could damage an avian's wings, damage new flight feathers, and cause bald spots if pin feathers were pulled out too. Not to mention the pain and blood loss. "No, no. No pulling, mate. Just relax them," Phil said, softly. Gently massaging the nearest wing muscle at the joint, trying to encourage the whole wing to loosen. As soon as the wings started to unfurl from his back, Quackity's whole back arched as a strangled cry left him. Phil leaned back as Quackity began thrashing around, grappling with his wings. "Jschlatt? Stop, please," he shouted, his eyes wide open but clearly not seeing. "Hurts. Stop." Phil warbled sadly, watching and hating that it seemed Quackity would mistake him for Jschlatt. There was nothing he could do. Except hope the Quackity didn't remember the pain. He had tried to warn him about this earlier. He was going to have to wait for Quackity to calm down before he could treat his wings for sever pulled muscles. Seeing the wings try and flap around and furling and unfurling, curling inward, as the muscles in them spasm violently. It also angered Phil that the one person Quackity was calling out for, was Jschlatt, someone who was known to manipulation people. Phil was starting to wish the man wasn't dead so he could exact rightful revenge for the obvious trauma he had caused. It was no wonder why Quackity thought he and Techno were trying to brainwash him. "SHH, it's okay, mate. Just relax," Phil encouraged, trying to make sure Quackity did not flip onto his back and further aggravate his wings, having to sit on the back of his thighs to prevent Quackity from flipping over. Quackity would need to stay on his stomach. "Phil? What's going on?" Techno called from the doorway. Not entering unless given permission. Quackity seemed to increase in his thrashing. His body thrashing. And a pitiful call for help. "Pulled muscles. Bring a weakness potion. I don't want him waking up until we can work them out." Phil answered, trying to calm Quackity down, by massaging the wing joints and back muscles around them. Trying to work the tension out of them. No health potion? Techno asked. Health potions would be irrelevant during a molt, best to let things fix themselves naturally. It's healthier. Phil said. When you come back I want you to cover the window. We're going to want to dim the lighting down, it will help with the headaches and dizziness. It will also calm his instincts. Okay. Techno said, going to follow Phil's instructions without question. Quackity, mate, you're going to have to calm down. I know that's hard right now. Your instincts are going to be all over the place. You'll feel better once we start preening. Phil tried even though he wasn't heard, cooing soothingly over Quackity's painful moans, trying to gently still the wings and stretch them to help the muscles. Not easy to do, when Quackity was not in the right mind to cooperate with him. I got the potions. Techno announced, still not stepping in the nest. Waiting for permission. Good. Get in here and bring the wing oil. We need to preen him now. It will help. Phil said, catching his hat, that almost got knocked off his head, by Quackity's left wing. You tried to warn him. Techno said with a short laugh, shaking his head as he brought the required items close. Yeah, I know. Phil grunted out, as he tried to get the oil on his hand to prepare for preening. We don't need to do a deep preen right now, mostly just massage and help the feathers out that are ready to come out. He said, while Techno poured half the bottle of weakness potion in Quackity's mouth before moving to help with the wings. Pushing Quackity flat with a hand just below the back of the neck. Techno took the left wing, while Phil continued walk on the right wing. Together both were able to get the wings still. Techno following Phil's lead in gently stretching and kneading the muscles and taking out loose feathers. Not too long after, Quackity began to settle back down, small quiet chirps leaving his mouth and Phil softly answering them on instincts. Hoping that by having someone answering would help ensure he was safe with them. These are a mess. Techno said, putting another loose feather in a discard pile. I know, and I thought the time Tommy rolled around in mud was bad. Phil agreed. This is years of neglect here. Letting out another answering chirp, satisfied when the wings muscles began to relax and lay more naturally. Phil and Techno preened for 45 minutes before Phil decided that they could stop for the day and let Quackity rest in peace, for now. They maneuvered Quackity on his side and stretching the wings out, and placing a few pillows against his back so he wouldn't be able to roll on his back and not squish them against the floor of the nest. Before leaving they straightened up the nest, covered the window, and left the room. That guy has a lot of problems. Techno finally said, once they were out of the nest room. Yeah. I think Jschlatt is the root of the problem. Phil hissed out. He was calling for him like the man was Flock, which is insane. From what I had gathered, the man was manipulative down to his very core and no one liked him. Including Quackity in the end. The thought of the man causing Phil's feathers to lift up. He was. But Quackity's a grown man, Phil, and responsible for his own action. Techno huffed, wiping his hands clean of the oil on them. Phil shook his head. An avian his age shouldn't have wings in that condition. Techno, I think there's more to it than that. Techno, do you think Jschlatt tried to ground him? Phil asked. Techno hummed thinking, before shrugging his shoulders. Who knows, I wouldn't have put it past him. He finally answered. Oh, before I forget. You crows are stealing my stuff and eating the food in the pantry. Tell them to cut it out. He said, changing the subject. Phil let out a short chuckle. Maybe they're upset you keep kicking them out. Grateful for the change of subject. It was a great distraction for his instinct. Speaking of. Tech, your hair is looking messy, care if I braid it? He asked, he needing to at least have one happy fledgling around him. Techno let out a happy rumble at the suggestion, giving Phil all the answer he needed. "I'll go get the brush," Phil smiled. He liked preening his fledglings and seeing them looking their best. He couldn't wait for that to be Quackity. Chapter 13. "Damn it, Quackity." Jschlatt cursed, slamming the door to the president's office shut. "What the hell was that?" Quackity hissed out, annoyed. "You left me." He didn't know how else to explain it. He got nervous without Jschlatt nearby. He felt alone and he didn't want to be alone. His instincts didn't want him to be alone. He'd been feeling like this ever since he got his wings. "That's no excuse. I told you to stay for however long it took to break down those walls." Jschlatt argued back. "What the hell is wrong with you, that you got to be up my ass all the time?" "I don't know. I think it's the wings, okay," Quackity admitted. Jschlatt scoffed. "Oh, so now it's the wings' fault that you are turning into a stalker and neglecting your duties." "I didn't say that," Quackity shouted, annoyed. He didn't know why he was doing it, but 2 days of watching the destruction of the wall was 2 days too many without Jschlatt near him. "If they're the problem, maybe you should just cut the damn things off," Jschlatt suggested. Quackity's words caught in his throat as his whole back stiffened at the suggestion. His wings, bound as they were, shuffled painfully in their binding, uncomfortable. "You slack on your duties again, then I'll help you personally. Now get out of my office. Don't come back till that wall is gone," Jschlatt ordered. Quackity didn't say another word, and obeyed, leaving the office, silently fuming over the sense of hurt that he couldn't understand why it hurt so bad. He felt like he just disappointed the one person that was important to him. He couldn't let that happen. He couldn't let himself fail. Something in him wanted approval. Fingers carded through his feathers, and were massaging the muscles in his wings, loosening the tight muscles and chasing away the tension in them. It felt so nice. Hazily, he became aware of letting his wings spread out more. Quackity hummed. When had Jschlatt learned to massage like that? "Never thought I see him this relaxed." A gravely voice chuckled, it seemed to be on his left side. "Wonders what a little preening will do to temperament." Another more softer voice said on his right. Quackity tried blinking his eyes open, because it wasn't normal for Jschlatt to let someone else see his wings. He thought they had an agreement. No one, but the two of them, would ever know. Try as he might, he couldn't get his eyes to open, and even when they did, his vision was so blurry everything was a mess of colors. Like right now, a mash-up of green, black, and yellow was on his right side and making cooing noises. And his brain was too tired really try and remember who the voices belonged to. What mattered now was that his instincts and body was in love with the work those fingers were doing. "You're doing so well, mate." The green blob praised, with more cooing noises, that had his wings do a little happy flaps, that brought back the little aches. The movements caused the fingers to pause, but only for a few seconds before they got back to work, carding through his feathers. The fingers were gently moving through his feathers, and in their wake took the itching away and the aches dulled down to almost nothing. It felt so good, he was sure his body could melt from it. He sighed contentedly. He'd never had this done before. And his instincts were in love with those fingers on both wings. He could lay there forever like this. Bruh, he's so out of it. I bet he doesn't even fully comprehend what we're saying. Much less, if he's letting me touch him. The gravely voice said, and Quackity wanted to turn his head see what color the other voice was, but he was unable to get his neck to listen to his wants. So, he wasn't worried about it too much. As if reading his thoughts, someone's hand came and gentle gripped his chin and lifted his head and turned it to the right. His eyes were closing again, but he tried to get them to stay open to see the other color of the voice. He ignored a nagging feeling that he shouldn't be this complaint, but resisting sounded like hard work right now. "It's the mold," the other voice said. Quackity hummed happily, feeling a few feathers that were sitting crooked get straightened and wave a relief wash through his wings. Molting made him feel like this. I think we both know it's not just the molt. Those chirps you've been doing. They're command chirps, aren't they? The gravely voice accused lightly, but he didn't sound upset. More like approving. Quackity blinked lazily to try and keep his eyes open just a little longer, looking at the colors of the second voice. Pink, red, and white. They made him think of strawberry ice cream for some reason, with whipped cream. Now that sounded good. Maybe a little influence from me, just so he's not fighting his instincts as much. It's supposed to work on the young, and I am basically older than this land, mate. The green voice chuckled. It was such a happy chuckle, Quackity found himself smiling along with it, and he didn't care why he felt the need to smile too. The hand holding his chin lifted his face up a little higher, but all Quackity could really see was pink and red, glowy looking red and flowy looking pink. Now he was thinking about cotton candy, the ones you get at a festival. You're not much of a butcher like this, are you? Look at that goofy smile. The pink voice huffed out, sounding fond. Reminds me of Tommy when he was cute. The hand guiding his face, lowered his head back onto a very soft surface, just as a yawn found its way out, making his already failing eyelids to finally close. He was ready to go back to sleep now. He felt he did good identifying colors today. Still not really responding to chirps properly yet. We'll need to work on that while he's down. Green's voice hummed, as more coos came, which just made Quackity feel like he didn't need to be awake to worry about anything. The hands and colors had everything under control. He's going to be pissed after all this is over. Pink grunted, a hand leaving his wings and coming to his head, and started scratching at his scalp. Quackity flapped his wings again, happy, because Prime did that feel good too, that he could ignore the small aches that returned when he did so. That lasted for just a few seconds before another hand stopped them gently, smoothing the feathers down as the fingers got back to work. Maybe, but he's going to feel so much better after all this. Green chirped happily. I actually think he needs a little more credit for his own behavior. My chirps are more like suggestions, really. Quackity briefly wondered where Jschlatt was during this process. The man hardly knew how to shut up half the time. Although something in the back of his brain was telling his that Jschlatt wasn't there. After a few seconds all thoughts were halted when a hand moved to the elbow of his wing and touched something that made a full body shiver run through him. And a strange little sound left his lips. Did he just peep? Pink asked, sounding amused. Uh-huh. I found a nice spot. Green said, sounding very pleased, with an equally pleased chirp following behind. Quackity was hardly aware of himself slipping away to the nothingness, after that. His brain too tired to try to continue to comprehend words. The next time he woke up, his vision was more clearer, and it was coming face to face with Ranger, and the only reason he knew it was Ranger was because to the bow that it still wore. Hello, birdie. He smiled. Ranger was cute, for a little spy. The little crow titled its head, before coming closer and fluttering its wings against his face. The feathers tickling his nose and making him sneeze. His eyes closing again, and he lost more time that the next time he opened them Ranger was gone, and for some reason that hurt a little. Hurt even more that he couldn't find Jschlatt either. The next time he became slightly aware again there was someone there to greet him. You with us again, mate? It took Quackity longer than he really liked to identify the voice as Phil, and it sort of bothered him that it's so much effort to get his eyes to find the man too. How are you feeling today? Phil smiled, letting out a comforting chirping sound. Quackity smiled, even though something in the back of his hazy and sluggish mind told him to be angry, but that just sounded like too much work right now. Plus, he hadn't realized how nice that sound was. He tried to mimic but his came out wrong, though that didn't seem to bother Phil. Still stuck in those instincts, that's good. Going to be a rabid hellion when you wake up, aren't you? Phil chuckled, taking a seat next to Quackity and leaned over to mess with something that Quackity hadn't bothered to be aware of, before sitting back up with a brush in his hands. The side of the brush had his wings snapping close and he found himself starting to crawl away, while in his head he knew the brush was necessary. He and Jschlatt had used the brush to brush out smaller feathers and the stick things that liked to bleed a lot. He didn't understand why he was running now. Apparently neither did Phil, as the crow hybrid tried to stop Quackity's crawl and pulled him into his lap. Hey, mate. It's okay, calm down. Look, I put it down. I'm not holding the brush. Phil said, making soothing chirps that soon had Quackity relaxing in the crow hybrid's arms. It took a little bit to realize that Phil was rocking them and the motion was causing Quackity to want to drift away again. The calmer Quackity became, the more he became aware that he was crying and shaking. No brushing. That's okay. We can continue by hand. Phil hummed, a hand smoothing over one Quackity's wings. Quackity blinked his eyes, his instinct while calm still sang for Jschlatt and cried for him at the same time. Jschlatt, he called. And Phil's arms seemed to tighten around him for a few seconds. Jschlatt's not here, mate. Just me. And just you. His flock wasn't here with him. But he needed Jschlatt. He began to thrash a little. He was aware enough that he wanted Jschlatt and not Phil, while his instinct wanted both Jschlatt and Phil. But logically he knew Jschlatt was gone and he had helped to make that happen. It was no wonder that Jschlatt didn't want to be near him. Quackity, is Jschlatt part of your flock? Phil asked. Quackity didn't answer, too caught up that he was basically abandoned. He had helped murder Jschlatt and now he was alone in the world. He helped me. He stammered out in a mixture of warbles. He hurt you. Phil hissed back, the anger in that hiss caused Quackity to shrink in on himself. You plucked your feathers, before now. He made you hate your wings somehow and made you hide your wings. But he won't hurt you anymore. Phil's hiss turning into a coo, a hand continuing to card through his feathers, effectively calming Quackity's instinct. I hate my wings. Jschlatt helped me. He repeated with a shake of his head, which just made him dizzy and he wanted to go back asleep again. He wanted to forget this. He didn't want to admit he killed his own flock. That he helped kill Jschlatt. When you wake up from those instincts you are going to love your wings. Phil said, happily running his fingers through his wings, fixing a few that were out of place that had been bothering Quackity. We'll working on stretching and working your muscle properly after that and then we will teach you to fly. Doesn't that sound nice? Phil said, speaking softly, and further calming Quackity's instinct more. I bet you never truly touched the sky, that almost criminal for an avian. Phil continued to talk about the sky and how nice the wind would feel flowing through his feathers, had Quackity going back to sleep, dreaming of the sky and that very feeling. Techno. Techno was upset. Not only were they keeping an enemy in the den, now Phil's crows were stealing from him, they were even stealing his milk now too. Gold and other shiny stuff, and maybe some bread, sure. Fine. Okay. But his milk? Seriously? And the voices were just finding that hilarious, that they were no help whatsoever now. And right now he had one crow cornered in the pantry, caught with a cookie in its beak. If there were any other crows in the house they were better hidden or had beat a quick escape faster than this one. How are you guys getting in my house? He growled out annoyed. The crow didn't even look sorry, or scared, but then none of the crows were scared of him. They knew he wouldn't hurt them, because they were Phil's, and they were also creatures of the void. They would just reappear and then both Brian and Phil would be pissed. Up until now he hadn't been able to catch them red-handed stealing. Usually they were just very open about the stuff they were taking, flying right in front of his face with the object and seeming to laugh whenever he tried to get it back, before they disappeared. And he had gotten used to that. He could make an inventory of what they took that way, but lately, they have been sneaking and stealing. Hence why the crows were still not allowed in the house, even with Phil up and about. It was going to stop. He was getting upset, going to go get something only for that something to be gone. "Drop the cookie," he demanded. The crow tilted its head, blinking its eyes, the cookie still in its mouth. "I'm tired of you guys stealing from me. What the hell do you even need milk for? How are you even carrying it away?" he asked, when the crow didn't drop the cookie. "Techno, I think we're making great progress with Quackity," Phil announced in the other room, finally coming down the stairs from the nest room and breaking the staring contest he and the crow were having. "Sure. Just wait till he wakes up," Techno grumbled, grabbing the cow in his pantry with quick reflexes, before it could decide to fly off. The little bird screeching as it was grabbed and dropped its cookie in the process. "I thought you told these guys to stop stealing from me," he said, turning to meet Phil, who was coming into the kitchen. Phil smiled at the crow in Techno's hand. "Were you guys stealing again?" he asked. The trapped crow hissed and screeched, before giving Techno a side-eyed glare. While Phil just looked amused and nodded. "They haven't been stealing half the things that you claimed they have. Apparently, you're the one lying about them," Phil translated. Not even looking upset about the obvious fib the creature had just told. "Heh. Bruh, really? Lying too?" Techno asked, giving the crow in his hand a look. The crow itself looked back unrepentant, and then pecked at his hand in an attempt to make him let go. Didn't hurt too bad, but the message was clear. "Just let em go, Techno. I'm sure we can replace whatever it is they took," Phil said, reaching for Techno to hand the disgruntled crow over. Once safely in Phil's hand, the crow shook its feathers out a bit before leaving and going back to the pantry where its cookie had fell. "It's the principle of it, Phil. It would be different if they just showed me what they were taking. Plus half the stuff they take, they wouldn't have a use for. It make no sense," Techno reasoned, going back to taking inventory. "Like what could they have the need for a full gallon of milk, much less able to carry it off? And the food I thought you said they didn't really need to eat?" Techno looked into the barrel that he kept his gapples in. "And they stole my gapples, Phil." "My gapples?" he said, showing the empty barrel to Phil. "Now that is odd." Phil smiled, trying to hold back laughter. "As for the food, they can eat. They don't have to, but they can if they choose to. Not funny." Techno huffed, placing the empty barrel back in the pantry. "I'll have a talk with them. I'm sure they're just trying to play a little joke on you or something," Phil said, and after a few minutes of silence in the kitchen his smile started to slowly disappear from his face. Techno noticed and knew it had to do with Quackity upstairs. They were only halfway through the mold and the guy still wasn't responding right to chirps and seemed to have trouble making the sounds too. They had all the feathers that wanted to come out gone, and had straightened any feathers that were out of place and cleaned all the dirt from the wings. Beside the pin feathers, that they were waiting to finish coming in, the wings had lost their dirty look and were more white in color now. "What's wrong?" he asked. "He still wants Jschlatt," Phil hissed out, his feathers lifting in agitation. They were close. Techno shrugged, joining Phil at the table. "Bring a slice of pie with him." Phil looked like he needed something, and who didn't like a slice of pie? He had a panic attack when I went to brush some of the wing oil into his lesser converts, you know, to help his oil glands produce oil and spread it out evenly. He acted like it was a torture device," Phil said, with a hiss. "Jschlatt did something. He did something that somehow got Quackity to see him as flock. Do you know how hard that is to do with an avian Quackity's age?" Techno shook his head. "Really hard, if you're getting upset about it. It's almost like he imprinted a second time on Jschlatt of all people." Phil sighed, clearly upset. Techno didn't like Phil upset. It made him want to come fix the problem for Phil. But Techno didn't know how. Personally, he still thought that finding Tommy to replace Quackity was the better option. But he also knew it was already too late for that. Phil was invested now. I'm sure it's nothing. Who knows, maybe there's a good reason for it. He might have seen the guy as Flock. Phil glared at him for that one. Techno shrugged, giving up on giving a good response. As long as you get him fixed, by the time you can take to the sky again, okay. I don't really want him staying here any longer than that. But until then, whatever I can do to help, I will. Techno huffed. He really didn't know what else he could say. But whatever Phil needed from him, Techno would do. If that meant helping Quackity, then Techno was going to help Phil help Quackity. To the best of his ability. That is until Quackity started to prove dangerous. Then he was going to kick his ass and hand it to him. Crows. Who stole the milk? Someone stealing milk. Techno thinks we steal from him. Don't we though? Yes. No. Not like that. Fledgling's looking a lot better. I didn't steal any milk. No sign of Tommy still. We got a milk thief. The crows all chattered, the majority of them perched in a tree. Brian was sitting on one of the lower branches, where most of the younger ones were. One of them had come back complaining about Techno's accusation, and while they did usually take stuff from Techno, it was always with his knowledge. We've took his gold. We don't steal food. Wilbur's on the road again. I stole a cookie. That doesn't count. Then what does? We must find the thief. Then what? We kill him. Snitch. Brian looked around watching as the flock gossiped and planned. They were all getting antsy about not being able to find Tommy, and then there was a mysterious thief running around that was getting the whole flock in trouble with Techno and banned from the house. And a majority of them did not like being kicked from the house. It meant they were not able to stay near Phil like they would want, or look in on the new fledgling to help with the mold process. Brian could understand that feeling. It meant he wasn't allowed inside either. But it also meant he had to watch the flock with a sharper eye. To make sure none were causing trouble for the rest. For if the troublemaker was one of the flock, then Brian was going to have to send them back to the void and ban them from ever returning. However, Brian was certain that none in their flock would risk getting banned from this world. So, Brian wasn't too bothered with the mysterious thief. The thief would be caught with time. For now, he would continue to help those few crows into the house that brought gifts for the fledgling. Chapter 14. Ranger watched quietly as the group assigned to make the nest more comfortable flew in and out, a few staying only long enough to hide the shiny stuff under the pillows before leaving to get more. Phil and Techno were downstairs making food. Apparently, the mold would be over soon and Phil wanted them stocked up on food for a very hungry Quackity after. So, Ranger was watching Quackity, who was laid out on his side, his wings stretched out behind him, overlapping each other as he watched the doorway. His wings were looking much better, nice and white with only a few more old feathers to come out. Much better indeed. Now Ranger wasn't sure if the fledgling was lucid enough to know what was going on still, but one thing was for sure, Quackity's instincts seemed to be working in overtime. The fledgling was trying to turn on his stomach and crawl to the nearest pillow where a crow had recently hid a shiny gold nugget. Any crow of Phil's, even the young ones, knew that a mold-like left the body very weak, so it was an impressive feat that Quackity was able to crawl a little ways to the pillow before his body gave out on him again. The fledgling letting out a sad warble with his hand outstretched for the pillow. For the shiny gold hidden underneath it. Ranger understood the feeling. Seeing something shiny and unable to get it? Like the jewels in the window of a store. Only to be kept away from it by stupid glass. So, when Quackity made a sad croaky warble sound, with his hand still outstretched toward the pillow, of course Ranger got up and nudged the hidden gold nugget from under the pillow and into that same outstretched hand. They felt very pleased with themselves when the fledgling let out happy little broken chirps, hazy and blurry eyes transfixed on the gold now in his hands. Spending time with the Crow Father was proving beneficial for Quackity. Jschlatt, he mumbled. Except for that. Ranger huffed out a little annoyed. The fledgling called for an enemy. Not good. The fledgling should call for Phil. For Dadza. Maybe instead of comfy stuff they needed more Dadza stuff. A few fellow crows came into the room dropping some shiny fabrics off at the other end on the nest, trying to be polite about space. New plan. Ranger called, stopping the other crows before they could leave. We need Dadza stuff. Maybe if they surround him with stuff that carried Phil's scent and stuff that could be identified as Phil's, the fledgling would be less hostile when the mold was over and the instincts would be calmed little. Informing the group as much seemed to spark agreements. So we take Dadza stuff and move it in here. What about Techno's stuff? We can move both. Two birds one stone, as they say. Isn't that offensive since we're literal birds? Let's hurry. Yes, let's. Why? Mold's halfway through. Not much time. So we conditioning him now? Yes. No. Maybe. A little bit. It's for his own good. Who cares? Let's go. Excited about this new plan, Ranger and the crows flew and made their way to Phil's room. A quick look around and they spotted the first thing that would be given to the fledgling. One of Phil's outer robes with the green cuffs. Perfect. Ranger chirped, already grabbing at the robe hanging off the bed slightly. The other crows coming to help. This is a little heavy. Pick up the slack. Quit complaining. Flap 1, 2, flap 1, 2. They dropped the robe right on top of Quackity, who was back on his side, making stuttering coos at the gold in his hands. They waited a moment to see his reaction to having something of Phil's that smelled like Phil in the nest. There was a slight pause before the robe was pulled off and shoved away. With Quackity looking up at them with a grumpy look and going back to look at the gold in his hands. More. Ranger chirped. The small flock leaving the room to gather more stuff. Techno. He watched from the corner as a small flock of crows flew into his room, and a few minutes later, came out dragging his cape from the room. He growled, annoyed, letting the crows know he was watching, causing the creatures to startle and practically get dragged to the floor by the weight of the red cape, before catching themselves. Put it back. He growled out. The crows dropped the cape and scattered. And Techno grumbled as he went to get his cape from the floor, dusting it off as he replaced it in his room, and this time made sure to close his door in an attempt to keep the birds out. Phil. They're still trying to steal my stuff again. He shouted, down the stairs, before he peeked into the nest room. They've left Quackity not too long ago after working wing oil in the feathers and encouraging new feathers out. Techno could admit that Quackity was tolerable loss to his instincts. But it was when he woke up from those very instincts were they going to have problems. Still, it wasn't often you got to see your enemy acting defenseless, and apparently take almost all of Phil's attention. Techno jealous. Techno soft. When is the mold going to be over? He's kind of cute like this, admit it? No. He's starting to grow on you, isn't he? Not going to give the voices any more attention. Techno began ignoring them and peeking into the room. Quackity was turned on his side, not laying on his wings, which was good. Phil would have a fit if Quackity was laying on those wings. What was odd though, was the sight of Phil's black robe gripped in one of Quackity's hand. Narrowing his eyes, Techno left to go back down the stairs and took in Phil wearing his usual attire. Phil, did you give Quackity one of your extra robes? He asked. Phil, who was mixing batter, turned to look at him with a questioning look. No. Why? He asked. Quackity's got hold of one in the nest. Techno answered. Maybe the crows gave it to him and were going to give him your cape too. Phil suggested, looking thoughtful. I don't really see Quackity leaving the nest anytime soon. And why would they do that? Techno asked, with a roll of his eyes. Phil stopped his stirring to think. Could be to make him comfortable. Or to smother him in our scent and make him flock since you two don't get along. He finally answered with a smile. Heh. You're joking, Techno gaped. There's no way they're trying to trick my instincts. Is that even possible? I don't know. I still want his blood. Blood. Maybe. We must be on guard. The crows are tricky. I wouldn't put it past them. Great, even the voices were unsure now. Now they were going to be contemplating this for hours on end now. Techno groaned and rubbed at his head at the headache he was going to have at the end of the day. Phil. He pouted. For only Phil could get the crows to behave. However, Phil was more preoccupied with Quackity than his flock of crows that liked to cause trouble. Look, mate, just let them do their thing. I'm sure it's for a good reason. Techno looked over to the window in the kitchen to see a few crows flying around with gold in their talons and a few with emeralds. There were even a few with, taking stuff from the barn. Fine. He sighed, giving it up. Quackity. His room was a mess, his office was a mess, with stolen items. Mostly shiny stuff and stuff that reminded him of Jschlatt or at least smelled like Jschlatt. It was calming, for some annoying reason. In the office he had the stuff hidden out of sight under his desk where it was nice and cozy. And after such a long day, he was looking forward to just hunkering down under his desk with his treasures. The stuff definitely helped him not need to follow Jschlatt around too much. Those unruly bird instincts seemed to calm as long as he had something that reminded him of Jschlatt. His brain screaming flock and family whenever he did. As soon as he walked into his office and seen the stuff piled up on his desk with Jschlatt sitting in the desk chair looking irritated, Quackity knew he was in trouble. What the hell is all of this? Jschlatt demanded. Nothing. I just found stuff. Quackity winced at the uncertainty of his own words. He really didn't want to blame his instincts again. Jschlatt was getting tired of those excuses, despite them being true. It was hard ignoring them, but he didn't think collecting things would become a problem. I thought you didn't want to act like an animal. Jschlatt demanded. I don't, it's so hard, Quackity pleaded. Something in his brain didn't like Jschlatt mad at him. They were supposed to be happy, but it was starting to feel like a useless thing to hope for, and with the angry look Jschlatt was giving him, something in him was starting to lose that hope. I don't care, Quackity. This is exactly why I can't give over power to you. Not when you constantly do things like this. Jschlatt scolded, picking up a jacket that Quackity had found on the coat rack in Jschlatt's office. You promised we would have equal power, Jschlatt. Quackity snapped. His bound wings were bristling in their bindings, which was just painful considering he had them so flat they looked non-existent under his clothes. I will not give power to someone who acts like an animal instead of a responsible adult. We will not have another Tommy in it or Wilbur Soot in office. Jschlatt spat, fist hitting the desk for emphasis. Betrayal hit hard at those words. Betrayal that triggered another emotion. Something that made him want to prove to Jschlatt. Prove to him that Quackity wasn't incompetent, and couldn't handle things. He was going to show him. He was resourceful. Quackity hummed, only distantly aware of his wings doing little flaps behind him. They felt so light, and clean. He couldn't remember a time where his wings felt this good. He tilted his head to watch as the crows came in and out, dropping things that smelled nice, and his instincts wanted to pile the stuff close, but part of his brain didn't want to be near it. So he was torn, but soon instincts won out and he snatched a black robe close and smushed his face into it, taking in the scent coming off of it. It was nothing like Jschlatt's scent. Jschlatt's scent smelled like alcohol, smoke, sand, like something was burning. This smell that was starting to grow the more the crows brought, was earthy, almost like lavenders, and something else that was hard to describe. Something like touching something that other could only dream of touching. The smell settled something in him. Not much later, the crows had come back with Ranger among them, dragging a big red cape with a white fur with them, and dropped the thing right on top of him, adding a stronger scent to the nice scent into the nest. After struggling a bit to wiggle his head from under the red cape. The smell was strong and held something similar to robe and other stuff that the crows have brought. But the scent also held a metallic scent. And somewhere deep in his hazy mind was telling him that he should toss both robe and cape away from him. To reject them. But instinctively he recognized the scents as the ones that made his wings feel good and were keeping him nice and safe. And he couldn't remember a time where he felt safe, despite the haze side of his brain yelling that these scents weren't safe. During his musing, the crows had returned with another item, a very shiny gold crown, carried by Ranger and 2 other crows. The birds dropping the crown in the nest next to him before pausing yet again near him. They liked to do that whenever they brought stuff into the nest, especially recently. Only leaving whenever he slowly moved for the items they brought. Shiny, Quackity mumbled, eyes transfixed on the crown, hand reaching for it and poking at the jewels on it. Ranger made pleased noises and was hopping around excitedly as the other crows flew away. Well, what's this? Quackity hadn't realized he had closed his eyes, so was a little surprised to see Phil coming back into the nest. His hands clenched on the clothes the crows had dropped on him. He wasn't sure why he wanted to hold the fabrics tighter, so they wouldn't be taken away. He knew they weren't his. None of the stuff in the nest were his. He didn't have a claim. He has never had a claim. What claim he tried to make was always taken. He groggily propped himself up, his wings flapping, as something primal anticipated having his wings touched again. Hands instinctively balling around the black and green and red fabrics, just in case Phil was coming to take them away. The crow hybrid's eyes flickering to Ranger, who was calling attention to itself, still moving around, until it moved itself to the rafters above. Quackity followed Ranger, tilting his head all the way back to keep the little crow in sight, before letting his neck relax to watch Phil. Ah, I see. Phil hummed and again met Quackity's eyes. You can keep it? Just don't destroy them when you wake up from those instincts. Techno will not be pleased if you destroy his cape. Phil smiled, taking a seat next to Quackity, whose wings were still doing small and slow little flaps. A bit more preening, yeah mate? Your wings are coming along nicely. I can't wait for us to strengthen them and get you flying. Phil hummed as he started carding through Quackity's feathers, and making those cooing noises that Quackity found himself trying to mimic automatically, though they rarely sounded anything close to Phil's sounds. You're getting better chirping, mate. Phil praised, stopping only to rub wing oil on his hands to help as he preened. And whatever little part of his brain that wanted to resist, faded to nothing once more. Leaving Quackity calm and distracted by the shiny crown next to him, poking and turning it to see the random jewels embedded in it. Phil, I thought you were going to, is that my crown? And my cape? Techno said, stepping into the doorway. Yeah, the crows want him to have something of our. You know, like a flock welcoming a new fledgling. Phil smiled. Quackity hummed unhappily, when he seemed to realize that Phil's finger had paused again. A small part of his brain, resurfacing, telling to stop playing with the crown, because there was threat in the room. A threat in the nest. His eyes snapped to watch Techno. The piglin hybrid's red eyes seeming to be moving from him to Phil, to the crown and cape in Quackity's possession. He's not a new fledgling, Phil. Tommy is a fledgling. Our fledgling. He's just a substitute. Remember? Techno huffed. Bending to take the crown and cape. Quackity hissed, lifting himself up enough to shove the robe, the cape, and the crown under him. The robe smelled nice. The cape was heavy and warm. And the crown was nice and shiny, and he wanted to keep them close. Besides, the crows gave them to him. They were his. At least that is what his instinct-driven brain was telling him at the moment. Which had Quackity staring Techno down. Mine. He hissed out, wings mantled and feathers rising on his wings. Aw, isn't that sweet? Phil cooed, already going back to preening the wings, smoothing the feather back down and rubbing at the muscles to get the wings to relax their position. Meaning Quackity immediately melt and slumped slightly on his side to keep an eye on both Phil and Techno and to also not fall onto the crown. He was aware that falling on it would hurt, though that part of his brain that wanted to be wary and challenge Techno had quieted and was nothing but his instincts again. Techno narrowed his eyes at Quackity's failed attempt. Sweet? You're kidding me? He said, sounding unimpressed. It's a natural response. It's natural to want to have keepsake in the nest from those in the flock. It's even more natural to try and protect said stuff. Phil nodded. Phil. I want my stuff back. Too many things have been going missing as it is, and the only reason I haven't searched the nest is because I know kick me out again. Techno said in an almost pleading tone. Just a few days, mate. And I'll let you sleep in the nest with us tonight. Phil bargained. Quackity tiredly looked to Techno, not really keeping track of what they were talking about, besides how Phil's fingers are working magic at the moment with his feathers. Fine. Techno grunted and turned to leave. By the way, one of your crows came back from the void with a purple rose outside. Just in case you want to send her a reply. He announced before he was out of earshot. Quackity blinked sluggishly, watching as Phil hummed with a funny smile on his face. Guess, we are going to have to schedule another date soon. Although preferably when we get things settled around here. He grinned, turning his focus back to Quackity, who merely just yawned and let himself go back to sleep. He only partially remember waking up in the middle of the night, and being aware of Phil and Techno in the nest with him with one of Phil's wings over him, which had no right to be as comforting as it was. So much so he didn't stay awake long enough to figure out where Techno was in the nest. He just knew he was there. Every now and then, whenever he became aware of his surrounding, he would wake to find either Ranger, Phil, or Techno in the nest with him. His feather constantly getting worked on. He woke one time catching Techno preening Phil's wings, and something in his brain screamed liar at that, though he was quick to ignore it, because not long after Phil had pulled him close to work on his wings too. They still tried to offer food, but his stomach just felt queasy every time he tried to eat. Phil had said it was the mold, his body main focus to bring in new feathers. Still, though despite the slight sick feeling he felt, his instincts content and happy. Everything was just perfect. Like a dream. But like every good dream, you must wake up. It was in the middle of the day, a switch seemed to flip in his brain like he was suddenly awake for the first time in days, and he was alone. Phil and Techno weren't around. He couldn't hear them moving or chatting anywhere in the house. No crows in the nest either. Slowly, Quackity climbed to his feet. His balance off, with his wings resting so open on his back, loose and light and no aches, or pinches, or itching. It was weird, but at the moment he didn't care. His wings were not important. What was important, was that he was no longer under whatever spell Phil did to trigger his instincts. He looked around, and cursed when he found that he was still gripping Phil's signature black and green robe, dropping it like it had burned him, and stepping away from it. What the hell was wrong with him? Holding on to that when he was sure he had kicked that habit when he was under Jschlatt, just proved how much Phil and Techno must have messed with his head. He noticed that Techno's crown and cape were missing, which meant Techno must be traveling. Phil, he wasn't so sure. Phil could just be sitting quietly downstairs. Quackity, wasn't sure, but he had to get out of there. Practically stalking his way down the stairs, he felt the knot in his stomach tighten even more, finding the downstairs empty. Something isn't right. He mumbled, creeping to the front door, still looking around the room. What was going on? He pulled open the door and turned to leave only to come face to face with Wilbur. Wilbur, who had been missing in action for months now. "Oh, hello. Is Phil and Techno home?" Wilbur greeted, looking just as surprised as Quackity. Quackity stood frozen, not sure what to do with his exit blocked by a new enemy. At least it wasn't Techno or Phil. He knew from experience with Wilbur he stood a chance. An enemy he could finally go toe-to-toe with. And since both Techno and Phil were nowhere to be seen right now, this was his chance. His muscles coiled ready to attack. Already making plans on pillaging whatever Wilbur had on his person once he won. What could Wilbur actually do anyway? He was just human, after all. Phil and Techno. Something had entered the nest and had left. The only reason Phil and Techno were even aware of it was because of the little crow watching Quackity came flying out and screeching about stranger danger, and thief. Which had Phil running up and into the nest room with Techno right behind him, stopping by a locked closet to grab a sword. A place he had his everything once he had brought Quackity home, and practically pushing himself in front Phil ready to take on the intruder. However, the only on in the nest was an instinct-driven and happy Quackity, who was still asleep after the recent preening, and working of the last of the pin feathers, with Phil's robe still in his hands. "They took my cape and crown." Techno growled out, red eyes taking in the whole room within seconds. "They were in the nest. With my fledgling." Phil hissed, walking into the nest and near an oblivious Quackity, looming over him and checking just to be sure nothing had hurt him. Techno moving a few things in the room that could hit a potential intruder, including some blankets that were bunched up in a way that looked like there was a body under them. "It's clear. No one's here," he stated, sword still held in a tight grip. "We must have just missed them," Phil concluded, still standing near Quackity, his wings positioned high on his back in an intimidating way. Both looked to the window, hearing the crows starting to make alarmed sounds, prompting the two to move back down the stairs and out the door. Stopping only long enough for Phil to grab a weapon, and ensuring the weapons closet was locked, before continuing. There were footprints in the snow, that led from the porch, and the sound of a door closing at the barn had them chasing after. The dogs inside making barking sounds as they were disturbed at the intrusion. Phil translating that the crows were all chattering about Techno's cape and crown moving on its own. Techno whistled a command out to the dogs. The creatures' inquiring barks from inside, turning more vicious. By the time he and Phil opened the door, they could see the creatures and birds cornering Techno's cape in the barn. The crows' comments about the cape moving making more sense, seeing that it looked like it was hovering in the corner a bit, struggling to make it to one of the high windows and escaping that way, the golden crown on top. "It's going to double back." Techno grunted, he and Phil already leaving the barn, the big doors closing on their own as they followed the semi-flying red cape around the property. "I can overtake it, if I fly," Phil said, his wings already arched on his back ready to propel him in the air. "Nah. Let's keep things on the ground." Techno chuckled darkly. The voices in his head singing for blood, his red eyes already changing and looking more brighter. "Who do you think it is?" Phil asked, the two not even winded in their little chase, stopping only to watch as the cape seemed to lurch upward a bit shakily to a window to Phil's house that was adjacent to Techno's, where the two shared the same porch. "Don't know, but now they're going through your stuff." Techno grunted, angrily. How dare someone try to steal from Phil? "Kill them. Blood. Blood for the blood god. Blood for the blood god. Blood for the blood god. No one steals from Dadza. Blood for the blood god. Death." The voices sang and chanted. Phil let Techno go through the door first, following closely behind after giving an order for the crows to not let the intruder escape through the windows. The two stalked through the house, full of chests that were filled to the brim with stuff that were old and ancient from over the years Phil has lived. Some possessions so old their uses long forgotten now by all but Phil. Spell books, and potions. Ingredients that most would have trouble getting their hands on. The shrine to Lady Death with the ritual marking on the floor. Everything seemed to be in its natural place. The kitchen looked raided though, all the food there gone, and Phil knows he had his kitchen stocked. Just because he liked living with Techno didn't mean he let his own house go neglected. But the problem was, they lived in the Arctic. They did not have company often. And no one entered Phil's house without permission or unless they were family. Whoever was here, Phil would sacrifice the intruder to his lady. The crow would carry their flesh and bones to the void as gift to her, while he sent the soul. Downstairs is clear on this end. Techno whispered. Same here. Upstairs then. Phil nodded, a little upset about his kitchen and pantry. Upstairs only had 2 bedrooms. Phil's whenever he wanted to have his own space, and a guest room, for whenever he had company. Phil's room was empty and untouched. Exactly as he left it. The guest room across the hall was closed. But they could both hear shushing and whispering behind the door. Techno held his sword at the ready, and waited for Phil to give the signal. Phil nodded, silently, weapon ready, and sharp blue eyes on the door as Techno kicked it in, practically shattering the wood. Phil taking the lead into the room, his eyes taking in everything. The place was a mess, with blankets and pillows and toys all piled together in a nest with a baby zombified piglin in the middle of it. And that is the only reason he and Techno both paused in their attack. Michael. Phil said, flabbergasted. The baby piglin smiled and waved at Phil and Techno, with Techno's gold crown sitting lopsided on his head, and gnawing on the red cape. Blissfully oblivious to the danger that almost befell him in their hunt. He was in the nest surrounded by everything that had come up missing from Techno's place. What's Michael doing here? Techno asked, his tone pitching slightly. I don't know, mate. I thought Tubbo took him with him, when he went on that vacation he wouldn't stop talking about. Phil answered and took a step toward the cozy little nest the baby was nestled in. Going to pick the child up to check him over. A hiss from above had both Phil and Techno looking up to the rafters of the room. Where a pissed-looking Tommy was perched, his wings mantled. Tommy. Techno said more from shock. My fledgling. He hissed, blue eyes almost non-existent as they glared at Phil and Techno. Ah. I see. He's protecting his nest. Phil hummed, taking a step back from the nest. Although Tommy's aggressive body language did not relax. He stayed on the rafter, ready to pounce on the first one to take a step toward the nest. Great. Now we got 2 of Ains instinct driven. Techno huffed. I thought Tommy was too young to want to brood. He is. He still doesn't have all his flight feathers yet. Phil tapped at his chin in thought, before taking a similar stance to what Tommy had, only standing up, lifting his wings high on his back to make himself look even bigger and even more intimidating. And let out a challenging hiss, to the boy in the rafters. Phil. Techno said. Don't worry, mate. I'm just going to put him in check, and he should calm down. Phil said, never taking his eyes off Tommy. Mine. Tommy hissed, his golden brown wings flaring out even more. Oh no, mate. You got it wrongs. Phil smiled, a predatory smiled. You're both mine. He hissed. His arms already spread out and open in preparation for when Tommy attacked. Not even stumbling as his caught the younger of Ains, and instead, turned his body to throw the boy totty floor, a hand gripping not too hard but hard enough to be a thread around his neck. Mine. He hissed, again in Tommy's face. Techno leaving Phil to handle Tommy inched himself around the 2 as Phil asserted his position onto the younger of Ain and went to Michael who had a fistful of red cape in his mouth. And a second quick look around the nest revealed several baby bottles, gold, emeralds, cakes, and gapple cores scattered around. Guess we know where the milk went. He huffed, plucking the toddler from the nest and wrapping him up in the rest of the cape. Techno soft. Michael 3. Techno dad. Techno soft. I just want to hug him. When he turned back around, Phil was sitting on the floor rocking a silent Tommy in his lap. I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me. I was babysitting for Tubbo and, Tommy said, wrapping his arms tight around Phil, so tight that it looked like a death grip. It's okay, mate. I remember when I first got protective over the young too. It's an instinct thing and not a bad thing. Means you think of Michael as flock. Phil said reassuringly. I'm not mad you tried to challenge me, okay? Tommy nodded, solemnly looking like a child that just got a very good scolding from their parent. And considering who Phil was to them, he did. Kind of made Techno want to bully him about, but later when Tommy had recovered from it first. Then he's rub it in his face like a good older sibling. Wait. Techno said, Tommy's words finally registering in his head. Tell me Tubbo knows you took his kid. He pleaded. Tommy refused to look him in the eyes. Did you kidnap Michael? Phil asked, he too, looking for an answer from Tommy. Maybe, Tommy shrugged. Bitch shouldn't have went on vacation. He defended. Though both Phil and Techno could tell there was more not being said. Okay, let's talk about this at Techno's place. And you're going to tell us how long you've been here, because I know a few crows you got banned for all the stuff that was coming up missing. Phil finally said, breaking the uncomfortable silence that Tommy had refused to fill with an explanation. And you're washing my cape and polishing the crown. The runt's done put its baby germs all over it? Here, take it. He said, passing the baby piglin to Phil as he passed. Tommy went to reach for the kid before Phil could take him, but paused when the crow hybrid pinned him with a look, black feather raising slightly. And you going to contact Tubbo and let him know where Michael is? He's probably panicking, if he's back home already. Phil added, as they crossed the porch. Entering Techno's house, the group stopped at the door, greeted by Wilbur, who was standing in the middle of the room looking a bit roughed up, with an unconscious Quackity on the floor. Wilbur using the duck hybrid's head as a grinding stone for his heel. Hi, guys. I found this when I got here. He greeted, cruel eyes turning soft at the sight of his family. Chapter 15. Quackity came to with his face feeling like it was used as a drum. Damn, Wilbur could hit hard, but not as hard as Techno. He just wasn't expecting the guy to be able to overtake him when he was supposed to have these extra animal attributes. It was humiliating, not only to get knocked out by Wilbur, but to fail in escaping, again. He was well aware that there was talking around him, but wasn't in the mood for eavesdropping. So you could forgive him for flinching when someone grabbed one of his wings and pulled it open, causing him to jolt up from his position on the floor, snatching his wings back. Sending a glare to the owner of the hands responsible for the rough and unwanted touch. Tommy, who was the one to have grabbed his wing, glared back. What the fuck is with the wings? He asked, loudly, looking at Quackity like he had committed a crime. Fuck off. Quackity snapped, making his wings press tight to his back again. Unlike Tommy, whose wings were slightly open with the feathers sticking up a bit. Tommy opened his mouth ready to respond, but stopped when Wilbur and Techno came from the kitchen, getting easily distracted. I'm just saying I don't understand why I'm getting chewed out, if you guys didn't want him leaving to begin with. Wilbur was saying, looking like he was pouting. The bastard. Will. Techno grunted, who was walking right next to him, pointed a finger to Quackity, while his other hand turned Wilbur's head to look in that direction. And Quackity could see the moment Wilbur caught on to Techno's silent response. Oh! He exclaimed, nodding his head in understanding, like he just realized something baffling. Okay, now I get it. He said, crossing his arms and tilting his head in thought, still looking at Quackity but with a more contemplative look. You know, I didn't even notice the wings. I was too busy defending myself. And I'm ready for round 2, you cheating bastard. Quackity snarled out, slowly getting to his feet, fists ready. Tommy, who had already jumped to his own feet from his crouch, was now circling behind Quackity, or at least trying to. Quackity wasn't letting any of them behind him. Hold still, you flatty patty, bitch boy. Tommy scowled, when Quackity continued to move to keep the younger of the 3 threats in the room within his sights. Say that again and I'll rip out your tongue. Quackity threatened. He hated that nickname. The only reason he didn't outright attack Tommy was, because he was sure that Techno and Wilbur would jump in. Tommy, quit antagonizing, you don't know if it's rabbit or not. Wilbur said, with a dark chuckle, that was shared with Techno. Tommy, who rarely listens to anyone anyway, ignored Wilbur and continued to try to get behind Quackity. I just gotta know. Did you glue these things to your back or something? I mean, like damn. How many chickens did you have to pluck? Tommy said. More like murmuring to himself. Undeterred by Wilbur's words or Quackity's retreat. Now Quackity wasn't afraid of Tommy. In all honesty, he pegged Tommy the less dangerous in the room. Even though it was true Tommy was no stranger to battles. However, it was Techno and Wilbur, who were the real threats. Especially, when the two knew how to utilize the endless energy that was Tommy. His enthusiasm and energy could border on annoying in a lot of cases. It didn't take long before Tommy had Quackity cornered in an actual corner of the room before Phil made an appearance. Tommy, mate, give him some space. Phil scolded lightly, with a smile on his face. Carrying 2 ice packs, passing one to Wilbur, who began icing his hand, that Quackity vaguely remembered had been used to deliver an uppercut to the jaw. He was going to have to repay Wilbur for that punch at a later date. It had felt like the guy was trying to break his jaw with that punch. Unlike Wilbur's words, Tommy was quick to listen to Phil, who came to Quackity, holding out the second ice pack. Here, mate. I got food cooking too. I know you must be hungry after the mold. He smiled. Quackity wanted to refuse the ice pack, but thought better of it. Phil seemed to be the only person that the other 3 even attempted to listen to. Plus, a little voice in the back of his brain found it difficult to want to say "go fuck yourself" to Phil now. So he took the ice pack without a word. Phil backed off, but stood there in the middle of the room looking to Wilbur, Techno, and Tommy, who were standing in front of the kitchen entryway. Then to Quackity, who stayed in the corner he had backed himself in, and was holding the ice pack to his face. Trying to will everyone in the room to catch fire and die so he could just leave already. So. Phil smiled, apparently deciding to break the silent standoff himself. This is a nice. He said, looking to the 3 near the kitchen. What brings you by, Will? We didn't know you were coming, seeing as you've been traveling and all. He asked. Wilbur, who had yet to take his eyes off Quackity and was openly staring much like Tommy. Oh, well. A flock of crows flew into my temporary base screeching like there was something wrong and then left just as quick. Usually you send a letter with them, but this time no letter, so I came to see what was going on. Wilbur answered, still looking Quackity up and down and only sparing Phil a look only when he mentioned the crows. There was an accident that ended with Phil dislocating his wing. I was trying to find Tommy, but couldn't, so I brought him. Techno explained, giving Quackity and Tommy equally accusing looks. Hey. It's not my fault I got stuck in my instincts. Some fucker blew up half of Tubbo's house, what was I supposed to do? Stay there and die? Tommy shouted. You could have let us know you were living next door. Techno huffed. Bitch, I didn't even know I came here. Instincts were screaming hide, protect the chick, care for the chick, and home safe, that was literally the only thing my brain would allow as a conscious thought. There was no get techno and philosophy. Do you know how fucking terrible it is going through a winter mold while already stuck in bird brain mode? It sucks. Tommy ranted, throwing his hands up everywhere as he talked. Boys, Michael is asleep upstairs. Lower you voices. Phil warned. Although he didn't seem to mind them arguing with each other. In fact, he looked amused. Tell Techno to stop blaming me for something I can't control. Tommy demanded, coming to Phil's side, putting on some sad puppy eyes, that had Phil chuckling and ruffling the teen's hair. Brat. Phil smiled, hands going to mess with some of Tommy's ruffled feather, laying them down. Quackity tensed his own wings so they wouldn't twitch at the memory of those same finger combing through his wings, and instead rolled his eyes at the affection. This was great. Now Phil didn't need Quackity. He could leave finally. As touching as this moment is. I get to leave now that you found Tommy, yes. Great. He said, not even waiting for an answer. Glaring at Phil and Tommy and at how close they were, as he started for the door. It made him sick. Actually, mate. Phil's voice stopped him, along with a sad-sounding warble behind it. I don't think you should leave without eating something. Honestly, you shouldn't be out of the nest yet, so soon after waking from a mold. He said, sounding almost apologetic, if it wasn't for the smile still on his face. Quackity found himself faltering a bit before grabbing the door to open it. So what if Phil had a point? Tommy was here now, Quackity could leave and be free. He could ignore the hunger and the tiredness until he got far enough away from here. The door didn't even open halfway before it was forced back closed by Techno, who had slammed his hand on the door and was bracing his full body weight on it and staring Quackity down with his red eyes. The intimidation working well, considering Quackity couldn't stop himself from backing away from the door. "Aw, so nice of you to join us for dinner, Quackity," Wilbur sang sweetly, with a predatory smile, coming up and tossing an arm over his shoulders, like they were buddies. Almost like old times. You remember those, don't you, former vice president? They were not buddies. Quackity ducked out of Wilbur's reach. He was so preoccupied by the intense energy and threat coming from Wilbur and Techno that promised a beat down, that he didn't notice until he brushed against Phil's wings that he was backed himself practically behind the crow hybrid, who curled a black wings around Quackity, that almost felt comforting. Almost. Quackity wasn't some child. And Phil wasn't his dad or father figure. So he immediately changed course, placing himself back in his corner. Right back to being trapped again. His mostly zeroed into how Tommy and Phil were still affectionately standing close together still. The older still idly busying himself with playing with Tommy's golden feathers, while watching Techno and Wilbur herd Quackity back further into the room and away from the door. Good. Phil said approvingly. Now then, I think we can all eat in here and then we'll figure out what we're going to do. I know exactly what Tommy should be doing right now. Techno grunted, crossing his arms over his chest, and sending a very annoyed look to the younger. You want me to do that now? Tommy whined. I just got here. You've been here for weeks, gremlin child, now write Tubbo and tell him where Michael is. Techno ordered. You're not the boss of me, bacon breath. Tommy shouted, stomping his foot. It's my house. My rules. Techno said, rolling his eyes. You and what army? Tommy hissed. Feathers rising in challenge. This one. Now go upstairs and write Tubbo. Phil said, backing Techno. Quackity was beginning to wonder when the guy was going to jump into the bickering. Or even Wilbur, who seemed to be just cackling away, finding humor in it all. Tommy spun around to face the crow hybrid, looking betrayed. Phil. You're supposed to be on my side. He said. I am. But I think Tubbo would like to know where you and Michael are too. Like Techno said, you were missing, mate. Parents worry about their fledgling. Phil corrected. You must not have been worried about me too much, you went and replaced me, with that. Tommy said, sending a challenging hiss toward Quackity, wings up. Quackity had to stop himself from answering the challenge. What did he care anyway? He didn't ask to be here. He was being held prisoner against his will. Besides, when the fuck did you get wings? Tommy demanded, moving so he stood between Phil and Quackity. Even though Quackity was already detached from the group and nowhere near them. None of your fucking business, brat. Quackity snarled out in a hiss. I think it is, considering you used his traits to help kick us from office, and out of a country we built. Wilbur countered, coming up to stand behind Tommy. Besides, I know for a fact you didn't have wings before. You're not an avian. Wilbur accused, with cold eyes and a cruel smile. Bitch. Tommy added, looking ready to attack. Quackity's body was so tight and ready for battle. He was surrounded by his enemies. And maybe Phil wasn't too bad, but it was common knowledge the Phil backed Technoblade and therefore an enemy by association. Will. Tommy. Now just, back off a bit. Phil said, moving from behind the two to place himself in front of them, his back facing Quackity, black wings spread slightly, acting as a curtain to hide him from the accusation being pointed at him. Now it's not impossible to hide wings, especially when they're the size of Tommy's and Quackity's. They could easily be hidden under clothes and such. Phil said, coming to Quackity's defense. Which shocked Quackity. He wasn't expecting anyone in the room to come to his defense, much less Phil. Techno during this time had found his way into the kitchen, apparently done with the conversation. No, Phil, you don't understand. Wilbur corrected. We have seen him without clothes on. As disturbing as that sounds. And talk about needing brain bleach for the eyes. Tommy nodded. He had no wings, philosophy. Wilbur said, slowly so no syllable could be misheard. Quackity wanted to melt into the wall when Phil closed his wings and turned to look at Quackity with a look on his face that was shocked, sad, confused, neutral. He wasn't sure what the look was. He couldn't read Phil like he wanted. Couldn't tell what he was thinking. And Quackity hated that. Did it really matter when he got his wings? Phil made a humming sound that was followed by a chirp, that was quickly answered by a responding chirp from Tommy, but Phil was looking dead at Quackity. Waiting. And there was something in Quackity's throat that wanted to claw its way out, but he refused. They were right. He wasn't an avian. He was never an avian. It didn't matter if he grew wings. They didn't define him as an avian. He didn't have the needs that avians needed. He didn't need to fly. He didn't need a nest. He didn't need a flock. And he definitely didn't need to stand there and chirp back to Phil, who was still looking at him, like someone had killed his puppy or something. Quackity. He mumbled. What? Quackity growled out. Mate. Phil said with a warble, sharp blue eyes moving from Quackity's face to over his shoulder, before returning to look at his face again. Is that true? You didn't get your wings until, Phil mumbled the last part of the sentence where it wasn't audible. Quackity made sure his wings were pulled tight, knowing that Phil's sharp eyes were trying to analyze him and his wings again. I don't think when I got them is any of your business. He gritted out. And you can count me out for dinner. I don't want any. He added, before starting to go upstairs. Oh no, you don't. Tommy shouted, running to beat him to the stairs. Michael's up there. I'm not letting you near him. Tubbo would murder me. Tommy had his golden-colored wings spread out behind him, even though they were not as big as Phil's, and slightly smaller than Quackity's. And with them spread out as they were, Quackity was able to see that they were also fluffier than his and Phil's wings. Tommy. Phil warned. I could care less about the stupid little runt, now get out of my way. Quackity spat, talking over whatever Phil was going to say. "Stay out of the nest," Tommy hissed. With pleasure, Quackity huffed, his own wings trying to puff up to match Tommy's for some reason. Something in his brain trying to make him seem bigger. But instead of letting that happen, he pushed himself past Tommy, shoving the boy and his stupid golden wings out of the way as he took the stairs 2 at a time. And silently cursed when he found himself walking for the nest room. He was going to go back into the nest like it was natural out of habit. What was wrong with him? He'd been here too long, that was it. They were trying to brainwash him, that was it. Bastards messed me up worse than I thought. He grumbled, looking around the hallway, spotting one door open, leading into the bedroom Phil had been laid up in when he first got there. He wasn't sure what was worse, going back to the nest room or to the very room where all this started. Looking in the nest room, he spotted a little lump covered in blankets that wasn't there before, so he was going to assume that that was Michael. He wasn't in the mood for another fight after losing to Wilbur. Especially knowing that he wouldn't be able to win. Plus, he was outnumbered too. So, he took the room that started all this, making sure to close the door behind him, and looked out the window, sitting himself on the floor at the foot of the bed, not able to make himself lay in it. He could hear Tommy running loudly to the nest room, most likely checking to make sure Quackity didn't go in there. Looking out the window, Quackity watched the wind blow new snowflakes around. Trying to count them. Anything to get his mind off the hunger in his stomach. While also trying to push the instincts that had surfaced back to the depths where they belonged. And maybe the loneliness that was becoming more prominent would go with them. He never needed anyone before. Why were things so much more complicated than they had been before? He was fine before all this, with Techno, his wing, Phil, and those stupid crows. As if summoned, Ranger flew into the room, landing on the floor next to him. It shook its feather out a little and cawed, to make sure the bird had his attention. "What do you want, you little spy?" he grunted. The crow was carrying an apple in its beak, and despite the weight of the fruit, the little crow hopped around until it seemed to decide to flutter onto Quackity's knees, and dropped it, before moving again, going up and on the rafters. Quackity following the bird with his eyes to see that he wasn't alone in the room. There were a handful of crows sitting on the rafters, and the only reason he was able to spot Ranger was because of the ribbon around its neck. The crows were all chittering quietly to one another, were all watching him expectantly. So, he took a little bite of the apple, and that seemed to please the majority of them, that they stopped looking at him. All but Ranger, who made a demanding chirp as the little crow glided back down to stand on his shoulder, intently watching until Quackity took another bite of the apple. Quackity wasn't going to question the crow's behavior anymore. Besides, he was hungry, and while the apple wasn't going to help much, at least it was something. Ranger seemed happy when Quackity wasn't taking long pauses between bite, and seemed to busy itself with running its beak through the nearest feathers on Quackity's wings, which brought a little comfort in feeling a few feathers get straightened, something he had hazy memories of, when Phil and Techno had messed with his wings. "Cut it out," he sighed, leaning his head against the bed. Watching the other handful of crows in the rafter all hop around and chattering to each other. Some having a light tussle over some small tiny gold. All the while Ranger did not stop, and instead moved to where it was now resting on one of his wings, while it combed its beaks through the smaller feather of his wings. "I still don't like you," he mumbled, taking a small bite from the apple in his hand, and closing his eyes as he chewed. Ranger, as if in answer, made a small chittering chirp sound again, and continued its work. It was weird how the simple rearranging of his feathers sent a wave of calm through him. Phil loved having his whole family home. It was nice. Even if a little unexpected. He couldn't really enjoy the family dinner, after having been told that Quackity did not grow his wings naturally. He couldn't understand how that was possible, and how no one knew. It was well into the night, and he had seen to that his fledglings were safe and sleeping in the nest. Well, almost everyone was safe in the nest. Quackity had refused to come out of the bedroom. Didn't even respond whenever he or Techno went to check on him. So, Phil had put the crows in charge of making sure Quackity was able to eat something. Maybe having Tommy and Wilbur here at one time was too much. Especially since the two outed something that obviously bothered Quackity. Now the question was, how was he going to get Quackity to open up? They couldn't work through the problem if he couldn't get Quackity to talk about it first. Besides, Wilbur and Tommy could be mistaken, and Phil wanted to hear it from Quackity, for only Quackity knew the whole story of his own wings. Although, Phil really hoped that it wasn't true, because if it was, then that meant Quackity had no one but Jschlatt at the time, and Jschlatt did not have a good reputation. Phil didn't want it to be true that Quackity might have really imprinted on Jschlatt. Avians imprint when they first get their wings, on the first person who would take the role of their guardian or parent. The more he thought about it, the more Phil was getting angry, thinking about how much Jschlatt might have took advantage of a new avians. It was enough to make Phil burn with rage. "Phil, what are you still doing up?" Techno asked, coming downstairs. "Just thinking, mate." Phil hummed, scooting to make space on the couch for Techno to join him. "Thought you'd take the opportunity to have a family bonding night with having everyone in the den again," Techno commented. Phil nodded silently. "Tommy write to Tubbo yet?" he asked, trying to take his mind off of Quackity locked in the bedroom. "Yeah, the crow went to deliver the message before they laid Michael down. If he's as much of a mother hen like you are, he should be here by morning. And hopefully he'll take Tommy with him along with the baby." Techno huffed. "So, what's the plan?" Phil arched an eyebrow at Techno. "Oh, come on Phil, there is no way your instincts are okay with the knowledge that Quackity might have gotten his wings while under Jschlatt's thumb," Techno said, with a roll of his eyes. "I don't know. It's a matter of getting him to open up first. I want confirmation before I do anything drastic. I don't want to overwhelm him for no reason." Phil hummed in thought. He knew he could be a bit much once he let himself go to his instincts to care for his fledglings, even though he knew that Quackity wasn't his fledgling. Quackity was still an avian, that needed help. "You're not going to try and make him flock, are you?" Techno asked, giving Phil a look. "No. Only if he wants to. Come on, mate, I know you two hate each other, but even you got to know how important it is that not ignore your instinct. If we let him go now, his wings will go back to the state they were, and you know an avian with bad wings is a dead avian." Phil rambled, unable to sit any longer, and began pacing the floor, his wings shuffling in agitation. Techno grunted and nodded his head. "Well, there's nothing we can do until we fix our Tommy and Michael problem and then find a way to kick Wilbur back out to the wild and back on his way to whatever he was doing on the road. Oh, I know you like having everyone here. Gives you more people to protect." Phil smiled. "What gave you that idea?" Techno said, letting a loud rumble escape him. "You checked the house over 3 times when it was time for everyone to get ready for the nest. Speaking of, you, yourself should be in the nest too. Now go." Phil shooed. All his fledgling needed their rest. Fine. But you're coming too." Techno smiled. "You still got to rest that wing. Oh come on mate. It's practically better. I should be able to fly in the next few days." Phil chuckled, letting Techno shove him back up the stairs. "Crows. Why isn't the fledgling in the nest? Other fledglings don't get along. But Dadza wants all the fledglings together. Sadsa. Fledgling shouldn't be alone. He's not alone. He's got us. Not the same. Is too. Is not. Stop fighting. Focus on the fledgling. We got to feed him. He's asleep." The crows all chattered with each other, trying to be as quiet as possible. The fledgling had fallen asleep sitting on the floor, which they all agreed that was not a good position for his wings. Ranger was sitting on the bed above the fledgling trying to debate on how they could move him. The fledgling had refused to move even for food. Although they took it as a win that the fledgling still ate the food. Molts were hard on the body, so fledglings needed food and rest in a nest with their flock. Quiet! Ranger screeched. Get Brian. Why? Brian's outside. So, we'll go outside. The crows nearest the window detached from the group to push and nudge and the window carefully to get it open enough to slip out. Calling out for the oldest of the flock to come to them. They stayed on the windowsill to let Brian know where to land without hitting the glass. They learned a long time ago to help each other out when it came to glass. Brian. Brian. Brian's coming. Brian's here. Brian, answering the call of the crows in the room, slipped in through the window and patiently waited for the little crows to explain why they had called. Ranger was the first to speak. Grow. Yeah. Grow. Giant Brian. Big Brian. Wait, what? Grow, grow. The other crows joined in. If Brian had an eyebrow, he sure it would be arched by now. He hadn't did what they were asking in years. It's not something that was really needed anymore. So he shook his head, no. If there was one thing Brian learned about the flock, it was that they could turn into immature children at a drop of a hat. Right at this moment he had several little crows giving him puppy eyes. Please. For the fledgling. Brian, I give you gold. Please. Grow Brian. I wanna see a giant crow. Please. Brain watched as the crow with the ribbon on its neck bravely came forward, giving the older crow a determined look. Fledgling deserves bed. It chirped. Take a deep breath, and knowing he shouldn't indulge the flock crow in thinking they could rely on Brian's intervention all the time, but Phil had wanted to keep the angry fledgling comfortable, so maybe this one time wouldn't hurt. He spread his wings, pushing the nearest crows away, giving himself space as his body began to grow. The little crows excitedly watching the power of the void. Besides, it wasn't often Brian indulged in his abilities often. He stopped growing when his head almost touched the rafter, not wanting to disturb the crows in the rafter. After all, there were a few asleep up there despite the rowdy ones still awake. At this size he was able to gentle grab the fledgling on the floor. Brian's so cool. I wanna grow. We can't? That's sad. We can, we're part of the void too. No, we can't. Shush, don't wake the fledgling. Be gentle, Brian. Brian gently put the fledgling on the bed, just as the door of the room opened, revealing Phil, who had a Techno trying to steer the crow hybrid to the best room instead, but paused upon seeing a giant Brian. Brain himself paused too, silently waiting for Phil or Techno to say something. Meanwhile, the little crows, who were excited for him to grow, were busying themselves with maneuvering the blankets over the fledgling. Well, that's something I haven't seen in a while. Techno gaped. Phil, who had the biggest smile on his face, looked very pleased with what he was seeing. Brian, mate. I didn't think you cared about the fledglings. Yeah, I thought that one was supposed to babysit only you. Techno said, a slight smirk on his face. Brian shook his feathers, a bit disgruntled at the jabs directed at his job on this plane. His size shifting as he did so, back to its more covenant size. Haha, I guess we were both wrong. Good job, guys. Keep it up. Phil chuckled, finally letting Techno pull him from the door. Make sure he doesn't lay on his wings long. He whispered, shouted, just before Techno closed the door for him. Brian looked down as Ranger hopped closer and snuggled close, chirping its thanks. Brian the best. We love Brian. Bedtime now. I'm tired now. The little crows all chirped, also snuggling up to Brian too. Now that the fledgling was taken care of, the little crows began to settle down, a couple hiding their face in his feathers preparing for sleep. He guessed he wasn't going to be leaving to go back outside where the majority of the flock waited until morning. Chapter 16. War. War had come to their country. His country. Everything was destroyed and Jschlatt was dead. All at the hands of the terrorists and the self-proclaimed blood god, Technoblade, with his withers and rockets of fireworks that were being shot in his face. It was chaos. Chaos that graced the arrival of the Angel of Death, filled saw Minecraft. With his army of crows that scattered through the sky, blackening it. An omen, and that would foretell the death of his country, L'Manberg. The fireworks that flew by him made him want to take to the skies, his wings twitching the whole time to get out of the chaos that was all around him. To leave before he did something that garnered the attention to the land's newest arrival, the Angel of Death. It was a miracle that no one noticed, yet he guessed the armor he wore did help in hiding the little movements. Yet he also wanted to fight for his country. He couldn't lose it, not when he still had a chance to be in power. Not when he had worked so hard. Not when could still climb his way toward the president's seat. Or better yet, get the president under his thumb. A particular wither stayed on his tail, chasing him through the ruins of his country, hurting to the blood-covered Technoblade, who laughed at the carnage around him. Looked over be the Angel of Death himself, ready to jump in to help. Come on, Quackity. I gonna take that armor back. Techno laughed, maniacally, blade and rocket launcher both in hand. The rockets sailing through the air, coming right for him. Quackity eyes snapped open as he threw his body out of the way, realizing too late that he was awake and there was no battle. There was no blood. No dead Jschlatt. His body hit the floor with a loud thump, his sudden movements disturbing the handful of crows that had been resting on the bed. The birds screeching and cawing, and giving him looks like he wasn't supposed to move and disrupt their beauty sleep or something. Ranger was the only one still hopping around on the mattress, ruffling its feathers, making smaller noises, like it was worried or something. Although he could care less about the behavior of the crows, they were weird anyway. What was bothering him was the fact that he didn't remember getting in the bed last night, and he was positive that he fell asleep sitting on the floor. How the hell? He mumbled. Getting to his feet slowly, rubbing at his side that he had landed on. Caw, caw. The deeper call of a crow had him flinching, especially when said crow was Brian, and the biggest by 2 sizes out of all of them, with freaky blue eyes, and was staring him down. Ah, fuck. Not you again. Quackity grouched. Glaring at the large crow, that was perched one of the chests in the room, and called out again as if responding to Quackity. Oh, shut up. Quackity huffed, letting his wings shake out a bit, wincing as a few misplaced feathers pinched. All that work done during his molt undone by one night in sleeping in a bed tangled in blankets. Good morning. Phil cheered, slamming open the door to the room, while holding the baby piglin in his arms. His entrance making Quackity automatically jump in a defensive position. Not that that stopped Phil from coming closer and grabbing Quackity in a one-arm hug. Now I know last night you were not up to eating, and while I trust the crows tried their best, but I will not accept no for an answer. I got breakfast ready for you. He chirped, happily. Let go. Quackity grumbled, trying to wiggle from the one-armed hug that was surprisingly strong, to be one-armed. B.A. Michael squealed, a little hand slapping into Quackity's face. Phil hummed, still not letting go, and it was starting to get uncomfortable. Finger carded through one of his wings, and Quackity immediately drew them closer to his back at the touch. Looks like a bit of preening is in order for later, he stated, not bothered by the tension that was clearly noticeable. Let go. Quackity gritted out again. B.A., B.A. Michael squealed. One little hand slapping at Quackity's face again, and the other reaching to grab a fistful of Phil's hair and pulling. Only then did Phil release Quackity, stepping away just a step, chuckling as he untangled the toddler's fingers from his hair. I know, mate, you're hungry. We'll get you a bottle soon. Phil cooed at the baby. Quackity caught his wings doing pitiful small flaps, when Phil had removed his fingers from them. He noticed that Phil's touch seemed to linger where some of his feathers had been pinching, but weren't anymore. "Come on, mate. Don't make me send one of the boys to come get you," Phil called as he started to leave the room, Brian flying from the chest to sit on Phil's shoulder as the other crows flew from the room too. Ranger was the last one left, apparently staying behind to grab hold of Quackity's shirt in the front and attempting to pull Quackity out the room. Which was funny, considering the size difference between them. "Stop that!" he huffed, flicking the little crow on the back, causing it to let go with an angry shriek. Though he didn't put any force behind the flick, so he didn't feel like the dirty look the crow gave him was too justified, before threw its head up and flew from the room after the others, leaving Quackity behind. The reaction of the bird had him chuckling a bit. The crows were weird, but Ranger was by far the weirdest. He was still trying to figure out how he ended up in the bed, as he walked downstairs. Techno and Wilbur were nowhere in sight, but Tommy was sitting in the middle of the main room, a chest in front of him digging through it. Mumbling about Techno getting rid of all the good stuff or something. Quackity didn't really care, as he slowly made his way to the kitchen where Phil was humming a happy tune. "Oh, good. I wasn't so sure you'd come down," Phil said, smiling as he stirred a pot on the stove. He was no longer holding the baby piglin, instead Michael was standing just behind Phil, holding onto one of Phil's longer flight feathers that were close to touching the ground. The toddler was watching Phil, but was quick to turn to look at Quackity, while holding his bottle in his mouth with his free hand. Big Eyes watching curiously like Quackity was the most entertaining thing in the kitchen, instead of the crows flitting around the room. Quackity rolled his eyes. Like he was going to give Techno, Wilbur, or Tommy a chance to corner him in a small room. "Take a seat, I made some porridge. Since you didn't eat dinner, I figured something that would stick to the stomach would be perfect. Your body needs the nutrients after a hard molt," Phil said, setting a full bowl of porridge in front of Quackity. Michael moving with Phil, refusing to let go of the feather in his hand. Quackity took slow bites. He was waiting for the other shoe to drop. Phil had looked upset learning about when he got his wings, and now he was just waiting for the interrogation now. However, Phil seemed more interested in the baby piglin holding onto his longest feather, sitting down across from Quackity to pick Michael up, making soft cooing noises. As he gently took the bottle away from the toddler and coaxing a spoon of porridge to him. The whole time during breakfast no one came into the kitchen. Wilbur and Techno did walk by the window outside, but neither peeked in, and Tommy apparently had gotten tired of snooping through Techno's stuff to running outside to the chase after the other two. Meaning that it was just Phil, Michael, and himself in the house. Yet Phil still hadn't asked the questions. He was cooing and chirping to the toddler, like he didn't notice that with each sound he made was causing Quackity's wings to do little twitches and flaps, as his throat clogged up, making it hard to eat. "Who's a big boy?" "Yes you are." Phil praised the toddler in his lap, as the baby piglin took a spoonful of porridge in his mouth. "I bet you're excited to see Tubbo, aren't you, mate?" Quackity sat back in his seat, leaving his bowl barely touched. For some reason he didn't like Phil dragging this out. Didn't like that he was focused on the grubby little toddler instead of just acting like he had before. But then it was nice not needing to track the man's movements or anyone else too. They were just having breakfast in a nice and quiet kitchen. No Technoblade. No Wilbur. And no Tommy. He could feel the tension in his shoulders relax, his wings following, opening up a bit more naturally. "Phil!" Tommy shouted, slamming open the window to the kitchen. Nice, quiet moment over. Quackity immediately tensed back up, his wings pressed flat to his back. Michael had also jumped, while Phil's wings seemed to fluff up slightly until he recognized it was Tommy, who was hanging halfway in through the window, looking impatient. "Yeah, mate. What do you need?" Phil asked, amusement clear in his voice. "Hurry up, old man. Bundle Michael, drag your fucking passion project and get out here. It's time for wing stretches, and you have to take me flying. I want to touch the sky before you throw me to the lions. Tommy demanded. Phil laughed, wiping Michael's face as he stood up holding the toddler close. Okay, okay. We're coming. But I think you're over-exaggerating what Tubbo's reaction might be. Phil said, as he left the room with Michael. Come on, Quackity. He called. Now Quackity debated on not moving, but then he also wanted to go outside. Phil was going to let him outside. Maybe he would be able to run then. So he was quick to follow. Phil was already to the front door, having already bundled the toddler up ready for the cold weather outside. Michael was no longer in Phil's arms either, standing just behind the crow hybrid, where the toddler grabbed onto one of the longer black feathers, like a child would its parent's hand. Faithfully following Phil out the door. Quackity kind of wondered how Phil could stand having someone tug on one of his longer feathers constantly. He couldn't even stand someone touching his wings, much less someone constantly pulling on them. Phil just seemed to not mind in the slightest, walking calmly at a pace that was easy for the toddler behind him to keep pace. Fucking finally. I was getting frostbite out here. Tommy huffed impatiently, jogging to catch up with them. Come on. Let go. We don't have much time before Tubbo gets here. Tommy rushed, practically running circles around the group, wings lapping excitedly making chirping sounds as he tried to rush them. Michael, still holding onto one of Phil's long black feathers, stumbled some wherever he tried to keep track of Tommy. All right, calm down, mate. You're going to tire yourself out before we even begin the stretches. Phil laughed. And Quackity was starting to wonder what he meant by stretches. Phil led them just a little ways out into the yard, before stopping. All right, here seems good. He announced. Tommy was practically bouncing in place. Great. Yeah. I know the drill. Up. Down. Stretch up high. Stretch down low. Shake the muscles out and we're ready to go. Tommy said, his wings moving as he talked, flapping up and down, stretched out to the side, then stretch up in the air and the low to the ground. Okay, done. Now let's take off. Tommy demanded, still jumping in place. Tommy, just hold up a second. We do these stretches together. I got to make sure my wing is up for flying, much less passengers. Phil chuckled. Let's do them again slowly. You follow along too, Quackity, we'll be doing these for now on in the mornings. Phil instructed, letting out a chirp at the end, silencing Tommy's rebuttal. And snapping Michael's attention to him from where the toddler had sat down to play in the snow, meaning he had to let go of Phil's black feather. Quackity rolled his eyes, ignoring the urge to give his undivided attention to Phil, like a part of his brain wanted him to do. Like hell, he'll do those stupid stretches. There was no point in them, in his opinion. It wasn't like he could use his wings to fly. He could barely use them to glide. Quackity. Phil chirped. Quackity lifted his eyes to meet Phil's sharp blue. Wings up, please. Come on, mate. He coaxed, his own black wings lifted up, fanning out. Quackity looked over to see Tommy doing the same thing and was glaring at Quackity like he was an inconvenience and purposely trying to slow down their plans or the day, before Tubbo got there. Which fair, because Quackity didn't care if he ruined Tommy's plans. Phil let out another chirp, one that seemed demanding, that had Quackity jerked and take a step back, his wings opening up slightly, before snapping them down and closed. Stop doing that. He snapped. I'm not doing anything. Phil smiled, flapping his wings down and letting out another demanding chirp, that once again seemed to trigger something within him to mimic Phil's wing movements. I said, stop it. Quackity hissed, making high swings close again. Tommy was laughing, mimicking Phil on his own and apparently enjoying seeing Phil, doing whatever he was doing. "What's wrong, Big Q? Not used to getting scolded?" he chuckled. Phil finished stretching his wings. "It's not really a scolding beside a triggering command chirp," he said, this time stretching his arm out. "My wing seems better. No painful twinges or anything, so I think today is a good day for flying." Phil hummed. "But first we are going to help Quackity finish his stretches." He smiled. "I'm not doing stretches," Quackity said, turning to see if Techno or Wilbur were anywhere to be seen. He wasn't thinking about making a run for it now, since it was most likely that either Phil or Tommy would have to stay behind with Michael. However, that seemed like a bad decision. Once his eyes were off of Phil, the man swooped in close with Tommy, and both grabbed a wing at the joint, and stretched the wings out. While it wasn't painful, and they weren't hurting him, yet, Quackity did not want them to touch them. If he had his way he would have never revealed them in the first place, but thing had a habit of not going his way lately. "No. No, let go," he shouted, starting to kick up snow, trying to pull away. "Come on, mate. If you don't stretch your wings, and strengthen them, you'll never get off the ground," Phil said, maneuvering Quackity's wing, with scary ease, and Tommy doing the same with feral grin on his face. Releasing his wing to grab at the back of Quackity's neck, pressing into the same spot Techno had, when he had attempted his first escape. "Fuck you," Quackity mumbled, as his body went lax, and he was caught by the crow hybrid and dragged to sit against the nearest tree beside Michael. Phil just smiled, like Quackity had said the funniest thing. "Don't worry, mate. We'll have you flying in no time," he said, patting Quackity on the head. "The first step is the stretching and learning to properly flap your wings. Considering how old you are, you should already be flying." "Why should I care about any of that?" Quackity growled out. He hated whatever Techno and Phil kept touching on his neck that made his body relax to the point he couldn't move. "You should care, because flying is everything to an avian. You'll know when you touch the sky. Tommy is still a child, and won't be able to fly until all his down feathers are gone. You have no down feathers, so we are going to work double time to get you where you should be," Phil said, like Quackity was some child. If he could yank his head out from under Phil's touch he would have, but couldn't at the moment. "I am not a child," he growled out, defiantly. "Course not, mate," Phil chuckled. "Now I'm going to take off slow and I want you to watch. And the next time we do stretches, you're going to be copying the same movements. Gotta work from the ground up," he said, leaving Quackity by the tree, with Michael next to him. Only for Tommy to run up and scoop Michael up. "You don't mind if I hold Michael, while we fly, do you, Phil?" he said, quickly. "Mate, I don't know," Phil said, looking contemplative. "Philosophy," Tommy said, voice turning serious. "I am not going to leave Michael here by himself with him. I don't want that little thing near me either, you loud obnoxious brat," Quackity snarled. Phil hummed, looking between Quackity and Tommy. "Wilbur. Techno," he called. And Quackity couldn't see, but he could the barn doors open. "Yeah. That was Wilbur's voice. I need you or Techno to come watch Quackity's back while I take Tommy and Michael flying," Phil said. "Okay, I'm coming," Wilbur called back, his voice getting close. "Thanks, Will," Phil said, tossing a hand up in thanks. "Okay, Tommy, I expect you to do some flapping too. I'm not doing all the work up there." Phil smiled, wrapping his arms around Tommy's chest, his wings unfurling to their full wingspan. Phil waited patiently as Tommy secured his grip on Michael and spread his own wings. Quackity's wings, even though his whole body was relaxed, tried to twitch at the sight of how large and glossy black Phil's wings were compared to Tommy's golden and shiny fluffy wings. A sense of calm rushing through him, like the bird side of him was just immediately calmed at the sight of Phil asserting his avian's traits so confidently. A small part of him wanting to be in Tommy's place, where he stood at the ready in front of Phil. As Phil flapped his wings nice and slow at first, letting Tommy match him, before doing one very strong and powerful flap downward with his wing, propelling the three of them into the air. Tommy and Michael both letting out a shout of joy as Phil carried them higher into the sky, where Quackity wasn't able to even lift his head to look up. "Looks fun, doesn't?" Wilbur said, coming to crouch in front of Quackity with a wicked smile on his face as he made sure he and Quackity made eye contact. All that calm fading away quickly as Quackity ready himself for an onslaught from Wilbur. Hopefully Techno would not deem it necessary to join them. "So. Wings, huh?" Wilbur said, tilting his head, his eyes narrowing as his smile grew. "So, when did that happen? Did you drink a forbidden potion? Or find an illegal artifact?" He asked. Quackity gritted his teeth and tried to will his muscle to move, to shake off that forced relaxed sensation going through his body. He got his hand to twitch and curl his fingers slowly into fists. Wilbur must have noticed, his eye flicking to Quackity's balled up fists, and leaned forward, reaching one hand to the back of Quackity's neck, pressing that same spot Phil and Techno had both pressed to make his body relax even more. Only Wilbur squeezed a little harder, making his brain go fuzzy. Nice little trick, isn't it? Something special for avians. Mostly for the parent to control unruly fledgling. You can imagine how many times Phil had to use this trick on Tommy when he was younger. Bet you didn't know that, did you? I wonder, tell me Quackity, did you change yourself on purpose? Was it yours or Jschlatt's idea, I wonder? He rambled, sitting back on his heels, never breaking eye contact with Quackity. "Well, little birdie," he prompted with a tight-lipped smile too as he tilted his head. "Go die." Quackity spat. "I already did that once. I think I'll pass," Wilbur said, unfazed. "You sure act tough for a fake avian that can't fly," he quipped. "Who needs to fly?" Quackity grunted, still trying to get his body to move. Wilbur's eyes seemed to light up at the question. "You do. If you want to live." He smirked, gripping Quackity's chin and tilting it up to the sky, where he could see Phil flying in slow large circles with Tommy flapping his wings along with him. Michael looking down in wonderment. And Tommy looked like he was having the time of his life. And Phil looked like he was content, and just taking in the view from up there. Looking at peace with the world, and less like the avenging angel he was used to seeing on the battlefield. Quackity didn't think he would ever trust someone enough to where he would let them carry him through the air like Tommy was doing with Phil. Phil, who was trying to teach Tommy how to fly in higher altitudes. And he was doing it so effortlessly, his big black wings keeping them in the air, steady and balanced. Not at all wobbly like whenever Quackity had tried to glide, with his muscles feeling like they were being pulled or the wings were going to pop right out of their joints. Quackity tracked their slow yet graceful movements like he was in a trance. Something in him longing to be able to do the same. It looked so freeing, so high in the sky, where nothing could reach you. There were several crows flying up there with them, the little creatures, diving and looping and having fun, it seemed. And Quackity couldn't understand why there was yearning within him to want to trade places with Tommy. He knew he could never fly. He wasn't made for flying. Why then, was he so fascinated just watching Phil and Tommy and even the crow? "Tommy. Why are you flying with Michael?" "Phil. Oh, gods. Michael, don't worry, I'm here." Tubbo's voice cut through the clearing that was Phil's and Techno's property. Wilbur dropped Quackity's face and got to his feet in one swift movement. "Oh, Techno. We got company," he sing-songed. And just like that, whatever spell or trace he was him was broken. With his face not pointed upward anymore, Quackity was able to spot Tubbo standing beyond the fence outside of the property. Although Wilbur was standing in the way for him to really get a good look. His trench coat hanging just right to make sure Quackity was mostly hidden from sight. Tell Techno to let me come onto the property. I need to get Michael. And possibly kill Tommy. Tubbo called. Wilbur laughed, as he relayed the message. Sure. Been expecting him anyway. Techno called, his voice faint due to him being in the barn. Come on in, Tubbo. Wilbur beckoned. Standing just in front of Quackity, like he was hiding him from view of Tubbo. His trench coat working like the perfect cover. He dash. Quackity went to shout, only get cut off by a swift kick to his stomach with the back of Wilbur's shoe, that took the air from his lungs, his body too relaxed for him to fight to get it back, and thus effectively silencing him. What was that? Tubbo asked. I was saying, he's going to be so happy to see you. You know Michael, Wilbur said, pointing up to the sky where Phil, Tommy, and Michael were still flying, drawing Tubbo's attention off the ground. And Tubbo, the idiotic and incompetent excuse of a former president, immediately looked up again. Tommy. Bring Michael down now. Don't you dare drop him. I will make your life and afterlife a living hell if you do. Tubbo shouted. Chuckling in satisfaction, Wilbur grabbed Quackity, who was still getting his breath back, under his arms and began dragging him out of sight and taking and into the barn quickly. He was able to start being able to get movement back in his muscles again. Which again didn't escape Wilbur's notice. Let's keep the chirping and calling for help down to a minimum, yeah. I don't think Dad wants you to leave just yet. Wilbur chuckled, wrapping a restraining arm around Quackity's throat, tight enough to get the thread across. Quackity didn't like how his wings were trapped between their bodies either. Phil sees you holding him like that, he's going to make you put coins in the jar. Techno huffed amused, where he was messing with something on the crafting table. He still has those jars? Wilbur asked. Techno nodded. Wow. I do not miss those. Those jars took over half of my allowances. Wilbur frowned. Quackity now able to wiggle a bit more now, his body deciding now was the perfect time to give him control back. He hated that Wilbur and Techno were very perspective and both seemed to stare Quackity down. You know what? I'm not sure if Phil wants people to know he's here. We could take him back into the house, into the nest to wait for philosophy. Techno suggested. What if Tubbo is still here by the time he can fully move again? Wilbur asked thoughtfully. If he doesn't keep quiet and behave, then we'll just toss him down in the lower basement with Fool and Hubert. Techno shrugged. Quit talking about me like I'm not here. Quackity hissed. Techno smiled. Fine. If you don't behave and keep quiet, we're going to throw you back in the lower basement with Fool and Hubert again. He repeated, talking directly to Quackity. But I'm going to bet that you would prefer the nest. Don't you? Wilbur chuckled, pulling Quackity up to his feet, keeping his restraining hold in place, only slightly tightening his hold on Quackity's neck when they went closer to the door. Tech, you lead the way. He said in a whisper. I can walk on my own, you assholes. Quackity hissed out, his neck and back were starting to ache at needing to bend back slightly in Wilbur's hold. Even though he said it, he actually wasn't so sure his legs were back with him yet, but either way it was the principle of the situation. And we could just chain you up in the snow, but then we would have to deal with an upset Phil. But we're not idiots here, are we, Quackity? So how about you use that big brain you used to steal my country and make the right decision here? Basement with monsters? Or nest with comfy blankets and pillows? Wilbur offered. Techno looked at Quackity. The two were waiting on his answer. The memories of what Techno kept as pets in the basement and the terrible night he spent in there was not something he wanted to relive. Nest. He grunted out, trying to take a deep breath around the constricting arm that belonged to Wilbur. Good choice, Birdie. Wilbur praised. Quackity really wanted to punch that stupid smile off his face. We'll go back in through the back so Tubbo doesn't notice. I don't think he'd like the idea of Michael being around you, Techno instructed. It didn't take them long, mostly because Quackity decided he didn't want to fight anymore. For one, he was cold, having been sat on the ground. And for two, it was just too entertaining hearing Tubbo yell at Tommy for the damage done to his house and taking Michael and apparently disappearing for a few weeks with him. When Wilbur let him go, Quackity stumbled a bit before landing back into the nest, his muscle coming back to him. Stay put. Techno grunted, leaving the nest room, with Wilbur lingering behind, head tilted like his was studying Quackity, like he was a puzzle. What? Quackity demanded. He was already tired of Wilbur's presence. Nothing. Wilbur smiled, before leaving. It was when he was alone did Quackity stop tensing and laid back against the far wall to wait for the rest of his body to wake back up. Catching bits and pieces of Tommy and Tubbo yelling at each other. Until their voices just seemed to disappear. Ranger had reappeared, flying around the room, before settling in the rafters, looking down at Quackity and dropping a beanie in the nest. The little bird's ribbon looked like it was slowly coming undone, like the winds it flew in had pulled at it. As an absent though, Quackity was kind of curious as to why this one wore a bow, when none of the others did. Hey mate. Phil greeted, coming into the nest and instantly sitting himself close to Quackity. I heard you got too cold, he said, wrapping a wing around Quackity. Now Quackity was going to shove Phil and his wing away, but it was like an instant calm washed over him, with the black wing practically blocking out all the light. Where's Tommy? He asked instead. Oh, he went with Tubbo, they're going to rebuild his house. Phil chuckled, his hand coming to rub at the joint of Quackity's wings, the appendages, immediately unfurling out, relaxed behind, giving Phil access to the feathers. Phil was quick to start carting his hands through the feathers, making cooing sounds that really made Quackity want to lean back and just let the man do whatever he wanted. While fighting, he never really paid attention how the chirps and coos were actually making him feel. It was nice. So, when did you get your wings? Phil asked, after a bit of silence between them, and Quackity was all but leaning up against him, as he worked. Not only was Phil sorting and fixing the feathers that had been ruffled in the bed, but he was chasing away the chill that had settled in Quackity's wings from being outside. Just before me and Jschlatt won the election. Quackity mumbled out, his wings doing slow flaps when Phil let out a very soft-sounding chirp. Growing them must have been painful. Phil commented, making a soft warbling-like sound. Quackity frowned. Remember the night his wings come in? There had been so much blood, and he had to get up the next morning to attend a meet-up with Jschlatt the next morning. He had act like things were normal, and it had been so hard and so painful, needed to tie the wings to his back. Was there anyone there to help you through it? Growing wings requires a lot of rest. Phil asked, cooing still as his fingers ran along one of Quackity's longer feathers. Quackity shook his head. They came in during the night, then I went to meet up with Jschlatt. He admitted, talking about it and remembering it making his eyes burn, like he was about to cry. He couldn't cry in front of Phil. In one go. And then you imprinted on Jschlatt? Phil asked, his voice taking on a slight screeching sound at the end. And Quackity didn't understand why, but that screech had the tears falling and he couldn't convince himself to stop. Couldn't stop himself from turning and just grabbing hold of Phil in a hug, as a weird strangle sound worked its way from his throat. His wings drooping as he buried his face into Phil's robe, taking deep breaths as the tears fell. Phil answered his strangled sound as he wrapped both wings around him, blocking out all light. Oh, mate. It's okay. Some people are not qualified to help a new fledgling come into their instinct. That what this is, okay. But it's going to be okay, I'm going to fix it. We're going to fix your instincts, and then you're going to be just fine. Phil mumbled, making comforting chirping sounds. Phil. He let Quackity cry himself out. He never seen an avian try so hard in deny themselves before, and it couldn't go on. He never heard of an avian getting wings while they were an adult either. But maybe if he did a little research he would find something. Maybe his lady would even know the answer. Quackity soon cried himself out, and it didn't take long for him to fall asleep afterwards. So Phil eased himself out of the loose hold Quackity had on him, making sure to lay the young avian on his side to avoid crushing his wings, and then backed out of the nest. Ranger was quick to take his spot next to Quackity, settling next to his head. The little crow looking up at him. Fledgling hurt? It chirped. Yeah, the fledgling has been hurt. But we're going to fix that, aren't we? He nodded, giving the crow a small smile. Yes. Ranger is best babysitter / caretaker. Ranger replied, snuggling closer to Quackity, almost burying itself in his hair. The best. Let me know when he wakes back up. He's got 2 more stretches to do, if he's going to get those wings ready for flying. He said, as he left to go down the stairs where Techno and Wilbur were waiting. So Phil, since I don't really have anything better to do, I have decided to help train Quackity to be an avian. Wilbur announced, upon seeing Phil, look very proud of himself at the idea. Mate, you don't even have wings. Phil chuckled. Yeah, but you're going to need someone to push him off things and I volunteer. Wilbur shrugged. You know, you guys are going to have to get along at some point. Phil scolded lightly. Sure, sure. But this way you keep the trust you're building with him. Also, it's not like we're going to kill him. Like you told Tommy when he started trying to glide. His wings will automatically on instinct open to catch him. Wilbur pointed out. I don't know, killing his that way could be optional. I mean, when he was running from me he tried to glide. Pretty sure if I hadn't hit him with a weakness potion he would have fell almost immediately. He barely knows how to glide. Techno hummed. Phil shook his head looking fondly at his boys. Fine, but Techno, that means you're going to have to be ready on the ground to catch him. He conditioned. Heh? I didn't volunteer to help with flight training. He grunted. No. I did it for you. We're going to start immediately. Now before you start pushing him off stuff, you got to make sure he stretches. I don't want him getting wing cramps. Phil reminded. Okay, but like how are we going to get him to follow us somewhere high off the ground? It's not like he'll trust us not to kill him. Techno asked, closing his book that he had been reading. Wilbur cackled with glee. Oh, don't worry. I got a few plans in mind. He said, going out the door. I'll be back shortly. He called, throwing a hand back, before closing the door. Techno stared at the door for a few minutes before turning to look at Phil with a dead serious look on his face. So, I don't have to catch Will, if Quackity somehow yeets him instead, right? He asked, giving Phil a pleading look. And Phil couldn't contain himself, the image of Wilbur's plan backfiring had him clutching his stomach as he laughed. Bring back memories when they had tried to help Tommy learn to glide. There had been so many fall injuries, for all 3 of his boys, from being tossed off high places. And they were brothers. He could only imagine the injuries them with Quackity. Oh, this is going to be like old times. He laughed, heading for the kitchen. Despite Wilbur saying he would come up with a plan, Phil was going to come up with a few backups. Phil, you never answered my question. Techno called from the couch in the other room. Chapter 17. Crows. They watched Wilbur leave, and followed. The Crow father's first fledgling, was always unpredictable and mischievous and had always gave the flock unending entertainment as they watched him. However, as much as they enjoyed having the fledgling back, it is also a little jarring, especially when now there was a new possible fledgling for them adopt. Although the crow father had said, that the new fledgling would have to choose them. So the crows were determined to make the 3 fledgling get along with the new fledgling, and then they would have 4 fledglings. So, they all came to the decision that since Wilbur was the most unpredictable, they would have to all keep a close eye on him. Until all the fledgling got along. Get your sleuthing hats on, he's on the move. Crime boy on the move. Hurry, hurry. What's he doing? Planning something. Oh yay. Not yay. Suspicious. Not yay. We must supervise. Yeah, we're the boss. Crows assemble. So, we snitches now. Only to Phil. He looking right at us. The whole flock went quiet, all of them making eye contact with Wilbur, who was smiling up at them. Now what you all up to? He asked. Busted. Make a run for it? Mission failed. Abort. Abort. Ah, act normal. Act like birds. We are birds. He can't understand us, remember? Oh, yeah, I forgot. They all shrieked, over half of them taking to the sky, now that they had been spotted. Wilbur laughing as the crows that stay collected themselves. I bet you guys are just flying around for some entertainment. He hummed. The crows all hopped around, and a few ruffling their feathers. This was one of those times that it was good that only Phil could understand them. Well, come on. I was just about to build something. He beckoned, starting back to walking just a bit off Techno and Phil's property. Mission back on. We're Crow. James Crow. Cue awesome music. This is so exciting. We're going to need runners for this. Oh, good idea. What about a stick? No. Yes. You want to whack with a stick if he's bad? No. We craft a belt. We get dadza. Pay attention. I gonna need snacks for the stakeout. Eat a worm. I don't want a worm. They chattered, following Wilbur, who seemed delighted in having their company. You guys are very excitable today. Wilbur chuckled, ducking his head as he walked. Just a few crows swooped in low, one carrying a stick in its talons. I got to draw up so blueprints, but we're basically going to construct a very fancy diving board. He said, chatting along with the crows, knowing that while he, himself, may not be able to understand them, the crows could understand him just fine. Techno. He was trying to read. The voices liked it when he read, they quieted to hear the stories. They haven't stopped their constant whispering since Quackity woke from his mold. Since they found Tommy and Michael, holed up in Filtsa's house next door. And they especially got excited when they found Wilbur on their doorstep. Needless to say, despite his want to read, the voices wanted to talk. Okay, but hear me out. Popcorn. We shouldn't be reading. Popcorn. Phil still up there with Quackity. To watch someone go yeet, lol. Imposter still in the den. What are we reading? I don't know. Hermes and Hera. Never heard this one. Yes, we have. Blood. Trouble is coming. Mischief in the making. We should check on Phil. We should go find Wilbur. Yeah. The voices whispered their words, a jumble of murmurs that were starting to give him a headache. He was just about give in and go upstairs like the majority of them wanted him to, but thought better of it. Beside Phil had back up there once the crow wearing the bow had alerted him that Quackity was back up. Phil seemed determined to want to build up Quackity wing muscles, even if Quackity wasn't interested. Usually was Techno could care less what happened to Quackity, as his main focus was just to help maintain the image of a retired anarchist, while keeping the identity of the syndicate a secret. He had even meant to send Quackity on his way once Phil was up again. However, Phil did have a point, bad wings meant a dead avian. Quackity couldn't fly. He couldn't even glide correctly. If Techno had wanted to kill him that day, he could have. Actually, by Quackity trying to glide as he did, could have resulted in Techno having two avians with dislocated and broken wings. Avian bones were hollow, so to try and glide while not having the muscles to help hold him up, Quackity was lucky he hadn't got severely hurt, beside the broken glass of a potions bottle. He's been up there too long. Quiet. Too quiet. Phil hasn't come down. Check on Phil. Why didn't we use a bow and arrow again? We needed him alive. Oh, yeah. Go check on Phil. The voices all whispered. They still didn't trust Quackity, of course neither did Techno. If he had his way, Quackity would have been gone, but it was his instincts that wanted to keep Phil happy, and so Quackity was his house guest. Whether they both liked it or not. Phil made an appearance down the stairs, fixing his hat while his hair looked frazzled and out of place. Telling Techno that Quackity had not liked the Phil going back up to finish the rest of the wing stretches. Fought the whole time, didn't he? He stated, eyes going back to his book. As the voice screamed about Quackity might have actually hurt Phil. Yeah. He's got a lot of spunk, that's for sure. But once we get him flying, he's going to be exposed to a whole new look of the world. Phil hummed, plucking a stray white feather that had got stuck in his own feathers. Quackity must have really tried to get out of the stretches. Made Techno think back when Tommy had started to learn how to fly. Kid was so impatient, he'd climb the tallest thing around and jumped, without stretching out his wings, and had gotten several cramps because of it too. Duck boy going to go YEET. LOL. Who are we kidding? We all know Wilbur's going to go YEET too. Crime boy and duck boy go splat. I smell trouble and fun around the corner. The voices whispered, as Techno tried to tune them out. So once he flies successfully, he's out, right? Techno prompted, because it was a headache having his instincts scream at him constantly. The only time they quieted was when Quackity was stuck deep in his instincts during the molt. Something Techno didn't think would happen considering they were both enemies, but he had, and he was less of a threat that way. He had stayed compliant and let Phil and even himself preen his wings. A sharp contrast in Quackity's usual behavior. Phil made a soft-sounding chirp as he nodded. Yeah. If he wants to leave, then I will not stop him. But he's got a long way to go before then. Which reminds me. I need to talk to my lady. So that means you're in charge? Phil said, looking expectantly at Techno. No, Techno grunted, this time setting his book to the side, so nothing could distract him. Phil was up to something. There was no way the man was going to leave Quackity, Wilbur, and he alone together, and expect him to keep the peace. Ah, come on Techno, it's only for a few hours. Phil pleaded, his wings doing a little flutter behind him. I'm not babysitting Wilbur and Quackity, Phil. Besides, every time you go to talk to her, one of two things happen: you either stay seated at the shrine for days stuck in the void with her. Or you either give control up and she walk around in your body, and if that happens, that mean I have 3 people to look after. He grunted, making sure to count them off for Phil. Phil didn't even look repentant about the suggestion, though. Ah, come on, mate, it's easier than trying having to search around through his history behind his back. Besides, time has no meaning in the void, you know that. He defended. Isn't this still looking into his history behind his back? Techno stated, somehow he could already tell Phil was going to get his way anyway. Only if his ancestors refused to talk to me. Phil said, already making a move for the front door to go to his place next door, where his lady's shrine rested. Look, I just want you to keep the peace, I shouldn't be long. Phil was still waiting at the door, waiting for Techno to agree. Was he going to agree? Protector. Phil chirped, sharp blue's eyes expectant. Techno grunted. Fine. He couldn't stop the rumble that left his chest. his instincts and the voices liking that his status in their pack was appreciated and that his elder trusted his judgment to leave even an unruly fledgling with him. "Thanks mate. I'll tell her you said hi, okay." Phil grinned, leaving. The door shutting softly behind him. "He appreciates us. But now we got to watch Quackity. And Wilbur. This is going to be fun. Can we go back to the story? Read to us." "Yes. No. We must protect the home. But I want to be read to." The voices chattered. "The things I do for pack." Techno huffed, leaning back on the couch and grabbing his book. He wasn't going to bother to go check on Quackity. The little crow ranger was up there with him. Surely the little bird would let him know if Quackity was up to something. That and the couch was right by the stairs, so there was no way for Quackity to sneak by. Quackity. He was on his stomach with his wings doing slow small flaps, the muscles in them loose and the feathers neater than what he was used to. Yesterday, Phil had been insistent on the stretches and now his muscles were so loose he didn't want to move them, but he also didn't want to let them sit still. It was a weird feeling, especially considering all that stretching had made him restless during the night too, like he had too much pent-up energy. Phil's touch still lingered on his wings too, and that just had those stupid instincts practically dragging him back down and to accept everything. It was getting hard to be resistant, and Ranger was certainly not helping, constantly flitting around the nest as chirping and making strange noises, some of which were starting to sound similar to the ones Phil made. "Buzz off, you little pest, I'm not in the mood," he grunted out, swatting at the crow when it tried to land on his head. Ranger just landed by his face, tilting its head slightly, giving him a judgmental look. He really didn't get the little crow. At first he was sure the creature would leave him be after a while after Phil said it was to be his companion, but it seemed the little crow was in it for the long haul. He guessed he also found it weird due to the fact that creatures that were like pets didn't last long. Someone would always come up to kill it. And he could feel himself getting used to Ranger's presences, and that couldn't happen. He couldn't have something that someone could easily take away. Go away. He shooed. He could already see it. The death this bird would suffer just to get to him. Wilbur would probably toy with it to get Quackity where he wanted him and then cut Ranger down just to get a point across. Techno would probably rip its head from its body, if Quackity so much as fought back. He doubted Phil would even notice if one crow disappeared. After all, he had millions. What was one missing crow? People were assholes like that. Yet Ranger stayed. Or would always come back with friends. Bringing stuff taught he nest. The recent addition being a trench coat that looked suspiciously like it belonged to Wilbur, and a bandana that resembled the one Tommy liked to wear. Techno's cape and Phil's kimono robe had made their way back into the nest too. And Quackity couldn't bring himself to really push the garments away. Though the trench coat and bandana stayed toward the edge of the nest. "Why are you still here?" he growled out at the little crow. It needed to leave now. There was no way he was going to let them have something over on him. Ranger chirped, adjusting its wings before turning its head away to preen a bit. "Yo, is everything good in here?" Techno's voice made Quackity jump, his body moving from laying on his stomach to up on his feet in one motion. He hadn't even heard the guy's footsteps. "Just planning your death?" Quackity snarled. Ranger had taken to the rafters, at Quackity's sudden movements, which was good. It meant the little bird was out of the way if a fight broke out. Techno just rolled his eyes, murmuring about keeping the peace or something. Quackity couldn't really hear, nor care to try and figure it out. "Come on. We're going outside," he huffed, not impressed by Quackity's threat. "We." Quackity growled out. "Yes, we. Phil's busy and I'm not going to leave you here alone while I go and get Wilbur." Techno nodded, red eyes seeming to bore into Quackity's. "Why not just throw me back in the basement with your monsters instead?" he asked, because that's what he would do, if roles were reverse at this point. It was easier to keep a prisoner contained and complained. And as much as Quackity hated being on the short end of the stick, he could appreciate the quick thinking on Techno's part and hate him at the same time. "Do you want to go back to the basement?" Techno asked, like he was giving Quackity a decision. It made Quackity's bristle with anger. Like he had a choice in this situation. "No," he answered, not breaking eye contact with Techno. "Then come on." Wilbur went off the property a bit to do something, not really sure what, but it's getting dark, like a blizzard is coming, and I want everyone in the house before it gets here. Techno said, grabbing his red cloak from the nest, and was already walking away. Not even looking to see if Quackity was following. Quackity almost didn't want to out of spite. However, he did have a better chance outside of the house, so he was quick to follow. He was sure Techno had a nether portal close by, and Quackity didn't mind traveling through the nether. He had enough gold on him thanks to the crows anyway. There were shoes waiting for him at the doorway where Techno was waiting, already holding a sword in his hand and his red cape with the white fox fur as a collar already on his shoulders. The sword made him nervous, though he made sure not to show it. There were several ways Techno could kill him with that sword. What if this was a trap to make it where Phil would turn on him finally? All the niceties shattered from just leaving the nest with Techno without Phil present. "Don't lag behind. I don't want to have to search for you two if you wander off." Techno grunted, as they crossed the fence that marked his property, his red cape catching the wind and flaring out behind him. Quackity flinched when he felt something land on his shoulder, only see that it was Ranger, already settling on his shoulder like it expected Quackity to let it just sit there. "Get off!" he hissed, swatting the crow away. Making sure Techno didn't look over to see the crow snuggling close. Ranger took back to the sky, joining a few other crows that seemed to be following them. Leading them? He wasn't too sure, but he could still pinpoint which was Ranger with its bow that was slowing coming undone. The sun was slowly getting covered by thick black-looking clouds, and Techno's pace was picking up, and he only looked back every now and then to make sure Quackity was still following. Like it was even possible for Quackity to make a run for it, when Techno would just slice him down with that sword. No, now wasn't the time to run. After a bit more walking, they began hearing the loud sound of a hammer banging against wood, before they rounded a few trees to see Wilbur on top of a wooden structure. Now Quackity didn't claim to know a lot about construction, but the structure that Wilbur stood on looked rushed and bit unsteady. Quackity also noticed that there were a lot of crows sitting in the trees and flying above them. "Wilbur! Get off of that thing!" Techno shouted up. "Tech! What do you think?" Wilbur shouted back, spreading his arms out like a showman, undeterred by the wind that was blowing. "It looks like a Jenga stack about to topple over." "Get off it!" Techno frowned. Quackity silently agreed with Techno. The structure was tall and seemed to sway with the wind. He was hoping the wind would blow it over with Wilbur on top of it. "Hey birdie!" Wilbur shouted down, this time talking to Quackity. "Come up here. You want to ride?" Even though he was up high, Quackity could hear the smile in his voice. "Bastard!" Quackity huffed, turning his head to watch the crow in the nearest tree. "Subtle, Will, real subtle." Techno grunted. "Bruh, don't make me come get you. There's a blizzard that going to be coming in soon. Now's the perfect time to try it out," Wilbur argued. Quackity had to admit that Techno had a point, and creatures came out during a storm, and a blizzard was not something you wanted to be caught in, and he didn't want to try his luck without a weapon or the proper supplies. But he also stood a better chance out of losing Techno if there were monsters and creatures and weather that would mostly likely slow him down. He had only took one step back to try and see if he can make a run for it and to either the nearest village or a nether portal, only to immediately stop when Techno grabbed his upper arm in a warning grip, giving Quackity a side-eyed glance before turning his attention back to Wilbur. "So much for running then." It was at this time Ranger flew down from the group crows in the sky to where Wilbur was standing on the structure. flying around it curiously with a few others, that seemed curious almost in their movements. And Quackity watched with silent horror as Wilbur stretched a hand out, letting Ranger and a few other crows perch on his arm. "Hey, why's this one wearing a ribbon?" he shouted down at them. Techno tilted his head. "Phil said they were to stay with him, emotional support," Techno answered, throwing a thumb towards Quackity. "Oh, is that why they're wearing a bow?" Wilbur asked, bring the little crow closer to his face, the others leaving Ranger alone with Wilbur. "What's their name, Quackity?" he asked. Quackity made sure to keep his face as neutral as possible. He wasn't going to let them know how he felt about the little crow. As much as he liked to deny it, Ranger had started to grow on him. "Why the fuck would I give it a name?" he growled out. "Aw, that's too bad," Wilbur said, sweetly, petting Ranger on the head. All the while Quackity was mentally begging the little crow to fly away. "You know you shouldn't be cruel to animals, Quackities. You could come to regret it," Wilbur continued, bring Ranger close to his face. "Like I care. I thought you had a problem with me," he snapped. He didn't like Wilbur holding Ranger. It made him uneasy. "Now what would make you think that?" Wilbur taunted, hand coming up to the crow's neck and taking the half-undone ribbon in between two fingers and began to pull. "Leave it alone," he shouted, jerking against Techno's grip on his arm. He was little surprised when Techno let him go so easily. "Or what, little birdie? Going to fly up here and stop me?" Wilbur grinned, holding the ribbon now free from the crow's neck and letting it fall to the ground. "Will. Now really isn't the time, you know." Techno spoke up beside Quackity. "We need to get going home." Not that Quackity cared what Techno had to say, he barely paid attention to what he said. Instead his eyes were roaming up and down the structure that Wilbur was standing on, debating on if he tore the right piece of lumber off it, maybe the thing would collapse with Wilbur on it. But that didn't mean Wilbur would let Ranger go. "Now is the perfect time, Techno," Wilbur countered, still petting Ranger with a certain look in his eye that just made Quackity want to punch him. "Come on, little birdie, tell me, what are you going to do? What's a fake avian like you going to do?" "Well, sugar pumpkin, Something within Quackity snapped and his vision seemed to tunnel. His only focus was Wilbur and Ranger, who was still in the man's hands. Something in his brain shouting about Ranger being in danger, about Flock. Quackity practically jumped onto the structure, and was climbing before he even realized he was climbing. "Quackity! Stop!" Techno commanded, though the words were muffled as he was laser-focused on Wilbur and Ranger. "Wilbur! Come on, Quackity, come get your crow!" Wilbur taunted, a hand grabbing the crow around the wings, petting the crow that way. Yet the only thing Quackity's brain focused on was the fact that Wilbur was making it where Ranger couldn't fly away. Techno! He had seen Quackity's eyes change, pupils dilated to the fullest like Phil's when the instinct took over. Wilbur was great at taunting and manipulation when he put his mind to it, but now really wasn't the time. And now not only was a blizzard on the way, but now Techno was going to have to probably catch two idiots when they fell from the bootleg version of a diving board. Though honestly, he couldn't understand why Quackity sudden plummeted into his instinct over a name. Surely the avian didn't think Wilbur would hurt one of Phil's crows. He and Wilbur both knew Phil would notice if a crow got hurt. And not only Phil, but the oldest crow, Brian, would be pissed too. If Techno remember correctly, that particular crow was a young one. So, it made no sense to Techno that was what made Quackity snap into his instincts. To Techno it looked like Quackity could care less about the creature, but clearly he must have misjudged, if Wilbur had succeeded in his taunting. "Need water now. Must put water down now. Catch both. Now. Now. It's going to fall. Start putting water down. Now. Move." The voices shouted, all syncing up all at once. And Techno agreed with them. He caught sight of Wilbur's tools and grabbed for a shovel and started digging. The crows were all going chaotic on the turn of events and were all screeching, and a lot of them were flying around the structure, although none of them touched Wilbur or Quackity. He did notice that a few crows had flown back to the house and he hoped they were going to get Phil. He wasn't sure if he would be able to put water down in time if one of them fell. Keep the peace, Techno. It is not as easy as you think, Phil. He grunted, as he threw dirt over his shoulder. Chapter 18. Phil. The void was a peaceful place. It was a place where his love resided and would help the souls navigate to their next life, or to their eternal rest. Phil could only visit whenever he could find the time to perform the very complicated ritual, and separate his soul for his body, or whenever it was time for him to find a new world to explore. Of course, there was also rare occasions he would let her take possession of his body to walk around the mortal plane. They had to be careful with these rituals, however. One wrong step and then his soul would be pulled into the void until he could convince her to let him be reincarnated. Which meant a good number of years would pass, since time meant nothing in the void. Phil, you absolute evil man. Kristen giggled, her face hidden behind the dark veil of her hat, but Phil could vaguely make out her smile behind it. You come bearing no new souls for me. Is my angel of death lacking? Maybe I should have you stay with me this time. She hummed, gliding around him, one of her hands reaching out brush against his black feathers. Phil grabbed at her hand gently and brought it to his lips. My lovely lady. He smiled lovingly at her, making eye contact beyond the veil, and kissed her hand in greeting. Not yet, love, he said, humming as he brought his other hand up to play with her long flowy raven-colored hair that pooled behind her. Enjoying the silkiness of her hair that smelled like a bouquet of lilies and roses. I have a favor to ask of you, he requested. And what does my champion request? She hummed happily, her free hand combing through his hair in turn. I need to talk to the dead, he answered. Kristen laughed, as she took her hand back and the one playing his hair, snatching his bucket hat off his head as she glided away a few feet. To the dead, you say? Phil. You know the living can't talk, tot he dead. She giggled, replacing her hat with his, revealing her face to him. How about a date first? I have missed you. It's only been a few weeks. Phil slowly flapping his wings to bring himself closer to her to embrace her and hold her close. Only to have her laugh and duck from his arms and glide further away. But it gets lonely without you. For me it's like you've been gone for ages, she said with a flutter of her eyes. Now, Kristen. You know time works different for us, Phil said, coming close again, trying to catch her in a hug, only for her to vanish in a mist of smoke. And I promised Techno, I'd be back soon. Oh, time, what a silly thing to consider. Kristen's voice echoed around him. So, if I let you speak to the dead, she considered, her voice in his ear, as she reappeared behind him, arms around his neck, and her chin resting on his shoulder. Does this mean you will let us have another date soon? She asked. I would even if you didn't. He chuckled, turning around in his arms, so they are face to face, with his hands resting on her hips. I know. But I got to have something for trade. Are you ready? She said, with a smile. He nodded, and prepared to speak to those souls long gone. Looking deep into the goddess and death's eyes to be pulled into their depths. Crows. They flew fast, a majority of them forgetting about the windows and hitting the glass, forgetting which windows were open to allow them in their haste to enter the Crow Father's home. It took them a minute to enter the home. And made a beeline for the shrine where the Crow Father sat, the runes on the floor glowing a haunting purple, his eye no longer blue, but black. He was still in the void. Oh no. Bad. Bad. We have to go, Tati void. No, I don't want to go back to the void. We have to. Fledglings are fighting. Dadza, wake up. Wake up. Mumsa, give him back. Come back. The small flock called, pulling at the crow father's robes and hair, screeching in his ear to try and call him back. But Phil stayed still as a statue. He could not hear them here. We must go. If we do, we won't come back. For 5 years. We'll have to wait a long time. We have to go. Fledglings could get hurt. 5 years in the void though. Mumza will care for us. Mumza will love us. But no Dadza. For the fledglings. To Brian. They all crowed at once. Leaving the house to find the oldest of them all. For Brian was their gateway. Brian was their gatekeeper to the void. Brian was in the barn perched on Steve's back and enjoying the warmth that was coming from the polar bear. His only warning from the little crows diving at him at top speed, were them calling his name. The oldest blue-eyed crow screeching in surprise when the first crow hit him square in the chest and disappearing into his feathers, returning to the void, and was closely followed by the 30 or so other crows that followed behind them. After the last crow gone, Brian stumbled a bit, needing to catch himself with his wings, lowering his body, hiding his chest against the polar bear, searching for any more crows making a dive to re-enter the void. The crows appeared into the void, with a pop, making sure they stayed grouped together to search for their goddess and crow father. The void was vast and only the beings and souls of the void could navigate it. Thankfully, the crows were directly connected to both their goddess and the crow father, so it didn't take them long to locate them. Their goddess of death lovingly holding her lover's face in her hands, as he stood in a trance with blank eyes. Bright glowing markings inking Phil's skin, and entangling around Kristen's fingers, like a finely crafted string. Phil's lips were moving in a silent conversation. Mumza. Dadza. Wake him up. Trouble. Help. Wake the crow father. The crows cried, swarming around the two. Oh. Kristen was the first to break from her trance, keeping her hands on Phil's face as a way to keep him anchored to his body. Why, hello, my little murder. What has brought you back to the void, my little souls? She greeted, taking in their frantic movements and cries. Trouble. Fledgling fighting. Going to get hurt. Wake him up. Blizzard is coming. Fledgling will fall. Going to go splat. Fledglings can't fly. Wake Dadza. Please. The crows all cried, to the goddess. Oh dear. Kristen hummed worriedly. Phil, I apologize for the rude pull I'm about to do to your soul. She apologized, giving her angel a loving kiss, before removing her hands from his face and pulling harshly at the string of light. Phil's whole body jerked like something smashed into him. The string of light and markings vanishing quickly as his soul was slammed back into its mortal shell. Oof. What? Kristen, a little warning next time. He groaned, hand over his heart. I've had better crash landings. Phil. The chat called for you. She said, bringing his attention to crows that finally seemed to calm a little. Chat. Phil eyed the crows flying around. These have come through Brian. Kristen nodded, holding a hand out and letting a crow perch on her there, studying it. Such young ones. And so many. Such a shame. She frowned. Oh no, something has happened to make them send themselves back. He murmured, petting at a crow that came to hover slightly in front of his face, while a few other nuzzled close before backing off to go back to Mumza. Kristen, can't they return? It's obviously important. He asked, hopeful for the young souls of chat. Sadly, 5 years, is the price to come here without my blessing. She shook her head sadly. Time to wake Phil. Until next time. I will care for them. She said, sending a little smile his way. Save the fledgling. Fly fast. 5 years no sweat Dadza. Mumza the bestest anyway. Fun while lasted. Blizzard is coming. Techno needs help. Help the fledglings. Bye Dadza. Avenge us. In another life, Crow father. The crows all called as Mumsa sent Phil back, ending his ritual. Once he was gone, the crows all settled down now that they were alone with the goddess of death. The bodies they were given evaporated and left several human souls to stand in front of her. Kristen smiled sweetly at the souls as she prepared to lead them to their resting place in the void, until 5 years have passed. My brave little crows. Kristen smiled, gazing at the souls surrounding her. So many of them had given up their time with Phil so young, she was going to have to make sure they barely noticed the long wait they had ahead of them. However, the flock knew while they had given up a few years with Phil, Kristen, their goddess of death, would be just as fun to hang with. Mischief time, Mumsa. One of the souls asked. And the smile on their goddess's face was enough for them to look forward to their time with her. Quackity. Come on, birdie, use those wings. Wilbur taunted, standing tall and proud at the top of his structure, still holding Ranger in his hands, apparently not noticing how the tall structure was swaying with the wind. You stupid, useless bird. Is that what you want me to say, Quackity? You're a dead man. Quackity hissed. I came back a dead man. Wilbur smiled, all teeth. You're better off dead, if you can't be human. Quackity had his wings up, but he barely noticed. His eyes were locked onto Wilbur and Ranger. Ranger, who was not able to defend themselves. Techno was shouting something down below, but nothing registered, nothing except Ranger. And killing Wilbur. The only reason he noticed the wind was because of the goosebumps that were on his arms. He was almost up there. Ranger was getting closer, then all he was going to break Wilbur's hand for so much as touching the little crow. You're fucking useless, like that dumb brat and his brother. You're nothing but a liability. The wood creaked and the wind howled and Wilbur was getting closer. The crows flying around screeched. However, those were nothing compared to his instinct-driven brain that screamed at him to get to Ranger. So when there was a very audible snapping sound of wood, it hit deaf ears. So, when gravity pulled him downward, he couldn't stop a surprised and frightened ragged screech that left his throat. His wings snapping open on instinct that pulled harshly at his muscles, followed closely by pain that had his vision whiting out for a moment. Wilbur was close to follow his descent to the ground as the structure beneath them crumbled away, from under his feet. Of course that was the moment Wilbur let Ranger go. Quackity's stupid instinct brain watching as the little crow disappeared into the flock of other crows without its bow to single it out. And Quackity momentarily felt a pang in his chest knowing he could not find Ranger within the flock. His wings trying to catch the wind and stop his falling but failing to do so at the same time. Wilbur disappeared from the air above him as something black and green flew past in a blur, diving close to the ground and dropping him into Techno's arms before those arms came to wrap around Quackity's waist, jolting him from falling, to a sudden stop, taking his breath away. Now that he wasn't falling, he was more aware of broken-sounding chirps leaving his mouth and he couldn't stop them. And he couldn't pinpoint which crow was Ranger. I got ya, mate. Calm down, I got ya. Phil's voice cooed in his ear, as Quackity was brought much slower to the ground. Phil's wings much bigger, and much stronger, keeping them steady in the harsh winds that threatened to overpower them. The younger avian wrapping his arms around Phil's neck and holding the crow hybrid close. He didn't understand why he was making these strange sounds coming from his mouth. And no matter how much Phil seemed to try and calm him and answer, Quackity couldn't stop them. He wasn't doing them to answer or call, they hurt his throat making them, and he wanted to stop but his stupid bird brain wouldn't let him. He couldn't even let go of Phil. He shouldn't be holding on to Phil in front of Techno and Wilbur. He couldn't show weakness. It's okay. It's okay, you're stuck in your instincts. It's okay. You'll calm down soon. Phil was saying, somehow able to hold Quackity like he was a child, when he wasn't. He was an adult and he shouldn't be acting like an animal. I think I pushed too hard. Wilbur murmured somewhere off to the side. You think? Techno growled out. Shut it. Phil snapped, with a sharp screech behind the words. Home. Now. March. He demanded. All the while Quackity was driven deeper into those dreaded instincts, his throat hurting as it tried to make those awful broken sounds. His wings shaking from new aches from having to catch his weight so suddenly. The cold wind of the coming blizzard biting at his face, making him feel painfully cold. And with each calm and soothing coo and chirp from Phil, just driving him deeper. Yet at the same time making his bird brain feel happy to have the older clothes. Chapter 19. Crows. Brain was still on Steve when he felt a shift deep within him. Something being taken away from him. It didn't take long to find out why he felt the shift until 32 crows popped into existence in front of him, and fell to the ground dead. 32 crows he had been in charge of, taken back to the void, where their bodies could not stay. He was the flock's gateway, but they had to wait for permission, from the goddess before doing so. She had to meet them to anchor them to their bodies and see they have safe passage. The dead before him had forced their way through, without the safety of the goddess. And Brain had failed in keeping the crows safe from even themselves. As he gazed at the fallen of his flock he did not grieve for them. The crows always came back, gift with rebirth every 5 years. A way to ensure that they did not cheat nature and nice little loophole to stay with Phil for eternity. But to shorten the lives of so many who had given up their time anger the otherworldly crow greatly. And he was going to make the troublemakers responsible very aware of their grievances against those he overseen. No one messed with his fledglings. It didn't matter if they were gifted with reincarnation. No one but the goddess was allowed to send the crows back to the void. With an angry hiss, Brian left the barn and made to Techno's house, hovering in front of the closed door and waited for it to magically open to let him in, before closing behind him. Phil's unruly fledgling were upstairs getting a scolding and Brian was going to give his 2 cents on the matter. Quackity. Quackity laid in the nest. The journey back a bit of a blur having been trapped in his instincts, but now he was slowly coming back. Finding himself curled around Phil who was sitting in the nest. Positioned where Quackity was half in his lap, and face hidden in the folds of the crow hybrid's robes. Quackity whimpered as the muscles in his wings and back ached with pain which had Phil cooing bring those instincts back up, but not as strong, but enough that any thoughts of pulling away vanished, as Phil's hand came to lightly massage his scalp, making the rest of his body relax again. His throat felt raw as a constant sad imitation of a twittering sound berated his ears. Fear is never the answer when it come to instincts. I thought you knew that, Wilbur. Prime knows I raised you not to be so callous when it comes to instincts. Phil was saying, his voice rising before trying to lower it, feeling Quackity flinch whenever an angry screech followed behind his words. And Quackity's instincts screamed at him to lay still and quiet and stay with Phil. Don't bring any more attention to himself. The hairs on the back of his neck letting him know that Wilbur and Technoblade were right behind him facing Phil. I thought you wanted him to fly. Quackity's a fast learner, Phil. And a top-notch manipulator, it's best to get rid of him as fast as possible. Wilbur argued. Your instinct to parent, is something we don't need him to latch onto and use against you. Like now he's chirping. A good sign that he knows how? Techno, back me up here. Quackity's ears picking up on the quiet broken twittering sounds and his instinct let him slowly realize that the wrong sounding bird sounds were coming from him. He bird brain not letting him stop, and instead urged him to hold onto Phil tighter. Don't look at me for help. I told you there was a blizzard coming. I told you to come down from that monstrosity. And I told you to stop taunting him. Today was not the day. Techno grunted. Quackity's wings twitched at the sound of Techno's voice reawakening the aches in them. Phil's hand stopped massaging Quackity's scalp and for a moment his grip seemed to tighten before resuming its motions. I expected both of you to act mature about this. Do you know your little stunt cost the lives of 32 of my crows? 32 adolescent crows forced themselves back into the void to get me. To break the ritual with Kristen. I expected better of both of you. Phil hissed. I told him. Techno growled, but was cut off by another angry-sounding chirp from Phil. It had Quackity squeezing his eyes shut, trying to get his instincts to stop. To stop having him want to find some way to appease Phil so he never have to hear those chirps again, even if they weren't directed at him. I don't want to hear it. You're both responsible for this. I do not want him responding in fear. Listening to instincts in fear will drive a hybrid insane. And the stress of it all will shorten his lifespan. I know you have your issues with him, but this is not how you will seek that revenge. Phil scolded. Quackity briefly was aware of one of Phil's wings curling forward a bit to drape over Quackity's lower torso, as his broken imitation of twittering seemed to pick up, at the angry chirps from Phil. The weight of the black wings for some reason feeling comforting. Internally though he couldn't believe Phil was defending him. Him. An enemy. He didn't understand. Nothing made sense. Wilbur scoffed. And Quackity was almost sure that if he could force his instinct to let him turn over to look, he'd find the man rolling his eyes. I still say I made a breakthrough. He's still calling out for you, isn't he? Quackity wished he could stop the sounds coming from him. They were weird and making his throat raw. He wished having Phil so close wouldn't trigger them. It was so frustrating that he couldn't shake himself out of his instincts. He's not calling for me. Phil hissed. He would have stopped by now, you know that. Techno grunted. He's calling for his flock. Phil sighed out, his hands drifting to Quackity's wings, where the younger pulled them in, not wanting them touched anymore. They ached and he just wanted them to leave him alone. Something deep within him knew Phil was right through. Knew that was the reason he was making those sounds and couldn't stop. But it couldn't be. He wasn't an animal, he didn't need a flock. He didn't need anyone. But he has no flock here. Wilbur spat out. That's the problem. Phil said. But it can be remedied. Quackity fists twisted Phil's robe as his gripped them hard at Phil's words. I knew you were going to make him pack. Techno scoffed. As Wilbur made a disagreeable noise. After tonight I don't think your opinion matters at this moment, Techno. Phil declared, in a sharp tone. Caw, caw. The loud angry sound of a crow flying into the room was enough to have Quackity peek up to see the large blue-eyed crow perch on Phil's shoulder above and let out a very threatening hiss, facing where Techno and Wilbur were standing behind him. He was almost certain they were standing outside the nest and not in it. Though Quackity's instinct still wouldn't let him let go of Phil to turn around and see if he was correct. Phil's eyes cut to Brian watching at the large crow lifted its wings slightly, feathers ruffled as it hissed and screeched. I see. Phil hummed, turning his attention back over to where Wilbur and Techno were in the room. Uh-oh. Techno mumbled, his voice fading as if he was backing away. Looks like Brian would like a word with the two of you. You not only endangered yourselves and Quackity, but made him lose several young ones. I think I'll leave you to him for now. Phil said, with an unfriendly smile that made a shiver run down his spine. This is all your fault. Techno growled, mostly likely to Wilbur. I'm sure you two remember Brian's idea of discipline, don't you boys? Phil said, with a satisfied hum in his voice. Before Phil even finished the speaking, Quackity could hear the running footsteps of Techno and Wilbur. Brian hissed and jumped from Phil's shoulder and disappeared from sight. A calm silence settled in the room, the only sounds being the broken, poor imitation of a little chirps that wouldn't stop coming from Quackity. Phil let out a sad warble as he turned his attention to Quackity. I know. He said, meeting Quackity's eyes. I know. I know what's it like to call for a flock and not get an answer. But everything will be okay. He promised. Quackity didn't believe him. He was surrounded and he had almost plummeted to his death because of his instincts. And while Phil was a comforting anchor at the moment, deep down his instinct screamed for someone else and he didn't know who. He didn't understand and it was all confusing. And he hated it. He hated all of it. This is all confusing to you, I know, mate. I know you see us as enemies. I know you and the boys hate each other, because of what has happened in the past. I also know that you lost the one person your instincts claimed as flock. Jschlatt. Phil talked, hands trying to coax Quackity's wings open. Jschlatt was not the right person to imprint on. And he used your instincts to control and to train you. To mold you into something he can use. There's only so much a young avian can take before they are forced to break away from the parental figure. Phil said, tone light. Quackity tensed at the mention of Jschlatt. At the memories that are triggered, of him betraying Jschlatt and how much it had hurt to do so, but how it had also been proud moment, to prove to Jschlatt he was worth it. He could be everything Jschlatt claimed he wasn't. He was better than Jschlatt. He had buried those disgusting instincts away and kept his wings hidden and had stay human. It takes a lot to make a young avian to turn on its flock. But then you weren't raised to be an avian, were you? Genetics. Phil stated. A small portion of your ancestry long ago were avians and something woke them up in you. My best guess is spending time with Tommy triggered them. And so your wings sprouted at such an odd age. You were meant to be human, but deep down you were meant to become an avian. And I'm going to teach you how to be one. Phil promised, fingers fixing feathers. Quackity started to notice that his chirping was dying down slowly as Phil continued to talk, slow and calmly, and fix the feathers on his wings. Wilbur and Techno will not hurt you. He continues. And you will not hurt them. While you are here and while I have you under my wings, you are my fledgling. And you can kick and scream and fight, all you want. But until you touch the sky, and stop fighting your instincts, Phil stopped long enough to take Quackity by the chin to have him look him in the eyes. You will stay here. I will not let you leave until I am satisfied with your ability to be an avian and fly. Am I understood, fledgling? He asked, his pupils dilating as he spoke, black wings lifting and unfurling behind him, making Phil look intimidating, yet Quackity instincts didn't shy from the display. And when Phil made a sharp-sounding and demanding chirp, it had Quackity diving back into those instincts again. Instincts that had Quackity nodding his head, wanting to please Phil with the right answer. Good. That's good, fledgling. The boys will come around soon. Then you'll have a nest filled with my flock. I imagine that little bird in there would like a nest full of flock members, and you've been denied for too long. Phil smiled, patting Quackity's cheek fondly. Quackity knew Phil meant every word too. He could hear it in his tone. And while Phil's words scared him and he wanted to run, even if he knew he wouldn't make it, his instinct screamed with happiness and was totally contradicting him. His body refusing to move as Phil cooed over him, while looking him over and running his fingers through his feathers, the blue in his eyes barely visible. And whenever he made eye contact, Quackity could see the possessiveness in the crow hybrid's eyes. And the disappointment that would show in them when Quackity refused to answer Phil's chirps. It took everything in him to not let any more bird sound leave his lips. However, he was beginning to realize that the longer he stayed with Phil, the harder it was to resist, and he couldn't decide if that was a good thing or not. He certainly wasn't looking forward to learning to fly, not when each time his back and wings just ended up in pain. A small group of crows flew into the room, breaking the intense yet calmness in the room, making Phil apparently draw back from his own instincts. Quackity couldn't understand how Phil did that, was able to pull from his own instincts so quickly, while he, himself, could hardly control his own, and he'd been trying to cut them off since he got his wings. But Quackity welcomed the distraction. It allowed him to uncurl and slip out of Phil's lap where he had been half laying on and move away, as Phil watched and listened to the crows flitting around now. Quackity didn't go far though. Instead he laid himself back down where Phil's extra robe laid in the nest, eyes watching the crows that were in the nest now. Trying to pinpoint which one was Ranger, but they all looked the same, and the one there looked older. He wanted to call for the little crow to see if one would answer, but refused to out that he liked the crow. Not after what happened with Wilbur. It was better to not keep the little crow around anymore, yet he couldn't stop himself from trying to find Ranger in the group of crows around him. His instinct crying when none of the crows seemed to act like Ranger had acted. Despite trying not to be so obvious, Phil noticed. Brian has recalled all the younger crows for now, mate. Sorry. But I'm going to have to leave you with these guys for now. I promise they're just as fun as Ranger. Phil assured. Quackity made sure to not show his displeasure at the news, although deep down he didn't want a new crow. He knew that bastard touching Ranger would make it where the little crow would be taken away. Just another reason why it wasn't worth getting attached to pets, people, or things. Glaring at the crows that came near, Quackity swatted at the few that dare try to rub up on him. He didn't want them. All the while Phil got up and began to leave the nest. I'll be back with something to eat. I'm not ready to let you out of the nest for now. We'll try flight training once those pulled muscles heal up. He said with a comforting smile that Quackity chose not to acknowledge. He didn't even want to look at Phil, too afraid those stupid instincts would be triggered again. You're basically still a fledgling, and until you can fly I will treat you like one. It's unavoidable, Quackity. But in the end I think you need it anyway. You need a chance to be a fledgling. Phil said as he left, leaving Quackity alone with the handful of crows in the nest. Get away from me. Quackity finally hissed at the birds, using a leg to kick out of the ones too near, not caring about surprised chirps from them. He didn't care. They weren't Ranger. Phil. He watched from the window as Brian, now the size of the house, hovered from the ground with Techno and Wilbur in his talons, making sure he had a good grip on the two before flying away with the two, with the rest of the flock of crows following, mostly all of the younger ones. While Phil loved his flock and his fledglings, it was Brian that was very possessive of the flock. It was actually quite funny to watch his two fully grown boys being lifted up into the air by Brian like they were kids again. But then they have been acting like kids lately, so it seemed only fair to let Brian dish out the consequences of lowering the numbers of the flock. As for Quackity, Phil could tell that he was slowly coming around. Once Brian was done, he would talk with Techno and Wilbur again and see if they were willing to make this easier, or have Brian scoop them up in the air every time they stepped out of bounds towards the new fledgling. He was probably going to have to send for Tommy again too. It would probably be easier for Quackity to have another avian around still in flight training himself. Of course he wasn't going to allow Techno or Wilbur back into the nest for a bit. He was going to have to see changes first between his fledglings first before that happened again. Although it probably would hurt to toss more stuff that smelled like them in the nest to help Quackity's instincts get used to them. Dad's still mad. Brian's still mad. Wilbur was more to blame though. Doesn't matter, both had it coming. Shorten our flock. I'm still mad about that. Fledgling upstairs needs cuddles. Too soon for cuddles. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Go back upstairs. Phil laughed, listening to the crows in the kitchen. A few coming a pulling at his robes, trying to urge him back up the stairs. Fine, fine. I'm going. I know. Can't leave fledgling alone for too long, he said, not fighting their pulling and carefully carrying a plate of food back up the stairs. He peeked into the nest room and was not surprised to see Quackity had moved himself back into the furthest corner and looking very much like a cornered animal. But that was fine, Phil could be patient. Awake from those instincts already? That's good. Phil smiled. And he meant it. The more Quackity stopped fighting his instinct, the quicker he could overcome them. Maybe not as fast as Phil, but then he had decades to learn how to balance between his own instincts. It was something that was learned. Fuck off already. Quackity hissed. You. And your stupid crows. That's the spirit. Phil laughed, setting the plate down in the nest and backing from it. keeping his back to the door, to stop Quackity from trying to leave, and once Techno and Wilbur came back to prevent them from entering. It was time to reset Quackity's imprint and helping be more than he was, to be an avian finally. And what better way than an attentive parent? One that wouldn't take advantage of him when he was lost to those instincts. It couldn't be too hard, he raised Wilbur, Technoblade, and Tommy after all. Quackity swatted at a crow that was trying to perch on him, and Phil decided to give the guy a break. Chat, while they meant well, could be a little overzealous at time. Chat. His called to the crows in the nest. The bird immediately giving him their attention. Bring some more comfort stuff for the nest, he suggested, a hand waving slightly to his robe as a hint to what he wanted. It was their idea to begin with, so they should catch on quickly. There was a split-second pause before the birds all took off out of the room, chattering about message receives and all that. And you? He said, pointing at one that was a little too slow in their takeoff, pulling a piece of paper out of his pocket. When Brian is finished, I want these items. Got it? He requested. The crow nodding its head as it took the paper and left the room. Quackity the whole time crouched in the furthest corner, eyeing Phil the whole time like he was going to pounce on him or something. Which was ridiculous. Phil wouldn't pounce on a skittish fledgling, not even playfully, like with his boys. No, right now Quackity was going to come to him. Since his instinct now were used to Phil, it was time to let Quackity choose to come for comfort. But he wouldn't leave the younger avian's side though, no, he would stay within reach. And only touching if requested. Or if necessary. And once his boys were better behaved, start letting them slowly re-enter the nest. Patience was the key to this plan. Chapter 20. Phil hadn't been lying when he said he was going to keep Quackity in the nest. The man literally would not let him leave it. And the stupid birds kept bringing in clothes and blankets that obviously belonged to everyone in the house. The creatures would drape him in them, and Quackity was quick to toss the garments off and out of the nest. And if some of Phil's and Techno's stuff somehow stayed in the nest, well, he just had a bad throw, was all. Although every piece of clothing found its way into the nest no matter what. He thinks Phil was the one placing them in, weaving them into the side of the nest and adding the scents to the ones in the nest. Now where Technoblade and Wilbur were, he wasn't too sure. They hadn't been back since they ran away from the otherworldly crow, Brian. Which was silly considering both guys could drop kick the bird at least 5 football fields. He couldn't understand why they didn't. It's not like the bird could grow into a monster or anything. It was a stupid weird-ass crow. And Wilbur and Techno ran away like cowards. Maybe they were scared of what Phil would do if they hurt the crow. Good thing Quackity didn't care either way. Phil wasn't touching him anymore, which was good, yet weird. His stupid bird brain whined whenever Phil came so close but never made contact. The older avian would maybe fix his feathers, but that was it. A quick fix and then gone. Quackity actually caught himself trying to follow Phil's hand, before he was reminded of his situation. He didn't need Phil's touch, no matter what his stupid instincts wanted. Just like how his instinct still had him looking for Ranger, he didn't need the little crow. He was fine. He was just fine. Phil said, he'd let him go once he proved to be a good avian, and could fly. Well, Quackity didn't plan on flying, it wasn't worth the muscle aches. But he could try and be an avian, and maybe Phil would lower his guard and Quackity could leave. He could leave if he played everything smart. He could leave Phil and his constant chirping. The older avian would literally chirp at him now instead of using words, and would always look disappointed when Quackity never responded back. He didn't chirp. He never need to chirp. And it didn't matter if his throat clogged up each time. He wasn't a dumb animal like the birds that were always in and out of the nest. But he could fake it. He eyes Phil sitting by the door, sipping on a cup of tea with an old enchantment book in his lap. A perfect picture of a relaxed man just sitting down and reading a good book. But Quackity knew. Phil was a warrior, an old warrior. The man was watching Quackity while pretending not to. If he was going to pretend, he better get started. Beside his wings were starting to itch a bit, there were some feathers out of place again, and he hated how he was more alert to the discomfort compared to when he first came here. Now misplaced feathers bothered him. His wings shuffled behind him as he repositioned himself, the movement seeming to not get Phil to lift his attention from the book in his lap. Which irked Quackity. How dare the man ignore him? Any other time Phil would be hovering over him. So, to test the waters a bit, Quackity let his wings do hard agitated flaps before letting them return to the lay flat against his back again, ignoring the uncomfortable pull it put on his muscles. "You're going to pull your muscles again, you keep them like that," Phil said, not even looking up from his book. "So?" he snapped, though there wasn't any bite in the remark. He just wasn't sure how to be an avian, to even begin to pretend. How did one ask to get preened without asking? He flapped his wings again, and still nothing. "It will make your stay in the nest that much longer, mate," Phil hummed, turning a page in the book, looking at it like it was the most interesting thing in the world. The bird in his brain, not liking that he was failing at getting Phil's attention. He had to remind himself that he only wanted his attention to get those few itches taken care of. Shuffling a bit in his spot, he let his wings droop to around him, and eyed the useless appendages, with a scornful eye. Spotting a few of the feathers that were causing him problems. If Phil wasn't going to help him, then he'd just take care of them himself. Bracing himself, Quackity pulled at the troublesome feathers that he could reach, without twisting like a pretzel. As soon as he gripped them, Phil let out a very loud shriek that had Quackity flinching, a hand circling his wrist and pulling his hand away from his own feathers. "Don't do that, mate," Phil reprimanded. Quackity didn't even see the man move. "I will not have my fledglings pull out their feathers," he scolded, face for once not smiling, but set in a serious expression. Quackity wanted to say something back, but his bird brain was just scrambling, because Phil was mad. Phil was upset. He made Phil upset. And Phil was looking at him with sharp blue eyes that were like daggers aimed at his soul. And Quackity couldn't fight against the bird in his head that wanted to make amends for his wrongdoings. "So sorry," he muttered, weakly trying to pull his wrist free from Phil. Thankfully Phil let him in favor, hovering his hands over Quackity's wings. They're a mess again," he mumbled. "Is that what has you a bit cranky?" he asked, flicking his gaze back to Quackity. "Well, fledgling." A smirk made its way on Phil's face at the question. Quackity hissed at the word. He wasn't a fledgling. How dare Phil talk to him like he was a child? He changed his mind. He didn't want Phil to touch his wings. He pulled them back in. "Nuh-uh." Phil tsked, a hand coming to rub at the closest wing joint, making that wing go limp at the touch. Sending Quackity's bird brain into a scrambling mess with how nice the touch felt. "We don't hold our wings flat to our backs like that, Quackity. And we don't throw tantrums when we want to be preened," he scolded, pulling his hands away when he was done. Quackity appreciated that Phil backed off and let him come back to himself before speaking again. But he hated that the man touched his wings and had not fixed the out-of-place feathers. "Now what do we say when we want help preening?" he prompted, waiting patiently. Did he really expect Quackity to beg to be preened? "Well." Phil tilted his head, looking almost like a bird himself with the movement. This was just to pretend. He was just pretending. Will you please help me preen?" he said, the words tasting like poison in his mouth. "That's better." Phil smiled, moving so that he was behind Quackity. "I want you to let them sit naturally on his back," Phil instructed, hands guiding the wings up into position, and held them there until Quackity let them sit there, before he started carting his fingers through them. "If you let them sit naturally, it will help you not strain your own back muscles. As we go, you will build up the muscles needed to hold your wings. This also includes flying and gliding. They must be strong enough to hold your weight. So I expect no fuss when we start exercising them. Phil rambled. Quackity didn't say anything. It didn't matter what he said anyway. Phil wasn't going to let him leave. At least the bird in his brain was happy and the itching in his wings were vanishing. He'd give it to Phil. The man had magic fingers with wings. All too soon Phil's fingers left his wings, leaving them feeling comfortable and neat. "All right, my turn," Phil announced. A black wings flopped into Quackity's lap. "What?" he asked, staring at the wing like Phil was going to whack him in the face with it next. "I preened you. Now you preen me. I just need you to get the feathers that are in the hard-to-reach places. Preening is usually just for flock members, but I think we can make an exception for you, mate," Phil instructed patiently. "Besides, I think Brian is still holding on to Techno and will," he added. Quackity made no move to touch Phil's wing. It could be a trap. If he pulled one wrong feather, Phil would round on him and, he wasn't sure what, but it had to be a trap. "I don't know how to preen," he spat out instead. Surely he didn't need to preen Phil's wing to prove he was an avian, it had to be something Phil made up or something. "Then this is a good time for you to learn," Phil countered, moving the wing in Quackity's lap so that the feathers were all fanned out, that Quackity could easily spot the ones that looked like they were laying wrong. "Just straighten the ones that look out of place, and if they come loose then pull them out. And if you run your fingers along the feathers, to hook the veins together. Later I will show you how to properly locate the oil gland and spread the oil to the feathers of the wings," Phil instructed patiently, pointing at where he wanted Quackity to start, before letting his hands fall to his lap, waiting for Quackity to preen the black wing presented to him. Quackity had never touched Phil's wings before all this, before Techno kidnapped him. He hadn't ever really touched his own really, unless you counted pulling the feathers out. Now he was being told he could touch Phil's glossy black wings. Phil's wings were always so perfect looking, even with the few that were a bit out of place. Quackity had always admired Tommy and Phil's wings from a distance, especially Phil's. There was just something about Phil that made his bird brain go weird. Slowly he placed his hands on the feathers and tried to mimic what he had felt on his own wings, when Phil would touch them. "That's good, you're doing great, mate," Phil praised, when Quackity fixed a few feathers. Quackity watched as Phil took his eyes off him and seemed be content in letting Quackity comb his fingers through the wing. And the more Quackity ran his hand through the black feathers, the more confident he became and was able to really focus on the feel of the black wings. They were so soft and glossy, and for some reason his instincts want him to hide his face in them, but he refrained. That was not something he was willing to do in front of Phil, or anyone for that matter. Besides, he was just pretending. Yeah, that was it. This was all part of the plan. There weren't that many feathers out of place, yet Quackity couldn't stop himself from just letting his fingers play around in Phil's feathers. If Phil noticed, he didn't say anything, he just sat there letting Quackity do what he wanted. He caught his wings and doing little flaps that he immediately stopped, though not quick enough if Phil's barely contained chuckle was anything to go by. He was in the middle of twisting his fingers around a particular big feather that was just so fascinating to Quackity. He didn't realize how quiet the house actually was until the door downstairs slammed open. "Phil!" Wilbur called. "We're back," Techno added. The sudden noise causing him and Phil to jump, his hand never let go of the feather however, and so he ended up pulling the feather. "Ouch!" Phil yelped, black wing snapping away from him. And it took a moment for Quackity to spot the few droplets of blood that dripped from the black feather in his hand. Phil was rubbing at the spot the feather had once been. "What was that?" Techno demanded from downstairs. "Phil saw." "You okay?" Wilbur shouted. "I'm fine," Phil called back. letting his wings move relax behind him and looking at Quackity. Although Quackity barely noticed. He barely even heard Techno and Wilbur coming up the stairs. Too busy staring at the bleeding feather in his hand and panicking, because oh prime. He just ripped out one of Phil's feathers. He just made the angel of death bleed. And if there was one thing everyone knew, it was to never mess with Phil. Technoblade and Wilbur were going to kill him. Mate. Phil called gently, a hand coming to just touch his hand that held the feather. I didn't mean to. He shouted, jumping away and dropping the feather like it had burned him. Just as Techno and Wilbur appeared at the door. Stay out. Phil hissed, halfway to his feet. A hand held in the universal sign for stop while facing Quackity. What the hell happened? Wilbur asked. I swear. He shouted, eyes bouncing between the three. He was dead, he was so dead. Het. Techno grunted, from behind Wilbur. It's okay, mate. Just breath. Phil said, doing cooing sounds that were reaching deaf ears. Because Quackity knew the unspoken rule. He knew how protective Technoblade and Wilbur could be of Phil. No. No. Please. He pleaded. Blood and fire coated the ground, as TNT fell to the ground by Dream, destroying what was left of his country. Hounds were everywhere, as the blade laughed, taking down another victim to his bloodlust. The angel of death watching from above, sending wither at the blade's signal. It was chaos and Quackity was next to fall. He couldn't get away. He couldn't escape. He was cornered in a country that had fallen. He had no country anymore. He could see the angel of death across the battlefield, talon hands grasping another wither skull to let loose upon the land. Quackity threw himself to the side, dodging Phil's hand that had touched him on the shoulder, for some reason his brain telling him to try and wedge himself between the corner and the nest where there were a bunch of pillows piled as a barrier. The crow hybrid watched him scramble away, not chasing him like he thought he would. Techno. Will. Downstairs. I got this. Phil ordered. You sure, Phil? Techno asked. Phil nodded, and Quackity watched with guarded eyes as two of the threats left. It's okay. Phil cooed, making Quackity flick his gaze back onto him. Yeah, that's it, eyes on me, fledgling. Phil said, smiling gently. I know. Trauma does that sometimes when you're trying to heal. You've experienced a lot as a new fledgling, it's going to happen a lot. Where did you get stuck at, mate? He asked, making more cooing sound, and Quackity almost answered, but choked instead after stopping himself. You wanna talk about it? Phil continued. Quackity noticed he was moving so slow that he barely noticed Phil was getting closer. Quackity shook his head, eyes jumping from Phil to the black feather he had accidentally pulled. There was no way he'd get away with pulling out one of Phil's feathers. It would be taken as an offense, as a threat. Phil and Techno were ruthless. Wilbur was mostly chaotic, and something Quackity could handle just fine, but he had hurt the father figure of the fucking blade. The black feather laid on the floor with the blood already starting to dry, like it was mocking him. Phil followed his eyes. Oh, fledgling. He cooed, and Quackity jerked back when Phil reached up to cup Quackity's face and brushing some hair from his face, forcing Quackity to look at him and not the lone feather in the nest. It's just one feather. I've lost more than that having 3 boys pulling on them. I'm not upset. No one is. Phil said. Quackity of course didn't believe him, but he thought better than to say otherwise. He was trying to get out of there after all. He had to remind himself to pretend. Pretend to relax. But it was so hard to relax with the knowledge that Phil could be lying, and just waiting just like Jschlatt. Phil let out mere coos and was gently tugging Quackity from the corner and back to the middle of the nest. And Quackity doesn't fight him, his instincts all but happy to follow Phil. When they get close to the pulled feather, Phil is quick to pick it up. See, nothing to get upset about, he assured, tossing it over his shoulder like nothing. You want to continue preening? Phil asked, keeping his voice soft. Quackity shuffled his wings nervously as he shook his head. He didn't want to touch Phil's wings anymore, and he didn't want Phil to touch his anymore. He wanted to be left alone. But his instincts wanted comfort. Well, his instincts could shut up for a while. He hated listening to them. That's okay, I'll send of a few crows to keep you company. Okay, mate. Phil said, sharp blue eyes picking up on every move Quackity made. It was a little spooky if Quackity was honest. Phil seemed to be able to see everything. I don't want them, Quackity finally said. The other crows were annoying. Ranger was too, but it was different. I'm not leaving you up here alone. Fledglings shouldn't be left alone, Phil stated, in a firm but soft tone. I'm not a fledgling, Quackity snapped, slowly pulling from the startled state his instincts had pulled him in. You are to me. And I will not have my fledgling unsupervised. You deserve to be in a comfortable nest with a flock surrounding you. Like I said before, as an avian you have been neglected. Phil smiled, blue eyes dilating a bit, as he moved closer to Quackity, causing the younger to stumble and fall into a sitting position in the nest. He didn't dare say anything else. He learned that when Phil's eyes dilated, the crow hybrid became very possessive and clingy, something he wasn't in the mood for. I will send some crows up here to keep you company, but I think a little space between us would help you calm down. I won't leave you for long, mate, Phil said again, before leaving. Not daring to get up and walk his way to the door, Quackity crawled on his hands and knees, to keep the noise down to a minimum. His instinct wanting him to call Phil back, but also wouldn't let leave to follow. It was weird how the nest was starting to feel like home. How he knew where everything was in the nest, even the stuff he knew belonged to the others, he knew where they were and had them in the perfect spots. Like Techno's red cape with the white fox fur, it was the warmest in the nest and he liked sleeping on it, with Phil's robe close by and within grabbing range. Wilbur's trench coat and Tommy's bandana were still at the edge of the nest, but they were within full view. It seemed the longer he was in the nest the calmer all these things were starting to make him. He didn't like. He wasn't supposed to be calm here. Peeking out the door, he watched as the top of Phil's hat disappeared down the stairs, before ducking back into the nest room. It was too soon. He couldn't make a move out of the nest yet. His instincts wouldn't let him, and he couldn't make himself put a hand outside the room. So he went back to where Phil had tossed the pulled feather. It felt like the time had frozen when he had pulled the feather, but it was all Techno's and Wilbur's fault. He wouldn't have startled so hard if they hadn't made such a loud entrance. Not too long after getting back into the nest, a small flock of crows swarmed the nest. Sneering at the birds, Quackity grabbed a blanket and curled underneath it to avoid them. The pesky creatures, no matter how many times he swatted at them, would always keep trying to get close to him. Techno. Phil was standing before he and Wilbur with a very not happy dad face on. Despite the two of them being taller than Phil, then man never let that stop him from being their dad though. His wings were slightly up, and he had his arms crossed in front of his chest, not moving from in front of the stairs. And Techno immediately knew that instinctively Phil was protecting his new fledgling up in the nest. Techno's instincts didn't like that. He was supposed to be the protector of their pack. Though Quackity was far from a fledgling, much less theirs. Techno would bet his title the guy would still make a run for it, even now. Dad's still mad. We're still in trouble. Say sorry. Why should we apologize? Throw Wilbur under the bus. Apologize. We didn't do anything though. The voices all whispered, they didn't like Phil mad either. Well? Phil demanded. Sorry. Techno said, breaking the silent standoff between them and Phil. Yeah, sorry. Wilbur agreed, quickly following Techno's lead. After staring them both down for a few seconds longer. "And chat?" he demanded. "We were thoroughly scolded," Techno admitted. He didn't feel like reliving their time with Brian or the rest of the flock. "We amended our transgression against them, and buried the bodies of the ones that went back to the void." Wilbur nodded. Phil narrowed his eyes at then, and the sterner look had Techno straightening his posture, not wanting to be seen as disrespectful to his elder for slouching under his gaze. His instincts screamed that he was already caught slacking in his position in their family by letting Wilbur torment Quackity. He would not be caught slacking again. Technoblade protected his family. And since Quackity was under Phil's protection, then that meant he was under Techno's. A quick glance at Wilbur told Techno that even he didn't like Phil being mad either. But the question was, did Wilbur really regret taunting Quackity to the point where both of them were at risk? After all, before Quackity became Techno's enemy, he was Wilbur's first. Had stolen from Wilbur first. There was a lot of Agerszion between the two. More than Techno had with him. After a few moments more, Phil relaxed with a sigh. "You both know I can't let you near the nest, right?" he said, relaxing his arms and wings. And didn't that hurt Techno's instincts and feelings, including the voices? He didn't like being kicked out of the nest. "Aw, come on Phil. What are we gonna do in the nest?" Wilbur complained. "That's the problem. I can't trust you not to try and start trouble in the nest with him. He's a human that has to learn to be an avian. It's not an easy transition. And he's been fighting this for a long time," Phil said, sharp blue eyes locking onto Wilbur, who had the sense enough to at least look guilty. "I need him to re-imprint. Preferably on me. Jschlatt did a lot of damage and Quackity is causing even more to himself by denying his instincts." "You want him to be flock?" Wilbur shouted. And Techno just rolled his eyes. Of course Phil would want Quackity to be flock, there weren't that many avians to begin with. He needs a flock. It's fine if it's not us, but it's going to have to be until he can let himself have one of his own. Phil nodded. "So you still plan on letting him leave after?" Techno decided to ask. "Of course. I let you two and Tommy leave, don't I? I let you have your own lives. I only step in when it looks like you three are about to kill each other," Phil stated. "Ah, fun time. There was so much blood. Remember the screams? Blood for the blood god. The victories. Blood for the blood god. The withers we spawned. Blood for the blood god. The blood. The hounds. Our enemies begged for mercy. They received none. Mwaha. Blood for the blood god." The voice reminisced. And yeah, that was fair. Techno could admit he got lost in the bloodlust there for a bit. But that was in the past. He was retired now. He only killed now if there was no other choice. Much to the voice's dismay. "Retirement is boring. I want blood now. Hunting. Let's go hunting. Let us provide for our pack. We must protect our family. Let us bath on blood again. Let us prove ourselves." They whined. Techno was quick to ignore them when Phil began to move, turning his back on he and Wilbur. "You two are going to have to prove yourselves if you want to get back in the nest. But for now I don't want you two upstairs. You'll have to either sleep down here or you can use my house across the porch," Phil said, with finality as he started to go back up the stairs. "I call dibs on the couch," Wilbur said, once Phil was out of sight, already making a pounce for the sofa. Techno let a rumble leave his chest as he snatched him back by the back of his sweater, and without using too much force to hurt him, threw him down to the floor. "I believe I own that couch," he huffed, stepping over Wilbur and sitting on the couch like it was his throne. Wilbur glared from the floor. And Techno made sure to smirk in a way that dared Wilbur to challenge him, making sure his bottom canines were showing by poking past his lips. "I'm the oldest," Wilbur growled out, jumping to his feet. Yeah? Too bad you old and poor. How sad. Techno teased, laughing. Grr, the couch is mine. Wilbur challenged and jumped in attack. It felt great to roughhouse with someone again. Boys. Don't break anything. Phil yelled from upstairs. Don't worry, I'll try to be gentle with your pride Techno when I take the couch. Wilbur sneered gleefully, clearly enjoying their play fight for the couch. Techno rolled his eyes. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. He chuckled. Wilbur laughing with him. They were in a small stalemate with Wilbur pulling at his braided pink hair, not enough to pull any out, and his other hand interlocked with Techno's dominant to keep it immobile, making sure Techno would get at his weak areas. While Techno had his foot up and pressed into Wilbur's stomach as a way to keeping him at bay. Yield blade. Wilbur demanded, with a smile. In your dreams Sud. Techno grinned. Loser sleeps in stable. Wilbur bargained. And has to cook breakfast. Techno decided to added. With the deal made, they brought the stalemate, with Techno using his foot holding his brother off to push him away and launched himself at Wilbur, making sure their fall to the floor didn't result in anything serious. Techno already knew how he was going to win and dug his fingers into Wilbur's side. Ah! No fair. No tickling. Ha ha ha. Wilbur screeched. Beg for mercy from the blood god, Sud. Techno laughed at his brother's screams. The voices laughing with him. Never. PFT ha ha ha. Curse you. Ha 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 ha. Wilbur cursed as he laughed. Quackity. Quackity poked his head out from his blanket at the sound of Phil's footsteps. There was laughter downstairs, and a lot of noise that sounded of bodies hitting the floor, when Phil returned to the nest. The man looked fondly back out the door before fully entering the room. And like routine greeted Quackity with a chirping noise. That fond look in his eyes dimming just a little with disappointment when Quackity swallowed away the lump in his throat and stayed quiet. Why was things so backwards here with Phil and Technoblade? Why did they laugh after being told they were not allowed in the nest? Why was Phil not more upset about his two boys downstairs, not begging for forgiveness and instead were play fighting? Quackity would have never gotten away with that behavior with Jschlatt. Jschlatt would make sure Quackity regretted his wrongdoings. It was confusing to say the least. Phil sat at the edge of the nest again. And Quackity's instinct screamed sorrowfully that he didn't come closer. Phil had been doing that a lot now. Not hovering. And Quackity was having trouble fighting his instinct from just going up to the man and demand why. Why torment with touching and closeness only to take it away? He couldn't just stop feeling those phantom fingers on his wings. His instincts wanted Phil close and they wanted Ranger back too. Especially Ranger. It still hurt not having the little crow around. It was lonely. And while Phil was in the nest he wasn't getting close. Quackity shuffled in his spot in the nest, needing to remind himself that he hadn't needed Phil close before. So he should be happy with this. Right? He eyed the older avian waiting for him to say something, but just like before Techno and Wilbur returned, Phil was resorting back to chirps and little words. Chirps that digged at something deep within him. That made him want to chirp back and go to Phil. But Quackity wasn't going to fall for whatever Phil was doing. He didn't need him. He just had to be calm and let Phil treat him like an avian until he was let out of the nest. Then he's bide his time and wait for the chance to run. He let his eyes drift to the crows that were making themselves comfortable in the nest. Phil chirped again and Quackity silently cursed when his head and eyes snapped back to Phil, who looked very pleased. Good fledgling. You're doing good. He cooed. Which was confusing, because Quackity wasn't doing anything. Phil was just weird. Crows. They had found it? Quackity's most prized possessions. The fledgling had his stuff well. But they were smart. They had found it? The flock in the man-made cavern rejoiced. flooding into the space, but being careful not to disturb the secret bunker too much. Brian had joined them in their search after they had scolded Technoblade and Wilbur. They had searched long and hard, and after retracing their steps from where they had seen or heard Quackity had went, they did it. They had found his treasures. This is nice. Well, hidden. I can't believe we found it. Why'd he put them in a cave though? Are we sure this belongs to him? Yes. Maybe. No. Yes. This is a good plan. He will have something of his in the nest. Finally. I found more chests. They began plundering, respectfully as they could for stuff to take back. The crows with teamwork got the chests to open enough for a few smaller ones to slip in. They were going to make Quackity feel at home. But it had been hard considering Quackity didn't keep anything long. Like he was afraid of having things. Afraid things would be taken or lost. But they had done it. He had this place and they were going to do their best to take only the most prized possessions to him. Brian watched his flock flit around, eyeing the cavern that Quackity had chosen to hide his precious possession. They wouldn't be able to take everything with them, so they were going to have to find other things in those chests to take back to Quackity. Found it? What is it? Don't know. It was buried deep. It's got its name on it. I can't even say that. He will like it. Well used, of course. The crows all chatter, a few not paying attention, and instead of holding the lid of the chests open, trapped a few crows within the chests. Help. You did that on purpose. So dark. I see the void again. I'm not ready to go back. What is this, a drama class? Open up. Let us out. The trapped ones cried. Make a cackling chirping sound that could be labeled as laughter as he helped the trapped ones out of the chest, the crows slipping out, dragging the chosen item out with them. It's perfect. It's unique, that's for sure. Let's go. I got his beanie. I got his tie. Should we have grabbed his vice president's suit? No. 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 Back to the Arctic. This heavy. We need more wings. This is going to take a while to get back, Toddy Nest. Less chatting. More flying. What is this again? They all chattered, a few coming to help hoist the chosen items higher off the ground. Brian stayed behind to watch the small flock make their way back to Phil and his fledgling, lingering only enough make sure that Phil's new fledgling's prize possessions would stay hidden like he wanted, before following them. But then it wasn't any of his business, he just had to collect a few things for Phil as they made their way back. Hopefully the fledgling will like what they bring back. Chapter 21. Quackity was not in a good mood. Phil had tricked him. After days in the nest. After days of playing the good fledgling, of asking politely for help when his wings started bothering him. Of doing those stupid stretches, Phil had left him alone. Had claimed he had to go to the village for some shit or something. Not once, not twice, but 3 times, he had left him alone in the house with Technoblade. He wasn't sure where Wilbur was. But he was very aware that Techno was around, seeing as the pig hybrid's heavy footsteps downstairs could be heard stomping around. How dare Phil leave him alone, and with Techno of all people? Sure, he had a bunch of crows sitting in the rafters of the nest, but what were they going to do if Techno came stomping in? Peck him to death. This was the fucking blood god. The blade. For prime's sake. And Phil left him there alone with him. The bird in Quackity's brain had gotten louder the longer he was around Phil, and even his instinct didn't like the idea of Phil leaving him alone. Phil had said something before each time he left about trusting other flock members or some bullshit like that. Quackity hadn't really paid attention, after he was told Phil was leaving. All that work being a good fledgling and Phil leaves. And to make matters worse, Techno would call Quackity downstairs. Though Quackity never went. But he knew it was only a matter of time until Techno got tired of being ignored and stepped into the nest. So yes, Quackity was plotting the crow hybrid's demise after feeling the need to hoard everything that smelled like Phil close to him, that is. He was going to rip feathers out on purpose this time. Hey! Techno called from the door. Stay away from me! Quackity hissed out, his wings mantling up behind him. It seemed Techno had got tired of being ignored this time and Quackity was ready. I'm not even standing in the door. I'm literally outside of it. Techno huffed, with a roll of his eyes. The pig hybrid was only in his white poet's shirt, pants, and boots. The red cape and crown had been delivered to the nest by the crows and Quackity enjoyed sleeping on it every night. No, Techno was missing something vital to his overall appearance. What do you want? Quackity demanded. I was going to go check on the hounds. Techno said, crossing his arms over his chest. So? What was the blade up to now? A trap maybe? I figured you'd like to come and help feed them. Phil's been keeping you cooped up in here, and I bet you would love a shower right about now. He stated. But if not, then stay here. You got 5 minutes to make your decision, before the offer is off the table. And with that Techno left going back down the stairs. Quackity glared at spot where Techno had stood, before letting his eyes drift totty red cape in the nest. Techno hadn't asked for it back and was offering to take him out of the nest and even better out of the house again. Things didn't turn out too good last time Techno took him out. However, Quackity was so fucking sick of the nest, and the stupid crows that kept bothering him there. Even if his instincts called for Filtsa and to stay, Quackity didn't want to, he'd go crazy if he stayed indoors any longer. So, why couldn't he make himself move? The bird in his brain screamed that the nest was safer. But Quackity couldn't stay here. He couldn't stay and let Phil continue doing whatever the hell he was doing that was making his instincts stronger. He eyed the red cape again. Techno hadn't asked for it back. The man said he was going to go feed his hounds. They were outside. Why hadn't he demanded it back? He gripped the red fabric, and glanced up to the rafters where the poor imitations of Ranger sat and cawed and screeched at each other. He couldn't stand them. His instincts screamed impostures as he looked at them. Mind made up, Quackity stood. Bring the cape with him. He wasn't going to stand for mind games. Techno was going to demand his cape and Quackity was going to rub it in his face, that it was his, because he said so, not because his instincts scream his. And he was going to stomp on it out of spite. He was going to leave this stupid room, and slam the door so those stupid crows could not follow, because he wasn't a fledgling. He wasn't a child. He was an adult and he didn't need a babysitter. And that is just what he did, and smiled as the crows within screeched in protest when he locked them inside. He quickly made his downstairs, making sure to drag the red cape on the floor behind him, where Techno was waiting, with Quackity's shoes, out in front of the door. Huh, almost thought you weren't going to be able to make yourself leave the nest. But then we both know you're more stubborn than people give you credit for. Techno said, and Quackity couldn't tell if it was taunt or a praise with how monotone the words were said. But what really bothered Quackity was that Techno was standing there ready to go outside, already donning another red cape with white fox fur. Good thing you brought that. He pointed out, to the red cape Quackity had planned on stomping on to show his hatred. It's cold outside, you're going to want to wear that. He stated, arms crossed over his chest as he waited for Quackity to slip on his shoes. Quackity glared at Techno. The bastard seemed to always be one step ahead in battle and out. But no matter his hatred toward Techno, it seemed his toughest enemy was his ticket to leaving the house and actually get some fresh air, so he put his shoes on. But Techno kept the door shut with his red eyes eyeing Quackity and then the cape. What? Quackity demanded. Put it on. Techno demanded. Phil will not like you out there without something warm on. Red eyes narrowed slightly as if daring Quackity to fight him on this. Quackity did not want to ruin his chance of going outside, of his chance that Techno might slip up and he could run. Could run and stop whatever Phil did to get his instincts all out of control. And forget about Ranger and Phil. So, Quackity begrudgingly put the cape on, ignoring how the bird in his brain seemed to sing in happiness. And he was positive he only imagined Techno's lip quirk up before vanishing again, because those red eyes did not leave Quackity once, until the red cape was securely clasped on. "Don't run," Techno ordered, still not breaking eye contact. "You run, then I'll have to chase you. And we both know who will win in the end anyway," he warned, before turning his back and opened the door, not looking back, apparently content to let Quackity follow without being hurted. "Don't run. 'Cause we both know, I can catch you," Quackity mocked, in a whispered mimic of what Techno had just said. "Maldito cerdo," he spat, loud enough to make sure he was heard. Techno only looked over his shoulder with a grunt, but otherwise made no comment as he opened the barn door, revealing a large pack of hounds and a few polar bears that were all just laying around in the hay that covered the floor. There were even a few crows in the barn. Quackity paused when a few of the hounds ran towards them, a few rubbing up against Techno and begging for attention, while some ran out of the barn and began running around the property. "Close the door. We're letting the heat out." Techno motioned with a hand while his other began petting the canines that were jumping up on their hind legs, until he petted them. Quackity took a few steps to the door, then another. Could he run? Techno wasn't watching him. Deciding to take a chance, Quackity turned his back to the barn, and before he could take a running step was met with 3 growling hounds and a face full of crow as the little creature screeched and dived, and actually bit him on the nose. "Arg! Ouch!" he shouted, feet taking him further into the barn as his hands came up to protect his face. Techno the bastard was laughing at him, as he closed the door. Petting the 3 growling hounds as he closed it, the mangy mutts turning back into happy-go-lucky dogs under their master's gaze. All the while the little crow screeched in Quackity's face, until his tripped over a polar bear, before settling on top of his head, looking very pleased with itself. "I told you to close the door," Techno said, nearing the end of his laughter. Quackity just snarled as he tried to swat the attacking crow away. The little thing not giving up and even pulled at his hair, talons snagging his wings, as he tried to get away from it. It was just the one, and it just kept coming for him. "Make it stop," he snapped, as he threw hay at it. Techno seemed to snort with laughter again as he came over and grabbed the crow gently from the air. "Thought you'd be happy to see your emotional support pet again," he smirked, holding the loud little crow as it wiggled in his hands. Quackity went from glaring up at Techno to the now contained crow. "Ranger?" he asked, eyes taking in the crow, that now was quiet and giving Quackity a very judgmental look. He wasn't sure if he could trust Techno's words, but then without the bow, Quackity knew he wouldn't be able to tell Ranger apart from the other crows anyway. "You're telling me that's Ranger?" he clarified carefully, not letting himself get excited, because he was not excited. The bird in his brain was a liar. "Brian brought all the young ones back, after Phil insisted you missed them." Techno shrugged, eyes moving from Quackity to the little crow in his hand. "I told them you wouldn't know who they were without that bell," he stated, letting the little crow go, after it pecked at his hands a few finale times. Quackity watched as Ranger glided from Techno's hands, and landed, on the floor of the barn in front of him, and shaking out its feathers. It seemed to act like Ranger. But Techno had a point: Quackity couldn't tell the crow apart by looks alone. And Ranger was taken once, who was to say Ranger wouldn't be taken away again? He wanted to scoop the little crow up, but not in front of Techno. "So you came back," he said, leaving as much emotion out of his tone. He wouldn't show Techno he was happy, he wouldn't show off a weakness. The little crow chirped, flapping its wings and flying itself around him, coming and nuzzling his cheek before joining another group of crows, and that's when Quackity lost sight again of Ranger. He hadn't realized that his wings had drooped until Techno came up behind him and placed a hand on his shoulder, to which had Quackity spinning around with a punch already incoming. Techno easily dodged back from the attack, hand held half up in surrender, which was a laugh and a half for Quackity. Techno never surrendered, he massacred. Whoa. Easy. He warned, red eyes boring into Quackity's. Quackity knew he wouldn't win a fight here and now with Techno, not with the heavy and red cape hanging from his shoulders. And he wanted to rip it off so to have better movement, but the bird in his brain screamed that it was warm and smelled familiar. That it was his. It belonged in his nest. What are you playing, Blade? Quackity demanded, fists up. It was too much. He couldn't take all this waiting and not fighting and not knowing why Ranger was being given back. What kind of mind game were these bastards playing at? Techno hummed. Okay. He said, taking a step back and mirrored Quackity's fighting stance. Let's do this then. Techno said, motioning for Quackity to strike first. And Quackity did, he aimed for the blood god's nose. Only for Techno to parry the punch and pushing Quackity back a step. Returning to his first position. Fuck. Quackity snarled, trying not to step on the red cape, and to right his footing again. He had expected Techno to retaliate, but the attack never came. Again. Techno demanded. Looking like bored, red eyes trained on him, taking in all his movements. The animals in the barn had quieted and those that had been laying in the middle of the floor had moved to get out of the way. Quackity didn't know why. Why he just felt so enraged at this moment, other than the fact that all this was Techno's fault. If Techno hadn't brought him here, he wouldn't be trapped in a room with Phil, where his instincts were getting triggered every second he stayed there. Can I even trust you to lead our army to battle, Quackity? With you going all bird, I bet the first thing you do is try to fly away from the battle. Jschlatt accused. I'm a good fighter, Jschlatt. You're making a mistake if you don't put me out there. This is our country. Quackity argued. Yeah, sure. File these documents on your way out the door. Jschlatt dismissed. Quackity charged forward, fists swing but not meeting their mark as Techno blocked and parried, not falter from his stance, feet planted firmly on the ground. Quackity was a good fighter, he knew he was a good fighter. He wasn't meant to be like this. Trapped in the hands of his enemy and they weren't meant to pity him. And Techno was the one at fault. Again. Techno barked, still not fazed, still red eyes trained on Quackity in a way that made his skin crawl. And it just made him madder. Techno was not acting like the blood god he had seen in battle. Fight back, you damn coward! Quackity shouted, picking up a shovel that was within reach and swung, with all his might. This time Techno moved, stepping to the side while grabbing the shovel and ripping it from Quackity's hands. Grunting when Quackity managed to land a hit to the gut, but proceeded to return to blocking and parrying the rest of Quackity's blows. It was when Quackity began wheezing that Techno chose to really strike. Grabbing Quackity by the wrist and tossing him into the nearest hay pile. Quackity clawed his way back upright, pushing away snouts from curious hounds and waving away crows that had been disturbed by his landing. That's enough. You're done. Techno stated, dusting his hands together, like he just got done doing a dirty job. No, we're not. Quackity hissed, getting to his feet and stepping forward. Waving away at a little crow that was pulling at his clothes, so he suspected that it was Ranger attempting to intercept him. Yes. We are. Techno huffed, going to a barrel and tipping it over, letting the dog food within to spill out for the hounds to come and eat. I'm not fighting you. He stated, already walking to the door after petting a few of the hounds as he went. Well, I'm fighting you. Quackity spat, charging again. Techno turned in time to move out of the way and pushed Quackity to ground. Barely breathing hard, having been moved throughout the encounter, while Quackity, who had been the one constantly moving, gasped for his. It's over. Techno reiterated. Why? Why then taunt me? Quackity accused. Techno looked thoughtful for a minute before answering. You've been stressed lately. This. He indicated to the barn the animals with, to the little crow that had to be Ranger, who was trying to find somewhere to perch on Quackity. Seemed like something you needed. Quackity couldn't believe what he was hearing. You let me hit you, to help me. Your enemy, who wants you dead, so you could help me relieve stress. He asked slowly. You expect me to believe that? He snarled. I personally don't care what you believe. Techno huffed, pushing the barn door open. But I know you want to go back to the nest now. He stated, turning to Quackity. Red eyes piercing. Tell me I'm wrong. He challenged, tone still even in its monotone cadence. The bird in Quackity's brain did want to go back to the nest. He was tired now. He was upset and his instincts wanted him to go somewhere calming. But instead of telling Techno he was right, Quackity just looked away, eyes focusing on the little crow still flying around him. Yeah. That's what I thought. Techno grunted. Back to the nest. I don't need the nest. Quackity finally spat. Sure. And I don't have voices in my head. Stop trying to fight, Quackity, you need rest now. Techno said, waiting for Quackity to move to the house. Quackity wasn't going to move, at least that was until Ranger, or the crow Techno claimed to be Ranger, flew on ahead, waiting at the door. However, Quackity wasn't going to just follow Techno's orders like a foot soldier. Which Techno seemed to understand that after a moment, and they were still in the same spot. So, you don't need the nest, huh? Techno repeated, looking at Quackity like he was acting like a child. You sure about that? Phil knows what he's talking about when it comes to evades, you know. He wouldn't keep you here in that nest without a good reason. You need your instincts. You need to learn wing care. If you don't, then you're as good as dead. As if you hadn't tried to kill me before. Quackity countered. Only because you hunted me down. Techno reminded. I'll say it. We both don't want this. But I know Phil is right. However, if you want to prove him wrong, I'll let you go. Right here. Right now. You got a good hour before Phil and Wilbur return. 1 hour to prove you don't need Phil. That you don't need to be an Avayan. Quackity looked Techno over, trying to find the lie. But Techno looked serious. So Quackity took a few steps to where the gates opened out to from the property. And Techno didn't make a move to stop him. You're serious? He asked. If you don't need the nest or Phil, then you should have no trouble walking away at this point. So, leave. I'll keep Phil from following when he gets back. Techno said, turning from Quackity and going back to the house. Not even looking back. Quackity found himself rooted in place. Techno was letting him go, it was almost too good to be true, but he wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. So, why couldn't he get his feet to move and start running? Techno said he had 1 hour to get away, he couldn't waste it just standing there. But the bird in his head really wanted to go back to the nest. The door to the house closed, signaling that Techno had indeed went back in without Quackity, leaving him alone outside. Now was the perfect time. He took way too long getting himself to turn from the house and start running. His wings flapping uselessly behind him to give himself an extra boost. He wasn't sure if it was helping or not, but it felt good to run, despite the urge to run back to the house and get back into the nest before Phil found out, because something within him wanted that nest and Phil, but he was not going to go back. This was his chance to run and never look back and possibly throw away whatever Phil had done to his instincts. There was the sound of smaller wings flapping behind him, catching up with him easily. When he looked back to see who was following him, it was the little crow Techno had claimed was Ranger. He didn't say anything to the creature. If it was Ranger, then it would continue to follow, because that was what Ranger had done, no matter where Quackity went, even in his last escape attempt. He ran for as long as he could until his legs gave out on him. The little crow that had stayed close, landing on the ground next to where Quackity sat. I guess you really are Ranger then. He huffed, getting his breath back. The crow bobbed his head and flapped its wings, happily jumping around in a circle. You little bastard. He chuckled watching the crow do its dance, before leaning its head up to look at the sky. He had Ranger back, and despite his instinct screaming to go back to the nest, having Ranger back seemed to settle them. Ranger, apparently wanting Quackity's gaze on them, decided that jumping into the air to land on his face was the best decision. Hey! Get off! Quackity shooed, gently shoving the bird off his face, causing Ranger to squawk offended before taking to the air to glide in a circle above him. Watching the little bird gliding in circle had Quackity remembering the day he had seen Phil fly with Tommy and Michael. They had looked so free up there, and it didn't make sense why remembering that day hurt. It hurt to remind himself that he couldn't even identify Ranger from the other crows without the bell. That his brain screamed for him to go back to Phil's nest. It was exhausting and he was tired. And even with him wearing Techno's spare cape, he was also cold. Ranger! What did they do to me? He asked, the little crow as it glided back down to the ground. He was having trouble holding back the emotions that threatened to make themselves known to the world. I need to get out of the snow. He finally declared. But I don't know where the village is. He admitted, eyeing the crow. The little crow tilted its head, before jumping into the air again. Flying around Quackity's head before taking off in a direction to the left, perching on a branch when it got far enough away, seeming to be waiting on Quackity to follow. Screeching impatiently when he hesitated. Fine. But you better not get me lost. He warned, hoping the little crow was indeed taking him to the nearest village. Ranger flew slow, landing on branches and just waiting for Quackity to catch up when it got too far ahead. He wasn't sure how long he followed Ranger, but it felt like hours, and after a few more twists and turns, he was starting to think the snowy landscape around him was starting to look more familiar, which was soon confirmed when Techno's property came into view. Quackity glared at Ranger, the little crow that was sitting on the fence post looking so innocent, like it hadn't just looped him around and back to Techno's. He had followed the little crow to sunset and this is where it brought him. Ranger just sat there looking proud of its actions. You know what, I take it back. You're not Ranger. He spat out, kicking snow in its direction before turning on his heels before his instinct had him running onto the property and getting spotted. Of course, with the number of crows around, he was surprised they hadn't ratted him out yet. The little crow squawked offended and flew to where Quackity almost walked into him. No. I don't want to go back. He hissed at the little bird. But the bird in his brain did. The little crow made a hissing sound, that sounded like a scolding. I am not a fledgling. Quackity bit out. And the little crow went to his wings, talons gripping on some feathers, and lightly pulled at them, before letting go, as Quackity whipped around. Stop that! He snapped, bringing his wings in and trying to flatten them to his back, like before he got there. Only this time the action was unbearably uncomfortable, that he couldn't hold them in that position for too long anymore. Another reminder that Phil was changing him. Being around Phil wasn't a good thing. Quackity. Phil's voice pulled his attention to the house, where the crow hybrid was standing on the porch. Techno was just behind him, a hand on Phil's shoulder, with Wilbur standing in the doorway, looking mildly shocked and amused. Instinctively, without thinking, Quackity found himself taking 2 steps forward before stopping himself. He wasn't going back. Mate. Phil warbled, and damn did Quackity not like hearing those sad sounds anymore. That stupid bird in his brain didn't like making Phil sad, despite knowing that Phil would never be his. Phil was with Techno and Wilbur and Tommy. So Phil couldn't be his. So he couldn't go back into that house. He couldn't cross those fence posts. No. He mumbled, mostly to himself. He wasn't going to toss away this freedom Techno had given him as a challenge. And Quackity hated losing to a challenge. But the bird in his brain hated being away from Phil and the nest. The little crow that had been sitting there this whole time, made a disgruntled sound before making a louder one, and jumping in the air, grabbing and pulling at Quackity's hair with its talons. "Ranger! Stop it!" he hissed, hands up trying to wave the bird off. It was when the crow crossed the fence did Quackity lean too far forward in trying to catch the bird, before it flew over to the porch and landed on the porch in front of Phil, with its chest poked out proudly. Quackity looked up from falling into the snow intending to give the little traitor a scathing glare, only to lock eyes with Phil, whose eyes were full-blown. "Fledgling!" Phil mumbled, as Techno's hands left his shoulder. "See? I told you he'd come back," Techno said with a smirk, red eyes watching with a satisfied glint in them. Like he knew he was going to win, that Quackity was going to end up back on the property one way or another. It was then Quackity noticed he had fell over the fence and back onto the property. Ranger really was traitor. "You stupid crow!" he hissed, and jumped to his feet when Phil bolted from the porch, hoping that he wouldn't follow if he hopped the fence and ran for the trees again. Chapter 22. Phil apparently was very fast for an old man. He hadn't even used his wings to catch Quackity and keep him from escaping the property. Had even jumped the fence without touching it, which was crazy. Wasn't age supposed to slow you down or something? Quackity had to do the walk of shame with Wilbur snickering at the door, and Techno looking like he just proved a point, whatever that was. So here Quackity sat, once again in the nest with Phil's big black wings wrapped around him, after pulling Techno's spare, red, soaking wet, and ice-covered cloak from his shoulders, rambling about how Quackity wasn't used to the cold and that his wings could get frostbite if not careful, something about them not having the muscle mass and feathers needed for the cold. And while Quackity was upset about losing his freedom, the bird in his head sang with happiness, and urging him to answer whenever Phil chirped at him. Those chirps sending a wave of calm through him that he didn't even want to fight, when he was brought back to the nest. Techno and Wilbur were both still not allowed in, and apparently Phil was upset Techno wouldn't let him go search for Quackity, hence why the two were not in the room at the moment, but sitting in the hallway outside the door, watching as Phil preened Quackity's feathers. "So, Tommy should be back in a few days, but I want to go ahead and start flight training on the ground," Phil was saying, talking out what they had to do, which was a lot, but consider Quackity didn't feel he had much of a choice. He was barely listening, especially with his instincts just having him melt at Phil's touch, where he was leaning against the man. "Wilbur, are you listening to me? And get out of the nest, you still banned," Phil said, with hiss at the end. "I am. I know, but it looks like you drugged him," Wilbur answered, scooting back so he wasn't in the room. Quackity could see between a few of Phil's feathers where his head was resting against the older of Ains' collarbone. Wilbur was staring at him, with a calculated look. "It's his instincts, mate. Tommy does the same thing." Phil chuckled. Quackity hummed, at the sound, his instinct happy that someone in the flock was happy and that he had made him happy. "No, Tommy gets that look and shakes out of it just as fast. Even you don't stay down for this long," Wilbur corrected, eyes flicking to Phil. And that was a bit confusing. Was Quackity not supposed to feel all floaty and happy while having his wings preened, or by having another Avain hug up to him? "This is what I was trying to tell you, mate. He was raised human. Has been human. His wings came in so late he doesn't know how to control his instincts. However, the more he goes down, the quicker he'll learn to come back. Tommy learned fast how to come back from him, so not get lost in his instincts, but it's going to be a while before Quackity learns. That why," Phil explained, a hand coming to tilt Quackity's head up so they were looking at each other eye to eye. His instincts singing at having Phil's attention on him. "He's got to re-imprint on me. which I think is going swimmingly, thanks to the results of Techno's unexpected experiment. Phil chirped, and Quacky sent a little smile his way. That chirp meant Phil was pleased with him. Already starting to learn what the chirps mean, aren't you? Phil asked with a knowing smile, making a twittering sound at Quackity that had him smiling up at Phil. Phil was very pleased with him. Either way I got him out of the house. He was getting antsy, Phil. He's a soldier. Soldiers can't stay still for too long. Got the house to myself for a bit at least. Techno huffed by the door. Don't think I didn't notice him wearing one of your capes, Techno. You're not fooling anyone. Wilbur teased. In which Techno shoved at him, pushing him from the doorway. Phil laughed at the two's antics, wings curling a little tighter around Quackity, driving him deeper down where his instincts were practically purring at how warm and safe he felt in Phil's arms. Made it easier to make that part of his brain that wanted to push away to be quiet and to enjoy the wing hug. Crows. Brian scratched at the ground, having made himself bigger than the others in the flock with to make the process go faster, sometimes digging his beak into the dirt to toss it to the side too. They had all of Phil's ingredients. Had found things that seemed to have belonged to the new fledgling and now they just needed this last thing. This was the grave of Jschlatt. According to Phil's list, they needed to bring back the fourth and fifth ribs of the dead man. The ones that were the closest to the heart. This is hard work. This is a little spooky. Hey, get over here and dig. Are we sure this guy is dead when we find him? I don't want to touch a dead body. It's a buffet though. Worm and maggots, yum. Yuck. Juicy. Ew. Yum. Barf. You're just spoiled on human food. Excuse you, but I like cake over bugs. Oh, I love nuggets. Pasta. Now I'm hungry. Stop talking about food. The crows all chattered as they worked. They were all ready to get back and deliver the stuff they had collected. Working hard to make Phil happy and the new fledgling. Brian's talons dug deep into the dirt and scratched along a hard polished wood. Found it, he declared, shushing his chattering flock as he finished clearing the dirt. A few of his smaller crows jumping away as the casket became uncovered, but coming back closer, once they felt brave enough again. Of course they left it to Brian to pry the casket open, while he was still a giant. It was when the casket opened did a few jump back letting out startled screeches. It's all bones. That doesn't look like Jschlatt. Skeleton archer. Run. It's dead. It smells. My nose wants me to break it. They complained, calming down again as again his brave ones jumped down into the open grave, poking their head into the casket and pulling out whatever shiny trinkets that caught their eyes. While a few of his more anatomy smart ones helped him locate the bones that were needed. Clawed talons digging and ripping at the already dingy and half bug-eaten burial clothes to help expose the bones more. A couple of the crows already jumping up and down on the needed ribs to try and get them to fall away from the rest of the skeletal remains. Here. Fifth and fourth on the left. I found a fat maggot. Yummy. Ew. Spit that out. Too late. Bones stuck tight. Not heavy enough. Gotta break them. I don't think they can be used if broken. They contemplated, as more crows came to bounce on the rib bones to get them to move. Move. Brian ordered, bending down and working the tip of his beak between the bones and began twisting until he heard a very prominent crack sound, and the rib in his beak moved. He pulled upward, bringing the rib bone with him. However, because he was larger than the skeleton he had wedged his beak into, the skeleton came up with him, throwing into a sitting position, and scared the flock around him, especially the ones that had stay in the casket. They all came flying from the open grave screaming, except for one that had been caught by in the rib cage, by slipping into the gap of the bones when the skeleton had sat up. It's alive. Every crow for themselves. Scatter. Run for your life. It's got me. Help. Help. Save yourself. I told you this was spooky. Were the screeched screams from his little crows, that after flying around frantically, all decided to perch and hide on his back, where they knew they blended perfectly into his black feathers. A few managing to shimmy themselves under his large wings where they were completely hidden. The crow trapped in the rib cage, had taken to laying on its side with their eyes closed, while whimpering and crying, after hitting its head on a few bones when it tried to flee. I don't want to go back to the void. I just got here. Brain, save me. I'm too young to go back. Brian waited a few minutes before helping, hoping the crow would calm down enough to see the gap in the ribs now that one was missing. When it became obvious the crow trapped in the rib cage wasn't going to calm down and open their eyes, he shook the rest of his flock off his back and out from under his wings, and dropped the bone in his beak, to grab and pulled the second rib they needed, from the now sitting skeleton. It was when he snapped the other rib from the now sitting skeleton of Jschlatt did the trap crow noticed and fly out hurriedly, stopping only to peck the skeleton in the head, as a slight revenge before joining the rest of the flock, that were already gathering their stuff they had gathered for Phil and the new fledgling. I wasn't scared. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Are we going to put Jschlatt's bones back or, leave it? Leave it? Put it back. Burn it? I don't care. Can we just go? I'm sick of the graveyard now. Brian huffed, holding back his amusement at the flock's chatter over what they should do with the remains of Jschlatt, and so to just end the conversation so they could keep making their way him, stepped on the bones to force them back into a laying position and closing the lid to the casket, finished with scrapping the loose dirt back over top of the grave. For added measure a few of his crow came with stick and twigs, while chatting about making it harder for him to dig himself out, should he come back from the dead. After that was taken care of, Brian let himself go back to his normal size before leading his flock home. Quackity. He was preening Phil's wings again. Although if you asked him, Phil's wings didn't need any preening, but the man insisted that whenever Quackity wanted to be preened, he had to verbally ask for it now, and then after help Phil preen. And Quackity didn't like asking for help, to show that he liked the preening. But he couldn't stand his wings itching or pinching anymore, so whenever he woke up he and Phil preened. Something about the process of fixing the wings, just seemed to hypnotize the bird in his brain. Phil still continued to chirp at him despite him not responding back, but the crow hybrid seemed happy enough when Quackity would snap his head toward him, praising him when he did. Something about he was learning. Whatever that meant. Pretending to be an Avane seemed to be easier than he thought it would be. All he had to do was sit in the nest and show Phil that he wanted to do Avane things. This included the preening, the wing exercises and apparently cuddling. Although, whenever he did let himself participate in Phil's expectation to be an Avane, he also found it hard to try and pull away. Which was not okay. It seemed by participating, those instincts that he had buried would take over, rendering him to where he forgot that all this was supposed to be pretend. Phil. Wilbur called, coming to stand in the doorway of the nest room. Techno and Wilbur still weren't allowed in, but the crows still dropped things that smelled like them in the nest. Tommy sent a message. At the mention of Tommy, Phil gently pulled his wing back that Quackity was working on stood up. That irked Quackity a bit, more than it should have really. He wasn't done with that wing. Everything okay? Phil asked, his tone hinted with worry. I mean yeah, but the little gremlin ender-pearled himself into a ravine and can't get out now. Wilbur reported, nonchalantly, leaning on the door's frame. Eyes locking onto Quackity before going back to Phil. Apparently he ran out of ender pearls. Techno suggested it'd be easier if you flew down to get him. Wilbur said. We can't leave Quackity by himself yet. Phil mumbled. Maybe Techno, and the crows, he considered. Quackity decided not to say anything. Playing the good fledgling was starting to earn him brownie points with Phil. So he just sat there, keeping his eyes on Wilbur, and when a little crow who he suspected was Ranger settles in front of him, he began to pet the bird to keep himself from paying attention to the fact that Phil was talking about leaving the nest for Tommy. Was going to leave him with Technoblade. Actually, I think Techno is going to go with you. So, I'll stay behind. Wilbur said with a smile. Quackity glared at Wilbur and looked over to Phil to gauge his reaction and was pleased to see Phil looking hesitant at Wilbur's suggestion. I don't know, mate. Phil hummed. Come on Phil, you got let the kids spend time together at some point. I can be good. Promise. Wilbur said, putting on a very believable pleading pouty face. Phil's once again looked thoughtful. You do have a point. He murmured, eyes flicking to Quackity. Seeing that Phil was now gauging him, Quackity made sure to grit his teeth and shake his head. This caused Phil to frown, as he looked back to Wilbur. Fine. But I better come back to find both of you, Phil said, making sure to level both Wilbur and Quackity with a stern look. Alive and well. Quackity, he said, sharp blue eyes on Quackity, causing Wing to shuffle nervously as he continued to pet Ranger, now knowing that Phil was actually leave him and Wilbur alone. Stay in the nest. Wilbur. His eyes snapped to Wilbur, who tilted his head, smile disappearing at Phil's stern tone. Stay out of the nest. Sure. Wilbur nodded. I mean it will. Phil said, walking forward, mantled up and feathers fluffing, where the two stood face to face. Dad, come on. Let me prove myself. Wilbur murmured, face turning less pouty and more pleading. Quackity knew Wilbur had won, when Phil's wings smoothed back down and his shoulders relaxed. Okay. He nodded, looking back one more time to Quackity with sending a reassuring chirp his way that had Quackity's instinct come up and as he choked on something in his throat. Seeming satisfied, Phil left. Wilbur stayed by the door, only stepping away from it to let Phil pass by and leaning to watch down the stairs until they both heard the front door shut. Wilbur seemed to wait only for a few minutes before turning back to the nest. Just you and me now, former vice president. Wilbur said with a vicious smile. How about we talk? He said, sitting himself on the floor crisscross style. Go to hell. Quackity snarled, his wings lifting in the same manner as Phil's did. Been there. Done that. Wilbur said, with a roll of his eyes. I rather think what going on here is more fun. Speaking of, your little friend. Wilbur smiled, eyes moving to look at Ranger who Quackity was still petting. The little crow was staring at Wilbur, with a tilted head. We're not friends. Quackity denied and stopped petting Ranger. Wilbur was going to try to get to him by going after the little crow. So, you wouldn't mind if the little crow continued to not wear this then? Wilbur smirked, pulling the ribbon that Ranger had once wore out of his pocket. Ranger upon seeing its ribbon screeched a short sound that sounded pleased, as it fluttered over onto Wilbur's knee and began pulling at the ribbon that he dangled between his fingers. Quackity inched himself up to where he was subtly balanced on the balls of his feet and fingers, his wings spread out for balance. Aw, look at you. Wilbur cooed, with a giggle. You do care about the little crow. He looked down at Ranger. You see that display right? He does care about you. Now that's just delightful. He looked back to Quackity, with another vicious smile. Isn't it Quackity? Quackity lay his eyes break contact with Wilbur to the little crow still tugging at the ribbon that Wilbur still held. He shifted a bit ready to pounce Wilbur. Phil's order be damned. Besides, Wilbur was asking for Quackity to hit him anyway. Oh, don't worry. I won't hurt your little emotional support animal. Wilbur chuckled, eye narrowing as his smile widened. Brian and Phil would be angry if I did. What about you though, Quackity? Would you be angry? How close have you gotten? He asked, as he brought his other hand up to pet Ranger's back. smoothing down feathers that were starting ruffle. Quackity hissed at that, but refused to answer. Ranger had stopped tugging at the ribbon to watch Wilbur's hand that was petting them, while Wilbur seemed to feed off Quackity's anger and frustration in the nest. However, their stare down was broken by a boot that not so much as kicked, but pushed Wilbur out of the doorway, sending the man flying from view, and dropping the ribbon that Ranger immediately caught and brought back to Quackity, strutting in a circle proud of themselves. "Move, Wilbur." Techno grunted, coming into view, holding his red cape with the white fox fur in his hands. "Here," he said, tossing the cape into the nest. "It's clean and dry," he informed, as the cloak fell into the nest a bit on top of Quackity's back. "Smelling strongly like Techno." "Ow. Techno, I thought you went with Phil." Wilbur groaned, coming back into the doorway. "Phil put me in charge," Techno said, with a smirk. "No fair. I'm the oldest," Wilbur said, sounding offended. "Too bad. It's my house anyway. And Phil doesn't trust you. Plus, we all know I'm the favorite, anyway," Techno countered, with evil-sounding chuckle as he walked away. "You are not," Wilbur shouted, chasing after, apparently forgetting about Quackity and Ranger in the nest. Which was just fine for Quackity. He didn't like the tension that came with Wilbur. He slowly relaxed and pulled Techno's red cape off his back and placed it back where he had originally had it before he had taken it out of the nest. He didn't even think about it when he did it, to focus on sweeping an arm out with his wing to move Ranger, who was still strutting happily with its ribbon in its beak. "Come here," he said, grabbing the crow with both hands to place the bird on a nearby pillow and took the ribbon from it. Ranger squawked indignantly at him. "Be quiet. I'm putting this back on you. You're easier to spot with it. And it makes you look better." Quackity huffed, tying the ribbon back into a bow on the cow's neck. When he leaned back to check his work, Ranger was looking at him and making happy twittering sounds. "This doesn't mean I like you or anything," he reminded. "I just want to find you easier. You all look identical." Ranger just kept twittering, hopping around happily and doing some happy little bird shimmy when it danced around in a circle, finishing with jumping to Quackity's should and nuzzling close. Quackity didn't feel like shooing the little crow away. With Ranger back, he wasn't as lonely in the nest anymore. Plus, the crow was more tolerable than anyone else in this place anyway. "Whatever," he huffed, leaving the little crow to twittering on his shoulder. Crows. Brian and his flock arrived to Phil's house before the Phil was even there, but it seemed that the crow father had the room that was mostly for potion making open for them. A fire already going under a big cauldron and brewing station ready for use. Potion bottles out and lined up, along with a few empty ones. Netherwort, that was growing against the wall, along with other mushrooms and plants. Phil had most of the stuff set up and ready to go, including an old grimoire that held incantations and potions recipes that were ranging from very new to very old, including stuff from the end. Phil had the book already sitting on a lectern. And Brian mentally checked off the items from the recipe that he and the flock had went to collect. The rest, Phil was going to have to bring. But this potion would take days to complete, so patience was the key here. "Potion making, I like it. I suck at potion making. Stop flying around the cauldron. Make me. Should we pick the netherwort for him? Yes. No. It works better fresh. Magic making. So excited. Can we deliver the fledgling stuff now? No, Crow Father wants to look first." They chattered as they began placing their burdens on the table. Considering his potion was something that tool time, they wanted to make sure they could prep Phil as much as possible. Brian started jumping up on the fireplace bellow to help keep the temperature high to the water in the cauldron continue to boil, a few extra crows coming to help. All jumping up with the help of their wings to help them. Once the crows on the bellow were working at the same pace, he went to a miniature little guillotine Phil had made for them a long time ago so they could help him chop ingredients. Designed so a few crows could land on the top handle that held the blade, making it slide down and chop whatever was on the wooden board below, which at this moment held young Mandrake. The crows had learned a long time ago that the miniature guillotines were not meant to be used on each other, and that playing chicken with it meant 10 more years before their rebirth. So, they all were very careful when using it, and they had to be flying for more than 2 years to go near it. This is so fun. I love making magic. It's like cooking. Can't wait to show the fledgling his stuff. Crow Father is going to be so pleased. So we just prepping ore. Bubble, toil and trouble. We don't have the thumbs to finish this potion. It's complicated anyway. Where's does Crow Father keep the wormwood? I found the lavender. Which is butter? It's in the kitchen. Feathers. What's the feathers for? And whose feathers? Dads can worry about that. I'm a little worried about that. Not my feathers. It doesn't say crow. It just says feathers. Does he even have stardust? Brian, seeing that a large majority of the flock was around the old book, landed in the middle of them to shoo them away. The grimoire was very old and they didn't need to have any accidents near it. All heads turned when Phil finally stepped into the house. "Oh good, you're back," he greeted, shaking the snow off his wings, as he entered the room. "Good, we can get started." "Dadza." They all cheered. "Now let's see what you all found." He smiled, walking over to where they had laid the stuff they found of Quackity's. Quackity. Quackity was in a stare down. Tommy was back in the nest, standing over Quackity, who was sitting with Ranger perched on his head, messing with his hair. He hadn't really been doing anything other than sitting there, after Techno and Wilbur had left him alone upstairs. So when Tommy came bounding up the stairs and to the room, it was abrupt and in a flurry of golden fluffy feathers. "Get the fuck out of my nest!" Tommy shouted, fluffy wings mantled up and fists balled. Quackity didn't feel the need to stand with Tommy, he could take the kid. The one thing about Tommy that Quackity was sure of, was that he was nothing like Techno or Wilbur. Being just a kid, a teenager, he didn't have the skills or experience that Techno and Wilbur had. Granted, the kid tried and had the stubbornness of a mule, but that was easy to deal with. To make it simple, Quackity didn't see Tommy as a threat, just an annoyance. An annoyance that refused to stay down. To call it quits. An annoyance that was now standing in the nest with his shoes on, and tracking dirt in it. An annoyance that Phil would choose over him. Not that he would care, of course. "Hello, Tommy," he greeted, making sure to lounge back and make himself look very relaxed in the mounds of blankets, pillows, and clothes. His instincts for some reason wanting to show Tommy that this nest was his. Chapter 23. Techno. He and Wilbur were at the bottom of the stairs, listening to Tommy shouting curses at Quackity, before a slight scuffle could be heard. Wilbur was sitting in the middle of the floor, looking excited and barely containing himself from running up just to see what was happening. Techno wanted to go up there too, but they still weren't allowed in the nest, so whatever was happening, Phil would have to deal with when he got done over at his house. "Who do you think's winning?" Wilbur asked, after a particularly loud thump could be heard from upstairs with both Quackity and Tommy cursing. "Not sure," Techno answered, trying very hard to distract himself, especially the voices. "We should go up." "Yup. Yup. Go referee. Blood is so going to spill. And we're missing it. I want to see the fight." Yeah, the voices were really interested in what was going on in the nest, but as long as there was noise, both were still alive. And as long as they were in the nest, Techno wasn't going to cross into the nest unless it started to sound like someone was close to death. So he was trying to distract them by reading their favorite myth. It wasn't working. "I wanna go up," Wilbur groaned, leaning forward like he was about to spring up to his feet. "Don't do it. We're banned," Techno warned, not looking up from the book, even thought the voices weren't letting him read a word. "This is so unfair. Tommy's got beef with him too. Why does he get to go up?" Wilbur groaned. He sounded just as bad as the voices. Tommy hadn't tried to kill him yet. He reminded, finally giving up on the book and looking toward the stair too. "I was trying to help him fly," Wilbur argued. "Try explaining that to Phil again." He huffed, perking up a bit when a loud whack could be heard along with shouts of pain. He really wanted to go up there too. Instincts wanted to protect the runt of their family, but also not disrespect Phil. So, he was thankful when Phil stepped through the door. "Hey, Phil. Your fledglings are trying to kill each other up there," Wilbur greeted with a smile. Phil gaped and looked at Techno, who motioned up the stairs with his eyes, as more cursing started getting louder in the nest room. Phil's gaze following Techno's gaze. Techno watched as Phil's face turned from shock to stern as he, in a very calm-like walk, made his way up the stairs. Both Wilbur and Techno got up from their sitting positions to crowd around the bottom of the stairs to listen better at what Phil was going to do. They both flinched back a bit, hearing a very familiar and demanding screech that was definitely Phil. And then silence. After a moment a small remorseful twittering sound could be heard. That was definitely Tommy. "Only one's twittering," Wilbur murmured. "Think Tommy killed him?" "Not likely, but it's not impossible. Phil would have already said something if he did." Techno grunted, plus he didn't smell any blood, but then there were ways to kill someone with spilling their blood. "Let us go up. We want to see. Maybe he didn't do it right. It could be Quackity twittering. I think we'd know if Tommy killed Quackity," the voices whispered. "I taught Tommy well, I bet he did." Wilbur smiled. Techno blinked at his brother. "You're cleaning the barn out if you're wrong," he challenged. Besides, he already had the list in his pocket, and Wilbur was freeloading off his space anyway. "Deal," Wilbur agreed, and jogged up the stairs. Techno followed at a leisurely pace. He was pretty sure they'd know if someone had died in the nest room. He tried to hide the smirk on his face when they both peeked into the room to see Tommy twittering and holding himself close to a still mad-looking Phil, with one hand holding onto a near black feather. While Quackity sat in the corner of the room, eyes locked on Phil, like Tommy, but not responding to the scolding screech that had been directed to both of them. "Told ya," Techno gloated, holding out the list of chores for the barn out to Wilbur. "Damn it," Wilbur sulked. Phil looked over at them with an arched eyebrow. "Anything you two would like to say?" he demanded. "We stayed out of the nest," Wilbur said, while Techno shook his head no. "Downstairs," Phil ordered. Both he and Wilbur noticed that Phil's eyes were blown wide again, and so didn't deter too long and went back downstairs. Quackity. Quackity couldn't explain what happened. He and Tommy were fighting in the nest, and then a very angry screech echoed in the room, and Quackity found himself moving to the nearest corner, with his throat clogged, while Tommy had latched himself onto Phil, who seemed to have magically appeared, making sad and pitiful twittering sounds, a hand going to the wing that Quackity had been preening before Phil had left to go fly Tommy from the ravine, messing up the feathers, and Phil wasn't stopping him. "Philosophy," Tommy finally started to say after twittering pitifully at him and Phil making disappointed sounding warbles at both of them. "I told you to wait for me, Tommy," Phil said, giving the teen a very stern look. "And you both know I don't tolerate fighting in the nest," he added, eyes moving to Quackity. He was lounging in it like he owned it. "He's in our nest," Tommy complained. "I invited him in the nest, Tommy," Phil said. And Quackity scoffed at that. "More like forced." Quackity snarled in a snarl that was more so directed at Tommy than Phil. Phil and Tommy both looked over at him, before back to each other. He needs the nest. Phil continued. Hands coming up to gently grab Tommy's chin and turning the teen's face, sharp blue eyes taking in the forming bruises that were starting to form, from where Quackity and Tommy had both shared fists to face. I don't want him in the nest. Tommy snapped, letting Phil maneuver his face side to side. I know. Phil hummed, a thumb swiping over the left eye barely touching the bruise that was going to show there. But I want both of you in the nest. I need you to help me teach him to be an avian. To start flying. Come on, Tommy, help me out. I need a big man's helps here. Phil chirped. Tommy looked contemplative. Well, we all know that I am the best at being an avian. Tommy smirked, taking a step back from Phil only slightly to puff his chest out and his wings lifting up with pride at the praise. And Quackity was not thinking about jumping up to show Tommy just who was the bigger man in the nest was. Nope. Not at all. He didn't need to prove who the nest belonged to. But he couldn't stop the hiss that left him when he and Tommy made eye contact. Tommy hissed back, lifted wings ruffling as he made to lunge at Quackity again with a curse on his lips. Phil was quick to catch the teen around the waist. You bastard, you should be grateful I'm even considering helping you. Tommy growled, an angry screech following close behind as he tried to get out of Phil's grip. I didn't ask for your help, you stupid brat. Go annoy someone else with you stupid chirping and squawking. Go act like an animal somewhere else. Quackity growled out. Already halfway up on his feet in case Tommy did get loose. You. Tommy growled, legs kicking out as Phil pulled him from the room. I'm gonna make you beg for forgiveness. He shouted, as the door across the nest room, Phil's actual bedroom in the house, closed. Where everything suddenly went quiet. Quackity eyed the doorway. He didn't want Phil to bring Tommy back into the nest. He didn't want to share. He looked up to the rafters where Ranger sat, having watched the whole thing. The little crow seemed to be giving Quackity a judgmental look again. The nest is crowded enough, he said, to excuse his actions, because he didn't listen to his instinct and attacked Tommy. He wasn't an animal, he didn't have an animal side like Tommy and Phil. The nest was just crowded. Ranger let out a low-sounding chirp that very much indicated that the little crow did not believe Quackity's words. I'm not like them. He murmured out, to try and convince the bird. I'm not like them. If he said enough it would stay true. He shook himself out of the self-doubt he was starting to spiral in just in time when Phil came back, with Tommy. Only Tommy stayed at the edge of the nest. It looked like he had a bandage around his knuckles on the hand that he had used to punch Quackity in the jaw. Tommy's face looked less red too. Quackity, come here. Phil said, waving Quackity to come close and away from the corner, with a calm-sounding chirp that sounded reassuring. There was something in Phil's other hand. Quackity narrowed his eyes. Gaze jumping from Tommy to Phil, ignoring the push to go to the older avian. Although deep down he knew he would love nothing but to see Tommy's face, if he hugged up to Phil. To show Tommy where his place was. But that was the bird in his brain talking. He didn't have to prove anything. And he wasn't going to come like an obedient dog. He was nobody's dog anymore. Phil made another chirping sound, that was again prompting. And from the doorway Quackity noticed that Tommy's eyes were slightly dilated and he looked like he was trying to move toward Phil. But Quackity wasn't going to move, even if he wanted to. Phil seemed to realize this and turned to Tommy, and made the same chirp to the teen, who was quick to re-enter the nest and straight to Phil, where he was greeted with a pleased warble from the older. Phil smiled at Tommy as he brought his other hand that Quackity now realized was a cloth that was stained a glowing pinkish color, healing potion. Phil was tapping the cloth dipped in healing potion on Tommy's face where bruise should be forming. There. Phil chirped pleased, and then turned back to Quackity after, running a hand through Tommy's fluffy golden feathers. Tommy made a happy twittering sound, arching his wings into Phil's touch. Quackity brought his wings closer to his back, drawing them in. So, Phil was petting Tommy's wings. That didn't bother him at all. Quackity didn't need to be petted like some animal, some pet. "Okay mate, your turn," Phil said, taking a step in Quackity's direction. Quackity looked past Phil to Tommy, who was glaring at him. So, Quackity decided that he could pretend to want Phil to touch his wings, just to piss Tommy off, of course. So he let Phil approach and let Phil tap the cloth with healing potion dabbed on it, on the forming bruises from the little scuffle with Tommy. "There we go. Good job mate," Phil praised, making those chirps that sounded very pleased. Hands going to Quackity's wings, just like Tommy's, and petted them. Even when his wings flinched, Phil gave him time to relax them to continue the petting. "Whatever," Quackity scoffed, finally having enough touching for the day, and pulled away till his back hit the wall. "Now I am going to go downstairs. Tommy, you stay in the nest, I'm sure Quackity would like some company." Phil smiled. "I don't need company. I don't want to stay here with him," he and Tommy both said at the same time. Phil just continued to the door. "Remember, no fighting in the nest," he reminded, before disappearing from the doorway. Clearly ignoring both of their complaints. Now left alone again, Quackity found he and Tommy in another stare down. Tommy plopping himself in the middle of the nest right where Quackity had laid Phi's extra robe. He almost snarled when Tommy started messing with it, picking it up and covering his legs with it. "Bitch," Tommy spat, and then proceeded to look to the rafters at the crows, making more bird sounds at the creatures until a few flew down. Apparently deciding on just ignoring Quackity's existence. Ranger came down too, right to Quackity, but Quackity wasn't in the mood and so turned his back on the little crow. He wasn't like Tommy or Phil. He didn't need Ranger. Ranger grumpily squawked and fluttered back into Quackity's Vi, pecking at his hand. Well, just because he didn't need Ranger, didn't mean that Ranger didn't need his attention, so checking just to be sure that he was turned enough that Tommy couldn't see what he was doing, he began to pet Ranger. The little crow shaking out its feather with each pass of his hands. "Techno." Phil came down the stairs with the biggest smile on his face. "I take it, both fledgling are now getting along?" he asked, curious how Phil got Tommy and Quackity to get along so quickly. "Nah," Phil answered, still with a smile. "They hate each other, it's expected though, considering what happened between them." Techno perked up. "And me?" he prompted. "You don't really have much of a grudge unless push comes to shove." Phil shrugged. "But then that goes for me too." "Fair." Techno nodded, after thinking about it for a moment. "Where's Will?" Phil asked after looking around. "Cleaning the barn," he answered with a shrug. Phil laughed again, making his way toward the kitchen. "Hey, did you burn the feathers I preened from Quackity the other day?" he asked. "Not yet, they're in the bin marked for feathers out back." "Why?" "Thinking about making some arrows or something," he asked, kicking the rug off the trapdoor. He had to check on Fool and Hubert, make sure they were good on food and bedding too. "Yeah, something like that," Phil answered with a grunt, coming back through the main room, carrying the bin. Techno heard him set it near the door, but other than that wasn't really focused on what Phil was doing. So, when he felt a sharp tug of a strand of hair being pulled out, he could be excused for dropping the trapdoor leading to the lower basement, straightening up and whipping around with a growl. "Phil? Bruh. What the hell?" he asked, growl cutting off to a confused grumbled, as he brought a hand up to rub at his head, where he had felt the hair strand get pulled. Phil just stood there, hold a long pink strand of hair between his fingers. "Sorry, mate." He smiled, looking non-apologetic. But it was sticking out. He shrugged. "Phil, warn a guy. What happened to the we only pull out falling out feathers, not hair?" he asked. Techno, that's something I used to tell Tommy when he was small. Phil said with a fond shake of his head. Yeah? Well, I just thought it was time to remind you. Don't pull Technoblade's hair. Techno grunted, watching as Phil go back to the door, apparently finding humor in Techno quoting him from years ago. I know. I really am sorry, mate. Won't happen again. Phil promised, dropping the strand of pink hair in the feather bin, before picking the bin back up and leaving to go back to his house across the porch. Can you come to the barn when you're done? He asked before he was out of earshot. Sure. Techno half shouted, as he watched the front door shut, before rubbing at his head again. That was weird, right? He asked the voices. I'm not the only one who thought that was weird. Old man syndrome. It started, Dad's is losing it? I think you almost decked Phil. Why the hair though? Didn't the crows say something? No snitching. Be quiet. It was weird. Phil being Phil. Nothing to worry about. Totally worry about it? Nah, I'm sure it's nothing. As always, the voices were no help. But at least a few of them seemed to agree with him. Though the voices liked to contradict each other a lot, even if they did know what was going on by some miracle. But then again, this was Phil, so he would just shrug it off for now. Besides, Phil did like them all looking their best. Even if he was centuries old, Phil could still slip into preening habits on he and Wilbur too. Hence why Phil liked braiding his hair. Not really one to waste time, Techno was quick to make sure his monster pets had fresh bedding and plenty of food, and was making his way to the barn, in time to see Phil laying out a few items. At first Techno thought they looked unimportant, until he got close. What the hell is this? He demanded, with a growl, silencing all the animals in the barn, a few of his hounds whimpering and going to the furthest corner, like they were just scolded. Phil and Wilbur, who were already looking at the stuff that now littered his work table, both stepped back. He recognized Quackity's little personal items like his beanie, tie, even an arm guard that the guy wore whenever he wielded a weapon. All little things that Quackity had laying around in his house when Techno found him. However, what made Techno's instincts roar in outrage was the mess of straps that had metal that was shaped to look like a spinal column. I've never seen anything like it, Wilbur said, breaking the uncomfortable silence that had taken over the barn. Phil stepped forward and began trying to untangle the mess. Techno, although they weren't sure what it was, didn't want Phil to touch it. It can't be, I think, Phil mumbled, spreading the last of the straps out. It wraps around the body. Techno growled, eyeballing the dark stains that were on the abomination on his work table. Blood stains. There were runes on the metal pieces. Worn down to where Techno couldn't read what they said. The thing made something primal in him want to destroy it. It reeked of bad intentions and magic. It needs to be destroyed. Get it away from Phil. Destroy it? The runt is home, get rid of it. I hate it. Kill whoever made it. The voices hissed, agreeing with him. One way to know for sure. Techno, help me put it on. Phil said, face set. Techno let another growl rip through him. No one is putting that on. He growled, grabbing Phil by the shoulders and pulling him away. I'll put it on then. Wilbur volunteered. You touch it, Wilbur, and I'll break your hand. Techno threatened. No one is wearing it. Better me than Phil, right? Wilbur countered. We got know what it was for. He insisted. Techno let out a displeased rumble. Wilbur, I'm not letting you put that on. Phil said, shrugging Techno's hand off him. His tone leaving no room for argument. Now one of you help me put it on. Phil ordered. Techno grumbled, letting Phil hear his displeasure as he snatched the contraption off the table, as Phil presented his back to him. Shoulders and wings relaxed. He really didn't want this disgusting thing to touch Phil. Slowly he held the top metal piece that held the thickest strap up to the back of Phil's neck, while Wilbur was the one to buckle it. Techno didn't like how the rest of the metal pieces seemed to click together, and when they got to the second strap, he tried to maneuver where they would avoid Phil's wings. "It's not going to fit, Phil. I don't think this was made for someone with wings," he bit out. "No. It was. Quackity has smaller wings, remember?" Phil said. His black wings furling closer in, making them smaller than what they were. "Now try." Techno and Wilbur both made a face when the straps looped around the top of the wings. And Techno winced when the third strap just seemed to pull them inward more. "Not so tight, Wilbur," he growled. "They weren't trying to hurt Phil after all." "I'm not. I got in the very first notch," Wilbur argued. "Boys. No arguing," Phil snapped, and Techno could hear the strain in his voice, as they were now on the last strap, 9 fucking straps now wrapped around Phil's whole torso. The black wings now forced flat to Phil's back and pressed in so tight, they looked under half their size. Techno wouldn't be surprised if blood circulation was being cut off. And Phil's back was made to stay in a more straight position that was similar to how Quackity had used to hold himself. It looked uncomfortable. Unnatural. If Phil had clothes over his wings now, you wouldn't know he had wings. "Done. Now let's take it off," Techno growled, not liking it. Wilbur nodding in agreement. Phil just waved them off. "Let me just move around in it first," he said, taking a deep breath in the middle of his sentence. Techno and Wilbur both stepped back, but even Wilbur had his hands held at the ready to rip the thing off Phil. "I don't like it," Wilbur murmured. Phil walked around the barn. Techno could see his wings twitching in the confines of the strap, and the way the runes on the metal pieces took a faint glow, and the falter steps in Phil's gait, when they did. They seemed to glow whenever Phil twitched his wings. Phil seemed to test this theory, by attempting to bend over to pet a nearby hound. The pieces of metal disconnecting with each other to allow the movement of the bend, but the runes on them glowed a little more, because naturally Phil's wings would unfurl a bit to help balance him. But instead of that happening now, with Phil's wing trapped, when the wings tried to even move, the runes glowed and Phil yelped, letting out a pained warble as he stood back up straight. And that's when Techno spotted the runes on the strap that encircled Phil's neck, and Phil made another pained yelped, hands coming to cradle his neck. "It's hurting, Phil. Save Dadza. Blood for must be paid. It's hurting him. Blood for the blood god. Rip it off him," the voices screamed. "That's it?" Techno roar, vision red as he pulled out a dagger that he had hidden in his boot as he found himself in Phil's space, pushing the crow hybrid up against the barn's wall. Careful not to hurt him, to not press the trapped wings against the wall. He was going to cut it off him, unbuckling the straps would take too long. "Techno. Techno, no," Phil said, voice calm yet firm, while others would be trembling if he had them up against the wall with a weapon in his hand. "Wayo. Techno. What are you doing?" Wilbur shouted, running over and grabbing the hand holding the dagger. "Come on. Technoblade, stop it. You could hurt him," he cautioned, the words falling on deaf ears with the voices so loud and insistent. "We're taking this off. Now," he growled, in Phil's face, bringing the dagger closer to the strap on Phil's neck despite Wilbur trying to pull his hand back with all his strength and weight. But Techno just ended up pulling Wilbur closer the closer his dagger got to the straps. Phil looked him in the eyes. Face set not in fear but a calm understanding. "I'm okay. You trust my judgment, right, mate?" he said, with a tilt of his head. "You and the voices know this. The voices understand I am safe with you near," he said, now talking to the voices. The voices calming down at being addressed. "We can take this off. But we're not cutting it off. No need to do something drastic, Right. He said. Techno took deep breaths, his vision no longer red, now that the voices were calm. The hand Wilbur was trying to restrain, being pulled back now that he wasn't resisting Wilbur's hold. Sorry. He mumbled, letting Wilbur pluck the blade from his hand as he backed off. It's hurting you. I don't like it. He huffed. Phil let out a breath once he had his personal space back. I know. I don't either. He said, hands coming to undo the strap around his nest. I know what this is. But it's something that should have disappeared from existence long ago. He said, as Wilbur and Techno both came to his aid to get him rid of it. Only found in ancient texts now. This is an avian slaver's training device. Used to trap the wings and flatten them to the back and to train the avian to keep them there. It also causes muscles to waste away so that by the time you're trained, the wings no longer have the muscles to hold your body weight. No muscles to fly or glide. The metal pieces look like a spine so to help allow movement. But the runes activate to stop any wing movement or natural bird sounds. In the times this was used, people wanted avian servants with their wings because they were beautiful instead of cutting or clipping. Phil hissed, shaking his wings out once Techno and Wilbur and pulled the thing off him. Techno growled at the device and Wilbur held it out like it was trash. Which it was. Techno wanted to burn it. What's one doing here then, if to supposed to exist only in literature? He growled out, baring his teeth when Wilbur tossed the thing back on his work table. Looks like someone built it. It got that homemade feel to it. Maybe Jschlatt. Phil hissed, glaring at the device too. I was wondering why he was able to keep his wings so close to his back. Why there was little to no muscle built up. Now I have my answer. So, Quackity wore this? Wilbur asked. Hand tapping at his chin. Most likely. It explains why he could hold his wings so flat. Avians aren't supposed to do that, at least not all day or night. He held them like that in his sleep too. Phil spat, eyes still staring down at the device. Not anymore. Techno reminded. Not anymore. He's my fledgling now. Phil hissed, turning to leave the barn. Leave it for now. We'll deal with it later. I got to get him to re-imprint. Techno and Wilbur watched as the barn doors closed. I thought avians imprinted once. Wilbur mumbled. Same. He agreed. Does Phil know something we don't or something? Wilbur asked. Poking at the device on the table. Techno, not even liking Wilbur touching it, grabbed his hand. Maybe. Phil knows a lot of things. He answered, pulling Wilbur with him back out of the barn and to the house. Hey, I'm not done cleaning it yet. Wilbur complained. Finish tomorrow. In the house. Techno grunted. He didn't want his family near the device. It reeked pain, blood, and bad magic. He distantly remembered Phil telling them stories about lands and distant worlds long gone. About things that no longer existed. And if that device was one of them, then it needed to be destroyed, along with the place such knowledge had been gained. Quackity. He stumbled as the blunt end of a sword hit his wings hidden under his clothes and armor, barely catching himself before the soldier Jschlatt had picked to toughen him, to test him. Attacked again, aiming for his hidden wings again. He had to maneuver himself away in a spin that allowed him to aim for the soldier's open midsection, taking the soldier's breath before using the handle of his own sword to deliver a finishing punch to the soldier's face, knocking the grunt out. He stood in the middle of the training arena over his fallen training opponent. He tried to control the painful twitches his wings were doing. They had taken several direct hits despite the protect the armor gave. Jschlatt had wanted him to prove himself, so that during the training sessions with their soldiers, his opponents were directed to aim for his back. Avians were easy to spot if you went for their wings. They had one or two responses, flying away or screeching battle cries to try and intimidate their opponents, but Quackity had stopped making those sounds months ago. They had to train his body to ignore the wings. To keep them still during battle, because he wasn't going to always have armor on. That was sloppy. Jschlatt growled from the sidelines. I won. He countered, breathing heavy. He was ready to go lay down. He had been trained tirelessly for a day to train himself. His body hurt. If you want to be the general of my army, I might as well surrender. What make you think you could even meet my standards, if you can't even stay human? You can't even handle getting hit? Jschlatt demanded, already turning to leave. Quackity could feel something in him wilt at not hearing the praise he had hoped for his fighting capability to hold his own despite the handicap of the wings. Jschlatt still wasn't happy with him. He couldn't make Jschlatt happy. He wasn't good enough. The wings had ruined him. He used to be good at fighting. He was better. He could be better. Are you coming or not? We have other business to do instead of you wasting our army's time. Jschlatt demanded, not even looking back. Quackity hissed as quietly as he could, as he went to catch up. Ripping off the armor as he went. It was driving him insane. Why couldn't he do things right? Honestly, you should just accept your place. Jschlatt sighed like talking to Quackity was a chore. Go and organize the file room, K. I'll got more important stuff to do than to watch you stumble around the arena. Jschlatt advised, patting a heavy hand on his back and adding to the soreness that were already plaguing his hidden wings. Quackity, already stiff back, stiffened more, forcing his wings not to try and twitch. Besides, you're much more better as a carrier pigeon than anything. Jschlatt laughed. That made him pause, and the reality of the position Jschlatt saw him, hit him hard. He was a footstool. A stepping stone. Jschlatt was never going to let him have equal standing like they had agreed on. Not even as a friend. Or whatever the wings had made him believe Jschlatt was to him. The wing were a lie. Jschlatt saw him as nothing. And Jschlatt was nothing to him. You okay there, sugar pumpkin? Jschlatt chuckled, catching Quackity lagging behind. Yeah, I'm fine. Quackity forced out, making himself smile at the Jschlatt like he normally would. Then get moving, those papers aren't going to organize themselves. Jschlatt huffed, leaving Quackity to stand in the hallway. Quackity was fuming. Ignoring what that little voice in his brain was saying about needing Jschlatt to praise him, because he wasn't anyone's footstool. Hey, Big Q. He felt Tubbo's hand touch near his hidden wings before he recognized the voice to be Tubbo. He twisted around and swung, fist hitting something fluffy and soft to the touch. Fucking ow! Tommy yelped. Quackity rolled to his feet from a laying position, fist raised. Wings pressed tight to his back. Tommy had sat up from where he had been laying down. What happened? Phil's voice asked, from over Tommy. There was a rustle of feathers as the older avian sat up, looking around the room, before his eyes landed on Quackity and Tommy. During those few seconds, Quackity was able to fully wake up. Remembering that Tommy had placed himself between Quackity and Phil, curling into Phil. And by the way that Tommy was holding one of his wings, Quackity must have hit Tommy's wing. He fucking hit me in the fucking wings. Tommy tattled. You touched my wings. Quackity snapped, he could feel his feather bristle. Bitch, I was asleep. Tommy hissed. I don't care. Quackity hissed back. Okay, that's enough. Phil said, stepping between them, hands coming to rest on their shoulders. Quackity ducked from the touch. Not missing the frown that the older had directed his way. Remember what I said, no fighting in the nest. Now I want you two to say sorry and then we're going to go back to sleep. Phil stated. There was a snort like laughter from the door, and that's when Quackity noticed that Techno was sitting in the room leaning on the door's frame, and Wilbur outside of the room in the hallways in a similar position. They were both looking at them, but the aura coming off them was different. They look in their eyes were different. While one of them obviously found what was happening in the nest amusing, their eyes were bouncing all over the place. After a moment, Wilbur turned his head back facing the hallway and stairs. In fact, if Quackity wanted to be paranoid, the way they were sitting with Wilbur facing the hallway and Techno facing the nest, it looked like they were guarding the entryway. But from what? To keep something in and to keep something out? A chirp from Phil had him whipping his attention back to the man. "Quackity," I said, "it's time to lay back down." "Come on, mate," Phil said, apparently repeating the request, since he had missed the first time it was said. Quackity grumbled a bit, not as Phil reached over and gently pushed him back down into the nest, with coaxing chirps, that he hated was working to calming him down. "Tommy didn't know you don't like your wings touched. He has a habit of sleeping like a starfish." Phil smiled. "I'll sleep in between you two, how's that?" Phil asked, already sitting in the nest with Tommy, leaning up against him, wrapping a black wing around the teen. Quackity might have let Phil sit him back down, but he wasn't about to be like Tommy, who needed to snuggle. So he pushed himself away from the two and positioned himself where he was facing the door and the wall at his back. Now he had all four in his sights. Techno and Wilbur were guarding the door for a reason. And Quackity, despite that little bird that was very loud in his head, didn't trust Wilbur and Techno being on guard, because it triggered his training as a soldier. It made him be on guard. They were guarding for a reason. He ignored the soft coaxing chirp from Phil, and closed his eyes. Maybe if he fake sleep Phil would leave him be. But he knew he wasn't going back to sleep now that he was so on edge. "Forget him, Phil. Let's just go back to sleep." Tommy yawned. And if Quackity hissed a bit, well, he could go round two with Tommy. He didn't care about fighting in the nest. Ranger came from the rafters to settle itself on his shoulder in the crook of his neck, and the urge to snuggle with Phil dimmed a bit. Though not for long. He had to let his wing relax behind him, letting them slouch where they practically laid on the floor beside him. He couldn't hold his wings flat as long anymore. It hurt to hold them so close. It made his shoulder blades feel like they were going to snap in half holding his wings like that. It was a little confusing as to why he was no longer able to hold them like he used to. He blamed it all on Phil. The one thing that he had worked to train himself to do, and it was gone. Maybe he would have been better cutting them off. Not like they ever did him any favors, beside causing him trouble. Sometimes he wished he had. Opening his eyes, he looked over to the door to see Wilbur standing up and walking away, carrying himself like he was waiting for something. Body at that attention. Techno only shifted his attention enough to watch Wilbur leave before returning to his first position. His eyes taking in the whole nest, those red eyes only stopping to watch Quackity, letting him know that it was known that he was awake, before resuming their scouting. It still made Quackity feel a chill down his spine, at how Techno's eyes seemed to glow red, that when they did it was like thousands of eyes were watching him. "Go back to sleep, Quackity. You have flight training tomorrow." Techno grunted, eyes not landing back on him, until they retraced the room. That was more easier said than done, with Techno and Wilbur both looking like they were ready to jump someone. Although he guessed, it must have something to do with Phil or Tommy, or both. He knew they were protective, he just didn't know it was on this level of paranoid. Did they think he was going to try and hurt one or both in their sleep or something? Not really wanting to try his luck, Quackity reclosed his eyes, and maybe he could ignore the energy radiating off the two in the doorway. Chapter 24. Get off me. Quackity snarled, fighting, trying to get out of the hold Techno had on him. Phil had taken them from the nest today, saying that now that Tommy was here, was the perfect time to do ground training in the yard again. They had made him put on a trench coat that obviously belonged to Wilbur, and Phil insisted on keeping his neck warm with a bandana that belonged to Tommy. Neither he or Tommy were not happy about that. The reason Techno was restraining him was because he had refused the exercise, and so when Phil came over to do a repeat of the last time they did the exercise outside, Quackity had covered his ears and had tried to go back inside. Techno had caught him and had brought him back to Phil, with Quackity kicking up snow the whole time. Techno had no right to be so strong, the fucking bastard. Come on, mate. You did them in the nest. Phil said, looking amused rather than annoyed, which just doubled down on the feeling that Quackity was losing his touch. Hands already touching his wings at the joint, maneuvering them into the positions, and holding them there at the count of 10. We got to help those muscle prepare to hold your weight. Tommy sending victorious looks at Quackity like it was some victory at doing the stretches all by himself. Like it was some victory to look like a fool out in public. At least in the nest it had just been Quackity and Phil and maybe a few crows. Here, outside in the yard, there was an audience. I don't care. Quackity snarled, trying to aim a backwards kick at Phil, only to be stopped by Techno, who intercepted with the tip of his boot, firmly knocking his legs further apart where he was made to place weight on both his feet or he'd fall and have only Techno holding him up. Well, I do. Phil chirped. Hands maneuvering the wings into their final stretching position and counting to 10, before he let them go. Thanks Techno. He smiled, patting Techno on the back as he resumed his position in front of he and Tommy. No problem. I'm going to go grind, maybe go hunt some hoglin or something. Later. He grunted, releasing Quackity, giving him the side eye before leaving. Quackity noted that Techno stopped to chat with Wilbur before continuing on his way. Wilbur, who had been leaning against the house, eyes not watching them but the barn with a look that if he had magical power would light it on fire. A sharp chirp sound, had Quackity snapping himself back to attention, facing Phil. Very good Quacky. Phil praised. I was say that you and Tommy are going to practice flapping. Now I don't expect you to get off the ground, but this will help you find the rhythm at which you need to use to flap your wings. He explained. Except me. I'm such a big man, I'm able to get off the ground even with down feathers. Tommy gloated. Yes, Tommy is able to lift himself about 10 feet from the ground for a couple of seconds. Phil nodded, with a chuckle. Don't worry, we can't all be great men here. Tommy sending a vicious smile toward Quackity. Quackity scoffed and rolled his eyes. I guess that excludes you then, child. He smirked, when Tommy's smile turned sour. Phil clapped his hands stopping Tommy's rebuttal. Okay, let's start flapped. He said, apparently choosing to ignore their small squabbled. Phil had his wings spread wide and was slowly doing upward and downward strokes with them, blue eyes bouncing to Tommy, who was mimicking him, then to Quackity who after being giving a very intently prompting chirp, reluctantly started flapping his wings with Phil and Tommy, arms crossed over his chest, not really focusing on giving the wings any energy to make the movements. Come on Quackity, mate. I know you can flap a little more enthusiastically than that. Try fixing your posture a bit, yeah. Phil chirped. Quackity rolled his eyes and only let his wings flap just a little more energy than what he was giving them. Although he didn't fix his posture. He couldn't understand why Phil was so insistent about the flying thing. Even if he did fly, what was to stop someone from shooting him down? This was a waste of time really, but if he wanted to get away he was going to have to pretend. Phil chuckled again, before his feet lifted off the ground. His big black wings lifting him effortlessly, leaving Quackity and Tommy on the ground. You're both doing awesome. Keep it up. He praised, lazily flying in a circle around them. Pussy. Tommy hissed, giving Quackity a challenging look, before looking forward again and closing his eyes, as his fluffy golden wings began to speed up in their flapping, a few feather falling out. Phil. Quackity wondered if Tommy knew how ridiculous he looked. Not wanting to continue to look like as ridiculous as Tommy, Quackity let his wings stop, in favor of watching Tommy flap his wings and look like a stupid chicken at the same time. He was just about ready to tell Tommy as such, until the teen lifted off of the ground. "Ha! Take that! In your face!" Tommy cheered, gabbing a finger at Quackity, and his golden wings hovered him off the ground, flapping really hard to keep him off the ground. "I am the biggest man ever!" Quackity hissed, annoyed. So the brat's wings lifted him off the ground. "Keep flapping, Quackity," Phil instructed, swooping in from behind Tommy slowly, wrapping his arms around the teen, before his black wings lifted both he and Tommy from the ground. Leaving Quackity to watch from the ground, Phil flew them in slow circles around the property, doing flips and at times releasing his hold on Tommy and diving down as the teen's fluffy wings unable to do anything but glide him down to the ground, before Phil scooped him out of the air again. The whole time Tommy didn't show any fear, he trusted Phil to catch him. He could hear them making those annoying bird sounds that sounded like a pleasant conversation, that included fun and something else. Made the bird in his brain tell his wings to flap. If he flapped like Phil wanted, then Phil would reward him too. A stuttering sound started to leave his mouth before he slapped a hand over it, silencing himself, taking his eyes off the sky and looking wide-eyed at his wings that were flapping in time with Phil's. But he was still on the ground. Letting out a frustrated growl, he started to slow his wing flaps. They were flapping like he even had chance. Which was a laugh. Phil brought them closer to the ground and let Tommy glide the rest of the way to the ground, while doing a bigger circle. Quackity followed with his eyes, and noticed the Phil dive to the ground, only to snap his wings open when his was a few feet from crashing. The big black wings catching him, and Phil was set course straight at Quackity, with a big smile on his face. It took only a few seconds to realize what Phil was going to do. And barely even another before Quackity began to run from the older avian, seeing the man reaching out his arms to grab in the same way he had Tommy. "Your turn, mate," he laughed. "No. Get away," Quackity shouted, not looking back, his wings still flapping, but this time only to try and help him get away. He didn't expect to outrun Phil. But he couldn't stop the shriek of surprise when arms circled around his waist as Phil's black wings took them upward, his feet leaving the ground. "No, put me down," he shouted. His heart dropping to his stomach as the ground got further away, his leg hanging and the ground so far below him. Panicking, Quackity grabbed at the arm around his waist, not to make the let him go but to make sure he didn't. His wings were no longer flapping, but were beating at the air out of rhythm, more in sync with his panic than something steady, like Phil's wings. "What do you think, mate? Fun, right?" Phil asked. Quackity couldn't take his yes off the ground below him, suddenly still realizing that struggling in his only support in the air so far from the ground probably wasn't a good thing. "I want down," he pleaded. Phil just chuckled, and his arms pulled Quackity even closer to him, arms tightening. "I got ya, mate," Phil reassured with a chirp. "This is going to be you one day," he said. Quackity shook his head, finally closing his eyes, but not releasing his death grip on Phil's arms. He could feel his whole body shaking, yet refusing to really move. "Close your eyes, mate. It helps for the first time," Phil suggested. His black wings bring them to a stop in midair and keeping them there. They were keeping them in midair with slow methodical strokes in the air. And Phil took their momentary stop in the air to urge Quackity to turn, where he was forced to let go of Phil's arms and instead wrapped his arms around the older avian's neck, his legs around his waist. At least this way he didn't feel like Phil could drop him, hugging on him like a baby koala bear. Phil even let him hide his face in the crook of his neck. He didn't want to look down anymore, he didn't want to see how high they were. Phil repositioned his own arm to where one stay around his waist and his other around his back just under his wings, before he continued to fly through the air. Quackity closed his eyes, trying not to think about how easy it would be for Phil to drop him. Unlike Tommy, he knew his own wings would not catch him. Unlike Phil's strong wings, Quackity knew that his would let him fall to his death. With his eyes closed, he was able to calm down slightly. Focus on the wind. How it glides across your feather. How it ruffles your hair. Breath in and feel how clear and fresh the air is. Leave the flying to me for now. Phil said, a hand rubbing circles around his back, in a comforting manner. I won't drop you, Quackity. I promise. I don't drop my fledglings. Phil promised. After a few minutes he found himself, not relaxed, but being able to breathe a little better. He could feel the wind in his hair, and the wind gliding off his feathers. Gliding off his feathers, not through them. He was weightless in the air with Phil's wings keeping them steady. Not going fast, not going slow, but just right. The air he was breathing in felt light, clear, and fresh. He slowly peeked from hiding his face at the sky. They were up so high, that the clouds, if he reached out his hand he could probably touch them. That's it, mate. Just relax. Phil hummed, as they flew in slow wide circles, like he had done to Tommy. It was peaceful. At this angle he was able to watch Phil's wings. They were big and didn't really have to flap too much to keep them on course. There were a flock of crows surrounding them. Dancing around them. A few coming close to make eye contact before banking to the side and disappearing into the looping flock. Show off. Phil chuckled, when a few including Ranger landed on his back and only make a show of falling off, just to catch themselves and coming back to eye level. No tricks today. This is his first flight with me. He smiled. Quackity followed the birds with his eyes as they flew ahead of them. Then he dared to look down to the ground. Everything looked so small and far away, and his stomach felt like it was going to jump to his throat. Looking down was a bad idea. He couldn't decide if he liked this or not. He was still too all aware that Phil could just let him go. Let him fall. The ground was suddenly coming closer to them, and Phil started to go from a horizontal position to a vertical one, but Quackity was too focused on the ground coming closer. He didn't care if it was Phil's wings that were guiding them down, he didn't want to crash. He tightened his arms around Phil's neck and hid his face in his neck again, squeezing his eyes tight. There. Phil announced. Hands patting his back. Okay, mate. You can let go now. He said. Quackity really wished the man didn't sound so cheerful. However, peeking out again, he found them back on the ground. He hadn't even felt Phil touch down. He was suddenly very aware of himself still hugging onto Phil with arms and legs. And very aware of Tommy approaching them. Quackity was quick to let go of Phil, all his limbs all at once, like the man had just burned him, letting himself to fall to the ground. He went to stand and found his legs like jelly, and ended up crawling a few steps away from Phil before he was able to make himself stand on shaky legs. That was so boring to watch. Tommy grouched. You could have really made a show and done a few tricks. Phil gave the teen a fond smile as he shook out his wings. I don't think he's ready for that just yet. He smiled. What did you think, Quackity? He asked, giving Quackity a very pleased chirp. Quackity gritted his teeth as he tried to stop the shaky feeling in his legs, and to stop his wings from fanning out, from the adrenaline now coursing through him. It's the poggest thing in the world. Tommy cheered, jumping in the air, his fluffy wings only keeping him there for a moment. I wouldn't say that. Quackity snipped. You'll get used to it. Phil smiled. No, I won't. I'm not doing it again. He snapped, and turned to go back into the house. He was done with flight training. He was just going to let himself be propelled into the air. He didn't care if it was something an avian did. He wasn't an avian. Phil. He watched as Quackity marched himself back into the house, kicking his shoes off by the door. He might not be able to get him to respond to his chirps yet, but Quackity was starting to learn to understand them. He was starting to listen to his instinct. He was starting to accept his offer to help. He was starting to ask and partake in flock activities such as preening. Although there were still moments of relapse. But that was fine. Flight training had gone just how he expected. Tommy was ecstatic, while Quackity hadn't been interested. Phil expect the disinterest was due to the suspicion that Quackity had never properly touched the sky. Which for a child avian was in the arms of the parent. Quackity had been human, raised human, and continued to play human after his wings came in. Phil was proud with how his wings looked now. Even if Quackity didn't realize it, his wings were filling out and the feather were healthy. It was time for him to learn to fly. Today Phil had let him touch the sky. And would continue to let him touch it a few more times with his help, but they were going to have to get him to touch the sky himself. He had a feeling that Quackity wasn't going to like that part of the flying lesson, but if he listened to his instinct, and trusted his wings, he'd fly. Phil saw. Tommy called, pulling hard on a black feather. Yes, Tommy. He answered, pulling his wing from the teen's hand. This is a waste of time. He's not going to appreciate what you're doing. Tommy said. Phil chuckled with a shake of his head. His fledgling surely wasn't happy with his decision to helping Quackity, that was for sure. Even Quackity didn't like his sons. But then that's what happens when you adopt an enemy. Although Phil didn't see Quackity as an enemy anymore. Everything that happened was in the past. At least Techno agreed with Phil on that point. It was mainly Tommy and Wilbur that he was worried about. The two had lost their country because of Quackity. But Phil wasn't going to show favorites. That would hurt his mission to get Quackity in the sky. Sounds like someone's jealous to me, Wilbur said, speaking up from his position by the house. I am not jealous. Tommy shouted. What's that? You're green with envy. Did you hear that, Phil saw? The baby is feeling neglected. What a horrible father you are. Wilbur teased. I'm not a baby. I'm a big man, the biggest man ever. Tommy shouted, volume pitching. Phil laughed, and pulled the teen into his arms, black wings wrapping around them. It's okay, Tommy. No one can take your spot in this family. He reassured, running his hand through the boy's hair. A finger twirling around one, and pulling out a strand, when he pulled his hand away. Fucking out? What the hell? Tommy yelped, jumping out of Phil's arms and wings. Hands coming up to rub at his head. Did you really just pull my fucking hair? Tommy growled. Just trying to fix it, mate. It's all windblown. He smiled, excusing his actions. Placing the pulled hair into one of his side pockets. We just got done flying. Tommy shouted, running away when he reached to ruffle the teen's hair again. Going to hide behind Wilbur. Sick Wilbur. He ordered. Wilbur looked down at their youngest, amused. Oh, now I'm the favorite. He asked. Fuck you. Tommy snapped. Phil shook his head and stalked closer to where Wilbur and Tommy stood. Betrayed by my own sons. I'm so hurt. My poor heart. He smiled, wings coming out to box them in closer. Totty house. Ah, see Tommy, you can't break an old man's heart. Wilbur said in a playful tone. Go die, old man. Tommy spat, pulling Wilbur with him as he back up. Keeping Wilbur as a shield the whole time. Phil grabbed his heart. The pain is too much. He gasped out, and the launch at the two. Tommy shrieked and pushed Wilbur into Phil as he made a beeline for the porch. Wilbur laughed, as he let Phil catch his full weight. Oof, mate, you got to lay off cakes. Phil grunted, holding up his oldest. Wilbur, gripping onto Phil's shoulder, chuckled as he righted himself. I'm just letting him have the escape he wanted. He smiled. I miss you guys little. Phil hummed, fondly remembering playing with his boys when they were kids. Yeah, but it's fun seeing how much taller we are compared to you now. Wilbur said, patting him on the shoulder, as he walked off to do who know what. You little shit. Phil smiled. As if you didn't already know that. Wilbur shouted back, humor clear in his tone. If you run into Techno, watch your brother's back. Phil called after, just in case Wilbur decided to go follow Techno. I'll hold his cape for him. Wilbur said, sending a wave. Who knows, maybe I'll stick around here. Phil sighed, happily breathing in the crisp cold air before going back into the house, closing his eyes to enjoy the peace that surrounded him. The sound of stuff being thrown and breaking causing him to open his eyes. Hearing curses coming from the house. Tommy and Quackity were fighting again. Quackity. He had went to the kitchen to actually eat like a normal human being, at a table. Snatching a golden apple from the pantry. He was hungry and he was tired of eating in the nest. It was starting to feel normal and he didn't like that. All this avian stuff shouldn't start to feel normal. He was only halfway through the apple when Tommy came running into the house, skidding when he made to turn and come into the kitchen with a big smile on his face as he collided into the fridge, digging through it and pulling out some milk. However, that smile soured when he locked eyes with Quackity. Quackity, still chewing on his bite of golden apple, arched a questioning eyebrow. You fucking spit that out. Tommy ordered, pointing a finger at him like it was supposed to make the order that much difficult to not follow. It didn't. Quackity stayed sitting at the table and took a bigger and more deliberate bite of the apple in his hand. No, he said, in between the bite. No one eats Techno's gapples but me. Those are our snacks. Tommy said. Quackity silently wondered if this kid only spoke in loud volume because he thought it made him harder to ignore, or he just didn't know how to lower his voice. Does it look like I care who is allowed what here? He questioned, leaning back into the kitchen chair and kicking his feet up onto the table. Well, you should. Tommy hissed. And maybe learn a bit of fucking respect too, while you're at it? He said, pushing Quackity's feet off the table. We don't put our feet up where we eat. Not breaking eye contact with Tommy, Quackity put his feet back onto the table as a fuck you to the teen. He's been itching for round 2 anyway. They got interrupted the first time. Tommy made another hissing noise at him. Quackity. You're so fucking asking for it? Tommy warned. Look, if you want to go eat in the nest, that's fine with me. But I don't owe any of you any respect. Quackity said, making sure to pin the teen with the cold eyes. You got some nerve. Tommy hissed and pounced. Quackity was quick to move out of the chair and let Tommy tackle an empty chair. Still chewing on his apple, he watched as Tommy detangled himself from the wooden chair on the floor. You missed. He pointed out with a smirk. Yeah, he liked being out of the nest. He felt more like he had more room to move out of it. And the floor wasn't cushioned, so he felt more sure-footed. I can see why you need the blade to help you fight for your lost country. He taunted. You fucking son of a bitch. Tommy shouted, coming fist swinging. I'll murder you. He dodged some of Tommy's punches, backing up as he went till he came close to the pantry, where he reached his hand into the flour and threw a handful into the teen's face. Using Tommy's blinded moments to push him into the table, knocking a jar that was on it to the floor, breaking it. What is going on in here? Phil demanded, appearing in the doorway, sharp blue eyes taking in the mess in the kitchen. Nothing. Nothing, we got it handled. He and Tommy answered at once. Phil eyed them both. Then you both wouldn't mind hugging it out to prove it? Phil smiled, with knowing eyes. Both he and Tommy shared a look. Quackity couldn't see himself hugging Tommy. Over my dead body, he said, denying Phil's request. I could totally help you get there, Tommy offered, with a sneer. Phil sighed and rubbed at his temple. I get it. It's going to take a bit for you two to get along. Tommy, you're defensive because of him being a new fledgling, but I expect you to behave like you would with Techno and Wilbur. Phil scolded. Tommy gave Phil a look. Really? He asked, giving Phil a "are you serious" look. Okay, maybe not like Techno and Wilbur. But you know exactly what I mean. Just be patient. Phil reasoned. Quackity rolled his eyes. Everything had been fine until Tommy came back. And you, Quackity? Phil said. Quackity gave the man a guarded look. I know you don't like it here, but until you can fly, how about you try a little harder to get along with Tommy? I know your instincts are a little possessive too. He suggested. Quackity scoffed. What instincts? He wasn't listening to his instincts. He was pretending. That all this was. A play of pretend. Also, Tommy, since you know better, I expect you to put some coin in the jar. Phil said, like he just remembered. You still got those? Phil. I'm a big man now. Tommy whined. Quackity rolled his eyes. Then as a big man you can take your lumps and empty your pockets. Phil smiled. Tommy grumbled as he left the kitchen, leaving Quackity and Phil alone with each other. And no, he was not happy able having Phil to himself right now. And he did not turn his head almost immediately when Phil chirped at him, in a questioning way. What? He asked, when Phil didn't say anything for a few seconds too long. Just wondering, when you're going to stop pretending to be human. Phil said. There was no smile on his face as he said it. He was being serious. He knew Quackity was pretending. I am human. Quackity argued, wings bristling. How dare Phil say he wasn't? You're an avian. Phil said, tone calm and even. I'm human. Quackity snapped. A human wouldn't feel the need to claim the nest like you have been with Tommy. Phil countered. Quackity took a step back, like Phil had just hit him. Had he been fighting over the nest? He hadn't been fighting over the nest. He wasn't threatened with Tommy presences. Phil was wrong. He didn't care who was in the nest. As long as he could trick them into letting him leave, he didn't care who or what Phil put in the nest. I have not been doing that. I don't know what you want from me. Why are you doing all this, Phil saw? Why do you care? We should hate each other. We're enemies. You shouldn't want to help your enemy. Quackity yelled. Phil let him yell, but he didn't yell back. You're living in the past, mate. It's true, we were enemies. It's true I helped destroy what was left of your country. But I have already dealt revenge. Techno has dealt his revenge, the same goes for Tommy and Wilbur. Does it still hurt to think about the past? Yes. But I have no anger toward you anymore. My one love in life is creation. I love creating. I love fixing and making things beautiful. Phil said, face looking sad, like he didn't expect Quackity to understand him. So to answer your question, like a hole made by a creeper. I see a fallen fellow avian who is lost and scared, and stuck in a past that is still haunting him. I want to show you a better world, Quackity. Phil took a step forward, and Quackity found himself taking a step back. Phil couldn't mean any of that. It had to be a lie. I don't believe you. He snapped. You don't have to. We're going to show you. Phil countered, before turning and leaving Quackity alone in the kitchen. Wow, you really got him upset. The sound of Wilbur's voice had Quackity facing the kitchen window, that Wilbur was half hanging out of. Wilbur had his ever-present stupid smirk on his face. He only gets that way when he's worried about his fledglings. Congrats, Quackity. You've been unofficially adopted. Welcome to the family, brother. He chuckled, looking viciously pleased. I don't want to be in your family. Quackity hissed, aiming an kick at the man's face. Wilbur caught his foot, looking more amused than anything. "Careful, or I'll have to tattle and tell Dad," he warned. "Let go of me." Quackity snapped, yanking his foot back, stumbling back a little when Wilbur let him. "This is going to be fun. Better get used to flying, little birdie. The skies are calling your name," Wilbur said in a taunting tone, before getting out of the window and leaving. Quackity slammed the window closed, latching the lock on it, so no one else could get in it. He chewed on his thumbnail in frustration. Why couldn't things make sense here? Everyone here acted so weird. Something slammed into the kitchen window, eliciting a curse from him, his wings bristling. He almost breathed a sigh of relief when he seen it was Ranger, and then it dawned on him that Ranger just flew headfirst into the window. Birds couldn't see glass. "Shit, Ranger!" he yelped, choking a bit as a foreign sound left his throat, as he rushed to reopen the window and grabbing Fallen and Dazed, Prime. He hoped the little crow was only dazed, crow off the window seal. Come on, move," he pleaded in a hushed tone. He wasn't sure what he was doing with his hands, rubbing his fingers through the little bird's black feathers, trying to coax movement. He could feel breathing, but Ranger wasn't moving. Please, Ranger. I'm sorry," he said, holding the little crow close. He's heard of birds dying from flying headfirst into windows. He didn't think he could handle knowing he had a hand in killing Ranger. Not again. He couldn't lose another flock member again. Potions. He mumbled, eyes searching the open pantry in the kitchen and snarling in frustration when he seen nothing but food. Still cradling Ranger close, Quackity walked into the main room, and even though he knew the chests there were empty, he checked them again anyway. And then went up the stairs 2 at a time and almost breathed a sigh of relief when Tommy and Phil were nowhere to be seen. He knew the nest had nothing. So he barged into Phil's room and started throwing the lids to the chests open. Phil had to have a healing potion in here. He had when he and Tommy gotten into their first fight. "Where is it? Where? He hissed, tossing things out of the chests, even going to tearing through the drawers and closet. It was the nightstand drawer that he found an empty potion bottle. "Damn it!" he cursed, as he threw the bottle against the wall. He stormed his way to the bathroom, and clearing the shelves, tossing what he didn't want out of the way. Where did they keep the potions in the house? Techno always came to battle armed totty teeth with weapons and potion. Quackity paused, turning his head to where he knew Techno's room was. It was the only room left that he hadn't checked. A couple of weeks ago he wouldn't have even dared, but this was for Ranger. "Fuck it," he hissed, slamming the door to Techno's room open. He start emptying the closest chest, coming up empty with nothing but books, and more books. There an assortment of capes too, along with a blue cape he hadn't seen Techno wear ever. 2 different boar's masks, with some looking older and in different sizes, but no potions. He found potion books, but that wasn't what he needed. He knew how to make potions, but he needed them now. Like right now. Images of Jschlatt standing with a bottle in his hand surrounded by enemies, filled Quackity's mind. He had been among them, thinking maybe Jschlatt would finally see he was capable of being a leader. Of commanding an army. And it ended with him helping their enemies give the man a heart attack. Quackity had helped kill the closest person he had to family, and he was going to do it again. His eyes burned as they bounced around the bedroom. Where were the fucking potions? A pitiful whimpering sound escaped him as he backed out of Techno's room. He was going to lose Ranger. "Ranger, please. I don't hate you, okay? So, please," he pleaded, petting the bird to try and get a response. Ranger was still in his hands, not moving, and eyes close. "The barn," he gasped out, and instead of running down the stairs, jumped them, landing on the balls of his feet, his wings coming out and beating the air, as he found his balance quickly and silently thanked Prime that they hadn't taken his shoes from the door as he slipped them on and ran out into the snow. "What the fuck?" Tommy shouted from the sky. "Quackity!" Phil called, voice coming from the same direction as Tommy. Quackity didn't pay them any mind. They must have potions in the barn. "Quackity, mate, don't go in there," Phil called, a skitching following his words. He almost listened to the screech, he almost stopped, but he couldn't. He had to help Ranger, so he ignored it and kept running. "Gotcha," Wilbur said, coming to the side and tackling Quackity to the ground. Quackity angled his body so his shoulder hit the ground, so not to land on Ranger. "Didn't you hear Phil? No going in the barn," he scolded. "Get off," Quackity shouted, and bit Wilbur on the arm. Wilbur jerked back with a shout of pain, allowing Quackity to get his foot up and pushed the man away so he could roll onto his feet. He was just about to reach for the barn door, when his wrist got captured, and twisted behind his back, by Techno, who appeared just seconds after an ender pearl appeared in front of the barn. "No. Let me go. I got to get in there," he shouted. He'd break his own arm if he had to. He barely noticed that Techno was covered in blood, he was too focused on getting in the barn for the potions. That had to be where they were keeping them. "No. Not right now," Techno rumbled. More sounds that he had heard Phil make escaped him, that sounded desperate. "Yes, now. Please. Please just let me. I need Ranger, please, just please." Quackity didn't know when he started sobbing and crying and just outright pleading. He never thought he'd find himself pleading for anything before. "I need to help them," he cried, a pleading sound leaving him that sounded so similar to the warbles from Phil. When Techno didn't let him go fast enough, Quackity got the crazy idea to twist his entire body in ways he never had before, to try and use Techno's weight against him, meaning for a split second he had the pig hybrid's entire weight on his upper back and neck, and Prime was he heavy. He couldn't even finish the move, with Techno planting his feet on the snow-covered ground. Although for some reason he had let him go anyway, letting Quackity stumble a step away before realizing he was being wrapped in Phil's arms. The crow hybrid, making calming and soothing sounds, that didn't have the right to work. Cradling Ranger closer to his chest as he gripped onto Phil and buried his face in an attempt to hide, to cry, to seek comfort, all of them. I need. I didn't mean to, Ranger and the window I didn't know, I can fix it, I can find an potions, I can note again, Phil please I'll be good. I'll do anything, just don't I can dash he said, trying to get his breath back, to get his lungs to work, to calm the frantic feelings engulfing him. He couldn't lose Ranger. Phil was running a hand through his wings and it had no right to make some of the tension leave him. Quackity, take deep breaths, mate. We can't understand you if you can't get all the words out. Phil shushed, calmly. What the fuck is going on? Tommy, asked somewhere behind Phil. Tommy, please. Phil said, in a warning tone. Quackity pressed in closer, fingers still running through Ranger's fingers, silently pleading the little bird to move. The barn is off limits right now, Techno doesn't want any of us in the barn right now. Phil said, soothingly. What? Why not? Tommy asked. Phil's hand paused, and there was a warning chirping sound coming from him. Come on, Tommy, let's go before you actually find out and regret it. Wilbur's voice piped up, and two sets of footsteps could be heard in the crunching snow, walking away. You said something about Ranger. What about Ranger fledgling? Phil asked, now that there would be no interruptions. Quackity hunched in on himself, forehead pressed against Phil, as he used both hands to hold Ranger close. I tried to find to fix. Please, I'm sorry. He sobbed, the words just pouring out of his mouth. What happened, fledgling? Are you holding Ranger? Let me see. Phil said slowly, voice soft and comforting, with chirps that was washing over Quackity. Telling him Phil could make it better. Phil could help Ranger. Ranger's was Phil's to begin with. Slowly Quackity stepped away and showed Phil the little crow he had cradled in his hands. The bird in his brain wanting to plead with Phil to make Ranger better. He couldn't lose Ranger. He couldn't lose another flockmate. Ah, I see. Phil hummed, sympathetically. We keep the potions in my house, to help try and save space. Here. Let me. Phil said, hands coming to take Ranger from Quackity. No. Quackity hissed, hunching back over the little crow with a hiss, wings up with feather bristling in warning. Phil made another crooning sound. That's okay. Brian can just bring us what we need. You want to tell me what happened? He asked. Quackity watched, and as the otherworldly crow that seemed to always be everywhere Phil was, fly to the second house that belonged to Phil. Techno was still standing in front of the door of the barn. I closed the window on them. He admitted. I didn't know. I didn't see him. I'm sorry. He hurried to explain. So Ranger flew headfirst into the window. Phil reiterated. Quackity nodded, and choosing to ignore the bird in his head that was afraid of Phil being mad at him, instead listening to the little rational part of his brain that was saying Phil could fix Ranger. Because Phil cared about his crows. There was no way Phil would let one die. As if on cue, Brian arrived carrying a potion bottle in its talons, and expertly dropping it into Phil's waiting hands. There we go. And I'm just going to pour this in their mouth. Phil said, slowly, and readable. Which soothed Quackity even more, as he watched Phil encourage the little crow to swallow the potion. Quackity waited with bated breath for Ranger to magically wake up, and when that didn't happen, another pitiful warble escaped him. It's going to take a bit, mate. Go back Totty nest and make him comfortable. I'll be there in a minute, okay? Phil assured, hands guiding Quackity back to Techno's house. Quackity didn't even question it. Didn't even think about how he was obeying. Because deep down, he felt that the nest was the safest for him and Ranger. They were unprotected out of the nest. Ranger could get worse out of the safety of the nest. Quackity didn't know what would happen if he lost Ranger because he was careless and stayed out of the nest any longer. As he ran for the house, he hardly noticed his wings curling around him to further give protection to Ranger, while the bird in his brain screamed for Phil to come quickly and wrap them both up in his wings. Phil. Quackity was listening a lot better now. His instincts were guiding him. His instinct brought him outside to help a flockmate. Those were good signs. Though Phil really didn't want Ranger to be hurt. The little crow was to stay with Quackity, to help support him. All his fledgling had a crow that followed them. Ranger had to take on a more active role than the others, so he felt a little responsible that the little crow was hurt. Brian let out a low hiss as he flew around Phil's head. Calm down. They should be fine. Healing potion take a little bit to work. He said, to his oldest friend. Techno was leaning against the barn door letting out a sigh of relief. Bruh, this is getting to be a headache. I want to destroy that thing. He groaned. I'll take care of it, Techno. Thank you for keeping Quackity from finding it. It would have been worse if we triggered more bad memories. Phil said, sending a reassuring smile to Techno. Techno made a rumbling sound, before looking around, a pointed ear twitching a bit, before he stalked off. Tommy and Wilbur are this way. He stated. Lead the way. He said, following. They walked a bit away from the barn where the trees were thickest to see Wilbur sitting on Tommy's back, trapping the teen's arms and rubbing the teen's face in the snow. The teen struggling the whole time with Wilbur never losing his balance. Come on, Toms. Trust me. You go in that barn, I'm gonna do more than shove your face in the snow. He said with malicious grin. MMMFFFUck. You oh 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 oh. Tommy grunted, trying to move his face side to side. Wilbur pulled Tommy's head up by his hair. I didn't hear that. I should do this at the lake, you say? He taunted. I fucking hate you. Tommy hissed. Get your fat ass off me. He shouted, wings beating at the ground, in an attempt to smack Wilbur with them. Stay out of that barn. Wilbur snarled, possessive eyes never leaving the teen. Phil felt his feathers ruffle a bit, though he could see where Wilbur's heart was. This was still their baby. The chick of the flock. And if his fledgling were going to submit to anyone in this flock, it was him. He silently stalked up toward his two sons and reached for both with talon hands. Bring both close to him in a chokehold that he used in the guise of a hug. Am I going to have any trouble out of you two? He asked, with a menacing hiss, his wings fanned out behind him. Ack. No, no. Tommy choked. Phil. Dad, can't breathe. Wilbur gasped. I better not catch either of you in that barn. He said. Fucking bitch. Tommy struggled. Got it? I was just telling him. Wilbur nodded, in Phil's arms. Tommy? Phil asked. His youngest was always the make stubborn. Wilbur let out a breathless snarl and sent a wild kick to Tommy, nailing the teen in the side. Fuck. Okay. I promise. Tommy yelped. Good. Phil smiled, as he let them go. If you do, just know Techno will enforce any punishments he sees fit. He smiled, this time bringing them in with a real hug, to apologize for the roughing them up a bit. Now I have to go take care of Quackity. Tommy, I want you to continue flight training with Techno and Wilbur. He instructed, letting the teen go. In favor and hugging Wilbur even closer and running a hand through his hair. Wilbur, try not to tease your brother. He pointed out. Who, me? Wilbur grinned. You little shit. Phil chuckled, twirling a finger about strand of hair, before releasing Wilbur and pulling it out at the same time. Hey. Wilbur yelped, a hand coming up to rub at his head. Phil. He said, sounding shock. I don't need to be preened. He said, backing away. Your hair says otherwise. After helping Tommy, I bet he would love to help you meet my standards of cleanliness before I let either of you back in the nest. He suggested. Fuck yeah. Tommy cheered. Running back to grab onto Wilbur's arm with shit-eating grin. You do kind of smell. Techno agreed. Traitors. Wilbur claimed, yanking his arm away from Tommy and making a mad dash for the trees. I refuse. Technoblade, he's getting away, let's get him. Tommy shouted, giving chase. Techno gave Phil a look before following after in a much slower pace. Leaving Phil to twirl the pulled hair he had from Wilbur around his finger a bit more before placing it in the same pocket that he had Tommy's. Flying the rest of the way back to the house, Phil hurriedly went totty nest. He found Quackity, with dilated eyes, in the middle of the nest with Techno's fox fur-lined red cape over in his lap, cradling Ranger in it. Wilbur's trenchcoat and Tommy's bandana were grabbed and pushed up against them, with Phil's own robe covering Quackity's back. Instinct make a hybrid want things that are comforting close. And while Phil was worried about the little crow, he was really happy to know that Quackity felt like their scents were safe. Now if only he would respond when Phil called for him. But that was something he was willing to hold off on. After all, once Quackity had caught sight of him outside in his panic, he had willingly ran to him. And Phil wanted to nurture and prove to Quackity's instincts that he was a better choice than Jschlatt. He wasn't going to let him live in the past. He wasn't going to risk Quackity spiraling again once he deemed him ready to leave. Come here, mate. Being surrounded by flock helps. He said, wrapping his wings around Quackity and a still unresponsive Ranger. Crooning pleased, when Quackity leaned against him and wrapped an arm around him in the form of a hug. Phil nuzzled close and resting his chin in the younger Avain hair and petting the ruffled wings till they flattened back down. Quackity was doing so well. He hoped Kristen wouldn't take Ranger. That would be a big setback. Quackity couldn't take losing a flockmate at this point. Another problem Phil was going to have to fix. Chapter 25. Ranger still hadn't woken up. It had been 2 days, and the little crow still laid in the nest unresponsive to anything Quackity did. Phil still put drops of potion in the little crow's mouth, and Quackity still refused to let him take the crow from him. At some point he had made a smaller nest out of Techno's cape around Ranger and curled around it. He didn't remember making it. Phil had said it was the avian instincts trying to take care of the little crow. Quackity didn't like that Phil would insist on him leaving the nest to go and do flight training outside with him and Tommy. And with his mind too preoccupied with Ranger, he barely paid attention, as his body did as Phil instructed seemingly on automatic. Tommy was kept at the edge of the nest. Quackity wouldn't let him near. Only Phil was allowed. Only Phil could make it better. So, when Quackity woke up to find not Phil in the middle of the nest but Techno, his first instinct was to fan his wings out and hiss. "Good morning to you too." Techno grunted. He was reading a book labeled Greek Myths, and didn't seem to be bothered by Quackity threatening him to look up from it. "Where's Phil?" he hissed, hunching his body where he was practically crouched over the little crow. "Out." Techno answered, turning a page, making no eye contact. "Phil has other things to do besides taking care of you, you know." He didn't like that. Phil was supposed to stay. "Get out," he hissed. "Not." Technoblade huffed, setting his book down as he reached to the side where Quackity couldn't see. "Here," he said, revealing another book. Quackity felt his wings shake a bit as he hissed again. He needed Phil in the nest, not the blade. Yeah, I get it. You don't have to rattle your wings. I got the message loud and clear," Techno said, looking very much bored. "Look, just read the title before you make any snap judgments," he said, tossing the book lightly to land in front of Quackity, but not too close to the nest. Quackity looked at the book. A book about wing care. Volume number 1, A Fledgling's Guide. He narrowed his eyes, sending a glare to Techno, who was now looking at him. "Are you trying to be funny?" he demanded, wings bristling that Techno thought that now was a good time to try and fuck with him. "No. But you can't keep obsessing over the crow. Trust me, I've seen Phil and Tommy get that way, so have I at certain points in my life. It's not a pretty sight. You need something to distract you. Learning how to care for your own wings seemed like a good idea. You can't have Phil preening you forever," Techno said, picking his own book back up and no longer watching Quackity. Logically, Quackity understood that Techno was correct. He couldn't keep relying on Phil. He was planning on leaving once he tricked Phil to letting him go. But there was that loud voice in his head that did not like the idea of Phil no longer being there. Of no longer being able to come to the nest. No more preening sessions. No more comforting chirps. And with no more Phil, meant no more Ranger. Unless he stole Ranger. Not right now though. Once he got away from Phil, maybe he wouldn't feel like he would need to rely on another's presence so much. Why did he leave? He asked, slowly bringing the book closer to him. If Techno thought he was going to get a thank you, he was surely wrong. Techno shrugged. "I didn't ask. The quicker he's able to finish, that fast I can leave, when he returns. Then I won't have to worry about you jumping me. Or those nasty looks that you're giving me right now." Techno sighed, and looked back up. "Look, think about it this way. You could have gotten stuck with Wilbur Fledgling sitting you. Luckily, he wanted to be with Tommy today. So, how about we just come to an agreement that we both had a change of plans, all right?" Techno said, situating himself where he was more comfortable and funny enough, fixing reading glasses on his face. Quackity hated to admit it, but Techno did have a point. Wilbur could have been the one chosen to stay in the nest as a substitute. Technoblade was the better choice. Technoblade wouldn't antagonize unless prompted to. As long as Quackity stayed silent, Techno would stay silent. The bird in his brain also insisted that nothing could get in and hurt Ranger, who hasn't woken up yet. Nothing could get past the blade after all. Techno started making a soft rumbling sound that didn't sound as intimidating like in the past. In fact, the soft rumble seemed just as calming and soothing as Phil's crooning. It was confusing, but Quackity wasn't going to question it. As long as Techno didn't try to remove or touch Ranger, he could rumble all he wanted. But then it didn't make sense for Techno to really bother anyway. Was his loyalty to Phil just that great? Honestly, even what Phil said did not compute. They just didn't make sense to him. Why? He asked, before he even comprehended that he had spoken the words. "Huh?" Techno asked, looking up from his book and back at Quackity. "Why, what? Why all this? With the crows and the instincts? Why does Phil even care?" He decided to ask. Jschlatt hadn't cared. In fact, no one had cared before. "You all didn't before. We were enemies," he mumbled that last part. Techno, despite being his biggest threat, was always blunt and honest. So he trusted Techno to be at least truthful with him. "I don't think Phil seen you as an enemy. He saw the country as an enemy, the people that fought for it was just in his way. So, he never had a grudge on you or anyone really. I guess it instincts. Phil's an immortal. He's been around a long time. He's seen the avian species slowly die out. I guess you don't know how rare avians are now. I guess the best way to explain him is wanting to encourage you. Like with the rest of us. We're his sons, sure. But he encourages us to live our best life. Me with the voices and bloodlust. Wilbur and his insanity. Tommy and whatever Tommy is trying to do." Techno said, thinking about it. "We're all special. And are free to do as we please. Except kill each other." He added as an afterthought. "We're not allowed to kill each other. What does that have to do with me? I'm not you guys." Quackity asked, absently flipping open the book Techno had given him but not really looking at it. He just didn't want to look at Techno or at Ranger. It really hurt to look at Ranger, know he was the cause of hurting the little bird. Techno seemed to take a minute to think about it before answering Quackity. "I guess he feels you weren't led down the right path when you got your wings. You were led to stay human. But you're not human. You're a hybrid, and hybrids, while similar to humans, have other needs. You have instincts that are there to help you stay alive. Like a sixth sense. Like you and the voices." He added, he was sure which one he meant. The voices I think are just a me thing. My instincts are less complicated than them. They're on a whole other level." "What about Phil and the crows?" he asked. He wasn't blind. Or an idiot. He noticed that the crows around Phil seemed smarter than other birds. Like they knew things. Like they were telling Phil the latest gossip when that chirped or screeched at him. Even Ranger had shown remarkable intelligence. Brian was definitely not a normal crow, with its size being bigger and its eyes being nothing but blue. Phil and the crow, huh? Well, from what I am told, they have been with him since he became immortal. Now if you're asking if the crows are smart, well, I'd say it's a matter of opinion really. Smarter than normal birds, sure. But they're mostly just obsessed with philosophy." Techno shrugged. "Honestly, once you live with them for a while, you get used to ignoring them." Quackity ran a hand over Ranger, as he kept his eye staring at the book. Techno had answered his questions, and had said a lot, but nothing seemed to be sinking in. "Of course this may still be a little above your head at the moment. You're only just now starting to learn. Techno grunted, preparing to go back to his book of myths. You haven't asked the real question here, and the answer is, what happened to you with Jschlatt, is not going to happen here. Whether you realize the wrongness of it or not. Techno said, tone low and steady the whole time. It was so calming. He couldn't remember when he stopped tensing at the sound of Techno's voice. However, it was when Techno started rumbling again, that Quackity barely noticed that he had stopped being on guard, and was content, with someone other than Phil in the nest. For some reason that little bird in his head, was telling him the Techno's rumbles were content rumbles. Which was crazy really. Techno and he weren't even friends. Phil. He hadn't wanted to leave the nest, to leave Quackity, but his potion couldn't wait. The crows were all doing a very good job in helping him get it done, but ultimately they could only do so much. Brian was sitting on the lectern with the old grimoire. The older crow was not happy, when one of his crows got hurt, because of someone in this world. It really didn't matter if it was an accident. Brian could feel when one of the crows got hurt and knew when it was time for a crow to leave. So to have Ranger down and not waking up was driving Brian up the wall, despite the otherworldly crow insistent of not being bothered when a crow died. Like Phil, Brian cared for his fledglings. Come on, Brian, you can't stay mad forever. That would ruin the rest of eternity for us. Phil said, as he caught a herb that was dropped to him by one of the designated helper crows for the potion. Brian threw his head back and turned, giving Phil his back in response. Okay, I get. Maybe Kristen will let them wake up, yeah. Have you asked her? He asked. Brian shuffled his feathers in the form of a shrug. Who's got the spider's eye marinated in dragon's blood? He asked, eyes searching for a crow to bring it to him as he prepared the herbs needed for the potion. This potion took time and he had only made it once when his boys were small. So he knew that this was something that couldn't be rushed. Here. You're running out of dragon's blood. What are we making again? How do you not know? I forgot. Itsy bitty spider. Catch. Phil reached a hand out, stopping a jar that a crow was rolling to him with its beak, that held the spider's eyes in dragon blood. Thank you. He said, pooping the jar open and picking the eye out and tossing it in the cauldron. The liquid within changing from a mystical blue and green color, to a bright purple. A little more heat, please. He instructed as a few crow bounced on the bellow just below the cauldron. And Jschlatt's bones? He asked, holding a hand out, as they were given to him, placing one to the side, and dropping the other into the boiling liquid as well. And how are the brewing stands going? He hummed, checking on the 4 stands he had going at once that were concentrating some of the herds to prepare to toss in the cauldron too. Good. He chirped, pleased, going back to the grimoire to make sure he was following it correctly as he gathered up his son's hair and braiding them together, and around one of Quackity's feathers. Philosophy came a breathy call, as something unseen played with his hair. My love. He greeted, smiling as his lady's unseen hands glided through his black feathers. You are fighting with me? She accused. Have I done something to anger you? He voice asked, carried soft by a light breeze that was blowing through his home. His crows for once quiet, very much aware that their mistress, their Lady Death, was in the room. I don't recall us arguing. He chuckled. They why do you try and prevent me from taking a certain little crow's soul? You know health potions don't help heal them. They aren't like other crows. They are ours. This one severely has damaged itself. It cannot stay trapped in that broken body. Kristen lectured. The soft breeze that was his only sign of where she was in the room, dropping a few more degrees at her frustration. They must return and you must let them. Phil stopped what he was doing, placing the strands of hair and feather down, and turned away from his work. Blue eyes looking out into a seemingly empty corner where a breeze was playing with the leaf of some of his drip leaves. Ranger can't go, Kristen. I don't think Quackity can handle it. He bonded with Ranger. Isn't there something? You don't have to take them. He tried reasoning. Death doesn't wait, darling. She said, a light breeze ghosting across his cheek and circling him. You wait for me. He countered, leaning forward when he felt the breeze pull away, trying to follow her touch. I do. My sweet angel. She finally conceded. But I can't just go empty-handed. That is not how death works, I must have a soul in the end. She reminded, the breeze carrying her voice, over the cauldron. What are you brewing? You have the grimoire out, must be something strong. She hummed. Something for the new fledgling. He answered, now that he was thinking about it, pulling out a strand of his own hair to add to the small braid he was doing around Quackity's feather. Quackity? The one who you came to inquire to the dead about? She said, with a hum in her voice. He is an avian. She stated. Yes, he is. A lost avian. His bloodline stayed human for 5 generations, it's a wonder that he had any avian genetics left to trigger wings. He nodded, going back to the braid he was making. You wish to break his past imprint. She hummed again. She was reading the recipe, he could tell with how she was now stating things. The breeze causing the fire under the cauldron to flicker. Not many avians are left. He did not have a good parental figure to imprint. Phil said, answering her unanswered question. So you wish to fix that? Avians can only imprint once, my love. It's set that way for a reason. He must be willing. Kristen whispered, the breeze caressing his ear, playing with the emerald earring that dangled from it. His instincts are willing. He sighed. But will he be? You once made this for the boys? And from what I have heard, this Quackity is not like them. She inquired. I just got to get him to see that he needs this. He doesn't have to be bound to me. But I would like to be able to help him stabilize his life. His body is not human anymore, Kristen. Yet he is treating it like it is. Phil insisted. Like you weren't human. Kristen whispered, and he closed his eyes as he felt phantom arms wrap around from behind him. Is that what this is? You remember how it felt to wake up and no longer be human? To belong to no flock, do you sometimes regret that I changed you? I could have taken you. I could have been greedy, but I wanted to see you live. I wanted to see you soar. Phantom hands pulled away to play with his feathers. A longing tone entering her voice. I made sure to let the universe know that you were my angel. Phil stopped once more on the little braid around the feather. You know I do not regret you saving me. You have given me such a wonderful path to take. Even if we must be separate for the majority of it. I can always feel you with me. He smiled, hands motioning toward the crows in the room. Should I take another body then? I wouldn't mind helping you raise a new fledgling. Re-imprinting will mean a regress in age mentally, and it would take weeks until he was ready to leave your side fully functional again. To leave the nest. I'm sure you practically have the poor boy barricaded in the nest room. She offered. He could hear a bit of excitement in her voice. Kristen loved coming to the mortal plane to take on her duties as his wife and mother to the boys. I think this is something me and the boys can take care of. But I can't let you take Ranger just yet. He said, as the light breeze intertwined around his fingers, as phantom fingers curled around his hand. So to war over a soul we will then? She asked in a playful tone. I think this would be the first time me and you got into a fight. There was a quick nip of breeze on his lips, as Kristen gave him a quick phantom kiss. We're not having fight. He gasped, eyes tracking where the breeze went in the room and chasing after it. You are keeping a soul from me. I feel like it's fight. Turning on your maker and wife. The betrayal hurt so deep. She giggled, as the breeze blew open the door to the room. Kristen. Phil called, chasing after. The breeze ruffling the curtain in the main room, and causing the candles to flicker around her altar. How exciting! To be your opponent. She giggled, as she danced around her shrine. Phil smiled as he stepped into the breeze's dance. How about a compromise then? You said something about another soul. He reminded. Are you terrified to go against me, Phil? She taunted, and he could help but love the sound of the smile in her voice. Mortified, my love. He chuckled. Fine. Let's make a deal. If you can get Quackity to want to imprint on you, I will let Ranger live. I will even wake him up tonight to give you a little help. But if he doesn't, then Ranger's job is done, and they return to me. She whispered in his ear. Sound fair enough? Phil agreed. And fun to watch. Good luck, my love, she giggled, voice fading as the breeze in his home disappeared. He chuckled, going back to his brewing room. Mum's a gonna win. No. Dad's a. Mom and Dad are fighting. I didn't know Ranger was dying. Where have you been? Battle of the Titans, here we go. I don't want them to fight. The crows were all chattering, a few flying around in excitement. Hey, whoa, calm down. He cautioned when a few of them bumped into jars that held some rare ingredients. We're not fighting, he stated. A few of course didn't believe him. Let's get back to work, he decided, hoping to take their minds off of the chaos Kristen had introduced to them. Going back to the braid hair around Quackity's feather, making sure the strands were firmly in place as he went to a brewing stand to place it in a bottle, and filled another bottle with some tablespoons of stardust, with a potion of strength, and left them to brew together. The potion would be ready by the end of the week, if he had everything mixed correctly. But it was at the stage where he would have to leave Quackity to check it every few days now. The brewing stand where he had placed the feather and braided hair's pieces, looked ready, so he pulled it out. The feather, silver now like true metal, with the hair pieces that he had braided on the shaft of the feather, were also changed to silver metal, locking them all together. It looked just like a pendant. One he intended to give to Quackity to wear, to help strengthen a bond between them all. It would help Phil gauge if the potion would work. The pendant had to stay silver, and on Quackity for the potion to work. If it didn't, then by the end of the week the pendant would turn back into nothing but a feather and strands of hair. Okay. Now to get him to wear it, he declared, holding the pendant up to let the crows in the room to look at it. Adoption in progress. We're getting a new fledgling. Yes. So excited. Can't wait. They cheered happily. It was around nighttime when he left his house to return to the nest. Wilbur and Tommy, having somehow sneaked their way into the nest, staying close to the door, while Techno was in the middle sitting closer to Quackity, who was asleep and curled around Ranger. Techno opened his eyes, sniffing at the air. Eyes going straight to Phil. Why do you smell funny? He asked. I was messing with my potions. He smiled. He wasn't ready to tell anyone just yet what he was making. Techno grunted in acknowledgement. How did it go? He asked, coming to sit beside a sleeping Quackity. As he walked by, both Wilbur and Tommy lifting up sleepily in their sleep, not really awake, but seeming to sense him even in their sleep that he was back. Dad, Wilbur hummed, slowly pushing himself up to his knees to make his way to Phil. Oh, good, you're back, fucking Snuggles. Tommy groaned, beating Wilbur to Phil, by crawling through the nest and over Techno's lap to get to the older of Ain, before dropping face first against Phil and curling fluffy wings over, to try to wrap them together despite their small size. Wilbur somehow squeezing his body between he and Techno, curling his body around Phil's and Tommy. Quackity also moved to curl close to Phil. Wings fanning out in his sleep too, with a little peep leaving his lips. unaware that he was close to curling up to the other two that were crowding up to Phil in their sleep. Phil couldn't help but fluff his wings up as he wrapped them all up in them. He was a bit on edge. He calmed down after a bit. Wilbur and Tommy wouldn't leave until I let them sleep near the edge. I think they miss the nest. Techno answered, his lip twitching upward slightly, as dull red eyes looked over everyone around Phil. Don't worry, we did give Wilbur a bath. He added with a chuckle. So do you? He accused, lifting the wing that was covering Wilbur and Tommy and inviting Techno into it. Tommy grumbled, and blindly reached back grabbing a black feather and pulling the wing back over to where it was covering him again. He and Techno chuckled. I think I will stay up bit longer. I want to know when we will destroy that monstrosity in my barn. I don't want it on the property. Techno said, carefully going to get up to leave. Phil wasn't about to allow that and pulled him back into the nest, opening his wing back up, where he almost fell against Wilbur, who turned in his sleep and like an octopus wrapped arms and legs around Techno in his sleep and trapping him. Phil. I got to protect the nest. Techno grunted, trying to wiggle out of Wilbur's sleep grasp. Techno, quit it. Wilbur mumbled, burying his face in Techno's back. You can protect the nest in here with us. With us all here as flock, helps heal wounds, seen and unseen. Phil chirped, happily draping his fledglings with his wings again. Techno made a grumbling sound that was of mild irritation, before stuttering off to a rumbling that he only did when he was content and happy. Before he settled to go to sleep himself, he felt a soft breeze blow into the nest, with Brian who went to settle on the rafters. The breeze seeming to make a beeline for Ranger, ruffling the little crow's finger, like a hand coming over to pet it. The little crow taking on a purple hue before it died out. And Phil could see the immediate effect of the crow's breathing even out. Remember, our deal, my love. Kristen reminded before the breeze was gone. Thanks, Kristen. Good night. He smiled. He waited a few minutes more before slipping the pendant his mate onto Quackity. Quackity. He felt comfy and didn't want to wake up. It was nice being surrounded by a warm thick wall of softness, with another wall on the side of him radiating warmth that had him rolling to face it and pull it closer. MMMM. Wilbur let go, the body of heat next to him mumbled, an arm coming to push him away. And Quackity opened his eyes to see that he was snuggling next to Tommy. That he and Tommy were cuddling under one of Phil's wings. Tommy was also peeking his eyes open. Immediately they were both awake and hissing at each other. Scrambling to get out from under the big black wing that was covering them. Get off me, you fucking bastard! Tommy shouted. Get away from me! Stay away from Ranger, you Don brat! He hissed, tossing his body where he knew Ranger was in the nest. Hands searching in his progress of escaping the confined space. Only for his hands to come up empty. Phil by this had snapped his wings closed and off of them, revealing that Wilbur and Techno were not in the nest. Boys. Phil said. Quackity didn't pay attention, only focused that the little nest he made for Ranger was empty. Tommy had been in their space. Tommy must have did something. I'm gonna kill you. He snarled, launching himself onto the teen. The fuck? Tommy yelped as they tumbled around in the nest. Quackity's hands around the teen's neck and squeezing. There were crows screeching in the rafters, adding to the noise they were making. All right. Break it up. Phil ordered, pulling them apart. You know this is not what I was expecting to wake up to. He sighed, holding Quackity against him, as Tommy stood up. Hey, what going on in here? Wilbur asked, poking his head through the door. Sounded like someone was getting murdered. Techno shouted, from another room. Just a misunderstanding. I'm sure. Phil reassured. Right, Quackity? He asked. Quackity shrugged out of Phil's hold. Ranger is gone. He mumbled. "Aw, his face is red," Wilbur taunted, with a sickening smile on his face. "Is someone worried about their little friend? Come on, we're on breakfast duty." Techno grunted, as he walked past, grabbing hold on the back of Wilbur's shirt and dragging him from the door. "Mate, Ranger just got up early. They're probably out getting food," Phil said, like it was normal for a creature so close to death to get up and leave like nothing happened. "What?" he asked. "Oh yeah, Ranger's better. So, no need to worry." Phil smiled. "But, they were dying." He gaped. "Hey. Phil, can making anything fucking better? So stop doubting him." Tommy shouted, jumping in front of Phil, like Quackity was going to attack him. "Thanks mate. Let's not over-exaggerate things. I do have limits. I just had a bit of help from Lady Death." Phil chuckaled, ruffling Tommy's hair before leaving the next. "Hey." Tommy squawked, chasing after. "Lady Death?" Quackity repeated. What did Phil mean by that? "Who's Lady Death?" he asked, following close behind. He wasn't sure why, but he felt like he needed to stay close. His eyes bouncing to the crows that were in the house to try and spot the little crow with the bow on its neck. Plus, surely Phil meant another person that must live nearby. Phil was nicknamed the Angel of Death, so he must know someone Quackity hasn't met yet as Lady Death. Girlfriend maybe? A girlfriend would take too much of Phil's attention though. He didn't think he liked that. Quackity paused at the bottom of the stairs as Phil and Tommy disappeared into the kitchen. Why the hell was he worried about a girlfriend? Also, why the hell did he suddenly feel like sticking close to Phil? During his silent contemplation, Ranger came from the kitchen. Holding a piece of toast in their mouth, coming to perch on Quackity's shoulder. Quackity glared at the little crow. "And just where the hell have you been?" he demanded. The little crow shook out their feathers as it gulped down the toast in its mouth. "You can't do that again," he said sternly to the crow, that tilted its head at him and chirped. "No, I was not worried," he denied, crossing his arms and turned his head away from the crow. "Quackity, food's ready," Phil called. And without so much as thinking about it, Quackity ran to the kitchen. It only came to him later at the table that his shoes had been by the door and he could have made a run for it with everyone in the kitchen. That he had passed by an axe that was waiting by the couch to be polished. And as he ate breakfast he cursed himself for the missed opportunity. Although something within him didn't seem to mind being surrounded by the other so much. Even if he did stick to Phil's side and flip Tommy off, it became apparent that they were both hugging up to the older of Ain. He wasn't fighting for attention. Nope, not at all. Tommy was, but Quackity wasn't. It was just chilly in the kitchen. He was used to the warmth of the nest now. That was it. "Fucker." Tommy hissed between a mouthful of oatmeal. "Jackass." He spat back. All the while Techno and Phil chatted like nothing was happening. Wilbur, however, watched, with amusement clear on his face. A loud growl from Techno had both Tommy and him stop their hissing at each other. The growl sending an ice-cold shiver down his spine. And for some reason the bird in his head didn't want Techno or Phil mad. That just confused him. Why would he care if Techno was mad? Not that he was going OT push and find out what happened if he got Techno mad. Not in his house where only he knew where the weapons were hidden. Nope. Besides, he blamed all the weird stuff going on with him all on Phil. If Phil would stop chirping at him, he was almost positive he would go back to normal. Not that he wasn't normal. He was still human. He is just pretending to act like an Avain. That's what all this was, an act. All just an act. He didn't really need any of this. Even if something in him cried that he did. This was just all part of the plan. He was just manipulating them all. Yeah, that was it. He wasn't falling for their tricks. They were falling for his. Chapter 26. Things were continuing like a routine now. Quackity would wake up, always next to Phil, and for some reason finding himself closer and closer to the others in the nest too. Phil would take him and Tommy out to do wing exercises and take them flying. Quackity found that he didn't mind the flying bit, though Phil did insist that Quackity had to flap his wings even while up in the air. Ranger stayed in sight at all times now, and he stopped shooing the little crow away. He noticed that Tommy and Wilbur were starting to act weird too, which just put him on edge. He would catch them, looking at him, or coming up to see what he was doing, even if it was just reading that stupid book Techno had given him. Another thing that put him on edge was when he had entered the nest one day. He found a black hat with purple roses and a dark veil attached laying in the nest. Phil had laughed it off, saying it was his lady. And not elaborating when Quackity asked what lady, he was given no answer. He didn't know why he cared anyway. The only good thing that seemed to have happened to him so far was Ranger, and Technoblade not actively trying to kill him. However, the days did seem to go by very slowly now that Phil wasn't around often. He also found himself choking on something in his throat more often, whenever he would notice Phil wasn't around. Not that he was going to let himself slip. He didn't need to call for Phil. So he didn't understand why he wanted to now. Up and hold. 1, 2, 3, Techno counted, from the porch, looking very much uninterested, as he counted the wing stretches Quackity and Tommy were doing. Phil was gone again today, and not around to make sure the stretches were done. Though it seemed Technoblade didn't mind taking over. Quackity, you're slacking. Tommy, I see you trying to sneak off. 7, 8, Techno said, eyes not looking over at them as he continued counting. I'm ready to fly. Tommy shouted, his wings snapping up and down in frustration. Well, I don't have wings. You're doing ground training for today. Techno huffed, with a roll of his eyes. You got a trident. Tommy countered. I'm not getting the trident out just so I can carry you in the air for a few seconds. Especially, when you can use your own trident. Techno shook his head. Find a hay bale or tree and jump off it. As long as you don't break anything, I don't care what you jump off of. Techno grunted, straightening and stretching, as he started to walk off. Bitch. I'm going to fly today. I'm going to jump from the highest fucking thing I can find. Tommy shouted, running after Techno. Quackity stayed standing where they left him. Outside. In his shoes and in a warm coat. He looked around, not really sure what to do with himself. He hadn't been left alone outside in what felt like forever. He was almost grateful when Ranger landed on his shoulder. Though a little surprised to see the little crow carrying his beanie that he was sure he had left at his house. Where did you get that? He asked, taking the beanie from the crow and putting it on. Ranger tilted its head from side to side slightly, before jumping from his shoulder and going around the house. The little crow looked like it wanted Quackity to follow, so he did. He came around the house to see some of the crows carrying some of his things, and flying them into the window of the nest room. The crows usually used the kitchen window, so it was odd. And when the last one was in, Brian came from behind them to nudge the window shut again. What? He mumbled. They like making the nest comfortable. Wilbur's voice said, coming from the roof of the house. Quackity looked up higher to meet Wilbur's mischievous gaze. It's a bird thing. Not that I expect you to know that. He smiled. His wings fluffed a bit at the jab. I don't need to do bird things. He huffed, turning to leave. Wilbur hopped to his feet and followed along on the roof. Oh, really? So, you pouting for Phil? Fighting over the nest with Tommy? And being protective of your little pet is not doing bird things? Wilbur asked, looking very much comfortable on top of the house. Fluffing up feathers. Preening. Liking shiny things. Wilbur listed. No. Quackity snapped. You know, you're right. An actual Avayan would want a flock. And you? Well, who would want you in a flock, when you could betray them at a drop of a hat? Wilbur said in a dark tone. Quackity hissed, turning back and looking up to face Wilbur. As if you're any better. You blew up the country with Technoblade and Tommy in it. Only a true traitor would do that. He snapped. He expected Wilbur to look upset by him pointing out his own flaws, but instead he just looked proud. At least I didn't succeed in killing off the closest people I had to a family. He sneered triumphantly. Thanks for that, by the way. Quackity gritted his teeth, trying to stop his temper. He knew Wilbur was baiting him. But he couldn't shake the image of Jschlatt falling over dead from a heart attack. Of Ranger almost dying from hitting the window. So, Wilbur got what he wanted, he guessed, considering he found himself climbing on the roof of the house with Wilbur. Oh, did I strike a nerve? Oops. Wilbur smiled, still walking at the edge of the house, watching Quackity with a calculated gaze. But I mean, you can't even fly either. Makes me think you would be useless if it came down to being useful. Quackity charged him, grabbing him by the front of his stupid yellow sweater and pushing Wilbur till his heels were over the edge. You think you're any better? You think you can be a better Avayan than me? I grew wings in the middle of the fucking night and still got shit done. But you know what, Wilbur, if you think you can do any better, then sprout some wings and fly. He snarled in the bastard face and pushed him from the roof. Wilbur, to his credit, didn't look scared, or panicked. Though the crows and Ranger were pitching a fit and screeching. Hey! An ender pearl shattered just below Wilbur and Technoblade appeared, just in time catch the bastard before he ate snow, sending both Techno and Wilbur stumbling into a heap. Though much to Quackity's dismay, Wilbur had a softer landing than what he wanted. He was hoping for a broken bone or something. Pulling Wilbur to his feet. Before Red Eyes looked up, locked onto Quackity. You! He growled out as he pointed. You, stay. Right. There. He ordered, stomping away from Wilbur. Quackity felt his wings droop slightly, because oh damn, Techno was going to kill him here today for trying to kill Wilbur. Even Wilbur looked uncertain. Wait, Techno. I goaded him. Wilbur shouted, going to follow. Wilbur. You move from that spot, I will bury you there. Techno threatened. Quackity and Wilbur both shared a look, as Techno disappeared into the house. They both didn't know what Techno was going to do. It didn't take long for Techno to climb up on the roof with Quackity, his expression unreadable. Quackity. Techno grunted, taking slow steps toward him. Quackity almost took a step back, but then remembered how close to the edge of the roof he was. Techno. He said. I going to go ahead and assume Wilbur had it coming. Techno said, getting closer. Quackity nodded. I'm getting tired wasting my ender pearls on you guys and needing to make sure you don't kill each other. Techno stated, looking down at Quackity, roughly turning him around, where he was looking at the ground and Wilbur, who was watching with uncertainty in his eyes. You guys need to learn to get along. I know Phil likes to do a soft approach about all this. Techno said, gripping Quackity's wings at the joint and making them fan out. Rough hands squeezing and rubbing at the wing muscles and bending them inward and outward himself. Which felt a little weird, but Quackity was too focused on not teetering off the edge of the house, even though Techno kept a firm grip on his "but I am not" philosophy. He finished, tone seemingly sithified, and giving Quackity a shove. Quackity shouted out in surprise, he and Wilbur locking eyes. Oh, shit. Flap. Flap. Wilbur shouted, eyes wide. Quackity shut his eyes and fully expecting to feel himself crash in the most painful way to the ground. When his descent to the ground slowed, however, he opened his eyes back up and looked back to his wings that were flapping really hard and fast. He was hovering while a little unsteady above Wilbur, who looking to be at the ready to catch him. His back muscles at his shoulder blades were aching as his whole weight was held by his wings. His wings that were flapping, but he was still going down, instead of up. "Hey! You're doing it!" Wilbur cheered, breaking out into a smile. "Keep it up." Quackity groaned, and gritted his teeth, trying to concentrate on his wings. He was getting tired now, the muscles in his wings were starting to scream. "I can't." He gritted out. His flapping becoming synchronized, and suddenly his wings were no longer holding him up. He fell from the air and on top of Wilbur. "Ow!" Wilbur groaned. Quackity took deep breaths, his wings still moving behind him, like they were still trying to flap. The crunching snow under Technoblade's boots alerted both he and Wilbur to his presence back on the ground. "That was good," he grunted. "Your wings are getting stronger." "You fucking bastard." Quackity groaned as he and Wilbur pushed off of each other. "Nice catch, Wilbur." Techno smirked. "Oh, shut the fuck up." Wilbur grunted, getting to his feet. His hand reaching toward Quackity, who went to smack the hand away only for Wilbur to grab something off him. It took a moment for Quackity to realize it was a totem of undying. "Here. You dropped this." He huffed, tossing the totem back to Techno. "You put a totem on me." Quackity mumbled, eyes going to Technoblade. "What? Did you think I was like Wilbur and would just push you off the roof without 2 safety nets in place? Come on, Quackity, you should know me better than that." Techno said with a short chuckle, pocketing the totem. "Wait. You used me as the second safety net." Wilbur hissed out, annoyed. "What, he just fell straight on me and I got hurt or worse, dead, you bastard?" Wilbur accused. "I'm sure you would have told Mom I said hi." Techno smiled, walking away with his red cape fluttering in the wind behind him. "Great job today, Quackity. I'll be sure to tell Phil about you progress," he said. Quackity could only stare in shock. "I hate him," he finally said, slowly getting up to his feet. His wings flapping behind him, somehow helping in his balance. "Yeah, but the bastard did get you in the air on your own though. Shame, I wanted to be the one to get you at least gliding." "Oh well, he beat me to it." Wilbur shrugged, stretching his arms above his head and starting for the house. Next step, actually flying. "Come Birdie, pull your weight here. Help me make lunch," Wilbur said, sending a smile toward him. "We'll put hot sauce in Techno's." Dusting himself off, Quackity decided he only agreed to help Wilbur just to get back at Technoblade. Their alliance would not last past lunch. When they got into the kitchen, Wilbur walked past the table, not even pausing to look at the feminine black-veiled hat that was mysteriously on the table. But Quackity would have swore it was in the other room. Were the crows moving it or something? When they entered the kitchen, Quackity wasn't too quick on joining Wilbur when the knives came out. Instead of taking a seat at the table and watching the man as he began chopping up some vegetables. "You're not allergic to anything, right?" Wilbur asked, over his shoulder. Quackity didn't answer. He wasn't sure if he was going to eat any of what Wilbur was making. Plus, while Wilbur was still taunting him, he wasn't as violent anymore. Even Tommy wasn't as violent, and more than once he had woken up to being snuggled next to the teen, which was something he and Tommy both would shove away from each other as fast as possible. "Well?" Wilbur asked, this time turning to face him. "Make whatever you want." Quackity huffed. "Yeah, no. I didn't ask that. Allergies. I need to know if I'm making the food." Wilbur shook his head. "Just what the hell is wrong with you all?" Quackity demanded. "A lot of things. And not enough time in the world to go over them. Just take my small little olive branch and tell me yes or no." Wilbur sighed out, going back to the food on the cutting board. "No," Quackity said, baring his teeth to keep himself from shouting it. "I don't accept it," he stated. Wilbur paused again and glanced back over his shoulder. "Oh. Well, that's too bad, Wilbur said with a smile and going back to cutting. Quackity was waiting, because with Wilbur the other shoe was bound to drop. A threat. A taunt. Something to try and make him regret not accepting what he laughably called an olive branch. But it seemed for the moment Wilbur was going to continue to make food. Well, he prompted. What are you going to do about it? He demanded. Wilbur didn't even look over at him again. Nothing. And what the hell is that supposed to mean? Quackity demanded, feathers bristling. It means that I don't care if you accept my truce or not. It's not like I've forgiven you after all. Honestly, after we got rid of Jschlatt, I was going to come after you next. But then things just don't go the way we plan, do they? You know that just about as well as I do at this point. Wilbur answered, apparently done with tossing things into a pot, and was now leaning on the counter and watching Quackity with an amused smile on his face. I knew it. Quackity hissed, fingers curling ready to make a fist. But despite our mutual dislike of each other, there are things that we have in common. As you stated before. We're both traitors. We're both manipulators. And we both like power. We can't change who we were in the past. But we can make the future a bit more interesting, Now doesn't that sound fun? Wilbur smiled. Besides, I think your past tortures you, more than whatever I could dish out. He shrugged. So, you're telling me I'm no fun to taunt and push around anymore? Quackity demanded. Wilbur shrugged again. What can I say? I found something a little more interesting to focus on. I think helping you reach the sky, like Phil wants. You know how baby birds learn to fly, don't you? Techno gave you a demonstration on the roof. Wilbur asked, circling the table. I don't remember asking for yours or his help. Quackity snapped, he refused to move from his seat. He wasn't going to be unnerved. Even if the sudden shift made him want to crawl to the nest room. Flock don't have to ask. Wilbur smirked. Reaching a hand out to the black-veiled hat on the table, fingers tracing a rose petal on it. At least that's what we were taught. Like I said before. You've been unofficially adopted. Wilbur. Techno called, sticking leaning a bit through the open kitchen window. Quit it and just make the food. Quackity, you're supposed to be practicing wing care. He added. Oh, and just what are you doing patrolling? Wilbur snarked. Nah. Tommy saw Quackity's roof jump. I gotta make sure he doesn't break anything. Techno grunted, eyes looking upward toward the roof. I'm going to fucking fly today. Tommy shouted from above. They watched as Techno back up a few steps, arms out as he caught a falling Tommy, whose wings were beating air so hard Quackity was sure Techno got hit in the face a few times. Fucking damn it. Tommy cursed, jumping from Techno's arms and running off. I'm fucking doing it again. That does count. He shouted. Having fun? Wilbur asked with a smile at Techno. Oh, yeah. Lots. Techno huffed, eyes shooting back upward. You know he going to do that for the better part of the day, right? Wilbur said. Techno nodded. So, hurry up with the food. I'm tempted to just let him hit the ground at least once. I think it'd be funny. That got a chuckle out of Wilbur. Quackity caught himself almost joining in, promptly excusing himself and actually going to the nest room. Ranger was already in the nest room, and as soon as the bird caught sight of Quackity, the little crow pulled at the book Techno had given him and pushed the cover open, making small noises while jumping on the pages. Are you serious? He sighed out, watching Ranger. The little crow nodded their head. Before flying around and running its beak through one of Quackity's feathers. Fine, fine. Let me that stupid book then. He huffed. Sitting in the nest and looking at the picture images that showed how to preen the wing feathers. the person in the book looking like they were twisting their back in an almost impossible angle. Quackity tried to mimic what he was reading and seeing. "Damn it!" he hissed as he tried to twist around, stretching his wing out to try and reach the feathers closer to his back. With Phil gone most days now, his wings weren't getting preened as much, and he just couldn't stand the damn pinching and itching that would occur whenever his feathers got out of place anymore. Wilbur had offered to help on several occasions. But there was no way he was turning his back on Wilbur. And Techno would probably just say, "No, I gave you the book for a reason," or some shit like that. He never thought he'd ever actually consider asking Techno for help, but he just couldn't reach the base of his wings. And that was where the pinching was at. Ranger seemed to be trying to help, but the little crow never went too close to the base of the wings. "What the hell are you fucking doing?" Tommy asked, stepping into the room, clothes and hair damp from being out in the snow. Fluffy wings shaking out as if to rid themselves of the leftover snow. "Nothing." Quackity snapped, untwisting himself, and slamming the wing care book closed and shoving it under a blanket. "Bitch, I saw you. You're going to fuck you back up, you keep twisting it like that." Tommy scoffed, walking right up the Quackity and kicking the blanket, hiding the book out of the way. "My fledgling's guide. How the hell did you get this?" he asked, dropping in the nest in front of Quackity and picking the book up. Quackity looked away. He didn't have to tell Tommy anything. If you actually read the footnotes, the bottom, you'd see it tell you need flock to help with the feathers at the base. Tommy pointed out, turning the book around to show Quackity. "I didn't ask, so shut up." Quackity hissed, snatching the book back. "I'm trying to fucking help you. Be grateful, asshole." Tommy hissed back. "I'm not your flock." Quackity snapped. "Thank fucking Prime for that." Tommy snapped back. "Now turn the fuck around. You're not even spreading the oil at the wings glands around correctly," the teen demanded, crossing his arms and staring Quackity down. Fluffy wings held high behind him, leveling Quackity with a look that he was all too familiar with. Tommy wasn't going to back down. Which brought him back to remembering how off they were all treating him all of a sudden. It was weird. Even weirder that he hadn't taken any of the opening for an escape attempt too. Maybe the Stockholm Syndrome was setting in or something. Seeing as Tommy wasn't going to back down, Quackity decided that he just couldn't take the pinching and itching on his wings any longer, and turned his back to Tommy, presenting his wings. It was another unsettling moment. Only Jschlatt and Phil had ever touched and preened his wings, and now Tommy. The teen's touch had him pulling the wing away for a second before he relaxed them again, assuring himself that if Tommy did fuck with his wings, he'd be able to take the teen out in a fight. However, Tommy's touch was just as light and gentle as Phil's, and the revelation of this stunned Quackity, that he had to turn around and make sure it was loud, stubborn, and obnoxious Tommy behind him. "Hey! Quit moving. I'm working here, bitch," Tommy hissed, when the movement took the wings from his hands. Grabbing Quackity by the shoulders and repositioning him. He thought about resisting just to get a rise out of the teen, to get a more familiar reaction from him, but thought better of it. How long has it been since he and Tommy just sat down and talked, like the friends they were for what seemed a long, long time ago? Before the elections, before he got upset that his friends built a country without him. So he took it away. He pushed his friends away. He started this war with them. And because of that, it was just another reminder, another reason why he shouldn't be there in the nest. Tommy was rambling as he worked, breaking Quackity from his thoughts. Though he didn't really pay attention to what the teen was talking about. Mostly about women and Tubbo. It was nice. It brought back fonder memories. Although Quackity never touched Tommy's wings. Only Wilbur at the time ever touched the teen's wings. Now Quackity knew why. They were flock. He closed his eyes and just enjoyed the better memories and let Tommy ramble on. Techno and Wilbur brought the food in the nest not too long after. Techno somehow switching his laced plate with Wilbur, which meant Wilbur was the one to eat the hot sauced food and needing to run out to get milk to cool his mouth. After all that, they left him alone, doing their own thing in the nest with Wilbur playing the guitar, Techno seeming to reading out loud with Tommy making comments here and there, interrupting the two at some point. It was strangely relaxing, dare he think. It was weird and unsettling a bit with how things were changing during this week. At some point, the black-veiled hat somehow made its way back in the nest. Later that night when Phil came back, he could smell the older avian. Phil smelled nice and homey. That even Tommy had perked up and practically threw himself at Phil. Quackity had tried not to. But the smell coming off the older avian smelled homey and safe. Though Techno and Wilbur had the opposite reaction, scrunching up their noses, giving the avians the side eye, when Tommy proclaimed that Wilbur just needed another bath. Techno had actually sniffed Wilbur and dragged him kicking and screaming from the nest, and Quackity can only assume it was to make Wilbur wash again, but he couldn't be too sure considering he wasn't awake for when they returned. He barely even registered he and Tommy both snuggling up to Phil, and for once Quackity didn't care about sharing space with Tommy. Techno. Days passed and Techno was getting tired of playing fledgling sitter. Though it was giving Quackity time to learn to take care of his own wings. Techno had caught the avian reading the book he had given him a few times and seeming to practice with what he was learning. Even caught Tommy helping out a few times. Phil had been so ecstatic about the news of Quackity being able to glide and hover. Wilbur and Tommy still were being little shits with the guy, but it wasn't as bad as before. Though Techno figured both were just too used to having Phil's attention that a third party was just triggering their need to not share. If they really wanted to off Quackity, Techno knows the two would have already. Also Wilbur would have just let Quackity crash land instead of catching him. Techno was really just glad the animosity was simmering down. Seeing Wilbur and Tommy picking fights and contradicting Phil's calm behavior towards Quackity was close to driving his instincts insane. Not to mention the voices had started to split into 4 different groups arguing with each other about needing to back his siblings, or stand with Phil, to just let Quackity leave, and then there were the ones that were always blood hungry. It was enough to give him a migraine that just wouldn't stop. After the roof incident, Quackity and Wilbur had stopped trying to physically hurt each other, which again was step in the right direction. Techno did feel the need to be as on guard and step in anymore. And Tommy had took it upon himself to start dragging Quackity around to show him the best places on the property to jump off of to start practicing their flying. Techno caught Quackity going to those spots when he thought no one was looking and jumping off barrels and hay bales, with the little crow. Which was another thing that struck Techno as weird. Quackity had stopped trying to escape. They were almost at the end of the week and Phil was starting to act weird. Not to mention Mumsa had was starting to show up in the house, meaning Kristen was around and watching. If there's one thing Techno knew about gods and goddesses, from all his reading, was that they mostly came around when mischief was afoot. While Lady Death wasn't malicious in her schemes, it still wasn't a good thing to let an immortal being play with the life of lower beings. Plus, Phil was starting to smell weird, and whenever he did come back to the nest, was always staring at Quackity and messing with something on the avian when he thought everyone was asleep. Now Techno could care less what Phil did, but when the guy brings the smell of whatever he is doing back to the nest room, that's where Techno drew the line. He was not sleeping in a space or even next to someone that made his nose wish it could jump off his face and go into hiding. So, when Phil woke in the morning to leave, Techno followed. Phil didn't leave the nest immediately, he stopped only long enough to slip something off Quackity's neck, before he left. Phil first went to the barn and Techno waited in the shadows of the house to wait for him to come back out, holding back a growl of disgust at the sight of the device in the older avian's hands. Silently following the older avian into his own house. Techno held his nose at the smell that assaulted his nose when he entered. What in the prime was Phil brewing? Still not compatible. I don't understand. Phil voice mumbled from the brewing room. Techno peeked in and watched as Phil moved about and watched as he carried an old grimoire in his hands as the crows helped dump ingredients in a bubbling cauldron. Phil was brewing something from a recipe from the end. No wonder there was a stink clinging to him. Those potions called for rare ingredients that reeked when mixed. Phil, what in prime are you brewing? Bruh, my nose would run if it could. He said, loudly so to let Phil know he was there. Phil whipped his head around to look at him. What are you doing up this early, mate? He asked, blue eyes wide and dilated. Really? Phil, it reeks. You reek. I thought there was no use for the end magic here. He grunted, letting go of his nose and resigned himself to become nose blind in a few minutes if it was even possible this close to the source of the smell. He grabbed the book from Phil's hands and began reading the recipe. Imprint breaking. He mumbled. You disowning us or something? He asked, letting Phil take back the book. No. Never, mate. Phil gasped with a worried warble. Techno chuffed a bit to reassure him, but crossed his arm over his chest in weight of Phil's explanation. I'm breaking Quackity's imprint with Jschlatt. Phil said, turning to the cauldron and using a human rib bone to stir it. He needs a do-over. Techno took the book back from Phil to continue reading it. If you break his imprint he's going to regress, and mentally be a child so a new imprint can take hold for a few weeks. It took him maybe a few seconds longer than he would have liked to let that sink in. Avains imprint naturally when they get their wings at ages 3 to 4. He stated. Phil nodded, still waltzing around the potion room rummaging through jars on a shelf. Techno narrowed his eyes. Phil, he's not going to imprint on us. He stated. But he can. Phil chirped pleadingly. Bringing a hand up and showing the pendant to Techno. His instincts will guide him, he just has to let himself. He insisted. I've been keeping track this whole week. I put a pendant around his neck. So I can see how compatible he will be with us. So far everything has stayed together, but his feather has lost the metal look, but it's still attached. If I can appeal to his likes and continue to show him that we will be a good and strong flock for him. Phil, stop. Techno ordered loudly. He should have known something was up as soon as Phil pulled his hair out. Phil stopped mid-sentence and looked at Techno with wild dilated eyes with a very confused chirp leaving his lips. No, Techno stated. What? Phil squawked, black wings fluffing up slightly. We're not taking him in. Techno said. But Techno, Phil chirped. No. That's your instincts talking. You and I both know that. Techno huffed, turning his body so Phil couldn't get the book from him. I can't just stop now, Techno. Phil insisted, stepping back and looking mildly irritated. Techno lifted an eyebrow in question. And why not? Kristen and I made a deal. Phil huffed. Ranger stays alive if I get him to imprint. Techno tilted his head. Kristen made a deal with you. Are you two fighting? He asked. That was odd. Kristen didn't make deals with Phil. At least not serious ones like that. Phil groaned and rubbed at his face. We are not fighting, mate. I tried to heal Ranger and she could not take him. You know Quackity wouldn't be able to handle it if something happened to that little crow. Techno nodded. So you're fighting? Just apologize. I did. But she can't take Ranger. You know that? Phil insisted. Techno nodded. Quackity wouldn't take it well, that's for sure. I acknowledge that. He conceded. But he's still not going to be flock. Technoblade. Phil hissed. OOP, full name. We questioning Dadza now. The voices whispered. Don't make me call Kristen, Phil saw Minecraft. Techno threatened. This is a deal you're just going to have to surrender. She not unreasonable, you know. He said, plucking the pendant from Phil's hand to get a better look at it. He could make out 4 strands of hairs braided on the feather's shaft turned to metal, while the feather stayed in its natural form. "Now I see why you're her favorite." Phil huffed, taking the pendant back. "Yours too." Techno huffed. "True." Phil smiled, lifting his hat and running his fingers through his hair. "I guess I am listening to my instincts more than I should. But the potion is almost ready," he pointed out, going to the cauldron and using a ladle to scoop some out and pouring it in an empty bottle. The liquid a black color. And placed it on a brewing stand, that held a bottle with a bone in it, and the next bottle with a few of Quackity's, and Phil's feather. "Just has to brew a bit more and then it's done." "Is that why you smell bad?" he accused. Phil laughed. "I guess it does smell a bit off to non-Avaans. I forgot, sorry mate." Techno nodded his head, eyeing the brewing stand, before looking toward the work table, where the Avaan training device was sitting. "Why did you bring this into your house?" he demanded. "I figured you wanted your barn back. Besides, we only use my house for storage mostly." Phil answered. "I want it gone." Techno grunted. "Evil. Destroy it. It doesn't belong here. I hate it. The sight makes us crave blood. Get it away from Phil." The voices hissed and Techno agreed with them. "I plan on flying it into a lava pit soon. I just got to deactivate the runes. They could protect it from being destroyed, so it's better safe than sorry." Phil explained, looking at the device with as much disdain as Techno was. "It has no place in this realm. Or any realm," he hissed. Shaking out his feather, he turned back to Techno. "How about we go hunting? It will help get rid of some pent-up energy and you can tell how his flying practice is going." Techno nodded. Hunting sounded good. Chapter 27. Crows. Ranger watched curiously and Quackity woke alone in the nest. The rest of Phil's flock had risen earlier. Technoblade had left with Philtsa and Wilbur and Tommy much later, each deciding to let the new fledgling sleep. Ranger and the rest of the crows were very pleased with Quackity's progress with flying. His wings were healthy and the feathers were nice and neat and glossy, and they were able to hold his weight without strain now. They all agreed he would be flying on his own soon. Now it was just getting Quackity to accept himself as an Avaan and hopefully fully integrated into the flock. They were all so excited. Because even Lady Death herself was watching now. The crows had learned a long time ago that Phil and his fledglings were not able to see her. It was the reason why she had her hat there to represent her presence. So, while Quackity thought he was waking up alone, really their lady, their Mumsa, was sitting in the nest, simply watching her mate's newest fledgling. "He's very jumpy, isn't he?" she stated, watching with a playful smile on her face as he nudged at her hat, lifting it enough to look under it. "There's no crow under there nestling. It's just me, see?" She giggled, lifting her hat off the ground slightly before letting it drop. Quackity was quick to move away from the hat, eyeing it like the object was going to bite him. He's certainly different," she said thoughtfully, settling back and just watching. Ranger nodded their head as they watched Quackity rub at his face harshly as if to scrub the rest of sleep from himself. He looked upset, and Ranger could understand that. Fledgling usually got restless and cranky when their caretaker is gone. Though they all knew Quackity would deny this. He was progressing, but not accepting. Ranger was starting to think maybe one of Philtsa's flock should have stayed with him. Mumsa didn't count as Quackity was not aware of her. He didn't understand the meaning of her hat being there. But still, maybe if Ranger talked to him, he would calm knowing that he wasn't entirely alone in the nest. "I am here," they chirped happily, with a happy tilt of their head. "And what are you so giddy about?" Quackity demanded. "Oh, cranky little nestling, isn't he?" Mumsa said, with a tilt of her own head. "You owner is a bastard, you know that." He snapped. Excuse you. Owner. We are not pets. I am very offended. I demand an apology. We are sentient, thank you very much. Ranger hissed at Quackity, disgruntled, and joined the few crows that were swooping low and screeching their objection at Quackity. That was mean. We are not pets. They screeched, ruffling their feathers, making sure Quackity got the message. A few crow knocking his beanie off his head a bit. Okay, okay. I got it. Phil doesn't own you. Doesn't mean he isn't a bastard. Quackity huffed, fixing his beanie back. Ranger lets their feathers lay back down, and give Quackity a questioning head tilt. What had Phil done wrong? The guy messes with my head and then leaves. What kind of enemy up and leaves their prisoner alone? It's irresponsible, you know. He hisses. Oh, they were right, Quackity of a inside wished for flock. He just didn't know how to accept that want. Ranger and a few other crows all began chirping again, trying to be comforting. Though Ranger just shook their head a little sadly. Quackity was just so stubborn. You need to follow your instincts. They chirped out. This has nothing to do with instincts. I don't have instincts. He insisted. Ranger paced a bit, a little frustrated, but ever still patient. Quackity was still coming to terms with what he was. So this was expected. He wondered how long it would take the Avayan to realize that he was starting to understand Avayan body language and chirps. They could only hope it would be soon. Ah, Phil was right, he doesn't know how to understand his instincts. He wants a flock, but doesn't know he wants a flock. Kristen cooed, from her spot in the nest. Poor little fledgling. Her smile faded a bit. But I don't know if this is the flock for him. My angel and the boys? They are too different from him. She mumbled sadly, looking as the unsuspecting avian grumbled to himself, searching through the nest before apparently finding what he was looking for, a gamer's chip. Let us go for a walk, young one. For you ancestors and I have talked. And I think you can answer a question that Phil would love an answer to. She beckoned, eyeing how he pocketed the chip in his pocket. Reaching for her hat and walking around Quackity. A walk with Mumsa, yay. Let's go. Let's go. Come, fledgling. Follow her. Come, come. The crows chattered, following the hat in their ladies' hands. What the hell? Quackity cursed, moving in the opposite direction. Ranger settled on his shoulder, knowing to Quackity that the hat looked to be floating, and not being held in Lady Death's hands. Follow. Safe. They chirped, flitting off Quackity's shoulder after giving him a snuggled and gripped his clothes with their talons to try and give encouragement. Follow Mumsa. They chirped, as the rest of the crows attempted to help. Follow the hat. It's safe. We promise. They encouraged. Quackity. Quackity was getting tired of this. Of waking up and Phil not being there, but now. Now Technoblade was gone too. He was not upset. Anyone who said he was a liar. Ranger was even a liar, twittering over his head, in the nest as if it knew what he was upset about. He was upset because now he was alone with Wilbur and Tommy. Not because he wanted Phil or Technoblade. And another thing, that black hat was still in the nest and it had moved. There was no crow under it, he had checked. And Tommy and Wilbur were downstairs already, so there was no way they could be pranking him. Ranger chirped at him, tilting their head at him with a giddy look in its eyes. And just what are you so happy about? Your master is a bastard, you know that. He accuses. Ranger and a few other in the room screech and swoop low near his head. Ranger actually give him a good peck on the head when he ducks, giddy look turning into one that is not amused as it flaps its wings and ruffles its feathers. Okay, okay. I got it. Phil doesn't own you. Doesn't mean he isn't a bastard. Quackity huffed, putting his beanie back on right, from where a few crows knocked it down. Ranger feathers smooth as it gives him a questioning head tilt. The guy messes with me head and then leaves. What kind of capture up and leaves their prisoner? It irresponsible, you know. He hisses. Ranger and a few other crows all began chirping again. And Quackity got the feeling they were laughing at him. Ranger included, even if the little crow was shaking its head. It chirped at him again and flapped its wings again. This has nothing to do with instincts. I don't have instincts, he insisted. Ranger just looked at him with a look he couldn't decipher. Deciding that he had enough at talking to the little crow and looking ridiculous doing it, he began searching the nest. The crows had been delivering his stuffed totty room. I wonder if you guys brought my lucky chip, he mumbled under his breath as he searched. Jschlatt had a chip that he liked to flip between his fingers. Quackity had felt fascinated watching the man make the shiny gamer chip flip around in the air and catch it without so much as looking. The day Jschlatt had died. The moment the bloodshed had ended, Quackity had went back to Jschlatt's body. He had tried to give the man a decent burial, had planned on burying him with everything he held dear, but there was that little part of him that couldn't stand the thought of letting Jschlatt take the shiny gamer chip with him. What kind of luck would the man need if he was dead after all? Another part of Quackity was still angry at the man for everything that was done. A part of him cried, while the other part felt pleased. So, just before he buried the man, he yoinked the shiny chip from Jschlatt's cold dead hands. This is mine now, he hissed down to the man he had trusted. I'm going to be better than you ever were. Just watch me, he promised, as he shoveled the dirt over the body. I'll make a better country, and without anyone's help. He wasn't going to let the disadvantages of wings hold him down. He was going to prove everyone wrong. No one helped him. No one came to try and say goodbye. No one was sad that Jschlatt was dead. Quackity wasn't sad Jschlatt was dead. The guy had it coming. So, why could he not stop his eyes from crying as he buried him? Why was he feeling sad while still being angry? It's your fault, he sobbed out. Not really sure if he was aiming it at Jschlatt or himself. It's your fault, he shouted, tossing the shovel and gripping the gamer chip in his hand. Standing over the freshly covered grave, he felt himself calm as he spotted the chip laying under a blanket. The crows had brought his chip and a few other personal items and had stuffed them in the nest. Seeing the chip calmed something in him when he picked it up. Then the hat had to start floating around. What the hell? He said with a start, backing away from the nest. Watching as the hat floated itself out of the room. The crows seeming to get really excited and along with Ranger began nudging and pulling him, trying to get him to follow the floating hat. Hats aren't supposed to float, he hissed out to Ranger. The little crow giving him a look like he was the one being ridiculous. As if knowing Quackity would follow if the little crow left him. Ranger, don't, he cautioned, running after the little crow. Coming down the stairs just in time to see the front door open on its own, allowing the hat and crows to exit. Not really bothering to alert Wilbur or Tommy, who were in the kitchen, to what was going on, he didn't feel he needed to kicking on his shoes that were now apparently allowed to stay by the door, and a coat that was the right size for him from the coat rack. He continued to follow. He didn't remember when they had stopped hiding his shoes and coat from him, but he wasn't going to question it until he could catch Ranger and try and to explain to the little crow that they don't go chasing weird floating hats. Ranger, he called. The little crow ignoring him. The hat danced along in the wind, seeming to teasing float in one spot until Quackity got closer to it, before it continued on around the property. Its veil seeming to beckon him to follow. It was when they were on the far end of the property did the crows seem to grow in number and was starting to block his view of the black veil hat. Ranger at this point had settled on his shoulder, but Quackity was too focused on what the deal is with the hat to really want to shoo the little crow away. The wings of the crows were causing the snow on the ground to lift, making it start flying around his. The black hat, that had led him there, now gone from his sight. Your ancestors would be upset with you. A feminine voice declared softly on the wind. They fought so hard to be free of servitude and you willingly walked right back to it. You little fledgling have lost your way. Who's there? Show yourself. Quackity demanded, turning in a full circle to make sure no one was sneaking up on him. The voice sounded like it was all around him. Why, little one, did you make it? Why throw away all they fought for? Your wings. Your pride. Your ability to love. Your ability to truly live. The voice spoke, sounding sad. He caught a glimpse of someone in the snow. Hello. Just what are you talking about? He demanded. It looked like a silhouette of a woman, but he couldn't be sure as she seemed to disappear into the flying crow and snow again. Ranger shall die, the woman's voice stated. Quackity froze. Just where the hell did that come from? Immediately his hand went up to pet the little crow on his shoulder. I'd like to see you try and take them. He hissed. Why should you care? They are not truly yours, the voice responded, the tornado of snow seeming to encroach a little more around him, as her silhouette appeared and disappeared just as fast. Mine. He hissed in denial, wings flaring out behind him. Ah, there you are, little nestling. You do have the instincts. Just trained yourself to be human, didn't you? The voice cooed. But sure. Yours for now. Mine, later. You will return what rightfully belongs to me. Despite Phil's efforts, you will prove to him that here is not where you belong. And I will have to agree with you. The voice whispered, in a sad tone. What does this have to do with Ranger? Who even are you? He demanded, this time seeing the woman's silhouette and charging toward it, only for it to vanish in the snow flurries again. A bet was made. Phil wishes to save them and please you. A task that is in vain. She answered, the voices moving to one ear then the other, making him turn around feeling like someone was behind him, to find nothing. You made a bet with that old man. Why not come to me directly? I can assure you I am the king when it comes to making deals. We're too scared? Afraid to even face me like now? He challenged. He meant to sound insulting, but apparently the woman only found humor if her laughter was anything to go by. Oh my! If only you knew, fledgling. If only. There really is no need to be so defensive. I mean you no harm. Merely curious as to whom Phil wishes to open his wings up to. I'm very protective myself, you know. So much so, that I am actually talking to you. But I accept the challenge. Phil will no longer carry the responsibility of the bet, but you. She hummed, and a blast of snow flurries seemed to swirl around his head, blinding him again, as he tried to pick his way where he thought he had seen her silhouette appear again. Something settling on his shoulders beside Ranger at her words. Where are you? He called out again. Oh, fledgling, you have so much to learn. But are you willing to learn it? I hope so. The voice mused. And there was a sensation of fingers carding through his feathers. He smacked at the fingers but only swiped air. I really am rooting for you. The voice whispered, and in a blink the snow was gone, the crows that were flying around were gone. And the black hat that he had been following to begin with sat innocently on the floor, in front of a shrine that was inside a house that he couldn't remembering entering. But then again the snow that was flying around and the birds had practically blinded him where he couldn't even see where he was going. The shrine was covered in runes, with black candles lit with blue flames that slowly dimmed back to a more normal yellow and orange flame. Everything on it looked handcrafted. With the name on the shrine as clear as day. Beloved Goddess, Lady Death. There was a ring on the shrine's altar surrounded by roses, purple roses. Holy Prime. He gasped out. The fucking goddess of death. That shit about Phil is true? He asked, looking to Ranger for answers. The little crow had stayed on his shoulder during the entire time and right now it looked on giddily as it nodded its head. Shit. He cursed. He hadn't thought that the rumor Abel saw and death were real. The man really was in death's favor. I just made a bet against the fucking goddess of death. He breathed out. Ranger chirped an affirmative chirp at him. Fuck. He cursed, hands scrubbing at his face. He really stepped his foot in it this time. He didn't know gods could do that. Before he could work himself up into a panic, something that smelled nice reached his nose that seemed to trigger that bird part of his brain that kept the panic off to the point he could really just stand there and stare at the shrine in shock. It was the crowing coming from a room under the stairs that drew his attention from the shrine and to the cracked open door where a few crows were going in and out of, almost like they were trying to be sneaky, and few on the floor trying to nudge the door shut, while one pulled at the doorstop. The source of the nice smell seemed to be strong in that direction and furthermore had him wondering what was behind the door. The crows that were trying to be sneaky scattered away from him as soon as he neared the door. Even Ranger found their way somehow under his beanie on his head and hiding. He didn't understand why, since the room looked like a normal brewing room. Although Phil did have some weird shit stocked up on the shelves. And apparently was making something, if the lit cauldron and the bubbling brew stands were anything to go by. Quackity bent to the stand that held a bottle that contained an interesting liquid, eyeing the side bottles connected, and narrowing his eyes in suspicion seeing that one held his feather. A large crow swooped down, landing in front of the brewing stand, fanning its wings out, almost like it was trying to hide the bottle. Quackity didn't push, instead standing up and silently looked around the room, eyes locking onto the lectern in the room, holding a very old-looking book. Just what the hell is going on here? He murmured, leaning over the book to read it, only for a crow to fly by and yoink the book from the stand and letting it drop to the floor, where it closed on itself. Quackity eyed the birds in the room. They were all watching him and quietly chattering to each other, even Ranger was chattering under his beanie. I caught the word imprinting. He announced to the flock in the room. His announcement causing a few crow to fly quickly from the room, and for Ranger to go silent. This has something to do with me. He guessed out loud. His eyes, going to the work table and spotting a pendant with his feather on it that just made even more sure about his guess, even if he didn't know what the hell it was supposed to represent. But then his eyes landed on the bundle of buckles and strap on the other end of the table that he immediately recognized. How the hell did this get here? He snarled, going and picking the device up. He was sure he had hidden it. Had stashed it away with the other stuff he was able to scavenge from the rubble of his fallen country. The rest of the crow immediately vacated the room. He didn't like that Phil had it. That it had been found. This was private. This mess of straps and metal were private and his, and no one but him and Jschlatt were supposed to know about it. He had searched long and hard, and it was when he looked through some of his old chests that he had inherited, that he had found his answer. A book that was falling apart. With instruction on a device to train wings to stay flat to the back. He wouldn't have to rely on and waste bandages to keep them down. He couldn't believe his luck, this was so much better than to risk cutting them off. He was quick bring the device from the book to life complete with the suggested runes. Jschlatt, I think I found the answer to our problem. He cheered as he stood in the president's office. He was wearing his finished design of the device. What is it? Jschlatt huffed bored. Quackity quickly took his shirt off and turned, showing off the straps and metal that lined his back. His wings were held tightly to his back and the runes helped his keep a more human-like posture and would let him know if his wings were trying to twitch or move. It was genius. Whoa. What the hell is that? Jschlatt asked, and Quackity couldn't stop the smile on his face when he heard the man get up from his desk to come closer to get a better look. It's shaped like a spine. It's to help with posture. Quackity answered. Turning so Jschlatt could see the front. Instead of doing something risky, I found a book that talked about in the past the Avaans wore this to appear more human and the wings trained to stay in one position. He said, repeating what he read. Well, damn. Put your shirt back on. Jschlatt ordered, Brows pulled tight in thought. Quackity happily followed and turned his back so Jschlatt could see it again. It's like they're not even there. Can you bend in it? Fight. Jschlatt asked, sounding amazed. One way to find out. Quackity grinned as he finished buttoning his shirt. This was the first time in a long while Jschlatt sounded pleased with him. He had done something right for once. Quackity blinked, his vision clear, forcing the tears that want to appear back, as he gripped the device close to his chest. His wings drooping as forgotten emotions showed themselves again. I got to get out of here. He choked out, taking the device with him. Grabbing a satchel that was sitting around and tossing potion and shit in it, just in case he would need supplies, he made sure OT grabbed the potion that was just brewed. Fresh brewed potions worked better, in his opinion. One bottle was a weird blackish color, he wasn't sure what it was but he'd figure that out later. He was grateful that he had a coat and his shoes back finally to be able to venture from the property, and that Phil and everyone seemed to be busy and trusting him not to run anymore. Because this time he wasn't going to get caught. He was leaving, for real this time. Chapter 28. The crows were giving him away. They were following him and screeching, calling out to warn Phil of his escape attempt. He only had a small window before Phil even heard them and showed up to drag him back into the nest. For once he was actually grateful for his wings, for the work Phil had helped him build up. They were flapping behind him without much thought, but he could feel his speed actually picking up with each downward stroke of his wings. Over time his clothes had mysteriously developed slits in the back, so that his wings were out all the time now. It was just a gradual things, like the crows moving his stuff in, but now that he was no longer being subjected to the will of his instincts, he was able to think much clearer and was now noticing all these changes that were being made for him, and he didn't like it. Whether she meant to or not, the goddess of death had gave him the opening he had been waiting for, and he was taking it and was leaving. "Shut up, you stupid birds!" he shouted, turning only to throw sticks and twigs he'd snatched off trees that he passed at the flock following him. It only took a few throws, before Ranger popped their head from under his beanie and croaked at the flock following them, before the horde of crows veered up into the sky and backed the way to Techno's cabin. However, Ranger stayed, and tucked themselves back under his beanie. Some part of Quackity was happy that Ranger stayed, had chose to stay, but he wasn't going to put too much thought on the little bird on his head until he knew he was safe. There's got to be a village here somewhere. I'll take a fucking portal to the nether right now if it comes down to it. He huffed, mostly to try and assure himself that he at least had a destination in mind and not because he had no plan at this moment. 15 more minutes went by before he cleared the trees, and still no village in sight. Damn it! He cursed, coming to stop to catch his breath and to rest for a moment. Phil and Techno were still nowhere in sight, so that had to mean he had a good head start. At least he hoped that was the case. Phil could come swooping down from the sky and he'd never see it coming. Shit, shit, shit. He wheezed, closing his eyes and centering himself. The stupid part of his brain chirping and pushing him to go back. To go back to the nest. To go back where there was someone that cared for him. "Oh, my prime, just be quiet," he shouted, slapping his hands on his face to make that stupid little bird in his brain to be quiet. A sharp screech from above had him flinching and snapping his head up to the sky. His inner self split between happy and fear as his eyes caught sight of Phil in the distance. A part of him happy that Phil was coming for him, and the other afraid of being taken back. He had to make his feet start moving. 2 steps backwards. Quackity. Technoblade's voice shouted, pulling Quackity's attention from the sky to the trees he just left. A flash of red and pink in the thicket and he was running again. It might be a lost cause, with Phil covering the sky, and Techno the ground, but Quackity had the distance. "Mate! Don't run!" Phil's voice called from above, still far away, but getting closer. Quackity didn't bother responding, Too focused on running. Too focused on not letting his instinct make him do a U-turn and back to Techno and Phil. There was no way in hell he was turning around. His wings were beating the air behind him and he would swear he felt his feet leave the ground a few times, but somehow seemed to stumble at the same time and be back on the ground again. There wasn't any time for any of that, it was just his instincts wanting him to obsess with flying, when in reality he couldn't fly. His wings were just useless appendages. He felt so stupid doing all those stupid exercises and jumping off stuff when it was all pointless. From his peripheral he spotted a hand reaching for him and in a split-second decision to serve to the side, had him practically skidding on his feet as his direction changed, just in time to get out of reach from Techno's outreached hand just as Phil dived down, making both almost collide with each other if Phil hadn't banked up at the last second. They had caught up so fast, and Techno was afoot. That fact alone triggered his flight instinct. It made sense that Phil would catch up. But Techno, Quackity would never understand how the man could catch up on the ground. The guy wasn't even that fast, when you watched him. Techno had explained it once and it still didn't make sense. But that close call just reminded Quackity of all the times in battle Techno would just appear behind his next target after stalking them. It didn't matter how chaotic the battle would be. The blood god always got his prey. He was running downhill and he could feel both Techno and Phil breathing down his neck. His lungs aching as he tried to remember to breathe in and out at a steady pace to keep his body going. The wings on his back beating the air behind him. Quackity, stop running. Techno ordered. If he wasn't so determined this time on finally getting away, he would have told Techno to go fuck himself. But he was not wasting his energy for a taunt, he was not stopping. He had to swerve to the right to avoid another lunge grab from Phil, which had him falling from a short drop into the snow and into another forest of trees. However, thanks to reflexes honed from countless battles, he was able to hit the ground still running, though he knew he was going to feel the landing in his legs later. The trees would provide a temporary coverage from Phil. Techno. Phil called from above. I got him, Phil saw. Keep formation. Techno responded, from behind. There was a very loud crunch of snow that signaled the blade was right behind him. Quackity weaved through the trees, trying very hard not to think about how while Phil would have trouble swooping in from above, Techno was an expert hunter on the ground and that's exactly what they were doing, with Quackity as the prey. Another sharp chirp sounded from above, this one more insistent and commanding, that something in his brain immediately made his limbs lock up from shock. The sudden stop sending him falling and rolling in the snow. His wings spreading out behind him as if to help catch himself. Stay down, Quackity. We're going home. Techno said with a growl in his voice, his step slow and methodical as he approached now at a much slower pace, with the sole of his boots crunching in the snow. The blood god, breathing heavy but not as heavy as Quackity was. Red cape billowing out behind him with Filz's shadow circling above flanking his approach. An all too familiar sight. All that was missing was the snarling hounds and the destruction of spawned withers, destroying everything in their path. Quackity scrambled backwards, and onto his feet, hands grabbing at stones from the ground, while his eyes searched for something to throw them at. Throwing the stones at Techno would be like throwing a snowball, and would only annoy the man further. Quackity's eyes spotted a few branches holding snow up. Techno was about to step under them. Throwing the stone in his hand, the rocks hit the weak-looking branches and dropped the snow that been held up until disturbed. Quackity turned just as the snow fell, but knew he improve's plan worked when he heard Techno shout out in rage as a large amount of snow covered him. Quackity. Get back here. He roared. Shit, shit, shit. I'm dead. I am fucking dead. What was I thinking? He hissed under his breath. There was a low tunnel up ahead and this was his chance to use his smaller size to get away, tucking his wings close and letting himself skid onto his side to slide across the snow and into the tunnel as a faster way of getting in. Inside the tunnel, the friction of snow turning to dirt stopping his slide to allow him to continue crouched deeper into the tunnel. Just as the sound of wings reached his ears, Phil had landed. The crunching of snow signaling Techno was close too. He went in there. Phil's voice said with a chirp that pulled at the little bird his Quackity's brain. I know, I seen him. Techno grunted from the entrance. Quackity felt safe enough with how far in was into the small tunnel to look back and see both Phil and Techno watching him. Fledgling, come out. I don't know what happened, but come out and let's talk about it. Phil crooned, blue eyes wide and pleading. If the tunnel would allow it, Quackity was sure the feathers on his wings would fluff up as his hissed in disapproval at Phil, but that would be giving into his instinct that Phil had been triggering this whole time. So out of spite he didn't do that. Instead his flipped the man off, before turning his back and continuing deeper. You know where this goes? Phil's voice asked, getting further and further away as Quackity continued moving. No. And you can't fit in there. Your wings are too big. Techno's faint answer was barely heard. Another sharp and insistent chirp rang into the tunneling, echoing in Quackity's brain, and he almost turned around, his throat closed up as he almost answered with his own. Two more insistent chirps followed close behind. The words, come back. Safe. Flock. Safe. Safe. Elder. Safe, bouncing into his head. He had to cover his head to try and ward off the pull those chirps had. They were a lie. The bird in his brain was a lie. That was not what those chirps meant. He scurried through the cramped space of the tunnel as fast as he could and was thankful when it started to open up to where he could stand instead of crouching, and was even more relieved when the tunnel opened up to the outside. It meant that he wasn't going to be stuck underground, but that also meant there was a good chance that Phil or Techno could be waiting on the other side. He stepped out cautiously and shook his wings out, his head swiveling this way and that just to make sure Phil and Techno weren't around. It seemed like the tunnel was a shortcut, because in front of him just a few yards away looking over the cold ocean was a nether portal, with a chest sitting beside it. Which wasn't uncommon to see. The sound of crunching snow signaled Techno was near, and Quackity made a beeline for the portal. He could lose them in the nether. It was easy to hide in the nether. He only slowed when he was just a few steps away from it. He didn't hear any footsteps rushing to chase him. He didn't hear the flapping of wings either. Curious but also with caution, Quackity dared to look back. Techno stood on top on the tunnel's entrance, where Quackity had just been. The blood god's face set in a neutral expression as he looked at Quackity. Red eyes boring deep into his soul. It made his skin itch, like there were more eyes than Techno's watching him. Like he was surrounded and he didn't know it. He did a quick glance to the sky and found Phil was nowhere to be seen or heard. We split up. Phil is headed to check the village. Techno announced in a neutral tone. I took a wild guess where you might end up. He added, almost like an afterthought. Quackity, upon hearing that Techno had pinpointed his destination before he even knew himself, felt a shiver run down his spine and he found himself taking hesitated steps back. Red eyes zeroed in, on his hesitated movement toward the portal. I'm tired of chasing you. And Phil is only going to lose himself to his own instincts doing so. He said. And pointed a hand to the chest past Quackity. I have fire resistance potions in there and gold for trade. Quackity, if you come back, and if Phil still wants you to stay, I will not let you get away again. This is the second time I let you go. There will not be a third. He said, in a gruff voice. I will let Phil know you got away. But I will not stop him if he chases you. Be smart about your head start. You'll need it. Techno chuckled like he found something in those words funny, before he turned and walked away. Quackity found himself frozen until Techno's silhouette was gone. Once he couldn't see him anymore, it was like someone hit the play button. Quackity was quick to go for the chest and taking all the fire resistance and gold he could carry, and jumped into the nether portal. The nether was easy to traverse, having been built in with bridged and walkways and signs to the other portal and where the led to. It barely took a day. No one seemed to be chasing him anymore. But he found he couldn't breathe easy until he stepped out of the nether and onto the destroyed and crumbling land of El Manberg. He let himself go to a barely held up bench and slouched onto it. Letting his body rest, his wings slouching behind him as well, the muscles twitching like he had overexerted them doing an intense exercise or something. He did it. He got away. He was finally free of Phil's talk about instincts and shit. Movement on his head under his beanie had him flinching and pulling it off to reveal Ranger, who stretched their neck to look him in the eyes. He had almost forgotten the little crow was up there. Hi. He breathed out. Ranger twittered at him, flapping their wings as if to ruffle his hair before taking to the air. Still twittering at him, and tilting their head this way and that. I'm fine. I just didn't think I'd get away. He reassured the crow. Don't rat me out this time. He scolded as an afterthought. The little crow just looked away and flew to a flagpole that held the tattered flag of his fallen country and chirped at him. I can't go back to the house. They knew where that is. I got to find somewhere else. He mumbled, watching as the little crow fluttered around like they were taking in the ruined country Quackity had brought them to. Quackity let out another breath and let his head lean back and closed his eyes. He should be happy he got away. That Technoblade had given up the chase. That Phil had went the wrong direction. This was a win for him. So why did he feel upset about it? Why did he suddenly feel lonely? Chapter 29. It had been a couple of days now and no one had came for him. Quackity wasn't sure if he was relieved or disappointed. Or maybe his new hideout was just the good. Who would think to look for him within the ruins of what was left of the presidential office of El Manberg? It had taken some digging, but he had been able to find the hidden room he and Jschlatt used when it was time to pull out his feathers. The room was mostly untouched, besides the obvious dust from lack of use. But the thing that was driving him nuts was the heavy dust that floated in the air, seemed to embed themselves in his feathers, making them feel like the ants were back and crawling on the hidden skin. He did try and distract himself, by fixing up the room. Even made a bed that he ended up tearing apart and putting back together, because the bed just felt weird to sleep in now. It was like weeks of sleeping in a nest had somehow been ingrained in his head that beds were no longer capable of being the best place to sleep. But he wasn't going to build a nest. He didn't need a nest. A bed worked just fine. He bit at his thumbnail as he glared at the piece of furniture. It was a comfy-looking bed. It made no sense why he couldn't make himself sleep in it. Ranger, who was perched on the bar Quackity had once used to hold himself still for the removal of his feathers, made a croaking sort of noise. I don't need a nest. Humans don't sleep in nests. He shushed the bird. Ranger made a hissing noise. I am human. Phil just fucked with my head, that's all. He conditioned me. He scoffed, going to the bed and beating the pillow to try and get it fluffier. Midway through, stopping to run his hand over the blankets he had gathered. All soft and fluffy material that would keep him warm, material that would make a great nest. A strangled noise escaped him, sounding like a warble he heard Phil make before, surprising him so much he slapped a hand over his mouth to stop the sound. Eyes snapping to Ranger, who was looking at him with a tilted head. Shut up. He snapped, even thought the little bird had made no sound. He reached his hand over his shoulder to try and reach the base of his wing, a need to scratch an itch that just seemed to grow the longer he went without preening. He couldn't remember going so long without fingers card and preening and chasing the pinching and itching away, when he was with Phil. Ranger, seeing his struggle, flitted over and combed their beak through some of the feathers. While comforting, the little crow was just too small to really help Quackity take care of his wings. Thanks, but it's not enough. He grunted, going to the wall of the room, pressing his back against the concrete and rubbing his wings harshly against them, wincing when a few were pulled out from the treatment. It hurt, but it took the itching away too. Ranger twittered, doing circles in the room, pausing every now and then at the door. Before repeating the process. It's not safe out there. They could still be looking. Just a little longer, then I'll let you out. Quackity shook his head. The little crow screeched, driving at his head and yanking at his hair with their talons, before circling the room again, then to the door. Quackity rubbed where his hair had been pulled, hesitating. He had been wary about letting Ranger back outside without. Ranger was Phil's crow. There was nothing stopping the little crow from flying back to the crow hybrid. Now Quackity wasn't worried about Ranger giving his location up, he was more worried about Ranger not returning. He didn't want to risk losing the little crow. Ranger perched on the door's handle and stared at Quackity when he made no movement. And somehow the little crow seemed to be giving puppy dog eyes to him. Will you come back? He dared to ask. Ranger nodded their head once. Taking a deep breath and pushing the part of him away that didn't want to let Ranger out, Quackity went and opened the door. Ranger flying out the moment the door cracked open with a happy trill. Behind him Quackity's wings flapped a few times, watching the little crow disappear from the rubble they were hidden under and disappear. Another strangled warble forced its way from Quackity's throat. He was truly alone now. He didn't want to be alone again. But Ranger would come back. The little crow always came back. It was people that never came back. They never stayed. Closing the door, Quackity went to lay down on his bed. Twisting and grappling to try and get comfortable while he waited for Ranger to return. Unable to lay where he wasn't crushing his wings. They seemed bulkier after his stay with Phil. No longer thin, where they could lay flat against his back. Hissing in agitation kicked everything from the bed frame. Mattress. Pillow. Blankets. All of it. He ended up dumping them onto the floor. Finding himself in the middle and the pile and pushing them until he was surrounded by softness and warmth. This was better. Not as comfy and warm as Phil's nest, but this was better than the bed he'd been trying to sleep on for the past few days. He would lay there for a few minutes and then fix the bed up again. He could go back to acting like he was supposed to. He just had to undo what Phil did. His eyes trailed to the device he made long ago where he had it sitting on a shelf. I got to undo what he did to me. He mumbled, pushing himself up slowly, his wings rustling behind him, opening and closing them for hopefully the last time. Crows. Ranger circled El Manberg a few times, enjoying the fresh air that had been denied to them, after Quackity decided to hide in an underground room that smelled of old blood. They didn't like that room. After a few laps, they were joined by a few of their flock. Found you. Ranger, where is fledgling? Dad's sad. Worried. Come back soon. Brian very upset. They chattered to them. Ranger spotted a silhouette sitting in the middle of the ruined country. And glided down. Wilbur was standing relaxed on a crumbling building, holding out his hand for the little crow to come perch on, as the little flock that had accompanied him circled and chatted away. Brian soon arrived, settling himself on Wilbur's shoulder, otherworldly blue eyes looking the little crow up and down. Well, you're the little crow assigned to Quackity. I must be close then. Wilbur smirked, showing a bit of teeth. Ranger nodded. Mind telling me where he hid himself? He inquired with a tilt of his head. Ranger clicked their beak at Wilbur, shaking out their feathers. No. No? Well, okay. Fair enough, I guess. Wilbur shrugged. Phil's worried. The avian train asterisking device disappeared with him. Does he have it? He asked. Ranger nodded. Device is bad. Evil. Fledgling shouldn't be near it. It needs to be destroyed. The flock chattered, gliding around. Wilbur's face closed off in a more serious expression. I see. Well. I guess it's not really any of our business anymore whether he wears it or not, it needs to be destroyed. He said, starting to pet Ranger on the head. I'm curious on what he plans to do now. Wilbur mused, gently pushing he little crow off his hand. I best be going now. I left Tommy over in former Pogtopia. I'm sure he's found some trouble to get into by now. Later Ranger. I'll be back again to keep searching for Dad's lost fledgling. He saluted as he walked away. Brian, leaving Wilbur's shoulder to stay behind, hovered just over Ranger, and ruffling their feathers with his beak. Home, now? He demanded. I'm staying. Ranger twittered, with a shake of their head, gliding out from under the otherworldly crow, so to face him. Brian didn't look too happy. He didn't like one of his younger ones doing something so risky. While he couldn't stop them, he was still supposed to keep an eye on them. Ranger was flying around the larger crow, pleadingly, because they all knew that Brian could enforce his will on them should he choose to. Please, 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 Ranger pleaded. Brian tracking the little crow's movements easily. I will come back in 2 days. Brian croaked, nudging the little crow with his head to stop its circling. Be here. And then began to follow after Wilbur, taking the little flock around them with him as he went. Bye, bye. We'll be back. Take care of the fledgling. The rest of the flock chattered as they flew away. Ranger decided now was a good time to return to Quackity. They knew he was having a hard time now that Phil wasn't around to help him navigate through his instinct. Ranger had hoped Quackity would come flying with them. His wings were strong now, and should be able to lift him into the air. The crow father had did well, tending to the fledgling wings. Now all Quackity had to do was want to fly. They weaved their way through the rubble to the hidden door Quackity had uncovered, landing on the door's handle and pecking at the wood. Open up. It's me. They crowed. After a few minutes the door opened up just a crack. Oh good, you're back. Quackity said, relief clear in his voice, as Ranger flew into the little room. Ranger chirped out happy little greeting to Quackity as they settled on their previous perch, but the chirp were cut off and they looked closely to the fledgling. Where are your wing? They made a warbling sound. Turning to look for the strange mess of straps that made up the evil of an training device only to find it gone. You didn't. They warbled out again. Oh, stop looking at me like that. It's fine. I just got to train them to stay flat again. Quackity said with a wave of his hand like he was trying to wave away the little crow's concern. As he began picking apart the small nest of blankets from the floor and placing them back on the bed frame. Ranger glowered at Quackity, who had his back turned. They weren't going to stand for this type of behavior. Just because Quackity was away from the nest didn't mean Ranger was going to let him hurt himself again. Quackity was going to take the training device off. And Ranger was going to make him. Quackity. A few days later, and Quackity felt like he was going to go mad. The training device didn't fit like it had before, and was pinching, and he couldn't seem to get his wings to stop twitching, whenever he moved now, which activated the runes on the device. And worst of all, his wings were itchy, everywhere. He had started slamming his back against the wall again like in during the first few months when they had first sprouted. Then there was Ranger. The little crow wouldn't let him sleep, not that he could with his wings cramping up in the straps. But the Ranger wouldn't be quiet. They were always screeching at him and using their talons to pull at his shirt of hair, whenever he tried to block them out. Shut up already? I haven't sleep in 3 fucking days for fuck's sakes. He shouted, swatting the little crow away. Ranger just hissed at him, gliding away from his hand, before landing next to his satchel that was sitting on a random block of stone. I am not going to sit here and just give in. I worked too hard to stay normal to let it all go down the drain. He argued, at the little crow. Not that I expect you to understand. You're just an animal. You are bird not human, so how could you understand? Now let me sleep. He continued to shout, fists balling at his side as he sat on his bed. His bed that he refused to deconstruct again to make a fucking nest. At the end of his rant, Ranger's eyes seemed to widen before turning into a sharp glare. The little crow's feathers rising with their wings lifted slightly as they gave one final hiss, before flying to the door and pecking at it. Screeching at Quackity when he didn't get up right away. "Fine. Go," he snapped, swinging the door open. Ranger turning to look at him with glassy-looking beady black eyes one more time before shooting out the door. Quackity let the door slam shut, slamming his back against it, because his wings were just so itchy. It was after talking a few calming breaths did it hit him that Ranger's eyes looked glassy, because the little crow had been crying. He had made Ranger cry. Chapter 30. Crows. Ranger was flying around with no real destination in mind. Just circling the land, joined by their flock. Everyone just chatting about the day. About what they had seen. What the people of the land was up to and which information would be best to relay back to Filtsa. That is what they did. They reported what they find or seen, so the crow father would not be caught off guard. So no danger would befall him or those he loved. Today Brian was flying with them listening to everything. And Ranger made sure to give a full report on Quackity. Yelled at you. What does he mean? Wouldn't understand. Not human. Just a bird. How rude. He put the device on. Oh no. Sad. I'm on the fence with feeling right now. Bad fledgling. Should we tell them where to find him? I vote yes. No. Really, he basically just insulted all of us. I vote yes. Yes. Would that solve anything though? Ranger shook their head at the chatter of the rest of the flock looking to Brian for a direct answer. For Brian out of all of them was the one to stay with Crow Father with no break for reincarnation, so Brian was the most experienced when taking on an active role in someone's life. Ranger and the flock were just companions. Watchers. Guides sometimes. Brian was for forever. Nothing good will come from fighting. He is not the Crow Father. You must remember that. Was all Brian croaked out before leaving the flock to return to Phil. Ranger tilted their head in confusion. That was not the answer they were particularly looking for. But then they themselves and the flock never made sense most of the time. They decided that flying around a bit longer would be better. It would give them and Quackity both time to cool their heads, and hopefully that device would be gone too. They were just trying to help, the device was the root of the problem. Although, they really felt bad about getting upset, with Quackity's words. But they wouldn't trade being a crow of the Crow Father for nothing. They didn't regret their decision to stay with Fiza, and becoming one of Lady Death's messengers. Quackity. Ranger hadn't came back yet. He was waiting and waiting, and the longer Ranger didn't return the less he was able to focus on the tasks at hand. His bed was shattered, even with the device on, his wings bothered him. They itched. They pinched. They were too big for the device that they felt crushed and his shoulder blades felt like they were being pushed inward and if he slouched the strap around his neck and the metal pieces aligned with his spine cut off breathing. But he wasn't taking it off. He had to get his wings back to just staying flat. To just not move. And then he would be able just go back to pretending that he didn't have wings. It was simple. So simple. Now if only Ranger would come back he'd be able to focus. Ranger's presence would have at least calmed him, and he'd be able to stay on task of figuring out the potions he had taken from Phil's stash. But Ranger hadn't come back. Unable to take it anymore. To see his pitiful nest made of the shattered bed empty. Ranger should be in it. His instincts were yelling, screeching in his brain, that things were wrong. Wrong. Quackity scooped the potions back in the bag and slung it over his shoulder and yanked the door to the small room and ran out. He had to get Ranger and bring him back. He shouldn't have let the little crow back to begin with. Of course the creature would fly back to Phil. He was so stupid. Ranger. He called, wincing when his wings twitched in their confinements. Ranger, come back. He pleaded, running through the ruins of El Manberg. Eyes searching the sky, searching for any signs of the crow. Not pausing as he bumped harshly against stones and pipes that were jutted from the ground. He made a mad dash under some water that was falling from a busted pipe, grunting when his feathers got soaked. But that didn't matter at the moment. Ranger was missing. He had to bring them back. The sound of crows had his instinct-driven brain steering himself toward the sound. Crows meant Ranger might be there. A scratchy sound escaped him as he got closer. Ranger had to be close. Jumping over some rumble only to skid to a stop. There was a circle of crows all right, but they were flying and sitting around Wilbur and Tommy. Come on sunshine, give me a baby bird peep. Wilbur was coaxing, hands carding through Tommy's fluffy feathers. Quackity winced as his own wings twitched against the device. Fuck off. I'll make you peep like a baby bird if you keep, peep. Fuck. Tommy hissed. Fledgling. Baby. The word popped in Quackity's brain at the sound. He almost instinctively moved forward. Because giving up his position was not something he wanted to do. Wilbur looked delighted. Now we just got to get you to do that a few more times and you'll be the perfect bait. Tommy hissed again. Let go. He snapped, a fluffy wings flicking from Wilbur's hand and smacking him in the face as the teen stood up. I'm not a baby. I'm a big man. A way bigger man than you, prick. He hissed. Wilbur was laughing, a hand rubbing where the wings had hit. Come on Toms. You know an avian can't ignore a fledgling's call. You call Phil, me, and Techno. What the difference now, you are a fledgling after all. He shrugged. Sneaking a hand back on the teen's wings again. Peep. Fucking hell. Stop that. I do not call for you guys. And Quackity isn't flock. Tommy hissed, this time clocking Wilbur with a fist, and turning away. That second peep, and Quackity's croak out a sound, his brain again shouting fledgling. Baby. And of course the crows would all shut up at the same time so he could be heard. Oh, I think the trap's been sprung. Wilbur said, shushing a fuming Tommy. Come out Quackity. We know you're there. Quackity was very thankful that Wilbur wasn't facing the way where he was hiding. He made sure to stay perfectly still. No? Okay then. I bet your wings are very itchy right about now. Isn't it lonely with no one to be there and care for them? No one to help reach those hard-to-reach areas. The pinching has to be unbearable right about now. Wilbur continued, walking around his and Tommy's little camp. Still don't want to come out? That's fine. And Quackity could see the smirk on the bastard's face. You can stay where you are. I don't mind preening Tommy in front of you. Tommy didn't look too impressed. You're a bastard. The teen said. I know. But aren't your wings a little messy? Come on sunshine, let me fix them. I messed them up a bit earlier. Wilbur motioned for Tommy to come to him. Tommy rolled his eyes but still turned his back to Wilbur. And Quackity winced again when his wings twitched again. Wilbur's fingers carded gently through Tommy's wings. Quackity could zero in on where the misplaced feathers were. And Tommy seemed to melt at Wilbur's touch. Quackity could feel the phantom fingers in his own wings and even couldn't tear his eyes away from the preening session. And it lasted for a long time. Until finally Wilbur finished with Tommy. I think that's enough. Odds are he's gone by now. Wilbur announced, gently rubbing the fixed feathers. Tommy looked glazed over, still lost to his own instincts. Quackity felt jealousy course through him. He missed the feeling of clean wings. You good Toms? Wilbur asked, guiding the teen to sitting down. Quackity shook his head, trying to snap himself out of the stupor he got in. Gritting his teeth, ashamed of himself that he let himself grit sucked into his instincts at just the sight of preening. especially from Wilbur and Tommy. He started backing up ready to leave and continue his search for Ranger. "Oh. Hello, Ranger, right?" Wilbur said, and that had Quackity pausing, his eyes tracking as the little crow wearing a bow glided down and onto Wilbur's waiting hand. "I think you missed him, little birdie," Wilbur cooed. A quiet hiss ghost past Quackity's lips as he watched Ranger willingly stay in Wilbur's hand. Ranger should be flying away from Wilbur, not willingly going to him. Ranger was his. Only his. He knew it was a bad idea to let the little crow roam around. It would leave him the first chance it got. He was moving before he knew he was, body tackling Wilbur and snatching the startled crow from him. "They're mine," he hissed out, delivering a kick to the gut to Tommy, who had jumped up, and a swift uppercut to the gut to Wilbur. Winding both and making a run for it with a screaming little crow in his hands. "Hey!" Tommy shouted. But Quackity wasn't listening. He couldn't stop, or they would take Ranger away. Or Ranger would go away. At least that is what his brain was telling him. He didn't stop until he was back in his hidden room, slamming the door shut, and went straight to his small little makeshift nest and hunkered down in it. Hands petting and combing through Ranger's feathers. The little crow no longer screaming in his hands, but still wiggling. "Stop it!" he hissed. Ranger giving him a side-eyed look, but stilling. "I should have known you would have gone back to them." "Back to Phil? I shouldn't have let you out," Quackity hissed. Ranger tilted their head, making a small noise. "I'm not going to let you go," he vowed. "No more flying around. No more Wilbur or Tommy. And no going back to Phil," he said, bring the crow close to his face so they were eye to eye. The little crow's eyes widened, head rearing back slightly. And for a moment they were both still. Then the little crow pecked at his hands. He automatically let the little crow go. Ranger flying around the room, screeching in anger before settling on a piece of high rubble that was in the room. "I don't care. You mine. Now get in the nest," he hissed. Ranger hissed back, feathers ruffled, before turning their back on him instead of doing what was order of them. Apparently deciding to ignore Quackity, instead of listening. Which irked Quackity a bit. But that didn't matter, the little crow would come around sooner or later. They would see that Quackity was better to be around than Phil. "We'll see how long you can stay up there. You're going to come around at some point," Quackity snarled. Turning his back on the little crow too. Pulling his bag of potions to him and began to rifle through them. He needed to figure out what was what. Phil. He might have overdid it. He might have also got lost to his instincts too. It happens. The potion was also probably not a good idea to make when thinking with instincts. But now it was gone, and it was no secret that Quackity had probably swiped it. That was also not good. And magic was very powerful, and knowing that Quackity had it meant it was more dangerous. He hoped the young avian wouldn't use it. That potion was meant for 2 people. Phil shuddered to think what would happen if Quackity drank the whole potion himself. The side effects could mean death. But Techno letting Quackity leave was the right decision, and he wasn't going to chase the avian. Not long after, Wilbur had dragged Tommy off somewhere, and Phil kind of hoped that it wasn't to chase down Quackity. Quackity had the right to choose. Phil had mostly accomplished what he wanted. Quackity was mostly able to listen to his instincts, and his wings were healthy. The only thing he hadn't been able to do was get him to fly. Ranger the crow assigned to Quackity had went with him, and according to Jschlatt, Ranger and Quackity had disappeared. "Phil. You're brooding," Techno commented from the couch. "Just worried. Jschlatt hasn't seen them." He sighed. "What's to be worried about? You and Mumsa made up. She apologized and you apologized. The crow is going to live. They always come back anyway. You know that. Jschlatt loves you. That crow is probably just making sure Quackity doesn't do anything regrettable." And Wilbur and Tommy are probably off torturing someone. Techno shrugged. All in all, I think everything is turned out okay, all right. I guess. Something just doesn't feel right. He took the device with him. What if he put it on? Phil asked, eyes narrowing at the thought. Then that is his choice. Though I wished he left it so it could be destroyed. But what can you do? Rip it off his back. Techno said jokingly, without much humor to behind the words. A hint of a growl in his tone. Blue eyes and red eyes stared at each other. The two not saying a word as silence settled around them. Both gauging the other's reaction on their next move. Chapter 31. Ranger was being difficult. The little crow was still perched up high. No matter how much Quackity told them to get down and to come into the nest with him, the little crow just hissed and screeched at him. Quackity had even resorted to making two bird sounds he been trying not to make before he remembered the device stopped those two, reminding him that it wasn't right to make those sounds. He did try to distract himself with the potions he took from Phil. He was able to identify a few health potions and slowness potions, but it was the one that was black in color that confused him. He had tried to ask Ranger, but again the little crow had refused to acknowledge him. This wouldn't be so bad if you just quit pouting. He hissed out to the crow. Ranger hissed again. You don't need to go flying. I don't need to fly, so quit it already. He said, a little snippy, but he was tired, he was sore, his wings were sore. And they were out of food now. I got to go get food. You stay here, he said, going to the door, taking the bag of potions with him. He opened the door slowly and closed it fast, when he spotted Ranger trying to fly out. Ranger screeched when the door slammed in their face. You're not going back to Phil. He snarled out, watching as the crow went back to its perch. Ranger screeched at him again. You don't belong with him anymore, he snapped. Ranger didn't respond, looking hunched over, eyes locked onto Quackity, feathers raised. All movement stopped. Quackity maintained eye contact for a moment longer, before feeling like his point got across did he turn his back to reopen the door. He was halfway out, when a black streak flew past him. Get back here, Ranger, he snarled, chasing after the little crow. Ranger didn't stop, nor looked back. Quackity was not going to lose the crow though. No way. Not when Ranger was his. His and only his. He vaulted over rubble and debris uncaring when they crumbled under his feet. Ranger was getting higher and so Quackity followed, climbing higher and higher on the rubble. Wheezing for breath but not stopping. He was running out of time to catch the little crow though. He was going to run out of rubble to where he would be able to follow. Ranger, he snarled, and as he came to the edge of a fallen building he jumped. Hand outreached as he snatched the crow by the wing, causing Ranger to screech in surprise and something more, as they both fell a good 20 feet from the ground. His wings trying to snap open but stopped by the device, sending shock waves of pain through him as the runes activated. He shouted as he hit the ground, trying to angle his body where the landing would hurt as much, until he rolled to a stop on his side. He lay there breathing hard, face in the dirt. His lungs shakily taking in air that had been knocked out of him. Now that was a bad landing. Wilbur's voice commented off to the side. Groaning Quackity, slowly picked himself up, and looked where Wilbur was standing, and hissed a warning at him. He expected to see that sickly-looking smile Wilbur always did when finding humor in others' pain, but instead the man was frowning and looking not at Quackity, but underneath him. Quackity followed Wilbur's eyes and stared in shock at Ranger. He had landed on top of Ranger after he had grabbed them. Well, shit. Wilbur cursed. No. Quackity chirped, whimpering as the runes activated again. Ranger. Brian and a few other crows appeared, landing just out of reach of Quackity's shadow that still hovered over the still crow. Brian being the one to step close and nudge the little crow and making a croaking sound as he looked at Quackity, sharp otherworldly blue eyes narrowing. It was enough to make Quackity scramble away. His brain unable to comprehend what he was looking at. Because Ranger wasn't moving. Q, just breath, Wilbur cautioned, taking a slow step forward. Ranger, aye, Quackity said, breath leaving him, as his chest heaved. Brian screeched, this time more accusingly, while the crows that had gathered around stayed quiet, looking at Quackity with their beady eyes, unnaturally focused on him. I didn't mean they're not. They're not. He rambled. Brian hissed. Wings arched and feathers raised. Brian. Calm down now. He's Wilbur said, hands up in surrender almost. Quackity made to reach for Ranger. They're not. I can. Ranger no, he rambled, the words coming out in a stutter with how fast he was saying them. Brian's hissing turned into a demonic screech as he clicked his beak threateningly at Quackity's hand, drawing blood before he could pull back from the bite. The sound leaving the larger crow, making Quackity close his mouth. Something in his brain telling him that he was in danger. Brain. Come on now. You know he didn't mean it. Wilbur said, in a whisper. Quackity stayed frozen, suddenly realizing that Wilbur sounded scared. Brain shook his head and with a stomp of his foot, began to grow in front of Quackity's eyes. His breathing stuttered to a halt as he watched the usually normal-sized otherworldly crow grew to tower over him. Oh shit. Who pissed off Brian? Tommy's voice shouted as the teen hopped over so rubble to stand next to Wilbur shushed him. But Tommy. Wilbur shushed again, slapping a hand over the teen, and angling his head to where he could see the little crow still on the ground. Shit. Tommy shouted from behind Wilbur's hand. Brian hissed again, staring down at Quackity with a glare visible in his eyes. Quackity, you need to back away. Slowly. Wilbur instructed. Tommy ripped his face from Wilbur's hand. Like that's going to help him. He blurted. Brian clicked his beak, making the two to be quiet as well. His giant wings and beating the air to lift him up as he scooped Ranger up, the little crow disappearing in his beak. Quackity felt a whine leave his throat, feeling very much like he was getting scolded, and suddenly realizing why Technoblade and Wilbur had been scared of Brian weeks ago. The flock of crows around them finally breaking their silence and taking to the sky with Brian, and the giant crow reached his talons toward Quackity. Quackity found his body moving on its own, trying to scramble away from the giant talon. Shouting in surprise when they wrapped around him and lifted him up in the air. Quackity in mid-panic only paid a few seconds of attention to watch as the other leg of the crow seemed to scoop up Wilbur and Tommy. Oh, great. Now we're in fucking trouble too. Tommy cursed. What's? Where, let me, Ranger, I have to Quackity gasped out, struggling in the giant talons. Freezing when those talons tightened, seemingly in warning. Brian's grip making the device wrapped around him press painfully into his skin. Relax Big Q, he's just taking us home. Tommy shouted from the other talon. Around them the smaller crows followed, swarming around them as Brian flew. His giant wings carrying them much faster and further through the air, that Quackity barely had time to shake himself back to his senses before he was dropped to the ground covered in snow. What fuck? Phil's voice shouted nearby. What are you guys doing here? Techno's questioned. Quackity made to pick himself up to run his satchel strap with the potion held tightly in one hand, in a white knuckle grip, because he didn't want to be back here. He didn't want to be brought back to Phil, where the man would try and strengthen the bird instinct in him. He barely made it to his knees when a large talon foot, belonging to Brian, pressed him back down with a hiss. We were looking for Quackity. Wilbur answered. Quackity watched as he and the teen were left to walk and stand freely. But it seems there may have been an accident. That's a fucking understatement of the century. Tommy murmured. only for Wilbur to elbow the teen. What? What happened? Phil screeched. Quackity saw the man take 2 steps in their direction and a whine left him. He wasn't sure if it was for Phil, or because of the fact that he was back and trapped under a giant crow. However, it was Brian that he stopped at, as the giant crow dumped the still unmoving form of Ranger into Phil's hands. "Oh, shit," Phil whispered, sympathy leaking into his tone. "Oh, mate." The crow hybrid's eyes looking to Quackity. "What happened?" he asked. Quackity wasn't sure if he was supposed to answer or not, but in the end it didn't matter. His instincts or fucking fried is what happened. Tommy answered instead, earning another elbow from Wilbur. "What? I'm right? He looks feral," he defended. "Will, you and Tommy go back to the house," Phil said, shooing the two away. Techno seemed comfortable hanging back, only watching. Brian was screeching and flapping his giant wings, and only the barest of pressure added on Quackity, as the giant crow leaned his head down to glare at Quackity with those otherworldly eyes. "Quackity," Phil called, followed by a chirp. Without thinking, Quackity answered back with a pleading chirp, before he was reminded of the device on him, by the runes activating. A sob left him as he reached to cover his mouth, to stop any more chirps. He hadn't meant to do that. He hadn't meant to answer Phil. He hadn't meant to hurt Ranger. Ranger who was, that he killed. "Oh, fledgling. What did you do?" Phil asked, face melting into one of sadness. Still holding Ranger as he knelt to the ground. His sharp blue eyes darkening a bit, seeing the runes glowing on the leather peeking out at his neck. "How about we get you out of that, mate?" he suggested. Quackity shook his head. He didn't want to take it off. If he took it off, he would lose. He would lose himself to his instinct, and it was game over. Phil frowned and let out an agitated sounding sigh. "Get that off of him," he ordered, eyes going to Brian, before looking down at the crow in his hands. "Then take him to your nest. Let him stay with you and the flock for a bit," Phil said, seeming to come to a decision. Eyes trailing down to Ranger, who laid in his hands. Quackity felt his heart pick up at Phil's words. He wasn't going to come and take him back to Techno's house. He was giving him over to Brian, who was now a giant crow. A frightened screech left him as the talons holding him down pressed in bit more as the tip of a beak ripped through the back of his shirt, and gripping the metal along his back and pulling. It hurt. And choked him, and when Brian removed his talons from holding him down, Quackity found himself lifted up into the air, dangling just by the device wrapped around his body. "P-Fi-" he shouted, half choked, and breathless as the talons reached to wrap around him again, the points poking at him, ripping through the shirt on him, tearing the rest of it away. "Unless you will take it off willingly, I will not stop Brian from ripping it from your body," Phil answered, in a chilly calm voice. "I don't want to do things the hard way, but I will not tolerate that thing." He hissed the last part. "I'll do it." Quackity choked. He was lowered to the ground and let go. For extra measure, Brian nudged him a bit harshly toward Phil, who still wasn't looking at him. Shivering in the cold and a little from the uncertainty of the situation, Quackity began unbuckling the straps around him. At least Phil wasn't acting like a mother hen anymore, although a part of him missed it. Missed the safety Phil's nest gave. The feeling of a flock. But seemed more focused on Ranger. He tossed it a bit in front of him just so not to give the giant crow behind him any reason to pick him back up. With the device gone, he could practically feel that bird part of his brain resurface stronger than ever, being unable to take his eyes off of Ranger in Phil's hands the whole time. His wings stretching and flapping a bit behind in almost automatically, the air ruffling through his feathers, cooling them, from when he had them trapped underneath his shirt. Some of the bones popping at the movement. He let out a breath as his back muscles relaxed now that his posture wasn't being held firm anymore. the stress melting from his entire body and leaving him feeling exhausted. All he wanted right now was a safe nest, surrounded by a flock that would take care of him as rest. Like Ranger. And Phil, who was holding Ranger. But Ranger was his. And Ranger was hurt. Quackity found himself taking a few steps forward to get closer, letting out quiet chirps, pleading for Phil to give Ranger back. Because Phil knew. Phil would understand that Quackity needed Ranger. They're dead. Phil spoke, soft and quiet, still not looking at Quackity. Still holding Ranger. And not moving to give the little crow back. Give them back. Quackity said, and he didn't care if it sounded like he was pleading. He needed Ranger. He could make it better. Phil was wrong. Right. No, Phil answered, turning his back to Quackity. I want you to go with the flock for now. I will come to you when I have destroyed that thing. Maybe they can teach you what I cannot. It was then that Techno moved, coming forward and past Phil to pick up the device from the snow, and without so much as a word to Quackity, began to leave the area as well. They will treat you well until I come for you. You will be safe with them. Quackity made to lunge and grab the still crow from Phil's hands as large talons wrapped around him again, lifting him in the sky again. Brian and the other crows, taking to the sky again, leaving Quackity nothing more to do than to screech, upset at being denied Ranger. The feeling of betrayal and hurt consuming him, as he watched shocked as Phil got further and further away. A tiny peep escaping him in a plea to the crow hybrid before he was truly out of sight. His vision cut off by thousands of black crows that swarmed Brian and Quackity as they flew. Chapter 32. Phil sighed mournfully as he wrapped the little crow in some cloth. His crows have always been with him. Even before his wings. Before Kristen. Before he earned the title Angel of Death. They have been there at the start of his journey. Maybe not as they are now, but his affinity with the birds have always found him in their company. They were there and rejoiced when he and Kristen joined in union and have been with him ever since. He hardly blinked when the crows rejoined the end, returning to Kristen in wait of reincarnation. The flock of crows so large that reincarnation was the only way to not cheat the natural way of life. But this death. Ranger's death. This death was one that struck something deep within him. Maybe it was because they were a young soul. It was rare for the young to fall so early in their life. Maybe because Ranger meant so much to Quackity and Phil couldn't stop his instinct from seeing the duck hybrid as a fledgling. To see an avian hurt themselves was not something that he could merely look away and do nothing. Phil, sorry to interrupt your brooding over there, but can we hurry this up? Wilbur asked, from where he was leaning on top of Tommy, his arms wrapped around the teen's torso, keeping his arms pinned, so he was unable to reach the blindfold tied around his eyes. They had all agreed to not let Tommy lay eyes on the device. Much to Tommy's dismay, as the teen was very much pitching a fit about being kept in the dark on what the three of them was doing. Let me go already? You bitches. I'm have a right to know what you're hiding. I am the biggest part of this family, you pussies. Tommy was hissing, trying to wiggle out of his brother's arms. I thought the dark was supposed to calm fledglings. Techno asked, as he prepared the table for Phil. Normally, yes, but Tommy has always been stubborn about being left out, you two know that. Just bear with us, Toms. Phil said, as he finished wrapping the dead crow in the cloth and returning his focus on the device. It was time to destroy it. His two oldest wanting to watch the process and protect their youngest from the sight of it. Once the runes are gone, I will take it away to destroy it. He added, after a thought, no reason to leave the pieces in a land where an uneasy peace was now settling. No reason to introduce something that shouldn't exist anymore. Quackity. Quackity lost track of where Brian flew them, all he knew was that it was far and the flight took the whole day and night. At some point the clouds blacked his vision, and the smaller crows taking breaks by landing on Brian. When the clouds departed, he was greeted to the sight of a vast land that he had never seen before, surrounded by floating islands. There were crows everywhere, some in the air, some on the ground. Majority coming to greet the flocks that were coming in, including Brian. Brian began descending toward one of the islands, where a large nest sat, and dropped Quackity in it. Quackity landed roughly in the nest. He rolled a bit with a grunt, pushing himself to the edge of the nest to get away from the giant crow. Brian screeched at him, feathers lifting as he left, leaving Quackity stuck in the giant nest surrounded by crows. The little crow descending upon him the moment Brian was out of sight. At first he thought they were attacking him. He immediately curled up, hands protecting his head, wings pressed tight to his back. He waited for pain, for the pecking of beaks, for what he had done to Ranger. Instead he felt many of little beaks comb through his feathers, the much smaller crows wiggling themselves under his wings and combing through the hidden feathers. It was that had him pause. That had his instincts coming forward at the familiar motions those beaks were doing. They were preening him. Not as gentle as Phil's fingers, but still gentle nonetheless. They shouldn't be gentle though. They shouldn't be preening him. He didn't want them to preen him. He wanted Phil to come preen him. But Phil had pushed him away, and his instincts, that bird part of his brain, wanted the crow hybrid. With the device gone, to hold back his instincts, they were making themselves front and center in his brain, that he couldn't hold back anymore. He couldn't control himself. The crows, the noises they made, were starting to make sense. Not actual words, but the intent behind the sound. Some were sad, almost grieving. Some were upset and mad. Others seemed sympathetic and kind. It was confusing. It was new. His instincts didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. The preening. The flutter of feathers brushing against him. The crows that were bringing food, and leaving it in the nest near him. It was too much. Too much. Stop. He wanted it all to stop. He wanted to stop understanding them. A broken warbling sound followed by a peep wormed a way out of his mouth, and repeated, getting louder even as he tried to stop the call. He didn't want to know who he was calling for, but he did. Phil. He was calling for Phil. His instincts wanted Phil. Because only Phil was left now. He had killed Ranger. Jschlatt was dead. Only Phil remained now. Still unable to stop the warble and peeps leaving him, a very loud screech answered back, sending the thousands of crows to scatter, leaving the large nest. Only the few that seemed unable to fly yet stayed, a few older ones that were braver perched on the edge of the nest wall, making room as a giant Brian returned. The older crow letting out a more calmer warble, while looking down at him. Quackity felt himself uncurl a bit, feeling calmer, but still on edge. The otherworldly crow's answer was meant to soothe, but not coddle. Brian was still upset with him. There was a sternness in his warble, that Quackity's instincts just knew. Brian wasn't going to coddle and comfort like Phil. Brian was to watch and make sure Quackity learned something. But with his instinct going 100 miles a second, he wasn't sure what, but the main thing he immediately wanted to do was hide and appease the giant crow staring down at him. "I want to leave." "I don't want you, let me leave," he whimpered out between chirps. "I'm sorry, I can't, I don't know," he continued, his wings unconsciously shifting behind him and coming to wrap around him, like a blanket to hide him from the otherworldly crow. Brian leaned his head closer, otherworldly blue eyes, taking in all of Quackity, like he was checking the work the other crows had done on his wings. When he looked satisfied, he opened his beak. "You will fly then." Quackity felt his whole frame lock up. His brain scramble through the mess that was his instincts to comprehend that Brian had just talked. Not caw, screech, or hiss, but actual words left the giant crow. Without waiting for a beat after, Quackity found Brian doing a sweeping-like motion with his giant beak and effectively tossed Quackity from the nest. Quackity couldn't even scream. he was found himself only closing his eyes as the wind whipped past him, as his useless wings flapped uncoordinated behind him. And what felt like forever gasped when he landed on something soft. His hands gripping as his eyes opened in surprise to find himself on Brian, the other crow having caught him on his back and was now taking them back to the island that held the nest. Once perched on the side, Brian shook himself, tossing Quackity off to fall again. The other smaller crows seeming to be cheering as if to encourage, not that Quackity had time to really pay attention to them as gravity pulled him the ground once more as his wings opened again, but not slowing down his descent. When Brian caught him again, he tried to calm down enough to remember how he had saved himself when Techno threw him from the roof. This continued on for far too long for Quackity liking, and the only thing he even accomplished beside getting over being thrown to his death, was his wings finally not frantically beating the air and instead opened to send him into a wobbly glide. Brian would come and nudge his legs, pushing his body from being vertical to a horizontal position. And each time the otherworldly crow did, Quackity would lose to glide he had and his wings would start beating the air again. His body going back to a vertical position, to back in the wobbly glide he had been able to find. When Brian dropped him in the nest after another fail apparently, Quackity couldn't keep his eyes open. He was exhausted. His instincts were still screaming at him. And he just wanted to hunker down in a nest hidden from the world and cry. He wanted Ranger. But then he would remember what he had done to Ranger. He had killed Ranger. Phil had to be mad at him. Brian certainly seemed to be. The large crow, instead of letting Quackity wallow himself to sleep, seemed to shrink a bit to the size of a horse. Seeing the crow changing its size again had Quackity shakily trying to crawl away, only to be stopped by a large talon crow's foot, coming to grip at his torso and Brian's large beak combing through his wings. Some smaller crows coming to join in the second grooming and preening of his wings again. He finally let himself relax, as he would be unable to escape and let the crows do whatever they were going to do to him. It wasn't long before he found himself falling asleep, with the birds still fussing over him. When he woke it was to the sound of morning birds and very loud crows. But the noise was not what woke him up. It was the heat. He was hot. And he was surrounded by darkness. He crawled to get out. To find an exit. Then it was when whatever was on top of him lifted, that he realized he had been tucked under Brian's wing. Sometime after he passed out Brian had tucked him close. But why? The crows were all still noisy and sounded excited. "Hey there, mate." The voice had Quackity's eyes locking onto Blue. Phil was there. In all his avian glory, Quackity's instincts sang happily at the sight of the man, and his large black wings that just had Quackity wanting the man to wrap him up in them. A chirp left him calling for Phil to come closer. Phil, who came, was wearing the satchel Quackity had used to run away, and that was the only reason he hadn't bolted to Phil. Suddenly he wasn't so thrilled to see Phil, and a warble left him remembering that Phil was probably furious with him. "I see Tommy and Wilbur were right. Your instincts are fried, huh?" Quackity couldn't the whimpering warble if he tried. And the sound just had Phil looking at him with sadness. Then his eyes went to Brian. "I heard he got a bit of a glide in. That's good progress, for a good 2 days. Then those blue eyes moved back to Quackity. "Now he just has to learn how to angle his body correctly." Quackity didn't like being talked about like he wasn't there, but his stupid instincts wouldn't stop soaking up Phil's attention. "This time for sure. You're flying today, mate. Your wings are healthy and a good flight should help soothe those instincts a bit," Phil said, a soft smile on his face, before he turned his back and with one strong downward stroke of his wings, launched himself into the air. Quackity's instinct cried at being left alone. Then he felt the familiar grasp of talons wrapping around him and being lifted as Brian took to the air, and once they were clear of the nest, let him go. A chirp called out for Phil as he tried to replicate the glide from yesterday. Phil only came to him when Quackity was somewhat a steady glide, sending a glare over to Brian, who was now back to the size where the otherworldly crow could sit on a shoulder. Okay, you need to switch yourself into a more horizontal position and then we can work on getting you flying. Phil directed, diving low enough to where he was hovering just above Quackity and grabbed him around the waist. Level your body with mine, good. Phil praised when Quackity did, despite the younger avian faltering a bit. He was grateful that Phil didn't let him go. Now synchronize you wing flaps and we're going to go somewhere where we can talk, he said. Quackity nodded, not trusting anything that come from his mouth because so far it was nothing but bird chirps and peeps. It was easier with Phil now. It was easier, now seeing what his other option was, being dropped until he learned through trial and error. Soon Phil was able to let him go and it took a moment for Quackity grasp that he was flying. He was flying on his own. His wings were holding him up. They're not useless, he mumbled, looking back at his wings. Of course not, Phil said, seeming shocked at Quackity's words. Avians were meant for the sky. You were meant for the sky? What in the world made you think they wouldn't? They were so small when I just didn't give them a chance, were the words that he was trying to say, but felt too ashamed to admit. Phil hummed, sharp blue eyes looking to the horizon before speaking again. This place, all the floating islands and all, belong to me. Quackity looked down and around, taking in the floating islands, and the land below them, and the sea that stretched out. This was Phil's home. I travel, you see. I go to all the lands that I have seen civilizations perish and I take the remains and I try to rebuild them into something beautiful. Phil rambled, as he began gliding to a large open meadow below them, Quackity following, still a little wobbly, but he didn't crash, as Phil showed him how to land. You built all this? And you were going to help us with L'Manberg, too. Until you all threatened and came after my family, Phil said, interrupting Quackity. But that is not why we are here, Phil said, taking a deep breath, seeming to ignore how a large flock of crows began to gather around. You have to right a wrong you have done to them, Phil said, reaching into his satchel and pulling out a folded cloth with a lump in it that was distinctively bird-shaped. Crows give funerals to their deceased, you know. And these crows especially know all too well the importance of a life and a death. Quackity swallowed the lump in his throat. You mean these crows hold sentient souls, granted by Lady Death herself. Phil nodded. They have been around far longer than I, took quite a liking to me too. This was before I had wings, Phil said, laying a gentle hand on Quackity's shoulder. I know how hard it is to wake up with wings. I was human. I was born human. Quackity felt his mouth moving but no words coming out. I gained Lady Death's favor and her hand in marriage. So when I took one flight on a pair of mechanical wings during a sudden storm, I was struck by lightning and crashed. I don't remember anything between that, besides waking up surrounded by these guys and with a pair of large black wings on my back, Phil said, with a soft smile at the memory. Kristen not only changed my anatomy but gave me immortality as well. And throughout it all, the crows have always been by my side. Even Brian. You weren't mad? Quackity asked. He had been pissed, and scared, and in a lot of pain when his wings came in. At first. It took a bit of an adjustment period to be able to understand my new anatomy. It got easier as time went on. It's why, when I saw this he said, holding the cloth in one hand now and reached in the satchel to pull out the device that had been ripped off his back. I lived when avians were plenty and watch helplessly as they were all but taken out with the help of these. Turned to fear their own anatomy. Their wings. Their freedom. Phil's knuckles turned white where he gripped the device. To see this after all that, in this day. It's infuriating. This he said, shoving the mess of straps toward Quackity accusingly. Will drive an avian insane, by their instinct alone. How you survived, I can only guess. You took it off when Jschlatt died. Phil finished, shoving the device back in his bag. I didn't want to be controlled anymore, Quackity admitted. So you put it back on to not be controlled by me? Phil asked, ducking his head a bit to try and meet Quackity's eyes. By my instincts too, he admitted, trying to look anywhere except Phil's eyes. So instead watched, and a bunch of little crows scratched a hole in the ground. For birds, they could dig quite a hole in the ground. You can't think about it that way. Your instincts are there to help you. They tell you what you need to know so you can survive. I bet they're telling you to cling to me right now, right? Phil asked. Quackity nodded. That's because you recognize that I am an older and more experienced avian. Your instincts are going to try and tell you to be near me for survival reasons. But I'm guessing that's not what you want, Phil stated. Quackity nodded again. He couldn't see himself. That's a lie. He could see himself with Phil and his family. But Phil held power there. And Quackity wasn't about to share power. Nor, couldn't see himself stay with two of his rivals. And Phil wouldn't take too kindly to him trying to off Techno again. Here. Put them to rest, Phil said, holding out the cloth that hid Ranger's body from the world. Before the older Avian fully took his hands away, he was quick to tie the ribbon that Ranger had wore for Quackity around the cloth. Quackity's eyes burned as he cradled Ranger close, and those tears spilled over seeing the crow that were digging and scratching at the ground had dug out a hole big enough for Quackity to lay Ranger's body in. The crows had formed an arch around the hole and was watching Quackity as he knelt to place Ranger in the ground and cover it. Everything was silent as he did so. It was when he finished moving the dirt to cover the small grave did a single crow fly over, dropping a bouquet of flowers on the grave, did the whole flow take to the sky and scatter away. Quackity took steady deep breaths as he got the tears to stop, before he realized Phil had placed a hand on his shoulder. And was holding a potion bottle out for him to take. It was the one that he had been unable to identify. You need a flock. And at first I thought it was to be me and mine. But I see that maybe you should choose your own. So, I am giving you this power. You drink half and the person you wish to be imprinted to as flock drink the rest. It'll rewire your instinct away from those that are no longer here, he said. Brian made a croaking sound landing on Phil's shoulder. Time to go. Phil nodded. Follow Brian, he'll take you back, he said, giving Quackity a small smile. You're not going to keep me here? He asked. He was a little shocked. No one but Phil's family knew what lands Phil came from. Don't worry, I have it set up, where you'll be unable to find your way back. Phil chuckled. Besides, this is the perfect time for you to continue to practice your flying. By the time you reach home, you're going to be flying like a pro. Okay. Phil, do you think you could help me take off? He asked. Sure, mate. Phil said, smile brightening. Like at Techno's property, Phil made sure his movement were slow so Quackity could mimic, allowing Quackity to see that Phil bent his knees before he did the powerful wing flaps that propelled him into the air. And while Quackity's take was not as graceful as Phil's, he still made it in the air. Phil falling back to allow Brian to fly beside Quackity. Phil falling back and watching as Brian guided Quackity back, Phil could help but feel pleased with the young avian's progress. He was sure that his boys were going to be shocked to know Phil hadn't taken Quackity in as flock. But he had meant what he said. Quackity needed his freedom. And Quackity liked power. And that was either going to be his virtue to a good life, or his path to destruction. It was Quackity's choice now. Feeling accomplished, despite the loss of one of his crows, Phil flew over to a lava pit before he decided to head back to his own flock. And watched with satisfaction as he tossed the device into the lave, as the metal and straps melted into nothing. Nothing left to hurt any Avian in the future. If Tommy's existence was anything to go off of, and Quackity's avian genes had come out despite his age, were anything to go by, the avian race could make a comeback. And Phil didn't want anything that could hurt that chance to resurface. Quackity. Sometime later. There was someone living in the walls. And he had that someone in a hole. Only this someone was not anyone he had seen before. This someone seemed naive. Quackity could work with naive, meant they were expendable. But this person was also knowledgeable. They knew everything about everyone and everything that had happened. The perfect spy for him to train as he built his new country and got residents for it. Slime cycle. He was perfect. His instincts screamed flock as he gazed down this weird human-shaped blob he had trapped. Maybe time would tell if he would finally be able to use the potion he had gotten from Phil. It was time to change tactics. He immediately began freeing slime from the hole. Hey, hey, hey. Forget all this. This is what we up here call a formal greeting. He said cheerfully. Really? Slime asked before jumping out of the hole. Yeah. It's a positive thing. It's a welcoming. Quackity nodded. Unable to believe his luck. Phil had said to follow his instincts. And his instincts wanted him to latch onto Slime Cycle. Slimecicle was going to come home with him. The end.